We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Tula Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. Join me on Hochanda, where I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, a professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. Well, with me, Hochanda and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I'm here on Hochanda because I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey. So join me, Matthew Palmer, for my shows on Hochanda.
Good morning. What a way to start a brand new day here at Hochanda with a happy hour, and it's an amazing one. It's a perfect opportunity for you to stock up on all your crafty goodies. So I do urge you to jump ahead. We've got some amazing deals. We haven't got huge quantities of some of these, so I don't want you to miss out on anything. We've got loads and loads to share with you. I mean, check these out. There's loads on the website. Obviously, we're going to show you everything. We're going to go through everything as the hour progresses. But the thing is, it's all there and uploaded on our website. So obviously, it takes me a little time to get along the counter, but here you can see we've got 500 GSM cardstock I'll be sharing with you in a moment. We've got some amazing pearlescent card there, as you can see, a bumper pack of sheets of card there for just £9.99. Talking of which, this hour there is nothing that is any more than £14.99. And of course, while you are shopping online, do check out some of those 7-day savers, because of course they are going to go up in price tomorrow morning at 8 AM. So if you've not had a look at those already, it might be worth considering. We've got some fabulous reviews there as well, so if you do fancy checking those out, then by all means please do so. But yeah, sit back, relax, get ready with that app or get ready with your phone to place your order, because we've got some absolute bargains, including the first one. Now I said 500 GSM, it's actually 550 GSM, so we're looking at 60 sheets here of construction weight cardstock. I mean, you can see the depth of this particular card. This is going to be, you could use it for your card bases, but to be honest, the weight of it, you're going to need a scoreboard if you are wanting to turn this into your card bases. But it is perfect to act as a board. Maybe if you like your things like your mixed media, your mediums, things like that, because you've got a board weight. I mean, you can see with that, it really is, that 550 GSM really does give you an amazing board for you to work with. You could fold it, but you can see what I mean. It's got a lot of kind of rigidity, is that the right word for that? And it is just brilliant as a base. As an alternative maybe to your black or your white cardstock, like working with your antique tones, then maybe this is one for you to work with, because of course it's got that lovely look to it, that lovely softness that we're calling brown, which seems a bit sad really. I want to call it chocolate brown or mocha brown, or what kind of brown would you call it? If you are watching from home, then do email in. Give us your creative descriptions of brown. Mine's chocolate. I'm going to pop that one into the box. Oh, chocolate box. There you go. £9.99, £399 at 680. We are busy for this one. I am actually going to bring some of this with me with the next item that I'm going to share with you, because we've got lots of items that work alongside each other, especially the first 5 items. So if you are writing that into your basket, have a look at some of the others before you check your basket out. Now, this one is a bread and butter item. Now, obviously not for making your sandwiches, but when we're talking about crafty pantries, you should really always have your gold and your silver cardstock. Perfect for your mats and layers, absolutely brilliant for die cutting, wonderful to add decorative edges to anything, because just that little hint of that metallic really does set those layers off. But also think about things like your alcohol inks. We've had some amazing shows recently featuring loads of alcohol inks, which are perfect to actually sit on your mirror cardstock, because of course they're almost illuminated from the back, because the light bounces back on that metallic surface and kind of illuminates the alcohol inks that are sitting on the top. Doesn't have to be alcohol inks from a bottle though, it could be your marker pens that you're working with. It just absolutely brilliant. Always perfect for mats and layers and things like your sentiments as well, if you're adding your die cut sentiment. Now you are getting 80 sheets in total, 40 of your gold, 40 of your silver, and you've got a variety of different GSMs, your 300 and your 320. There's not a lot in it. I would say it's the silver that's the 320, just very slightly thicker. Brilliant. And of course, if you have gone for that brown cardstock that was showing you just a few moments ago, there you go. There's your mats and layers. You can see what I mean. The gold alongside the brown works so well. Absolutely beautiful. Love it. Brilliant value for money, and lots of you taking advantage of that one. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, then the details are there on your screen. Just £9.99. 80 sheets. What an incredible saving. £30 saving. Might be worth adding those in alongside. Before you check out your basket though, you can hear me say that quite a lot, because we really have got a cleverly put together show, because everything works together so well. So we're going to look at envelopes next. Beautiful craft card envelopes, as you can see here. Gorgeous colour. Lovely to work with. So if you like working with things like maybe your vellums, very nice to work alongside your craft card, because you kind of got that organic feel when you're working with craft card and the craft envelopes. Of course, they work beautifully with anything that's got that antique tone. Again, look at that, working with your brown. Perfect if you are making your card bases in that kind of chocolate brown colour, as you can see there. Absolutely wonderful to work with. Nice square envelopes as well, so good size with these, 6x6. Of course, lots of people do use them as pockets and things in their memory albums, so having a good supply of those means you can actually use those within your zigzag books and things like that. So really good price again, and a lovely quality, 115 GSM. And for me, the envelope is the starting point when you give a card, because if you make a lovely card and you spend hours making a card, which I know many of us do, when you put it into an envelope, it can be let down by the envelope. You know, when you get an envelope and you can practically see through and see the card inside, oh, it drives me mad. I don't like that. I don't want the surprise being taken away. And with the actual envelope, then, of course, absolutely perfect to hide it. Now, there's a question. Katie, our producer, has thrown a question into the mix. When you're putting your card into your envelope, so do you put the front of your card in? So say that's the front of your card. So do you put it in like that, or do you put it in like that? Now you do yours face down, do you? That way. Oh, okay. Now that's interesting. Oh, so when you open it, you see the front of the card. Ah, see, I do it the other way around. Because quite often my cards have got multiple layers on there, so when I'm sliding them in that way, I can catch them on that lip there. So I turn them that way around and put them in. Oh, there we go. We need a pole, don't we? We need to do a poll. Have a swingometer and all that kind of thing. Anyway, details on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of those. Again, needless to say, they're going to work with any style of card, to be honest. Craft card works with any colour base card, white, cream, black, brown that we've been looking at as well. And you're getting 200 of those for just £11.99, so phenomenal value for money, and you are loving those. So if you like the look of those, at 174 at 938. Absolutely brilliant, like those ones a lot. Next one, now this is another must-have because we've got a variety pack, but we're looking at some amazing pearlescent cardstock. I've got a feeling that I know the brand of this cardstock, but I'm not going to mention it because I know it's not included within the details, so I don't want to kind of give it a brand name without, but it's absolutely beautiful. If it's the brand I'm thinking of, which I'm pretty sure it is because I used to stock this in my shop years ago, and it's a classic brand of pearlescent card. Brilliant quality, fabulous when you put it through your die cutting machines or your embossing folders because the light hits the peaks and troughs and really shows off that pearlescent finish. But this is a classy card. Now you're getting 100 sheets and you've got, oh actually I've hidden one away there. We've got another shade in there. Oh, it's like a minty green, look at that. Beautiful. So you're getting all of these. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 colours, is that right? Now, I don't know what quantities you get of these. I think it's assorted colours, assorted quantities, and assorted GSM. So you can see they're 230 to 350. Brilliant quality. Again, if you're using it for your card bases, your mats and your layers, wonderful. In fact, I'm going to take a piece of that with the craft card that we were just looking at a few moments ago. Because you see, that's going to work beautifully in there. And oh, our Katie's getting into personal shopping, because I like to do my personal shopping bit. The brown against the pearlescent. Look at that, that looks good. Might be that you want to add in just a little accent to do with your layers, maybe putting a little bit of gold between the two. That kind of looks good, doesn't it, together? Like those. Or maybe the other way around if you're wanting to. Or it could be a case of that the brown is the card base. Whichever combination, it's going to look brilliant. But can you imagine popping it in one of those craft card envelopes there? That would look amazing. So I would certainly consider going for all of those if you have. That's the most awkward way of holding it, Hayley. There you go. Look at that. Don't it look brilliant? Love those. So if you've gone for the card, you need the pearlescent, you definitely need the mirror, and I would certainly add in those craft envelopes as well for £11.99. So you can see how the show's been put together to make sure that everything works brilliantly well together. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of your pearlescent card, then the details there, £14.49. You're saving £16 on those ones. You've got 100 sheets in there, whole variety of different colours, but some incredible quality in there. Classic. Lovely, lovely cardstock, that one. Won't be disappointed in that one if you go for that one at all. Similarly with the next bundle as well, because this next bundle you've kind of got two tones with these, because you've got your card bases with these potentially, because again 300 GSM. I'm bringing it on, I'm getting my shopping basket's getting quite full. I'm adding all these goodies in because they all work so well together. So we've got your cards now on the screen there. It looks very white, but it's actually a gorgeous pearlescent finish to it. And hopefully you'll be able to see with the two that we've got here that you have got a slight difference with them. One of them's got the ice silver. You can see it much more so in the flesh, but you can see just that little hint. One's got more of a creamy tone to it than the other. One's more of a brighter white. So you've got your ice silver and your ice gold, 300 GSM, so perfect for your card bases, as you can see there. Wonderful for die cutting. Again, brilliant value for me. I mean, look at that, £20.50 saving, £14.49. But you know what I'm going to say. If you are going for, look at those together. Now that is the brown card that we looked at the beginning, which was just £9.99. Then you've got your pearlescent card there that we looked at just a few moments ago. I think, was that £11.99, the pearlescent card? Oh no, it's at the bottom of the screen, £14.49. And then of course you've got your ice gold on the top there. But what a classic look. That is the key thing. Of course, you could add in your craft envelopes if you're wanting to as well. That would look absolutely beautiful. Again, the mirror card, you could be swapping that out rather than the pearlescent card or adding it in as additional layers. It all just works so well together. So, yeah, do consider going for multiples of these different items because the savings that you've got really do add up. And, of course, make sure that you're a Freedom member in hours like this because when you're adding all those goodies in, you don't want to be paying any more postage than you need to. And I certainly, if I'm getting a saving like that, £20.50, I do not want to be giving nearly £4 of it back from a post and packing. So that's why it's a brilliant opportunity to be a Freedom member during hours like this, because the price on your screen is the price you pay. So all that saving is yours. Goes into your pocket, which we will spend on something else, frankly, don't we? So 687 if you're wanting to get hold of that. Now, we're kind of moving into a bit of a cool area now, because we're going to take the silver card that we were just looking at, the ice silver, but we've got the most amazing glitter cardstock. This is beautiful. Now, it's non-shed, which straight away alerts me, because I can use that on things like my silhouette. You can use it on the Cricut, you can use it on any electronic die cutting machine, because it hasn't got that drop. Hasn't got the inconvenience of getting glitter all over you either, or over everything else that you're working with. Again, perfect to work with your things like your alcohol inks, because again, it's going to reflect that colour. Just going to slide a little sheet out of that there as well, because if you have gone for that ice silver, make sure I've got the right one. No, that's the right one. There you go. Working alongside that, beautiful, because you've got the ice white, the ice silver mattes and layers with that one. Again, that could sit behind there beautifully. Don't forget the mirror cardstock we were looking at earlier on. Again, introducing that, it gives another classic look. Absolutely beautiful with your mattes and layers there. As you can see, obviously you'll get a nice neat edge on the corner when you're doing yours. But £9.99, that is brilliant value. Again, it's a lovely one if you're wanting to use it for things like your sentiments. It's a good weight, 220 GSM, which is nice because it's not a card-based kind of card. You wouldn't score and fold this, because, I mean, who'd want to be putting that on the back of the card anyway? But it's a perfect one for die cutting. Things like your sentiments are going to look absolutely incredible, especially if you've got one of those dies that cuts a matte and layer with your sentiments, because you could have your sentiment, your happy birthday in that gorgeous glittery cardstock, and then obviously the layer, the shadow behind it in your silver. Beautiful. So again, fabulous saving, another £6 saving. These savings are really racking up, aren't they? I like it. Like it a lot. Do like a saving. I'm bringing this lot with me because this works with the next bundle as well. I'm indulging myself. And I'm not going to apologise. 542640 is the next item we're sharing with you. And this is a bumper bundle. Bumper with a capital B. There's loads in here. Look at this. 160 GSM right the way through to 350. So you've got a mixture of kind of paper bordering on card going right the way through to your cardstock. 200 sheets in total for just £9.99. Now, if you are getting started with your crafting, or you're crafting with children, you definitely need to get hold of this. Now, contents will vary, so you'll get a variety of different papers, cards. You'll get some pearlescent, hopefully, in there, a variety of different GSMs as well. This bundle has got a lovely mix, because you've actually got things like, lovely. Now, this might play havoc with your eyes when I put it on the screen. Oh, not too bad. You've got, a little bit there, a little bit of strobing, but you can see there you've got your checkerboard with that one, which is brilliant. Nice weight with that one, so nice for your mats and layers. What else have we got in here? Lovely powder blue. Now, this powder blue is going to work. Oh, it's got a texture on it as well. Look at that. Very nice. That's going to work with the next item that we're sharing with you as well. I'm going to hang on to that. You've got some pearlescent in there. And this is kind of like a satin finish. So, you know, we were looking at earlier on at the mirror card. So if I bring the mirror card back in again, you've got more of that shine with the mirror card, but then you kind of got the classy look of that satin with the silver there. So again, a nice variety. And as I say, this particular bundle, yeah, absolutely perfect. The non-shed, that silver again would look beautiful on there. In fact, any of the colours in here, I think would look good on that gold there. So we're going to put the blue. Which blue? The light blue or the darker blue? There. See, Katie's getting into it. Actually, another, look at that. All of those together look amazing. Oh, getting really rather carried away. I love it. There's a gorgeous red in there as well. So mixing up your reds with your silvers, your golds, it's going to look great. I've got to remember which ones came from which set in a moment, because I've got to move on. I'm going to take that one with me because that didn't come within the set. But all of these other amazing cardstocks are in here. So if you find, oh, that's a nice one. Look, that's got a bit of a shimmer on there as well. Bright tones there, perfect for your spring. I mean, look at that. Oh, you've got an orange one behind there as well. Oh, I can't get hold of it. Hold on, hold on. Hold the line caller. Look at that. Gorgeous, it's like a reddy orange. Well, it's got a lovely finish to it. Beautiful. Love it. So yeah, springtime, Easter, absolutely perfect. So if you fancy getting hold of that bundle, you are going to be spoilt for choice, because you've got 200 sheets coming to you for less than a tenner Phenomenal value for money. Take advantage of that while you have the opportunity. £25 saving, and I'm not surprised because you're getting a lot in there. But again, because it's a weighty bundle, the post and packing is £4.95. So don't pay that post and packing on that item. Become a Freedom member. It's only going to cost you an extra kind of 97 pence there or thereabouts. And what it will mean is that anything else you add into your basket, you won't pay any additional post and packing, and you won't pay any post and packing for the next calendar month. You can cancel it straight after, but please don't pay a £5 for your post and packing on this item when you could become a Freedom member. It doesn't make sense. Next item for you, blue. Not just blue, this is cobalt blue. You've been jumping ahead and getting hold of this. One of my favourite colours. Absolutely beautiful. Now this one, slightly lighter than the brown with regards to the GSM on this one. So 270 GSM. So yeah, I wouldn't worry at all about using this as my card base. But oh my goodness, you are getting 100 sheets of this. 100 sheets for just £9.99. It's no wonder we're busy for this one. It's one of the most popular colours to craft with, isn't it, that navy blue? It's a nice alternative when you want a darker tone, but you don't want to go as dark as black, maybe. Can I bring in that silver? Do you see where we're going? See where we're going with this? So we've got that gorgeous silver glitter card that we introduced to you earlier on. I'm going to bring in some of that ice white as well, because again, it just works so well. That's why I love shows like this, because it gives you the opportunity to stock up on all of these different items. If you didn't want the starkness of the white there, or maybe that pearlescent look, then mixing it out with the lighter blue that we just saw in the last bundle, again, it all works so well. That's why it's worth having a little look at those other goodies. So just for reference, that's the last set that we've got at the bottom of your screen if you're wanting to get hold of that. The silver, we have got that available for you as well. We'll recap, don't worry, so you'll be able to get all the numbers for everything, but they are all on the website as well. So 186696 if you fancy getting hold of that. Over 20% of the stock has gone. My goodness, I thought I'd be on my own at 7:20 in the morning, but I'm not. I've got lots of canny shoppers with me, which is good to know. Early bird and all that. Next bundle. Oh, this is nice. Now, this is a nice variety bundle. Again, I always mention it, new crafters. It's nice to get a nice variety of different weights and mediums within your cardstock. Now, this one is a lovely one. So, you can see instantly we're looking at 250 through to 400 GSM. So, we're talking cardstock with these ones. You've got 90 sheets, and you've got a variety of different kind of colours and finishes within here. But you have got some corkers. They're all embossed in some shape or form. So it might be kind of like a linen effect, as you can see there, or it might be a case of, oh, that one's, well, it's very subtle. I don't know whether you can see. It kind of got like a little tooth to it. Not overly so, just a little tiny bit there, which is going to be nice. It's almost like a fabric weave that you can see it there. So if you're using anything that's reflecting like your micas, then that is really going to show off that weave there. What have we got next? Oh, this is a nice one. Now, this one, again, it's got a very subtle feel to it. That's a really quite weighty one. That's going towards your 400 GSM. So that's on par with the brown that we saw earlier on. So more of your construction weight with that one. And then obviously you've got your different weights as we've been talking about. You've got your hammered type card there, as you can see, where you've kind of got that pitted look with it. Now, this is a cute one with your dots. Oh, I like that one. Oh, now hang on. Now we've got blue in this bundle as well, actually. But whether you're going for the blue that comes in this bundle or whether you're going for the multi-bundle that we looked at a few moments, oh, this is going to be a nice fresh look. With the polka dots, with that pale blue in there. That's cute, isn't it? I like that. If you're doing baby theme cards, maybe, that might be a nice one to go for. You have got your weightier cardstock in this one. So you have got your fine linen with your dark blue. So that's in this bundle as well. So you could kind of replicate something similar to that because you have got a blue card. It's not the exact blue of that particular one, I don't think. I think it came from the... Oh, no, it might have done. Yes, it has. It's in this one. So you're all right with that one. So they've got your light blue. In fact, all three of those come together in this bundle. So it does make sense to go for that one. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. So if you fancy getting hold of that one, you're also going to get your darker black in there. You're also going to get that navy in there as that board. So it really is a fabulous... In fact, I'm going to put the polka dot at the front because I think that's my favourite. Like that one. Very nice. Love it. You've also got some lined in here as well. So you've got this gorgeous kind of, well, it's 250 and it's got a stripe in it. So that's got a nice elegant look to it as well. And it's not overly, I mean, I'm running my finger along there, but you're not kind of getting the jarring of my nail going across it. So, yeah, like it. Nice bundle, that one. £10.99. That is really good value for that variety as well. Got some nice weights in there, nice finishes, and a good variety of each of them. So yeah, if you fancy that one, £10.99. Pop it in your basket, why don't you? And then you might want to add the next item in here. So with this particular one, what have we got in this one? So let's have a little look. We've got the details up on your screen. Now this one, it's got a stripe in it, similar to the one that I just showed you, but it is entirely a bundle of your stripes. So I don't know whether you'll be able to see. I'll tilt it very slightly and hopefully you'll be able to catch it on the camera. Now you've got 100 sheets of these. It's got a nice finish to it, so it's not, again, too kind of ribbed with regards to if you're wanting to stamp on it. You've got, again, that lovely kind of feel to it, but not overly so. So it's not like corrugated, but a really lovely finish. Again, £9.99, 250 GSM, 100 sheets. I mean, need I say more? What brilliant value for money. £20 saving on that one. So 117 at 122 if you fancy getting a hold of that. So that's pretty much everything that we've got to share with you during this hour. What amazing bargains. And as I mentioned, Freedom membership is a must for this hour because you do not want to be spending any of those savings on your post and packing if you can help it. So Freedom membership is the perfect way to do so. Here's Leonie to explain more.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Certainly makes sense, it really does. Now, I've got a bit of an update. We've got the details up on the screen for that blue cardstock, that cobalt blue. 100 sheets of this one come to you for £9.99, but 40% of the stock has gone. I'm not surprised. It is an amazing card. It's going to be a brilliant one for you to die cut and use as your card bases as well. So, yes, can I just mention as well, as I was coming back down, the craft card works with it really. I didn't think of it until I put the two together, but yeah, absolutely beautiful. So yeah, if you need your envelopes as well, you're in the right place for those. Now I'm going to give you a review of everything, but things like your cobalt cards you need to jump ahead and take advantage of, because potentially they could sell out by the time we get to them and we revisit, but we've pretty much covered everything. So if you have just joined us, we're going to go through everything so you haven't missed out on anything at all. It's good to have your company, starting off with our brown, or I'm going to call it chocolate brown, because brown just is such an undervalued word, isn't it? It's just brown. Don't just say brown, it sounds quite dull. It's a luxury feel to this one because you have got your 550 GSM. So if you're making things like your boxes, absolutely perfect. Wonderful to make your box lids as well because you've got that good weight with regards to it and that rigid feel with it, that if you are cutting anything out, say if you wanted to make a box and you wanted to cut an aperture and put a piece of acetate in there so you can see inside it, because you're cutting away a large area of that cardstock, you need to know that it is a sturdy cardstock that's going to be able to cope with it, and that is exactly what you've got with this one. Wonderful for your boxes, wonderful for your construction of anything, to be honest. You could use it for your card bases if you wanted to, but you would need something like a scoreboard so as you can actually score it rather than just trying to fold it, because you are going to need to give it a little bit of help as it goes. It's a lovely one to work with many of the other things that we've been chatting about during the hour. We will show you some of those. Things like the gorgeous metallic card, we've got that coming up in a moment. That's going to work beautifully when you start matting and layering and put those together. Absolutely beautiful. So I do urge you to jump ahead and have a look at some of the other goodies that we've got as well. But for the time being, that fabulous construction card there, as you can see, £9.99, a really popular one. And I mean, you can see the thickness of that is absolutely impeccable, beautiful. £399,680 if you fancy getting hold of that one. So yeah, pop it into your basket, why don't you? Now the next bundle that we've got for you, again I mentioned this one being kind of like a bread and butter item, and it certainly is, because your gold and your silver is one of those ones that we go to time and time again, isn't it? And it's brilliant because it's got that mirror finish, and the mirror finish, even if you've got little areas on it, and you can see they're obviously in transit, opening up and putting these away, they do get a little bit bit bumped and bashed, but lots of those elements and those little scratches and marks can be hidden when you actually use an embossing folder with these. It's surprising what you can get away with when you're popping it through your die cutting machine and an embossing folder. Wonderful for your sentiments as well. Well, not in the old days, we can still get hold of them. You peel off stickers, gold and silver, always popular ways of putting your sentiments in place. But with this, you could be die cutting your own. And again, as you saw with the gold, it looks absolutely brilliant against the brown. But what about the silver against that blue that's proving to be so popular? I mean, there you go, mats and layers with those. Absolutely gorgeous. Other way around as well, that works well. Like that one. And just to tease you, we will show you to you in just a few moments, but we have got the most amazing silver glitter cards as well, which again, teaming it up with that, that's coming up in a few moments. But you see a very luxurious look to it, absolutely beautiful, gorgeous blue. It's just a lovely tone. Love it. So for the time being, if you're wanting to get a hold of your mirror card, you've got your gold and your silver featuring in this bundle. And again, you have got loads, 80 sheets in total. It's a brilliant GSM, 320 GSM, so a really good base. Again, you could use it for your card bases if you wanted to. Yeah. I'm a bit more economical than that, actually. I cut out little areas and just use it for my mats and layers. So 925302. Now, what are you going to put your cards in? That is the key thing. Well, if they're square cards, then you're going to need some envelopes, aren't you? Or maybe, I mean, people use envelopes for all sorts of different things, don't they? Obviously, you can use them with your square cards, but I know a lot of people do make these kind of like zigzag books with them, because you can stick that label to the next one and then kind of concertina them as you go. So when you're getting them at this sort of price, you can see how quickly and easy you can start building up those concertina books, and you probably do it that way around, so you've got all the pockets on the outside, and then you can use those as kind of little inserts and pockets within your memory albums and things like that. Brilliant as well, just for storage of die cuts, things that you've already cut out and you're going to get to them at some stage. Use it as a kind of like a little indexing system if you're wanting to, but brilliant quality. 115 GSM, you're getting 200 in there. Needless to say, if you've gone for the brown cardstock that we were looking at earlier on, I mean, they are going to look perfect alongside that, because it's all in keeping, isn't it? The right tones, as you can see there. Look perfect alongside those. Again, the gold's going to work with those as well. So anything that's got gold embellishment or endowment on it is going to look lovely with your craft card as well. So makes sense to go for those, and at that sort of price, definitely. So $11.99 if you fancy getting hold of those. Please pop them into your basket alongside all the other goodies that we are bringing to you. Talking of goodies, we've got some cracking ones in the next bundle. We're looking at beautiful pearlescent card. Now, this is a coated card, so it's got white on the back, but it is beautiful, absolutely brilliant quality. Perfect one for your card bases. So if you do want a luxury card base, then you've got loads of choice in here, because you've got your kind of ice white in there. You've got your gorgeous kind of creamy ivory tones in there. A lovely shell pink, beautiful greens in there, and a lovely kind of bronzy tone as well. These are lovely. Absolutely beautiful. And then you kind of got that shimmer of the gold there with the pearlescent. That pearlescent gold, it's almost got like a greeny hue to it, like an antique-y look to it. That's going to look fabulous. If I bring in that mirror card again that we had a few moments ago, that's going to look lovely against that, isn't it? Okay, look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Brilliant bundle, I have to say. So if you're wanting to get hold of these, you are going to get not only that gorgeous gold colour that we're looking at there. Now, it does say contents will vary, or assorted colours, should I say. I don't know whether that means because these are assorted colours, so you will get these colours, or you will get a variation of colours. But we'll try and keep it as close as we can with regards to the bundle that we've got here. So you may get exactly as I'm showing you here, or you might get a slight variance on them. But either way, at $14.49, I think you'll agree that is a brilliant value bundle there. Between 230 and 350 GSM, and you're getting 100 sheets in total. So wonderful if you're making your cards to sell as well. Fundraising as well. That's the other thing. If you're making cards for raising funds for charity, you don't get reimbursed, do you, for your ingredients that you use in the materials. So when you've got deals like this, it's a good opportunity to stock up. 433993 if you fancy getting hold of those. Don't know if you noticed the clock, but we've got a little less than half an hour for you to take advantage of these prices. We are looking at a happy hour, and the prices will go up at 8 o'clock, and we are very busy. I know 7:30, a lot of those early morning alarms go off, or maybe your body clock. If you're up at 7:30 for work in the week, you wake up, don't you? I was so cross with myself I'm just digressing now. I'm on the early shift, so my alarm goes off at 4 o'clock when I'm on the early shift. And my day off this week, 4 o'clock, I woke up. The alarm wasn't set, and I was so cross with myself. Gave myself a telling off because I didn't need to be awake. But the worst thing was, when I say I was awake, I was like ping and wide awake, not like sleepy wide awake. And it took me ages to get back to sleep. So don't you just hate it when that happens there? Just hate it, but there you go. Anyway, we digress. So if you have joined us, because your alarm usually goes off at 7:30, it's good to have your company. We've got a happy hour going on here, and it's courtesy of Jelly Bean Crafts, and we've got all sorts of amazing card stock for you. Lots of bases and lots of kind of adornments that you could be making using these pieces that we've got for you, and some brilliant deals. This one is a cracking deal because ice pearlescent is something that we go for every single time when we're making our, what I call classic cards. Classy cards where you want that kind of elegant look. That pearlescent touch certainly does hit the nail, doesn't it? Now with this one, you've got two different colour tones. I think I took one of them with on a walk with me. So you've got two here. So hopefully you'll be able to see the difference with these. You've got a pearlescent gold and a pearlescent silver with this one. So ice white, ice silver with these ones. And they are absolutely beautiful. Now with regards to these, 300 GSM, if your printer will accept cardstock of this weight, then I would certainly give it a go and print on it potentially, because what can often happen is when you're printing on pearlescent cardstock, the ink gives that illusion of being metallic because that pearlescent shine comes through. Now just be a little cautious because printers can be a little temperamental on what they will accept. If you've got a printer where you put your cardstock or your paper on the top, so you've got your printer here and you kind of feed in that direction. It's only a slight curve that it's having to take, so you'll probably find that your card will be okay feeding the top through. If your card has to sit in kind of like a container underneath your printer, it has to go in more of a U shape quite often. So just consider that. If it's having to bend round on itself, your machine may struggle with that as a printer. But if it's kind of coming down in a gentle curve, then I would imagine that you'll be okay. But give it a go. Stay close to it just in case it makes any strange whirring noises. Yes, it does work nice with an inkjet printer. So yeah, and actually laser as well. So 753687 if you fancy getting hold of that. Nice one for your heat embossing as well with your gold embossing powder. So non-shed glitter. Oh, this is something that's going to give that sense of luxury straight away, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. It's got a lovely soft finish to it as well, which I know it sounds a little bit strange, but quite often when you've got glitter, you've kind of got almost like that sandpapery texture on it. With this one you haven't. It's almost like it's encapsulated, which means it's a super smooth finish, which is perfect if you're wanting to do things like, I mean, you could stamp onto this with the right inks. You could actually stamp on top of this because you've got that smooth finish. You can die cut it with your traditional dies, with your die cutting machines, with your electronic die cutting machines as well. Things like your Cricut, things like your Silhouette would cut this out to perfection. Absolutely beautiful. And of course you can change the colour of it using things like your alcohol inks and your markers. Needless to say, I mean, it looks absolutely fabulous when you start matting and layering it up. Let's bring some of that pearlescent cardstock across. I don't know if I picked up the gold or the silver, but not to worry. When you layer that up, I mean, straight away, just that little hint in the corner there really does showcase that cardstock. I mean, look at that. When you're looking at that, you are not looking at cardstock that you'd normally associate with the prices that we're looking at. But that is a bargain price for you to get hold of that fabulous glitter card. So if you fancy treating yourself, indulging yourself, oh, I love a bit of indulgement, then 20 sheets for just £9.99. That is brilliant value for money. So 374424. There used to be a time in a craft shop you'd go in and you'd be paying probably the best part of £1 to get a card stock like that. So good price. Next one that we've got for you, this is beautiful. It's a fabulous bundle. It's a bumper bundle. And it's beautiful because it's giving you all the variety, and that's the key thing. If you like a real kind of mix-up of different card bases and papers, then this is a perfect one to go for. So you've got things like your gorgeous kind of matte silver featuring this one. You've got some of your solid colours. You'll have some texture card in here as well. Might get a little bit of that shimmer and sheen, which is kind of like a glittery pearlescent, as you can see there. But you've got all sorts going through. Oh, this is a nice one. Look at this one. That's like a, oh, it's like a parchment look. See, that'd look nice with that craft card, wouldn't it, that we were looking at earlier on? Very nice. Oh, the brown, good call. Ever bought the brown with, oh, she's throwing all words at me, brown and blue and all sorts. Now, let's bring the brown in to start. Oh, yes, Katie, yeah. 10 house points to Katie. That looks fabulous. Doesn't that look gorgeous? I love it. But I think you're right. I think if you were to bring the blue in as well, I think the blue would work with that. Now, you have got some dark blue within this particular pack, but of course it is a variety pack, so not necessarily guaranteeing that you're going to get the blue in there. We have got a bundle with loads of blue cardstock in a few moments, which will guarantee that you'll get hold of those. But again, you've got all sorts in here. Some of it will be printed, some of it will be textured. It's just a really nice variety bundle, and it's a nice one. If you're building up your stash, I think that's a nice one for you to go for, because you've got all sorts in there, as you can see. Lovely array of different kind of weights and colours and textures. Brilliant. If you fancy that one, just £9.99, absolute bargain. This is one of the things, and I'm sorry to mention it again, but it does irritate me. But what you're saving so much, you're paying a tenner pretty much for that bundle there. Why would you want to pay a fiver with your post and packing? Become a Freedom member if you're not already, even if it's just for that item. It makes sense to do so. 542640 if you fancy getting hold of those. I'm moving on. I'm stepping away from that. I've got off my soapbox. Now, what have we got for you next? Oh, the most amazing blue cardstock. You're liking this one. I think a lot of you on the same kind of wavelength as me. 80%. Approaching 80%. Oh my goodness. Now, I wonder if this is going to last the hour then, because we've only got about 25 minutes left on the show. And also, I mean, you've got a little bit longer because of it being a happy hour. Obviously, you've got up to the top of the hour. So you've actually got, oh, actually, it's less than I thought. Oh, gosh, yeah, 22 minutes. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of this, do make sure you get hold of it before the end of the hour, because what we tend to find is with happy hours, people will often order, when we get to the end of the show, the break between this show and the one-day special at 8 o'clock. That's when it can get busy, and that's when all of a sudden the stock can go. So the fact that we are nearly at 80% of the stock at this point, because you're watching, you've kind of got that little bit of a head start on people. So I would perhaps get hold of that now, check your basket out before the end of the hour, and you know it's on its way to you. Needless to say, it's a brilliant one to go for. It's a fabulous space. It's 270 GSM, so it's a nice way if you're wanting to make it into a card base. You can just instantly score and fold that one. It's weighty enough that if you do want to cut an aperture out, you can do it without any problem. And it works so well with some of those other things that we've been bringing to you. I mean, if you're going for this one, please do add in that silver cardstock, that glitter, because it looks absolutely amazing alongside it. And the next bundle that we've got some paler blue cardstock in it in the next bundle, which will work with this as well. So if you fancy this one, £9.99, brilliant value, 100 sheets, a very popular bundle. So as I said, do make sure you're checking your basket out on that one. And incidentally, if you're looking at these prices and you're thinking, well, actually, I'm going to get through a lot of that, you can go for a couple of these. It's not limited to one per customer with any of these items that we're sharing with you. Another nice variety bundle. Now, this one is very much a variety bundle on a theme, because you can see that you've got a lovely embossed collection here of cardstock. Some of them are subtle finishes, so you might have like a very subtle linen finish. I mean, you can see that kind of dotty finish that you've got with that particular one, which looks amazing. You've got some really good weights in here. So you've got 400 GSM with some of these. So if you like the navy in the last bundle, but you're wanting something maybe for boxes, then I would certainly go for this bundle, because this one is a little weightier, as you can see there. So this is going to be a wonderful one to, again, cut those boxes with the apertures in that you wanted to put your acetate in. Again, just brilliant, a brilliant weight with that one. Slightly lighter weight, which is on par with the blue that we looked at a few moments ago, is this gorgeous pale blue. And this has got a lovely, soft kind of linen finish to it. It's very, well, I say linen, it's like a, I don't know what you call it really. It's just got a very slight texture to it. It's difficult to catch it on the camera, but you will see it now. You've also got some fabulous hammered cards. Sorry, that was an extreme change of pace there for you. But you can see you've got your hammered finish with that one. We've also got a white cardstock which has got the lines on it. So this one here, if I bring that one in, you can see that one has got that kind of ribbed texture, but it's not overly so it's not like it's corrugated. And then what else have we got on the lighter tone to make it a bit easier? I've already shown you that. Oh, the dotty one. I didn't show you the dotty one up close, did I? Oh, I like that. Now, this is a nice one. If you softly brush over the top of this one with your ink pad, you can actually get just those those peaks with those and just colour the dots. Or maybe if you've got something like a gel pen, you could dot on there. And the last one, which is complete contrast, is your darker cardstock. And this one, of course, we always love our dark cardstock, don't we? And this one is a similar finish to the cream that we saw earlier on. So it's kind of got a little bit of a texture in it, but not overly so. Again, I think you could stamp on that one quite nicely. And that was a 300 GSM. So another nice base. Brilliant value, £10.99. I would certainly pop that one into your basket. We are going to move on to the next item, but before I do so, I need to let you know the cobalt blue that we were just looking at, that one is now limited in stock. So if you have got it in your basket, please do make sure you check your basket out. Less than a handful, we're down to single figures on that one. So yeah, that's how close we are to that one selling out. So if you fancy getting hold of it, that's your opportunity on your screen there. Do make sure you're taking advantage of it, and perhaps add this next bundle in. I'm having a lovely time here. Now, this one, remember me showing you that that slight ribbed finish that we'd got on the cardstock in the last bundle? Well, this one is a complete bundle of that style of card. Obviously, with a mixed pack, you're not going to get huge quantities of these, but if you want to go for a, well, we've got 100 sheets here. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, when you're working with this one, if you're matting and layering it with anything, I'm just going to bring in that kind of construction card from the last bundle, but you can see there, it's just got a crispness and a whiteness to it, isn't it? It's like fresh white linen sheets or something like that, cotton sheets, Egyptian cotton sheets, that's what it reminds me of. Oh, I love, do you love it when you've got like fresh linen on the bed and you get incense? Oh, it's just so nice. Oh, that's the wrong one. There you go, swap those over. So yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of that, I would certainly go for it. Again, it's another one that if you're careful, you will be able to bring out the texture of that one with your colours. Just be gentle when you're applying the colour, because obviously if you go in too hard, then you won't necessarily catch those, or you'll catch those kind of troughs within the rib that you got there. But £9.99, I mean, that is one worth going for, isn't it? If you've never tried any of the Jelly Bean Crafts cardstock, this is the hour for you to try, because these are kind of like try me prices, aren't they, when you're looking at £9.99. So yeah, take advantage of that one while you can. 117122. Now those are all of our fabulous happy hour prices. You've not got a lot of time to take advantage of those. One thing, you're up against the clock, and we have actually now got to technically sell out now on the cobalt blue. You've got just over 17 minutes with regards to taking advantage of those prices that we've shared with you. But yeah, if the stock of the cobalt blue goes before then sadly we're not going to be able to honour that right up to the top of the hour. So if you've got that one in your basket, as I know some of you have, you need to check your basket out. But I'm quickly going to show you some of the 7-day savers. Now, 7-day savers, these are launched at 8 o'clock every Sunday morning. So these have got just about 24 hours left at the prices that we're looking at. So the prices that you've got on this one, £16 saving, £11.99. You are going to get 5 A5 stamp sets. Now, it's going to vary. So it may be that you get the ones that we're looking at here, which have got all sorts of different occasions. I've got other selections here as well. But the price that you've got is phenomenal. This is a kind of price that potentially you would be paying for maybe one of these sets, to be honest. And you've got all sorts. What else have I got here now? Oh, this is a nice one. I like this one that we've got there, the green lifestyle there. Got Merry Christmas, you've got loads of Christmas detail ones in there. So these might be nice if you've got a younger crafter. Oh, that's a nice one. I like that vintage look. Very elegant. That worked well with some of that craft card and that brown card that we were looking at earlier on. Now here we've got a variety, and I'll try and tilt them so as you can see, because they're all in their packaging. But look, oh, isn't that fabulous with the birds? Again, you might get different ones of these, but these are brilliant. You've got all sorts of different wonderful stamps, all sorts of different occasions. But the thing is, they are so affordable. Now, you're getting 5 sets of these for £11.99. So that's working out. It's less than £2 a pack, isn't it? Because if you're getting, well, no, a little over £2 a pack, should I say? Sorry, a little over £2.40. Gosh, I'm sure I bought a coffee yesterday and it cost me more than that. But yeah, just shows you brilliant value for money and a perfect opportunity. But make sure you get hold of those before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you will be paying the higher price. Now, All and Create, always a popular one whenever we have them on air, whether it's in a regular show or even more so when we've got 7-day savers. So with these ones, you are saving £25. It's like you're buying one and you're getting the other one as a bonus. So you've got 2 sets here. You've got one set that's entitled Plant Your Dreams and the other one called Enjoy the Journey. 24 stamps in total, and these are big stamps. Now, of course, All and Create, they have that signature kind of built-up layered look, mix of all sorts of different elements. And you can see here we've got some lovely designs here. One that we're looking at the moment, designed by Tracy Evans, and she's got a certain style with regards to this. She loves her kind of organic style, and then she loves it, and I love this one, 1967. I think it's a significant year, not only for Tracy but also for me as well. Yeah, just a lovely one. If you're into your journaling and things like that, I'm going to turn these round so you can see the size of these, because they are individual stamps. It's not an A4 stamp plate. Sometimes when we see that phrase A4, we think, oh, it's one big stamp, and it's not. It's kind of the original stamp plate was A4, but what you will find is artists like Tracy will maximise the area that you've got in there. So you can see, I love this little luggage stamp that you've got here, destination, journey, travel. So if you've got maybe a little journal that you're documenting, or a scrapbook of maybe places that you've been on holiday. I know during lockdown it's given us a lot of time to go through different things. Those jobs that we've always said, oh, I will go through those photos, I will get them into a scrapbook. Well, this is going to be a perfect accompaniment for any of those kind of travel logs that you've got. Some lovely phrases on there as well. And then the next one, I like this one because you kind of got that kind of garden feel with this one, a bird of paradise. Oh, isn't that fabulous? And these are lovely. Maybe if you're thinking of Mother's Day cards, you're thinking of Father's Day cards, anybody that likes spending time outdoors in the garden on the allotment, absolutely brilliant. And just classic look. There you go. What a lovely pair. 474 647 if you're wanting to get hold of these. It's a 7-day saver. So for the next 24 hours also, you are going to be able to save half of the price on that one at being £25. Now, if your basket has started creeping up, adding in some of those 7-day savers, you may have gone through that £60 threshold. So why not check out Flexi Order? What is it? Here you go.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
And incidentally, if you're shopping with us for your happy hour, but you've got in the back of your mind something else that you're wanting to order, maybe it's something that you've seen on another show, then you can add that into your basket at the same time. When we're talking about Flexi Order, it's not just about items that are on the same show. So if you were perhaps adding in the 1-day special, because you know that's coming up, but you want to get it and you want to take advantage of these prices, of course, during the 1-day special show, these prices will have gone up. So you can place your order now. And of course, if it goes through that threshold, then you can spread your cost. But of course, and an hour like this, you could quite easily get up to that £60 because we've got some amazing savings. And we're going to go through those, as many as we can, in the time that we've got left. Now, when you're looking at the clock, because it's a happy hour show, you can see that you've only got a little over 11 minutes. So I'm going to be spending the next few minutes with you, about 6 minutes or so, going through these products. But you have, as I say, a little bit extra there. So, but yeah, I don't know how far we'll get. We'll try our best. So, starting off with this fabulous card. Oh, incidentally, the cobalt blue card, that's gone now. If you've only just joined us, you won't know what I'm talking about. You're too late. What can I say? You should have got here earlier. Now, this particular bundle, though, this is a popular one. 550 GSM. So we are talking construction weight card. So this is a brilliant one if you're wanting to make your boxes, because you can be able to make your bases and your lids with this one. Even if you are cutting out an aperture on your lids and putting acetate in there, that is a brilliant weight. So you can see in here just how amazing that one is. Lovely chocolate brown finish, as you can see to it. Classic style, but a luxury look. Absolutely brilliant. You're saving a tenner on each of those 60 sheets that you are going for. So £9.99. Again, if it's a colour scheme that you've got a project coming up and it's one that you like your antique look. I mean, think about memory books. I mean, we've been selling a lot of dies lately where you can make your own journals. Then those are brilliant for things like the covers, because you can still use all your texture paste, your mediums, your papers on top of that, but you've got the sturdiness there of your covers. So if you are into things like your journals and want to make your own, then there you go. You definitely need to get hold of that. 399680. Next one that we've got for you is gorgeous mirror card, and it's kind of a staple, isn't it? It's one of those ones that we always go for. And I've been mentioning about the fact that gorgeous brown card that we've just been looking at works so well alongside these. Now, nature of the cardstock, mirror cardstock is, I mean, you can see on the front there, we've got a couple of little marks on that one. I'm going to swap it out just so as you can see. But with this one, the nature is when you're matting and layering, any kind of little bumps and lumps, you will obviously hide with your mats and layers. But another clever way of disguising them is using them with your embossing folder. So even if you've got marks in the centre or on the edges, don't worry, you can utilise those by putting them through your embossing folders. It will hide them, and the light kind of detracts. With your mirror finish, it's perfect for things like your alcohol pens, your alcohol markers, and of course wonderful if you're looking at simply matting and layering. There you go. I mean, look at that brown on that gold. Absolutely beautiful. £9.99, 925 302. If you fancy getting hold of that, you're saving £30 on that one, worth every single penny of that. So as we move on, craft card, always a popular choice with regards to crafting, and it's perfect to have a craft card within a craft card envelope. And here you go, this is your opportunity to get hold of 200 of these. They're square, so absolutely perfect for your 6x6 cards, but wonderful as well if you are using them as pockets within your journals and things like that. Getting them at this sort of price, definitely worth going for. Again, you can stamp on them, you can emboss on them, you can even cut into them and use them for your mats and layers if you want some craft card or craft paper, should I say, rather than breaking into an A4 sheet. But 174938 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Moving swiftly on to another bumper bundle that we've got, a lovely variety pack of pearlescent cardstock. Classic style, this one, and it's one of those ones that never goes out of fashion, does it? Pearlescent card. Luxury look, but not at a luxury price. £14.49. You're getting 100 sheets, variety of different colours and GSMs ranging from 230 through to 350. But then you've got your classic golds in here, you've got bronze tones. Your contents may vary, but we are going to try and keep it as close as we can to the bundle that we've got here. So you can see the gorgeous baby pinks in there as well. Absolutely gorgeous. 3447. Let's try to get 7. Where did I get that from? 344993. Making up the numbers. Wonder what you might get if you ordered 773. Might look later on. Yeah, there we go. Now, pearlescent card, again, touching on the fact that pearlescent card is beautiful with all those colours. Sometimes you just want that classic look, don't you? You're pearlescent with a hint of gold or a hint of silver, and that's exactly what you've got with this particular bundle. It's a classic, it really is. So you've got your two different variations in here. I think actually I've got both of them there. You've got your gold and you've got your silver with regards to this one. You've got 100 sheets. I'm guessing it's 50 of each. £14.49. It's a classic look, one of those ones again that you should always have in your stash alongside your gold and silver metallic cardstock. So 753687 if you want to know. Your glitter cardstock, oh my goodness. This is beautiful. I wish you could feel this because it's got such a lovely feel to it. Luxury feel, absolutely beautiful. Non-shed, so perfect for your electronic die cutting machines. Can be die cut with the traditional method as well. And of course that gorgeous glittery base, perfect for things like your alcohol markers as well if you're wanting to change the colour of it. So yeah, if you fancy those, £9.99, you're getting 20 sheets of those. They're 220 GSM. Details there, 374424. Don't forget you've got a little over 5 minutes to take advantage of these savings. It's a happy hour and you can see their time is ticking away, so make sure you do get hold of yours while you've got the chance before the price goes up. This bumper bundle is phenomenal. Now within here you've got all sorts of different weights and different kind of finishes, so you've got a lovely mix in here which is brilliant for a new crafter or a young crafter as well, somebody building up their stash. So in this one you've got a variety. That one at the back there is that beautiful kind of that one there, it's kind of like a pearlescent, I can't get it now, where's it gone? Pearlescent, oh it's disappeared, it's a magic one. pearlescent, there you go, with your glitter in there. So you're going to get all sorts of different styles in there. Plain, silver, coloured, there's all sorts in there. And £9.99, a brilliant value. I love that parchment one on the front there as well. So 542640 if you are wanting those. Just 2 more things to share with you, and then I'll let you grab your cuppa ready for the one-day special. So we've got a bumper bundle here of embossed card. If you missed out on the cobalt blue, you have got a gorgeous dark blue in this one. It is a little weightier at 350 GSM, but £10.99 for all of those sheets, all 90 of those. And then finally, if you do like your embossed finish, we've got that gorgeous white ribbed card, which you can add into your basket as well. They're all on the website though, for the next 5 minutes at least, at those happy hour prices. So make sure you're checking your baskets out. See you later. Oh, I'm looking forward to the next hour. I'm going to grab myself a cuppa and settle down for the one-day special. Then I'll be back at 9 o'clock with Jewellery Box. Looking forward to that hour. And then we're going to be sewing to growing a little bit later on.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
From Stamp Addicts. We'd started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. Join me on Hochanda, where I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Well, good morning, everybody. A warm welcome. We have got our first look at our fabulous one-day special where we're focusing on the incredible June Taylor. And I'm also joined by the lovely Sarah. Hello, Sarah.
Good morning.
We're saying it's last time we were working together.
Yeah.
It was Christmas, but it wasn't Christmas.
Yeah,
it was Christmas in summer.
Yeah, it was like July, August time. But yeah, we had all Christmas stuff.
How have you been?
Really, really well, thank you.
Word on the street been very busy?
It has, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, been very busy. Lots of people crafting through lockdown.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, it's lovely.
I think lockdown, if one thing lockdown's shown, especially if you're a crafter going into lockdown, just how cathartic and important crafting is to our whole overall well-being.
Absolutely, yeah. It's that creation of stuff, isn't it? It makes you just feel nice. And
I also think it's given us time to craft.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people, and you understand that a lot of people used to commute and you're going busy.
Yeah.
Now working from home, you've got a little bit more time.
Yeah.
You can do a bit of crafting.
Yeah, it's good for the soul as well, that creating something, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah,
it really is.
And lots of people have been starting crafting as well.
Yeah.
We've had lots and lots of people contact us and who want to learn to crochet, learn to sew and stuff.
That's
So
nice.
yeah, it's been
We
lovely.
like that.
Yeah,
well,
no,
look,
it's really nice.
speaking of good for the soul, have a look at this. Now, I've got to tell you, this is a Hochanda exclusive brought to you by June Taylor. What you're getting here, well, there's a lot going on, and it's the possibilities as well. So this is our one-day special. Sarah, tell us about this, because I know we've got 6 options.
Yeah, so there's 6 options with it, and that is actually the zip colour that comes with the wadding. So you get 2 cosmetic bags in the pack. So it's your pre-printed wadding.
Yeah.
You make 2 bags from it, a large and a small. And then you've got 2 zips in there as well, which are
For
amazing.
$24.99, we can make a large and small. Now, we are using our own fabric.
You are, yes.
But the important bit is that printed wadding means we can effectively quilt as we go.
Absolutely, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's so quick and easy to do. Very good for beginners if you're new, like we were saying, taking up sewing and stuff. A brilliant project for that. But if you're more experienced, you know, you've got a little bit more you're more adventurous with it. You can really play around with them, and you can do pieced elements before you add to it. So it's brilliant for everything. But it's that immediate satisfaction of getting something done. It's
And
fab.
do you know, it makes you think, and do have a little ponder now, what fabrics you have in your stash, and have you been saving them for the right project? How good would they look as a cosmetic bag? Because ultimately, at the end of it, you're going to have a beautifully fashioned cosmetic bag where you get to choose your feature fabrics, whichever you have in your stash, but you are getting the zips, which are incredibly easy to work with.
They're brilliant. They're
They are
clever.
special zips, and we're going to talk about those. And you're also getting your printed wadding as well, which means we can quilt as we go. So all about this is also ease. I think it's great for beginners, but also more experienced styles as well can take it to that next level.
Yeah, definitely, because you can add elements to it. You know, we were talking last night about adding prairie points to under the zip to give a little bit of dimension. You can do pieced elements to it as well, so you could make some flying geese and add those to them. So, you know, lots and lots of things. If you are an experienced sewer, you can play around with them. But sometimes we all need that immediate, oh, I've got a project on the go and it's been going for ages, but actually I just want to make something and finish it. And that's the joy of June Taylor, is it fits in our busy lifestyles. You can make something very quickly.
That's very true. It's a really good point. And also cosmetic bags. And this is something I'm not going to fall into the trap of saying this is just great for ladies because, and actually I've got to thank our director Chris for this, because we describe him as a contouring king. Yeah. And say, look, he likes makeup, nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely.
And you say it is for everybody. We're going to go through the options here. I know black has been the most popular option thus far. We are approaching 50% of the stock with the black. We've got white, then you have your navy as we progress through. Navy approaching 40% of the stock. Then I love this grey. That is a beautiful, beautiful grey. Over 30% of the stock for the grey. You've got your red, and then finally you have your tan. So those are your options. Tell me a little bit about the zips, because you're saying they're very easy to use.
Yeah, so I mean, I even though I'm an experienced sewer, I'm always still a little bit about putting a zip in. You know, they can be tricky, and
I hear that a lot, actually. Yeah.
I mean, they can be. Sometimes they'll go in perfectly, absolutely perfectly. You know, and you think, oh, that was so easy. And the next, literally an hour later, you put another one in, and it's like, why is it not working?
Yeah.
The joy of this is it's got a bias binding attached to it, and you're literally just going to slot your fabric in and top stitch it, and the zip is in. It's 30 seconds to put a zip in, and it's
a really nice zip to work with. So just making life easy. So that is the one-day special. This is a Hochanda exclusive. You can only get this here at Hochanda, and once the options go, that's it. Once it's gone, it's gone. $24.99 your price. You're making two beautiful cosmetic bags in there. Your choices are black, white, navy, grey, red or tan. 030-570 your item number. Going to move on. We've got... You brought us some good stuff. Good stuff, Sarah. So the wallet kits. Now, these are Liberty fabrics.
Yes. Yeah, you've got a metre of Liberty fabric in them, as well as everything you need in there to make the whole wallet.
And it is a beautiful wallet. I have to say, we've had sellouts yesterday. So we did have 6 options yesterday. We're down to 4. You are getting your fabric with this one. So what you'll get is your fabric, effectively everything that you need, Sarah.
Yeah, totally.
So just looking at all those different, we will go through the options here. Navy and blue, we're approaching 70% of the stock. Oh, look at this. That's Liberty fabric. You can see it a mile off. Beautiful. I mean, it feels beautiful. Looks so, it just looks expensive. Yeah, Liberty fabric. Can you imagine that made up into a wonderful wallet? You are getting your pre-printed wadding as well. So it all boils down to ease of use.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. You're getting to play with gorgeous... This is really... You're bringing us best of both worlds here, because we've got lovely fabrics to play with. Still got those easy zips to put in, and then we have... I should say easy. It's a zippity-doo-dah zip.
It is. Zippity-doo-dah.
And then we've got our pre-printed wadding there as well. $21.99.
Yeah, it's a really good price just for the Liberty alone. I mean, you know, you're getting a metre of Liberty there and all the other bits as well. So, yeah, really good price.
Yeah, very, very good price. OK, $21.99 your price. And I would imagine we get instructions here as well. How to put it all
there's a
together?
full pattern with them too. So you've got a full picture pattern in there. And you actually get a lot of fabric left over in the wallets underneath. I've actually put the fabric, they're just underneath there. There we go.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've actually put the fabric in that you've got left over once you've made the kit. So you've got enough fabric left over that you could actually make 2 of the one-day specials with what's left over.
I'm so glad that we've changed our counters. The reason why I was struggling to find it is our finished samples are hidden away.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see the finished wallet. When you consider, look at the size of that, but also, Sarah, so practical.
Yeah.
Keeping your fabrics there. So as a project wallet, any project on the go, you're working with Liberty fabric. Now that's one option. I'll go through all the options so we get to see them. This is the rainbow and red, like that. I'll pop that down. Then we have, I like this.
Yeah.
This is nice.
This fabric surprised me because I wouldn't normally be sort of a creamy beige girl, but the orange fabric, when it went together, was just yummy. I think it's my favourite now.
Orange and tan. And I love the fact we've left all the look how much fabric you have left over. That's from this project.
Yeah.
There's loads.
Yeah, there's loads.
So that's your tan and orange. Really like that. 60% of the stock's gone for your tan and orange. Is it once it's gone here? Okay. So, then we have our bright and pink, white and pink. And half the stock has gone here. Again, I'm going to show you how much fabric you have left over. I mean, look at all of that. Liberty fabric. I really, really like these project wallets. And I can see viewers at home, if you're working on a project, being able to keep all your bits in one place, your patterns in there.
Yeah.
Love that. And then finally, we have favourite. Look at that, navy and blue. If I had to pick, and I never sit on the fence, I'll always say my favourite. I think the orange.
Yeah.
I just like the orange, and it's with regard to colour and fabric design, it's such a personal taste. But if I just pick up that orange, there's something about that I really like. And the tan on the back just works as well. If I turn that around, the tan zip, the zippity-doo-dah zip in there. Okay, so those are your choices. You get to see your fabric wallet. Have you got a project on the go? So effectively, you've got a beautiful project that you get to make. Liberty fabric. You get your instructions. You get your printed wadding in there as well. When I say instructions, you get your full pattern, I should say. And at the end of it, you've got a project wallet that you will absolutely use and love. So it, to me, ticks all the boxes. We are busy for all options at the moment. We're having a busy start to the day, so thank you so much for joining us. 979286, your item number. Okay. Yep, brought us some really nice stuff, Sarah.
Good, thank
really,
you.
really nice stuff. This is your bento bag, so a bit of a Japanese feel going on here.
Yeah.
Bento bag, am I right in saying the history behind this, it was kind of like a Japanese lunch bag?
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly where it's from. Yeah, they wouldn't have had the little handle on it. They would have tied it round their lunchbox and then reused it and reused it and reused it over.
It's a lovely bag. Yeah. So bag alone, I love this. But then when the fabrics, now this colourway, unfortunately, that has sold out. And the only reason I wanted to pick that up to show you, we have had sellouts and a lot of items, once they're gone, they're gone. We're not bringing them back. But good news is, we still have the pink, and I really like this pink. I mean, look inside. It's such a lovely, bright burst of colour. It's what we're all dying for at the moment.
Yeah, a little bit of spring.
Yeah, so lovely, lovely option remaining. You get your fabric. And is this, I'm right in saying Liberty fabric?
It is Liberty again, yeah. And you've got enough fabric to make 2.5 bags. So you can make 2 bags the size that we've got there, and then you can make a smaller one as well. So you've got,
Wow. Okay. Now,
or make one bag and then use the, just stroke the rest of the Liberty.
And you would not, no one would argue that. We're a safe space. We know what it's like when we get nice fabrics. That is a really nice bag to make. So the fact that we could make 2 of those in Liberty fabric and still have some fabric left over, $17.99 your price. You're getting the pattern. I'm right in saying you're getting the pattern with this as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
So we get the pattern. I mean, think how much you'd pay just for a pattern alone. And also Liberty fabric. 449416, your item number. I missed working with you, Sarah.
Oh,
Genuinely, you bring, from a presenter standpoint, you bring us such lovely stuff. I'm enjoying just going down the counter.
Good,
I can only imagine how everyone feels at home, especially when you get it home. Right, something else. Let's have a look here. A beautiful, beautiful white gecko Moda 30s Playtime jelly roll. And I love the 30s and the colours that we're getting here. The fact that it's Moda as well. Are we getting a pattern with this too?
You get the pattern with it as well, yeah.
Well, that's nice. We're just going to show you the pattern here. That's the Dragonfly Stepping Stone quilt pattern. That is a lovely pattern. Yeah, really.
Again, it's a really nice, easy pattern for beginners to do. And there's a little bit of applique in there as well, which you can add if you want to. But it's an inspiration for the jelly roll, you know, because sometimes we buy these things and then don't know what to do with them. So you've got, I mean, you don't have to use it for that pattern, but you've got that pattern there if you want to.
Look at all of these.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Lovely. The fact that it's Moda, instantly you know the quality that you're getting with the jelly roll. So we are getting the pattern. We're getting Moda in here as well. They're beautiful 30s Playtime jelly roll, $35.99, but got to point out that once it's gone, 40% of the stock has gone. And white gecko, and this hour, we have got a lot of stock. We're able to bring a lot of stock here. So the fact that I'm saying 40%, because the thing is, stock's relative, but you guys brought a huge amount. It's been very, very busy. So I'm pleased that it's busy because it's a beautiful thing. Okay, going to move on. Now we have got some charm packs for you. Moda again?
Indeed, yeah, Moda ones.
Let's have a look. You have got 3 different options. So beautiful Moda charm packs. 42 pieces, whichever pack you go for. So it shares the same item number, 089417. Oh, we've got to have a little flicky. Let's just go through this and see. Now this is your...
That's
Sophie?
Yeah.
Oh, I like Sophie. That's nice. I mean, the quality of Moda, and you just know it. You can see it, you can feel it.
Absolutely.
There's a reason why it's held in such high regard.
They just do brilliant pre-cuts as well, you know. They're sort of the market. Well, I think I'm right in saying that they were the first people to do pre-cuts as well, which is why their sort of jelly rolls, charm packs. That's their sort of brand name.
They came up with the innovation,
But they always pick really, really beautiful designers to design their fabric. They're fabulous.
Stunning. Okay, so that's your Sophie. We've also got in here this one, like that. That's your Maryland. As we have a little look. Now, we are getting a pattern here too, and we'll get onto that in just a moment. Oh, I like the Maryland. Maryland's quite good as well if you want to make a project for someone and you want it to be quite unisex.
Yes, absolutely, yeah. You've got some really lovely sort of creams and taupes and blacks in there, but they're not too floral. They're not, you know, they're really lovely neutrals.
That's got a feel of a country home.
Yeah.
Swanky country pad. Yeah, I really like those. They're classy, and that's what you get with Moda. Okay, and then finally, we have On the Go. So On the Go, and I like each one, it's got its own personality. On the Go is a bit more playful.
Yeah.
You're getting some lovely punches of colour coming through in On the Go as well.
Yeah, you've got some little road maps in there, and there's some travel, there's little aeroplanes and all sorts. So yeah, really, really cute.
I like this. Yeah, that's cute. That is your On the Go. Oh, I do like this. There's a lot of elements in here.
It would make an amazing like play mat or baby quilt or something, because you've got all those lovely bright colours and nice contrasts in all in there as well.
Brilliant. Okay, so those are your options. Now you are getting... I'll sort those out in a second. I apologise. Don't look here. I'm sorry, Ben. Ben, floor manager, Spidey Sense. Good evening. What's happened? You're also getting the pattern in there as well. So $15.99 is your price. You're choosing whichever option. We have so much more, though, to share with you. Let's jump onto the website as I tidy up. There's lots of goodies to behold. So just have a little look. We've obviously got some beautiful things brought to you by June Taylor. We're going to actually have a little bit of a chat just before we start a demonstration with Sarah about June Taylor, because a lot of you will already be aware of June Taylor as a brand. If not, we will introduce you. Little elements here, and something that I've seen Sarah use time and time again. For instance, you've got the batting spray. You've also got the starch savvy spray as well, and 5-star reviews, which I always like. All our reviews are genuine, left by viewers such as yourself, and that's so important, especially in an age where, you know, sometimes you go onto sites and I always question, are these reviews genuine, who's left them? But all our reviews are genuine, so rest assured. Okay, so, and there's the machine of the month there as well, if you wanted to have a little look at that. Right, we're going to head to our first demonstration, but Sarah, we're going to talk a little bit about June Taylor. So tell us June Taylor as a brand.
So June Taylor is an American company, and they sort of started off doing rulers and the cut and press board and stuff like that, and then moved into this pre-printed wadding, which they've kind of become known for now. Is that, and it's their ethos is about bringing quilting to everybody and breaking it down and making it simple, and it's that quilt by numbers, you know, so that everybody can have a go, and everybody can create something beautiful in a really quick time as well. It doesn't have to take, you know, 2 years to make a quilt to actually, you know, make something and love it. So yeah, they're a fabulous brand. I love what they do.
I like the ethos.
Yeah.
And with that in mind, we're going to jump to our first demonstration. What are we going to look at?
I thought I'd take you through how to make one of the cosmetic bags.
Perfect.
Okay.
So with the one-day special, and just remind everyone, you can make 2 cosmetic bags, one large, one small.
Yeah.
You're getting your printed wadding.
Yeah.
We're getting our zippity-doo-dah. You just pick your colourway.
Absolutely.
And then use whatever fabric you have in your stash.
Yeah, yeah. So play around and use those focal fabrics, all those lovely fabrics we've got in our stashes that, you know, we all like to stroke and we want to use, but we never do. These are just really perfect for that. You also get a really, really lovely patterning sheet in there. It tells you exactly what sizes to cut on them. You know, it'll tell you step by step how to do this. I mean, they're really, really well written. You've got 2 sizes. It even tells you how to put the zipping all in, even though you've got instructions on your zip as well. So, very first thing we're going to do, I'm going to go all the way over here. First step is you're going to cut out your pre-printed wadding, okay? And you're going to leave about ½ an inch or so all the way around it. Right. There's obviously 2 sides to each bag. Use your basting spray on the back of the wadding, so always spray the wadding, not the fabric. Basting spray on there, and then you're going to stick your backing on. This is actually going to be the lining if you were making a quilt, because this is exactly the same step-by-step instructions if you were making one of the quilts or the wine totes or anything like that. Once you've done that, you're going to stitch all the way round this outside edge, okay? Just on you can do sort of put your stitch length up, maybe up to about 3.5, 4, and you're just going to put a stitch all the way round, and that's going to be a guideline for later on. It makes life a lot easier if you do that.
Okay.
Again, back on the pattern, it will tell you exactly what size to cut all your pieces. So my pieces 1 to 6 are 2.5 inch squares, which is what I've done here. So I've cut my pieces out. I've laid my first piece down on number 1, and that one goes right sides up. So that's going to be facing up.
Lovely.
My second piece goes right sides together, and you're going to line them up on those blue lines. These are placement lines, not sewing lines. And then we're going to stitch in 1/4 inch, just down there like that.
Okay.
And flip that one out. And you can see that now covers the number 2, and this edge here hits this line. Again, they've done all the maths for you. They've worked it all out. So you just have to cut what it says on the pattern.
Yeah.
I would finger press rather than iron these, because you don't want to pop an iron onto this sort of wadding. It can stretch if you iron it too much. Wait till it's completely covered and then give it a good press. So just finger press that edge.
Okay.
You then add on number 3. So I'm going to put this one right sides together like that, because there's my number 3, so that's going to eventually flip out. I'm going to pop a pin in there. Oh, don't catch the one underneath. And then we're just going to stitch down 1/4 inch on that one. So I'm going to take it over to the machine, and we're just going to do that very, very quickly, just so I can show you. There we go.
Okay.
Little tip when you're doing this, because this is actually the back of the fabric, you don't want any knots or anything showing. So if you drop your needle in like that and back up and pull up that bobbin thread, all your sort of knots and everything and all your threads are going to be hidden in the seam. You haven't got anything to do on the back then.
That's a good tip.
Yeah, it's nice. It means you haven't got to sew in any ends. And we're just going to sew down 1/4 inch like that. There we go. Cut my thread. You would then just flip that one out like that and finger press. Okay? Keep building them up. You just keep building and building and building. So I'll show you this one. So there's my initial line done.
Nice.
If you're a more experienced quilter, you could make some little half square triangles or 1/4 square triangles and put them on and just attach them the same way.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, so you can play around with it. You're going to add your strips on like that, and you end up with something that looks like this. There we go, let's move this out of the way. So you'd have 2 sides completed. Like this,
nice.
and this is where the zippity-doo-dah comes in. I've already attached this one this side. I'm going to open this out so you can see it's like a bias binding, and literally pop it in there. Just shove it in right up to the top of the zip like that.
Okay.
Pull that over
Nice.
and pin it in place. You just want to make sure that those edges here are all nicely lined up, and then we're going to top stitch all the way down. And I won't do that now for you because it's a little bit noisy on there, because you are going through a lot of wadding. So you want to go slow and steady, and just top stitch all the way down like that.
Once you say the zippity-doo-dah isn't, it really does make life easy.
Oh, I mean, it's literally in 30 seconds. Absolutely,
Wow.
you know, it's so quick to do.
It's consistency as well, because
Yeah.
you're saying you could do one zip. Have you ever had this at home where you put one zip, it's fine, go to put the next one, it doesn't quite work out?
Yeah,
you get it every time you get
absolutely,
it.
because they're all measured, pre-measured for you. The binding's all the same, you know, width on all of them. You know it's going to fit in perfectly, and it's 2 lines of stitching, and your zip's in. You've got one this side, and you've just sandwiched that in, and then one this side, and it's done. You can then add on decorative stitching.
Oh, I like that. I love that. And that's something we don't use on the machines a lot.
Oh, totally.
You've got all these stitches, and you buy a machine because you're like, it's got 100 stitches, and then you only use like 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as quilters, we tend to use a 1/4 inch, you know, a straight stitch for a 1/4 inch, maybe a zigzag now and then. And we never really play around with those decorative stitches. So this is a really nice opportunity just to have a little play and pick your favourite one.
Space for it.
And it just gives another element to the bag as well, and you can add that in. But you could add in fabric and stuff as well. I think we've got a sample there somewhere where we've actually added strips of fabric to the zip. So if you don't like that,
It's like that
rick-rack on that one,
Now, this is actually a good example where Sarah was saying if you wanted to add some prairie points, would they be classed as prairie points?
Yes,
right?
those are prairie points. Yeah, the little triangles, they're prairie points.
Yeah, you could add some prairie point details and a bit of rick-rack around. And I have to say, finished examples are stunning. Or, look at this, So dip into your stash. And do you know what I like about this option as well, Sarah? Because we're using our own fabric, if you're making the cosmetic bag for somebody and you know the colours they like, their style, so they might be into floral, they might want something that's maybe a batik or something very modern and trendy.
Absolutely.
You get to pick that fabric.
Yeah.
And we've all got fabric in our stash.
Oh, we all have. I mean, that one you've got there, we've actually used cork fabric, on that centrepiece.
That's lovely.
Yeah, and rather than cutting it down into little small pieces, all that we've done is just measure that centre and cut a strip. So rather than having lots of little sections, it's just one large strip of it.
That's so effectively we can make that our feature, a feature detail.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if you just wanted to have a strip of feature detail, you can as well. There's so much you can do with this bag when it comes to personalisation.
Yeah, definitely. You can really make them your own.
You can. I'm just going through some other options here. This is lovely.
It's sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice. So it shows the kind of quality of bag that you're getting here. But what I love is you get to dictate. You're becoming your own fashion designer with this. So pick out your favourite fabrics. That's really nice.
Yeah.
But equally, if we're just a beginner, because I know we're showing you, obviously, prairie points, all these details. If you're literally just starting out, as you were saying, Sarah, you've had a lot of people coming to you starting their crafting journey. Just follow, quilt as we go,
that one by one,
and we come up with design.
And what we've done, obviously not during lockdown, but we've done quilt as you go with like brownies and guide groups and stuff,
nice.
because it really is that simple. That sort of 7 or 8 year old, as long as you can sew a line, it doesn't even have to be that straight. As long as you can sew a line, and you could do them by hand. If you don't have a machine, there is nothing stopping you doing that little element. That little hand stitching, just a little running stitch or a back stitch. So, it's anybody can give these a go. It's brilliant.
What kind of feedback did you get from the kids?
It was very loud, but they did love it.
So satisfied that they actually done it themselves.
Yeah, we used just a single block, and they all made cushion covers. So we just used one block from the Paris on Point and the London Labyrinth kits. And they just did that, and then we turned them into cushion covers, and it was fab.
Really
they
nice.
loved choosing all the fabrics and everything. It was really good
Nice
fun.
thing to do. Okay, so where are we up to now?
Right. Okay. So once you've got your zip in, okay. So I've literally just stitched down both sides.
Yeah.
I've added a little bit of decoration on it.
Sarah, I'm so sorry. I was meant to give a quick update. I'm so
okay.
sorry. That was my fault. I apologise. It's just because we've got to let you know that we've actually had a sellout. Now, not with the one-day special, but that is very busy. We've got these beautiful little project wallet kits. So project wallet kits, when I say little, nothing little about these. The navy and blue has technically sold out, but look at the size of the project wallets that you're working with. So technical sell out with navy and blue. That is the amount of fabric you are going to have. You can see all that fabric is what you're going to have left after making your project wallet. So navy and blue technically sold out. Orange and tan, my favorite. We are approaching limited stock here. Just love the colours. I really, really like the colours. And when you turn it around, that tan's gorgeous. And look at the amount of fabric we got left. So limited here, approaching limited, sorry, was it orange and tan. Other options are popular as well. And I think I'm right in saying that once these have gone, they have gone. So technical sell out on the blue. If it is in your basket, do check out. And it looks like orange is going to follow the same way. Sorry about that.
That's all right, no problem at all. Once you've done, like we were saying, once you've done your decorative stitching, you just want to do a couple of little back stitches over the end of the zips. So right on the very end here, just go backwards and forwards a couple of times, and that sort of stops. That'll stop your zip pull coming off the end, okay? Because otherwise, the zipper is going to come straight off. Okay. You're going to trim off any excess zip in line with the bag. Okay. Make sure you leave your zipper open. As I found out when I first made this one, I left my zip closed, and you can't do this next step with the zip closed because you have to unpick it all and it doesn't work. So make sure you leave your zip partially open, okay? You need to be able to turn the bag through later. We're going to fold it right sides together.
That's an important one.
It is.
And if you do make the mistake, you won't make it again.
Yeah, excuse me. Ooh, it's all that talking, early mornings. So fold them right sides together like that, and then you're going to stitch down these sides here. You're going to find where that zip starts and back stitch just a little bit here and so it stows down, and then along the bottom as well.
Would you like any water?
Yeah, actually, I've got a real tickle.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, Sarah, we'll get you some water.
Yeah.
It's the aircon in here, and we all suffer from it. So we'll let Sarah have a little swig of water. I'm going to take you through the one-day special. This is what we're working on at the moment. With the one-day special, you are getting such a lovely project and a lovely inspiration to do. Thankfully, you're going to make 2 cosmetic bags. The reason why you're seeing different styles of fabric is because you are adding your fabric. So the fabrics from your stash, but what you're getting with this, and this is a Hochanda exclusive, we got our printed wadding, and it was Sarah was showing, and actually it's a really good illustration of the fact that with this project, we can just follow the printed design, quilt as we go. As a beginner, very easy to do and very achievable. But if you're a more experienced sewer, then you can take it to the next level. So we can start introducing some prairie points, or if you want to have detailing around there as well, and that's on our zippity doodah. So you've got all that opportunity to create something that is truly unique. Hochanda exclusive. The only thing you need to decide is which option you want to go for, and that's dictated by the zippity doodah. I have to say, watching it, I'm going to pick this up. Zippity doodah, you can see here what this allows you to do, because you've already got your binding within the zip. So all you're doing is a top stitch, and you're there, you're done. So it's the easiest zip you will ever put into a project. You're deciding which colorway you want to go for. You've got your tan, which I was just showing you there. You've got your red, your gray. So there's the tan. There's the red. We have our gray. So these are the options to choose from. You've got your navy, your white, and then you have got your black. Once options go, they're gone, and that's something we're finding a lot of here on the show. Once something sells out, it has gone. With regard to the project wallets, just to give you a reminder there, blue has sold out, and tan of orange has technically sold out too. Oh, okay. So, tan and orange and blue have gone. I'll just hold up. The only reason I'm holding these up is to give you a sense of scale. So they have both sold out. I mean, great size to these as well. And look at the amount of fabric you have left over. 2 options remaining with regard to these. And one thing I haven't even told you is this is Liberty fabric. You're getting to play with the most gorgeous Liberty fabric. So have a look here. And then, I mean, that's lovely. I'm going to turn that around just to give you an indication. That is all the fabric you are going to have left over after you're making a project wallet in there. You are getting the PVC as well?
Yeah, you get the vinyl. You get backing for the wadding square too. So literally absolutely everything you need to make the whole thing, lovely. Plus the pattern, plus all the excess.
It's just so, as a soft crafter, I think these are, this is a nice project to make with beautiful Liberty fabric, but then they're incredibly handy to have. Yeah. I really like these.
I mean, you can get a lot in them as well. I've had whole quilt kits in these. You know, I've started a quilt.
Whole quilt kit?
Yeah, so I very often have like one with all my fabrics that I need for a quilt, pattern, and then the other one, as I'm making my blocks, I use them as a block keeper. So I lie them in, because they're 14-inch squares. Yeah. You can get, like, put your blocks in there, and it's, they keep them all nice and clean and safe.
I can see why it's so popular. $21.99 your price there. We're losing options. We're not bringing them back on extended delivery, so we're down to 2 options remaining. $21.99 your price there. 979-286 your item number. If any options do bounce back, I will let you know. Okay, so I'm so sorry for that interruption.
That's all right, no, it's my fault. I had a coughing fit. So anyway, we're going to stitch down. We've got talking about how to put this together. You're going to stitch down the sides and along the bottom there. You don't stitch into these corners, okay? You're going to leave those free, because that's where you're going to box it out. So once you've done that little bit there, so I've stitched down, and you're going to use about a 1/2-inch seam allowance on that. Right. Down those sides. You're then going to box the bottoms. And what I mean by that is you're going to open this, pop your fingers in that little piece there, like that, and line up the bottom seam with the side seam, like that. And I like to use clips at this point. I find it sort of holds everything a lot flatter than pins and makes it a lot easier to sew. So I'm going to pop a clip in there like that. Right. And again, we're going to stitch across here about 1/2 inch away. Okay. So I'm going to pop that over.
And it gives you a nice... Careful how I phrase this, but it does give you a very nice bottom.
It does. It does give you a very nice bottom. There we go.
So see the sort of technique
back stitch a little bit.
that we're working on.
It just it actually means you can get a little bit more in them when you box them like that.
Yeah, we like that. Now, I've got to tell you, speaking of getting
I think my
a
machine's
lot
coming
in them,
threaded.
we do have another sellout with regard to our wallets. The white and pink, I'm afraid that is another technical sellout. If it is in your basket, please check out your basket there. So third set, we're down to one.
Oh,
God,
there's the rainbow one as well. It's
I
pretty.
do like the rainbow one.
Yeah, I think it would be lovely for like kids' rooms and stuff as well. You know, almost like a book bag or something. You know,
That's
you
a good
could because
idea.
you've got that vinyl and all in there. You
Yeah.
could, or you could personalise it, add some applique or something onto the front.
a really good
But
idea.
really nice for kids'
Yeah.
rooms. You know, you could pop them up on shelves and stuff, keep their bits and pieces.
Nice.
So once I've sewn that out through, the bag's really complete, and you're going to turn it all the way through like that, and push out those corners, push out those bits there. And that side, wrestle it through a little bit like that, and that's why you need to keep that zip open because you can't do that bit otherwise. Once you've done that, your bag really is finished. Okay, so I'm just except I'm going to struggle with this zip. What have I done?
I love the idea, and you can see it here so well. Get your decorative stitches onto the actual binding.
Yeah, absolutely. I've managed. Ah, there we go. So I hadn't pushed the corner through properly. To make sure when on this closed bit, you really push that corner, and then it zips up nicely.
Beautiful.
And it's done. And you just repeat that process to make the larger one. It's exactly the same, just slightly bigger pieces, again, which are all in the pattern. And you've got that there. And again, that's got a much larger zip in it, but it's all fully lined.
When you think about the kind of fabric that we can be playing around, that you might have in your stash, so you might have some Liberty fabric that you want to use, or Kay Facet.
Yeah.
Or a beautiful batik if you want, or something quite modern. This is just such a great opportunity because you're not using a huge amount of fabric.
There's really small amounts of fabric.
It's a good stash buster.
Yeah,
if
definitely.
you've just got a little bit you want to use.
These two that here at the front, the pink Liberty ones, that's what's left over from the pink project wallet. The fabric that's left over made both of those bags. You know, so it's...
Rob, that is such a good point.
Yeah.
So wait a second. If you want, and I know the wallets have been really popular, so you're telling me the fabric we had left over...
From that,
we were able to...
We made both wallets out of. So.
I didn't want to say, because I didn't think the answer would be yes.
Yeah.
But so if you want to make this, we've got now the white and the pink, I'm afraid, have sold out, but we still have one option remaining with regard to those wallets. So in effect, you can get your wallet pouch. So handy. Liberty fabric, this is your rainbow, so a beautiful bright burst of colour. But then at the end, you can use all your scraps and you can make a cosmetic bag, both the large and small.
Yeah, you would need to add your own lining fabric to it.
Oh, that's okay.
But, you know, that can, it's the inside of a bag. It could just be a plain white or a calico or something in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, what you've got left, you can actually make the fronts with. So, yeah.
Love it. Details are on your screen if you do want to go for the one-day special. I'm just curious, and we can follow. I know you got White Gecko's great on social media.
Yeah.
I always look at your posts on Instagram.
Oh, thank you.
So tag in White Gecko, especially once you make up the cosmetic bags, because I know, Sarah, you'd love to see the fabric
Oh,
that viewers
definitely,
use.
yeah. We've got several sort of social pages on Facebook and Instagram, and we love to see what people are making. People post things of what they've done and finishing their projects and things. So it's fab.
Perfect. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll let Sarah get ready for the next demonstration. If you do have any questions for Sarah, we would love to hear from you. studio@hochanda.com. I've got clumsy today. I don't think I've woken up. OK, so we're going to have a little look at the one-day special. Now, there are 6 options. What dictates the options are our zippity-doo-dah zips. So you decide which zip option you want to go for, whether it be the tan, which we're seeing there. There's your tan. We've got our red. That's your grey. We've got our navy, white or black. Black was in the lead. Is it still in the lead? Yeah, OK, black's still in the lead at the moment. You are going to get your pre-printed wadding as well. This is a Hochanda exclusive. You cannot get this anywhere else. June Taylor, the Quilt As You Go Zippity-Doo-Dah cosmetic bag bundle. And I'm right in saying, Sarah, that June Taylor, normally you'd bring us like 4 releases, so this is a one release, obviously, with the current state of the last year. They're just bringing out one release.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they do a lot of new products each year. but obviously with getting stuff from America and all at the moment, it's very difficult. You know, we actually had to delay the one-day special a little bit because shipping is quite difficult. So it is a case of when these are gone, they're gone. We're not going to get any more for months. But yeah, it's I mean, the whole world at the moment is a little bit difficult, isn't it, with everything that's going on.
And it's a really good point. Say if there's something you like, get it now. Look, the fact is you can't get this anywhere else anyway, but look, typically being an American brand, June Taylor, you would pay a premium to try and get it anyway.
Yeah,
so I think the prices we're offering are very good. You're getting both the pattern and you're also getting the full cosmetic, or two, you can be able to make 2 cosmetic bags. You just need to add the fabric, and I really need to stress that. $24.99 your price there, 030570 your item number. Okay, so we've also got some fabrics on the show as well, and you can see them just behind me here. Actually, I think we've got them on the website. We're going to have a little look on the website. So, gorgeous fabrics for you. Have a little look. You've also got the kind of essentials too. There's the binding spray, or basting spray. Basting? It's my eyes. Can you see that from here?
No, I can't read that from you either.
Oh, yeah, make me feel a bit better. So there we go. And you've got Moda fabrics, which we're about to take a look at. So we have the Moda Jelly Roll, which is very, very busy. We've got the Moda Charm Packs, and we've also got our Moda fabrics here as well. Something about Moda.
Ah, they're just lovely. The quality is exceptional.
You can, with Moda, you see it, you feel it. These are fabrics you're going to want to stroke. You're getting 5 half-metre bundles here. Now, there are 2 different options. This is your first option, which we're seeing. I love this option. Instantly, you see how well everything works together. I'm just looking. So you're getting 2.5 metres of Moda fabric for $26.99.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You've got enough there to make a whole quilt easily.
That's a very good price too.
It is, yeah.
Love that. So that's your first option. Now that option is...
That's Nancy's Needles.
Nancy's Needles. Good name. Good name. 067568 your item number. We also have equally beautiful, slightly more subtle colour tones here. So you've got a bit more purity in your colour. And this option is your Dover. Going through... Oh, look at that.
I love that green. It's called Sea Glass, that colour, and it's got that real. The whole range is stunning. It's got a real gentleness. There's a serenity to it. I absolutely love it.
Lovely descriptions there, Sarah, and you really, I think, captured that beautifully. I'm going to say it. I think this was my favourite option. It's really nice. There is something so crisp about the colours. I like that a lot. $26.99. You just make sure to pick either the Dover option or Nancy's Needles. That was our other option there. But you're getting 5 half-metres of Moda fabric, and you know the quality that name brings. We have here now some more patterns for you as well. We're just taking a little look. This is your toy tote bag. Going to have a look at here. So this is Tory tote bag in there. $18.99 is your price. Tell us a little bit about Tory.
So again, it's a pre-printed wadding, which is obviously the majority of June Taylor is, but it's a really fabulous shopping bag. And again, you get the pre-printed wadding and your instructions. You also get all your Hessian straps as well, which you would cover. It's a really good size, but it would look brilliant in your own fabrics.
Well,
it's the idea that you pick your own fabrics and make the bag to suit yourself.
It's a great catch-all bag. It's that kind of grab-and-go bag where if you just need to nip out the house, you pick it up, you can get everything in there, so your purse, all your gubbins, just a really nice shopping bag as well. What a beautiful bag. So you just add your fabric, you decide what fabric you want to add into it, but what a nice bag. $18.99 your price there, 125388 your item number. We were talking about this quilt. I love the name of it, Sarah. What's London's Maze?
London's Labyrinth, that one is, yeah.
Close, London's Labyrinth.
Nearly.
I'm going to open this up and show you. This is another Quilt As You Go. Look at that. It's a really, really nice design.
Yeah, and the nice thing about this is you can add more packs to it. So it's all individual blocks, and that's one pack, and it makes a really lovely, like, baby quilt or play mat, or just, you know, like if you've got somebody maybe in a wheelchair over their lap, you know, that type of thing. But if you want to make it bigger, you can just add more packs and make much bigger quilts if you wanted to.
Love that. Okay, so that is the quilt, and I like the fact that you can add more packs and you can make it bigger. So it's a quilt as you go. Having a look here, you can see that pre-printed wadding. 15.49 is your... So 15.49, and that was the size it would make?
Yeah.
That's really good size, 15.49.
Yeah, it's really nice,
OK, 222-928, your item number. You kind of get the impression of how passionate Sarah is about all the projects that she's bringing, but also, I know you love your fabrics.
I do,
and
I do.
At home, if you're watching this show, if you're a soft crafter, I know you've got some beautiful fabrics at home. And I think the real joy of this show is we're bringing, especially with June Taylor, she's bringing the projects where you get to then, they are stash busters, because you can use your stash and not only just see them there, you can actually take them out, put them into projects and enjoy them.
Yeah, I mean, we, as a quilter, you know, I've got drawers and drawers and boxes of fabric, but you're waiting for that one project. It's always like, oh, I won't use that, I'll wait. But the nice thing about this is that you can actually, and we've got the time at the moment as well, to get those fabrics out and go, actually, this would look really nice in that, and use them and love them. You know, get them out.
Love them. Yeah, I think words to live by. OK, Sarah, we've got about 10 minutes, 11 minutes, so what would you like to show us next?
I thought I'd show you how to actually join the quilt blocks. So this works for like the London Labyrinth and any type of quilt as you go. Not just June Taylor. I mean, obviously, you know, this is her method, but it works if you want to do quilt as you go on other blocks too. So I've got just 2 blocks here that I've completed. They are on the pre-printed wadding. This is the Paris on point one, and you can see it all quilts through to the back as well. Lovely. You could add additional quilting in at this point if you wanted to. You know, you could add again your decorative stitches, or you could free motion into these entirely. I just used some scraps left over that I had just to make these 2 blocks up. You'd make all your blocks up, and then we're going to join these with sashing. And what you're going to need is you're going to need 1-inch sashing for the front. So I'm going to use this lovely navy blue to go on the front, and I want it just to be slightly longer than the block. You don't need to measure particularly. You know, just chop it off. Just make sure it's slightly longer. That's 1 inch wide. And for the back sashing, you want a 2-inch wide strip. And what we're going to do is we're going to fold that in half and iron that. So I'll just nip this over to here.
Give it a bit of a press.
Yep, give it a quick press. Starch Savvy is really, really good at this point as well, because the crisper this is, I've already pre-starched mine, but the crisper this is, the better this goes together.
You love your Starch Savvy.
I do. I use it for everything. It goes on everything. I use it on my normal ironing as well. It's brilliant for shirts.
That's actually a good tip.
Yeah, it's fab for that as well. So, right, the front strip goes on the front, right sides together. Front strip on the front, obviously. Right sides together, like that. Okay, and I'm just going to pop a clip in just to hold that a second.
Speaking of ironing, I did a quick Facebook Live yesterday. We had a really big show with John Lockwood. It was our Weekend Wow. So I went onto Facebook and said, we've got a big show coming up. And my mum called me afterwards. And she said, oh, I saw your Facebook post. You could have ironed your shirt.
You need
only a mum will pick up on it. Yeah, it needs some Starch Savvy. That's what made me think of it.
Oh, Mum's never stopped telling you off. I still tell my boys off. And on the back, you're going to put your folded 2-inch strip. So the raw edges are going to go against the raw edge. This is the folded edge here. Okay, so we're going to line that one up like that, so that everything is all lined up on that raw edge. We're now going to stitch down the whole thing at 1/4 inch. Okay. And I love this method. If you maybe can't afford to or don't want to send your quilts off to a long arm quilter, doing it this way means you can do everything on your domestic machine, because you're only ever dealing with very small blocks under your machine. You're not trying to wrestle a whole quilt through. Okay, I'm going to stitch down 1/4 inch. Okay, just using the edge of the fabric on the edge of the foot. I've moved my needle over so that I know that that's a 1/4 inch. I don't tend to use a 1/4 inch foot on when I'm doing this, because the guide can get a little bit caught. So if you can move your needle over, just have a little practice on your machine and work out where your 1/4 inch is. Okay, so I've now attached those down. I'm going to flip this back over
onto the top and just finger press that one out. That's just the front one. We're going to ignore the back sashing for the moment. You're going to pretend that that's not there. Okay. Leave that front one like that. You're going to grab your next block.
Well, this is coming together very nicely.
It does. And when we flip this out in a moment, you'll see there's no gap in with the wadding at all. They butt up completely together. It's fab.
And these are the little details as a quilter that you really notice.
Yeah,
especially
definitely.
if you've got it wrong, your eye gravitates towards.
Well, it would with me. I'd be like, oh, what's that? Although I am, a firm believer in the 3-foot rule. If you can't see a mistake from 3 foot away, it doesn't matter. Don't unpick it.
I like this rule.
3-foot rule.
What we always tell people, you might see the mistake, and you're right because you know it's there. But when someone else sees it, they're not going to notice.
No.
But this is a nice technique to avoid.
It is, absolutely, yeah. So I've put the 2 blocks right sides together, and this front sash in now is going to be lined up with the top, so this top edge here of this block, okay? Make sure that they're in line here as well. You don't want them sort of off-centre because then nothing lines up. Make sure that these edges of the blocks are ready as well. I'm going to pop that like that, and then we're going to stitch down 1/4 of an inch all the way down here. Again, I like my clips. I find them much easier than pins. If I can get away with never using pins, I do.
Yeah.
I'm definitely a non-pinner. Okay, and then I'm going to stitch down 1/4 of an inch.
Okay.
Like that, all the way down. Get rid of that one there. Just readjust as you go. Make sure that it's all lined up. And there we go, 1/4 of an inch, nice and quickly. The nice thing about this is, if you are a little bit worried about trying like free motion quilting on a really large quilt, these are really nice. A small block, you can have a play around with that technique, and you're not sort of wrestling that whole quilt. When you open it out like that, you can see that your sashing on the front now is all nice and neat, and on the back, that wadding butts up perfectly, so you've got no gap in at all.
That's the joy. I think this is the back. I know not a lot of people see the back, but as a soft crafter, and especially when you're sewing this up, just seeing how neat the back is can be very satisfying.
Very, very much so. This back sashing piece then gets folded over like that and covers all that edge.
Nice.
And you can then either hand stitch this down with a ladder stitch, which I prefer to do because I don't like to see the mind you, it's not only I don't like to see the stitching, but I also find it quite peaceful. It's quite mindful, that sitting and doing that little bit of hand stitching.
You can do it anywhere.
Yeah, definitely.
In front of the TV.
Yeah. It's actually one of my favourite jobs is that last little bit of binding when you're doing the hand stitch. Some people hate it. It's one of my favourite bits.
Personal choice, yeah.
So I would hand stitch that down, or you can, if you want to, just top stitch that down, and then there's your blocks joined, and your wadding's all nicely butted up together. You've got no gap in, and you would just repeat that with your blocks. And that's what I was saying about the London Labyrinth. You can add extra to it.
Got one here just to show you. Actually, I'm going to put that in front so we can see. I mean, how nice is that? And something else that Sarah touched on is the fact that details are on the screen, but if you buy additional packs, you can make this bigger and bigger and bigger, so you can keep on adding to that. But I really like that. And for $15.49, I think that's a great size.
Yeah. My mum actually made that sample for me, and it was the first time she'd ever done quilt as you go.
What?
Yeah, I mean, she's a dressmaker, so she's sewn, but she's never quilted. I gave her one of these packs and said, make that up for me, have a go at it.
Yeah.
First quilt she'd ever done.
We've got to give your mum a mention.
Yeah.
What's her name?
Sue.
Sue, amazing job. Really nicely done.
Yeah.
If you do want to go for this option, $15.49 is your price there. Your item number is 222928. Okay, so we've had a very busy hour. One thing I'm noticing, even when we started the show, we had sellouts yesterday, so there were options that were missing. On the show today, we've had, 3 sellouts with the pockets. So we've got 1 remaining there. Got to show you this. This is our final option. Now we're approaching 60% of the stock here. This is for your rainbow. It's Liberty fabric, and you're getting all the fabric. Actually, can I pop that down for a second? I just want to show you here. Look at this fabric. Beautiful, beautiful fabric, and you're getting the zippity doodah there as well that completes your wallet project. But you're going to have enough fabric, barring the lining. You will need to add the lining. I just want to show you down there. So this is your project wallet. Look at all the fabric that you have remaining. That is enough if I just draw your attention to, you can see here our one-day special, the cosmetic bags. You'll have enough to make both the large and small cosmetic bags. You will need to add lining, but your feature fabric is covered from the leftovers from your wallet. So do go for the wallet. Once that sells out, we've sold out of all other options. We started with 6, we're down to 1, and it is a question of once it's gone, it's gone. You are getting your printed wadding there, and you're getting your pattern as well, and of course you're getting your vinyl in there too. An awful lot. And also, what's this, Sarah? What's this bit, Sarah?
Oh, you put that on the back of the wadding.
Okay.
So that would be like where I've got the yellow fabric here.
Right.
That's your backing, so you can sort of, you've got that white fabric on the back to hold the wadding in place.
Brilliant. Okay, so that was just one option. I know we're looking at the one-day special as well. Sarah will be back at 12, and she's got lots more she wants to share with you. Now, with regard to the one-day special, 6 options. Like so many other items that we've had on the show, once it's gone, it's gone. So here are 6 different options. You can see them there, actually. You've got such a lovely array. So whether it's tan, your red, your grey, your navy, your white, or your black, those are your options. You get your printed wadding, you get your pattern, and then ultimately you get a great opportunity to dip into your stash. And that's the thing. Have fun dipping into your stash.
Absolutely, yeah. Use it and love it.
Use it and enjoy it. What are we going to be doing at 12, Sarah? What have you got in mind?
So I'm going to hopefully do a twist and stitch ruler demonstration for you.
Nice.
We're going to have another look at the one-day special as well, and maybe how we can adapt it and how you can put some extra elements into it.
Yeah.
What else was we going to do? Maybe have a little look at the wine totes as well, about how to do some bias binding, cut your own real cheats way of doing your own bias binding for them.
Worth tuning in for just for that alone. Just to remind you, we have the Moda Jelly Roll that's been very busy. It comes with a pattern. We've got the Moda Charm Packs being very busy. Comes with a pattern. We've got your Moda Fabric, so you're getting 5 half meters, 2 different options there, being busy. I think the overall theme for this hour, it's been busy.
Yeah, good. Good. Thank
You've
you.
definitely earned your morning brew. So we'll get you a cup of tea.
Time now. Stop the frog in my throat.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Really enjoyed it. I hope
you.
you've enjoyed it as well. Do look out for White Gecko on social media, both Facebook and Instagram. Got a lovely hour coming up next with Jewellery Box. After that, Sew to Grow, and then Kaleidoscope of Colour, the Weekend Wow with John Lockwood. Have we even got any left? Such a busy show yesterday at launch.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Flexi order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome. Now on a Saturday morning, we love to bring you a jewellery box show on a Saturday morning, and it's always 9 o'clock in the morning. So do make sure that you make a note of that date and time, because we bring you a fabulous array of different jewellery styles and jewellery combinations. And we've got the lovely Jane Aldridge with us this morning. Good morning. How are you, Jane?
I'm really good, thank you very much. And you?
I'm very well, thank you. And I'm loving what you've brought to us, because we've got some beautiful different beads and collections and ideas.
And I went a little bit sparkly today as well.
Just a little tad. A little tad, but it's a little tad of sparkle, but there's a lot of sparkle when we get to it. So if you want to jump ahead and have a little look, by all means please do. It's a perfect opportunity for you to build up your stash maybe of your bead collection, but also we've got some fabulous findings for you as well, so it's a perfect opportunity to stock up on those as well. Kicking things off with these. Now these are beautiful. Now obviously you can see the details on your screen there, rondelle beads, and we're looking at a rainbow collection, and I mean that hits the nail on the head. So many different colours.
Yes, absolutely.
Beautiful, as you can see there, those gorgeous facets, meaning that of course the light catches them, really reflects through these. So tell me a little bit about these beads, Jane.
So rondelle is the shape. They're sort of a squashed sort of oval shape, with, as you say, lots of little facets in. So they're perfect to catch the light.
Yes.
They're really nice to use on their own if you want a little bit of glitz and glam.
Yeah.
But they're really nice mixers as well in with other beads. So they sort of make a good complementary bead.
They do indeed, and you're getting a lot for your money. You're getting 10 strands there, $19.99 as you can see. And I love these because they're nice if you put space between them or if you have them right next to each other. So here, I mean, is this some of the tiger wire that we've got?
Yes, so that's using some of the tiger tail wire. So that's a real sort of proper rainbow necklace using some different colour wire, different colour beads, and you can sort of, they're quite nice. You can sort of coordinate them to be really vibrant and colourful, or pick out particular colour themes.
Beautiful. Gorgeous there. Love those. So, of course, we have got the tiger tail coming up as well, which I'll tell you about in a few moments. But if you have them sitting side by side, whether you have them in a kind of like a random collection or whether you are kind of going through and you periodically putting a blue next to a turquoise.
you can pick and choose and do sort of like sequences of patterns, or literally sort of go a real random selection and have a punch of colour.
And they're nice as well. I mean, this next one that we're coming to here, it just shows you, even if you just have a few of those little beads left over, you don't need to use a huge amount of them to create something beautiful. I mean, you've only got about 5 here, but they're
and I'm actually going to
gorgeous.
start with that demo because it's ever so easy. So if you've not done jewellery making before, it just shows you how easy it is just to make a nice little necklace.
I love it. Got a gorgeous range of different colours as well. So again, earrings you can be able to make to work alongside these. And I like these because looking at them, they remind me of some of the birthstones. I know they're not the actual birthstones, but the colouring and that lovely design that we saw that Jane's going to share with us. I love this idea. I've seen it done for Mother's Day, where you've got a different kind of bead depicting the birthstone of the different children.
Yes, and you can sort of theme it in through for the family.
That's it, yeah, really nice idea. $19.99 if you're wanting these, so 861308, very affordable price for a lot of beads, 10 strands there, beautiful quality. Now, I love these next one, and these are beautiful. And these, now, Millefiori, is that how you pronounce it?
It is.
It's always one that I struggle with because we have it appear in the fabric as well. And you can see we've got a couple of examples of how these are being used here with necklaces and earrings. These are fabulous. Now, tell me about this style of bead.
So, Millefiori beads, they're a glass bead that encase little patterns of glass beads.
Okay.
I always sort of use the analogy of if you've ever seen seaside rock made, so you have like strands of glass, and then they slice it up into fine slices, and then they incorporate that into sort of the larger beads.
Right.
So it means that no two beads are alike because they all have their slight different variations. And this particular set, you get 5 strands of each of the different shapes, but you'll get a completely random mix. So obviously we've given you sort of an example set here, but you know, colours will vary. You'll have all different beads in your sets. But you can use just a few beads as a feature bead, or you can use a whole strand of beads to make just a bracelet on its own. Just such really beautiful, pretty little beads.
They're like little tiny elements. Try and keep my hands nice and still for you. They're just almost encapsulated in there. Beautiful. I love the heart-shaped ones. I'm going to bring in some of these ones here that we've got with the little heart shape. Again, you've got that transparency which shows off those beautiful elements inside.
And with the hearts, they'd work really nice as well. If you just sort of hung one bead on a head pin and make it into a little pendant or a pair of earrings.
You could make loads of those, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Again, I love that blue. I mean, if you like wearing denims, then that is going to be perfect. You've got that little flash of red in there. And they do, like you say, when you look at some of these, they do remind you of rock.
It's what always image comes into my head when you know, if you jump online, you can watch videos of these beads being made. And it's a
really
fascinating process.
Love the red tones that you've got in there as well, lots of oranges. Different sizes as well, which is nice.
Yes. Yes, and you'll find some sets have got some very large beads in, some got very small in, so it's a real random mix, but you'll have no 2 strands the same in each set. We've made sure you've got a variety.
And I love this because you've got, I mean, this one here is a really pretty one. Nice kind of spring light one, which is almost clear, but then you've got those gorgeous little shots of yellow running through there. Absolutely beautiful. And you're so right. I mean, when you look at this particular strand here, I mean, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4... 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it could be 12 little pendants that you're creating. Very affordable.
Yeah, and if you've got your own sort of little cottage industry, obviously you can use any of the materials or the finished pieces from kits to make and sell. So, you know, these are perfect if you're looking to stock up to make up some pieces for once we're actually able to get out and do craft fairs again.
Yeah.
You know, how many pairs of earrings you could make from just one strand.
Here. I mean, on that particular strand, as I said there, you've got a lot of pendants that you could be creating. You've got some fabulous chain coming up in a bundle, so you could be making those, putting them on a chain, or just literally selling them as a pendant. I mean, how affordable is that? You certainly get your money back if you are looking at making those up and giving them as I say, fabulous prices there. £22.49 Freedom members, that's all you pay. They do look absolutely atrocious now. I've put them back down on there, but we will make them all look all pretty again in a few minutes. 176094 if you're wanting those. Now, of course, we're talking about tiger tail earlier on. Perfect with those fabulous beads that we were looking at earlier on, the rondelles. This is brilliant. Now this one is a little bit of a kind of lucky dip with regard to these.
It is. You get 10 small rolls, and the colours will vary from set to set, but you know, all different colours, 10 different colours in each set, and then obviously you get the larger roll of silver as well, because that's quite a good staple to use. But what's so nice with Tiger Towel, I mean, a lot of people know it to be a functional item, to sort of a lot of people are sort of familiar with the silver, but they don't always think of it as a design element in itself. So that necklace there is just purely little strands of Tiger Towel, different colours, and you can make some really contemporary jewellery with it.
Love it. Now, with regards to these, obviously you've got your different spools. Will they all be different, or will there be any repeats?
You'll get 10 different small spools, but just the colour mixes will vary.
Love it, there you go. What an affordable bundle, and I'm sure we'll see some of those in action. It's one of my favourite ways of showcasing beads because it puts that gap between them, gives the beads the opportunity to shine. So 039146 if you fancy getting hold of those. Very affordable. Now, the next one that we've got choices for you with regards to these, but also the opportunity that if you just cannot decide where you can get hold of all of them. Now, these ones are beautiful. Now, bicones, love these. They've almost got that kind of diamond element shape to them, haven't they?
They have. And again, because of the angles of the cuts, they catch the light really nicely. So another nice sparkly bead.
I love it. Now, the details on your screen are showing the double pack, which is this set alongside this set, all coming to you for that price, as you can see on your screen there, £23.99. That's the best way of getting hold of them because you're saving £7.99. Now, they are available individually at £15.99, but to be honest, why would you pay £15.99 for one set when you can go that little bit extra and go for both of them alongside each other? If you're wanting 2 repeats of the same one, though, you will need to go to 2 repeats of the details at the bottom of your screen and make your choice there. But these, again, these sparkle so much.
They do, and they're nice because they're a 4mm bead. You can also use them if you do the more intricate sort of sewn bead designs, like those designs. You can replace your 4mm in your patterns with the little bicones to add a bit of twinkle.
It's a nice little idea, actually, that. Yeah. Beautiful. Again, they're really going to town with it. Now, this is an interesting one. What's this one all about?
Yeah, so that's done with you do that with a needle and thread and sort of sew it round in circles. Ever such a simple little design, but so effective.
Beautiful. Again, the sparkle that you can see when we're twisting that round and the light's hitting them. Now, this is a lovely one because this one almost looks like a vintage piece that you've got here.
Yeah, I think that's really elegant and classic, isn't it? Especially in that colourway as well. You know, you can't beat a good piece of black and silver jewellery.
Beautiful. And then, of course, on the little bust that we've got here, using some of that tiger tail again, that we've got that fabulous deal on. So whichever way you are presenting these, you are going to get some wonderful results every single time. So there you go, £23.99. All of those strands there. A double pack there. Brilliant value for money. 895902 for those. But, of course, when you're creating all your fabulous pieces, you need to be able to obviously put them together, put the ends together. And that's the key thing with regards to this bundle that you've got here. And I love the storage system of this because this is going to keep everything neat and tidy.
It is. It's ever so easy, and you get a really good, generous amount here. So you know this will keep you going for quite some time. Obviously, you've got your silver rings in there in different sizes, but then you've got 2 different sizes in the mixed coloured rings. So regardless of what colour chain you're using, you're always going to have the rings to hand to match.
And of course, sometimes you might just be using the rings alongside the beads and making a feature of those as well. So, I mean, £19.99 for all of those. And these, I daren't take the lids off. You're going to be using some of these?
I am going to be using some
Fabulous,
of those.
because if I take the lids off,
they're
you know
also
what's
ideal
gonna
if you like your chainmail jewellery as well, because obviously you can just work with just the rings in their own right.
Clever idea, like that. There you go. Now, if you fancy those, £19.99, 698 741. Very affordable at that price, and you've got another fabulous saving on those. Now, I mentioned about the chains that we've got for you. So if you don't want to make your own chains up, then this is the way that you can do it. And with these, you're getting a very generous length on each of these. So you're going to get all 5 of these. Of course, we've got examples of how you can work with them here on the bust, but 3 metres of each. These are going to go a long way.
Yes, they are, because as you'll see from the sample, which I'm sure you'll show in a second, you can use just really tiny little lengths of chain as a feature on a design. So, you know, it will go a long, long way.
Well, this is the one that I was referring to when we were talking about those Millefiori beads, which incidentally we're very, very busy for, because they are so detailed and so beautiful that you could just use one, like you say, on a head pin, pop it onto a little piece of chain, and that's it. I don't need to do much more than that. If you wanted to get hold of this bundle, obviously you've got your example of how you can work with it there that we've just been looking at, but you're going to get all your fabulous pieces there, as you can see there, 3 metres on each of those, so 15 metres in total for just £24.99. Brilliant value. 784552. Now, more beads to share with you. Oh, these are lovely. Now, these, if you like, obviously you've got the shimmer and the shine when you've got the faceted areas, but sometimes you just want the smoothness, don't you? And that's what you've got with these little rounds.
Sort of. These are a little bit more subtle than the sparkle, but again, great mix of beads. So as you can tell, I'm a big fan of having a little 4mm mix of beads. So just interspersed in between perhaps the Millefiori, just to sort of add that little bit of space in between so that you make the Millefiori really sing. These are sort of the supporting cast, if you like, for your A-list stars.
And they've got a really good weight to them, and that's because of them being glass beads, I'm guessing.
Yes,
the AB ones.
And yeah, and they're just so versatile. Again, you can use them for the finer sewing bead designs again, because you can use those to replace any 4mm beads within your patterns. So quite versatile again.
And like you say, if you want a contemporary look or something quite simple, maybe a daytime jewellery, then these are perfect.
Yes, yeah, and just something like that, just a little simple strand, you know, in neutral colours that will go with any outfit, just as day wear is perfect.
I love it, but then if you fancy going to town and getting more creative with them, then you can do. Absolutely brilliant. Loads of different ideas, and because you're getting so many different variations in there, you really are going to be able to have loads of fun with them. So there you go. If you fancy adding those in, £19.99, a brilliant value for money. You can get over 1,100 beads in there, 14 strands in total, and they are beautiful. Got a lovely weight to them, so you know you've got quality with those. 487159. Now, a couple of options with the next item. I love these. These are beautiful. I love little charm bracelets and things like that. And these are brilliant because you've got all the components in here, but for you to get really creative and make a fabulous, well, 2 projects actually, you're going to be able to create your lovely bracelet and also your charm as well. There's a lot of content in these, Jane.
There is, so you get enough to make both the bracelet and the key charm or handbag charm. So you've got a whole mix of different charms in there, lots of different beads, and obviously in the instructions I give you a sort of serving suggestion of perhaps how you might want to distribute the beads and charms amongst the both. But it's entirely up to you. If you want to make a really heavily laden bracelet, you could use all of the charms and beads on there. You know, you could add in some different colour beads from if you've picked up any of the other bead kits. So it's, you know, entirely up to you as to how you want to personalise it.
Well, equally so. I mean, if you wanted to, you could just take these and use them as single pendants again, I'm guessing, if you wanted to. You don't have to make them up. You're not going to go around knocking on somebody's door and take it back from them, are you, Jane?
No, I won't.
They decide to do something different. But what a price. I mean, Freedom Member's just £13.49. Kind of got 2 different colour ways with regards to this one. So we've just been looking at those beautiful blue tones there with the little birds and the bird houses and elements in here. Then you've got your, look at this one, your glitzy fox, and you can see, oops, today's knocking the instruction over. There's your glitzy fox.
I think out of all the charm and bracelet kits I've bought to Hochanda, I think that little fox is my favourite. He's just so beautiful.
Absolutely beautiful, and you can see the glitz and glamour there. Loads of elements again within here as well, loads of little components, and again you're going to be able to make your bag or your key charm, as you can see there, alongside your lovely bracelet. Again, £13.49 for your Freedom Member. So again, fabulous value, 208473. Now, when you're working with your projects, it's good to have the right tools and elements to help you get started. So, starter kit is always good. Now, this is brilliant. Now, Jane, you've got loads of components. I know you'll be working with these during the course of the hour. So, you've got loads of findings in there. Obviously, you've got your beadboard there that's going to help. And Jane will explain all of this to you as time goes on. But it's kind of a fundamental. And it's not a case that you're just going to need one beadboard. I'm sure you'll be working on several items at the same time. So, it's always good to have selections of those. So, 28945 if you fancy getting hold of that one. My goodness, what time is it? 7:15. We've got our first sellout. I pretty much guarantee it's the Millefiori. Oh, well done, everybody. Took advantage of those. Yeah, you have taken advantage of a classic design there. They are only technically sold out at this stage, so if you have got them in your basket, it doesn't mean that they are guaranteed to be on their way to you. You need to check that basket out. And if any of them do come back into our stock allocation, I will let you know. So if you're thinking, I wasn't quick enough, I will let you know, and you'll be able to get hold of them then. But if you're there in your basket and you want to keep them, you better check them out, haven't you? Over to Jane then, what are we up to?
I'm going to show you that really simple little rainbow pendant.
Lovely.
Because it's a really nice, easy little one to make. It's a really good introductory piece. If you've not done a lot of jewellery making before, it just shows you just how simple it is to make a beautiful little pendant.
Wonderful.
With just a handful of beads.
Okay.
You know, when you think of the proportion of beads that you're getting, this is just, you know, a drop in the bucket as such for how many you're going to do. And obviously we can do a rainbow colour, but we could also do it in a themed colour if we wanted to. So if we wanted to stick with just all the greens or, you know, more neutral shades, you can sort of pick this out, or as you say, to resemble birthstones would be a nice way to do it. So all I'm going to do, you can use an eye pin. An eye pin is just basically got a little loop on the end. If you haven't got an eye pin and you're getting the starter kit, you can simply use a head pin, which comes in the kit. And if you just snip off that little head and turn a loop at the end, that will sort of do the same job.
Fabulous.
So don't worry if you haven't got an eye pin to hand. So this is just the simplest of constructions, because all we're going to do is we're just going to feed our beads on to our pin. And as you can see, I'm using my board to help me steady, because I always have a little bit of a shake on my hands, which is always shakier at the start of my demos.
Oh, yes.
But I always have a little shake anyway. So it helps you sort of chasing around the beads if you've got the ball to steady on. So we could do just a little tiny band, or we can go in and add an extra couple. Let's have a purple as well.
Love these, because you're getting 10 strands, so 10 different styles within there, and some of them, they've got that kind of coating on there as well, I'm noticing.
Yeah, they really catch the light, don't they? They've got so many cuts in them.
Beautiful.
So once I've got that fed on, I want to make sure that I've got a little bit of a space at the end to turn my loop. So the first thing I'm going to do is take my flat nose pair of pliers, and I'm going to simply turn that at a right angle.
Okay.
Now this is going to be a little bit too long for me to do a loop, so I need to shorten that down slightly. Now you can do this by measurements, but I've sort of over time learned that if I pinch my fingers so they meet at the other side, and then trim my wire just flush with that, that will always give me a consistent length, because the length of my fingers doesn't change. Whenever you're trimming, always make sure you're facing towards into your board, because these little ends can go quite a distance. And obviously you've got sort of sharp edges of metal on there, so you want to make sure you're always safety first.
Good advice.
So now what I'm going to do is use a round nose pair of pliers, and I'm simply going to grip, get that so it's a nice comfortable grip, and then I turn my wrist, and that will shape that wire around my round nose pliers. Once I've started that curve, I then change my position so it's more comfortable, and because as you can see you've got a graduation on the diameter of your round nose pliers. If you've found you've cut your loop a little small, you can move to do a smaller loop or larger loop.
Good tip.
And if you're making earrings and doing lots of loops and you want to keep them consistent, a good little tip is to use a permanent marker and just do a little line so that you've got the same point to go to each time, and that way you'll get the same size loop. So, believe it or not, our little pendant is already there.
Is that it?
That's
as
it.
Easy as that?
As easy as that.
Oh, that's made it so achievable.
Yeah, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to just use 2 pairs of pliers just to make sure that my loops are straight. And then I can get my little pot of jump rings and pick out what size jump ring I want.
And this is brilliant, because you can open them to whichever section that you need with these.
There's no waste, because you just take out what you need and then put them back if you don't use them. So it's nice and easy.
Lovely.
And then I'm going to take a length of my chain.
So is this from the chain where you've got 3 metres of each side?
It is.
Yeah.
So this really pretty silver chain has got a nice sort of angled link to it. So obviously if we're making this as a bracelet, we would only need a short length of chain. But if you're making it as a necklace, we're just going to cut a longer length. And it's as simple as that as to whether you're making a necklace or a bracelet.
So any advice for anybody that's making their jewellery to sell? Because obviously there's so many different sizes of wrist. I mean, is there a kind of a standard
size?
There's
a standard sort of bracelet size is about 7.5 inches from end to end. But as long as you place, when you do your fixings, as long as you place a jump ring at the end, if you've got a customer on the day who perhaps has a larger wrist, you can always add add an extra few jump rings in to just add that extra little bit of length onto the bracelet. So it's better off to work onto a jump ring rather than going straight onto a clasp.
Okay.
Because you also have the option that if the particular customer perhaps doesn't get on with lobster claw clasps, they want a toggle clasp, literally within seconds you can change it over for them.
And of course people like a different drape, don't they?
They do.
Whether it's loose or whether it's quite tight on the wrist.
So that sort of gives that sort of flexibility. So what we're going to do is we're going to trim our length of chain. So I want 2 lengths of chain. And I'm just going to trim that with my clippers, again facing into my board. So if we cut that there and then we cut that there, that will give us 2 lengths at the same size. You can take these links apart as well as if they were jump rings, but just for speed today I'm going to just trim them. Oops, I don't think I quite cut through that one. Let's try that again. There we go.
Fabulous.
And then all we're going to do is we're going to open up our jump rings, and these open up in the same way as our links on our chain. So you take 1 pair of pliers and you hold on to the side, and you'll find that they've all got a little split in them. And I just use my fingernail just to find that split if you can't quite see it. So you can use your board again to steady your hand.
Okay.
And then we're going to go in with our 2nd pair of pliers, grip onto that and just turn it at a right angle to open that loop.
Fabulous.
Then we're going to hook on our little pendant, and we're going to hook on our chain. And then you're going to turn it back again, and if you give it a little sort of shimmy, you can generally feel the ends of the rings making contact.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're then going to do that again on the other side.
That's lovely.
And if you want to extend or shorten your length of chain, you open the links in exactly the same way as we're opening the chain here.
So you don't pull them apart, you twist them?
No, if you pull them apart they lose their shape.
Okay.
So then you're going to struggle to get it back into a circular shape. So we've now got our chain on.
Lovely. Oh, that looks nice.
All that we need to do is to fix on our clasp.
Okay.
So in our starter kit you'll find that you've got various different clasps.
It's nice because the starter kit you're going to get the bead boards you've been working on as well.
And the bead boards are so handy because you can set everything out. You've got this lovely curve so you can lay out your design and decide what beads you'd like to have where. It all comes in a little storage kit as well. And you get all your basics. You need your ear hook, you'll get a little lot of tiger tail wire, you'll get lobster claw clasps, crimp beads and jump rings, you'll get toggle clasps, which is what I'm going to use in a moment. So you've got a toggle and bar.
You're getting a lot for your money.
And you get head pins too. And obviously you get the storage box to keep it all in.
Yeah, that's a lot.
They are really handy little kit. Either to sort of start afresh if you've not got anything at all, or if you're looking just to top up all your basics, they're a good way to go. The earring hooks are all nickel free.
Lovely.
Which is quite often what people sort of are sensitive to. So again, we're going to do exactly the same thing as what we did before with our jump rings. Open them up, hook our little bit of chain on, and this time we're going to hook our clasp on.
Okay. I do like these toggle clasps, especially if you're putting your bracelets on or your jewellery on by yourself, if you haven't got an extra
they're a
pair
bit
of
easier
hands.
to manage, aren't they? So that's one end done. And then we take our other end, and again I'm just feeling for where that break in the loop is. Usually you can see it quite well, but under the studio lights it tends to go invisible. Okay.
And this technique, I'm guessing, I mean, you're working with the rondelles, but this would equally work with, well, any of the beads that you're bringing.
Any of our beads, and yeah, I mean, if you've been able to get the Millefiores, obviously they would be perfect as well. Now I've made a sort of in-between short necklace, long bracelet length. But as you can see, you know, you can make that to whatever length sort of suits you. If you like to wear a sort of quite a high necklace. But and the only variation to consider as well is obviously we've got earrings up there.
Yes.
So the only difference with making earrings to making these is instead of using an eye pin. If you used a head pin, so that it's got an end to it, a stopper on it, turn your loop at the top, hook that onto an earring hook, and you've got an earring instead.
And the chain, could you actually use the chain to do like a dingle-dangle earring?
You could,
yes.
I
don't know if that's an official phrase, but you know what I mean.
I think it is. It's a recognised term.
Thank you, Jane.
You're
welcome. So much, but it shows that it's so achievable. So maybe you're just dabbling, maybe you like your jewellery and you like the idea of creating something to your own personal taste to go with your own outfits that you're choosing, then this is a wonderful way for you to get involved. And as you saw, the necklace that was created, very similar to the one that we're looking at here, is such an achievable thing to do. You just need those basic elements, those gorgeous rondelles obviously featuring in the centre there potentially, if you're going for this bundle anyway. 10 strands you're getting for $19.99, and as you saw there, you're getting a lot of beads for your money, so you could be making a lot of different elements. Now, you're going to get probably in the region of 90 beads on each one of those, so if you're thinking about in the region of 900 beads, my goodness, you are going to be able to go to town. And as you can see from the different elements, whether it's the earrings, the necklace, you don't need to use them in their entirety. I mean, there you can see those gorgeous little earrings there, just a few of them showing off those beautiful beads and those gorgeous facets. Absolutely gorgeous. So 86130 if you wanted to get hold of it. Might be an idea to add in some of that tiger tail so you can get this kind of style that we're looking at there. And we've got a fabulous bundle which I'll tell you about in a few moments. In fact, even shorter than a few moments, because it's next item I'm going to tell you about. And with this one, it's lovely because you're going to get a selection of different tiger wire. Now, the tiger or tiger tail wire, isn't it, it's called. So you've got a variety of colours. Now, your bundle will vary, maybe exactly as you're looking here, but you will get your 10 different colours featuring within there. So you're going to get obviously the smaller spools. Do we get the larger spool as well with this?
You get the larger spool of silver and then 10 small spools of mixed colours. There'll always be a small spool of silver in there as well, because that's just such a handy colour to have.
Yes.
But a nice mix of colours.
Love it. So you get all sorts of different colours, which of course can complement your beads, because I didn't even think about the fact of different colours. I mean, here you can see different tones of pinks and lilacs being used. So obviously it would work well with the silver, but it's a bit kind of ordinary sometimes, silver, isn't it? Adding in that accent of an additional colour with that lilac and that cerise pink, as you can see in there, it kind of complements the beads and gives it a slightly different look. Now, it's been a popular bundle, this one. 30% of the stock has gone. You're going to get your paler tones in there that we saw a few moments ago. You're also going to get some of your darker tones. So if you are working with your darker beads, then absolutely perfect. And of course, plenty of the silver, which is one that you will find yourself using a lot of. And I love the idea of using it. I mean, this one here, it's such a clever idea. It's almost like a little tassel effect there created using the tiger wire. And are those little crump beads that have been used with those, Jane?
Yes, they are. I can show you how to make that if you'd like me to.
Ooh, we might have a little look at those.
Yeah, that's the next demo for you.
Okay, fabulous. 039146 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, if you like your beads and you want in a different shape, these are going to work well with the rondelles. They're slightly smaller, but they've kind of got that angular look to them. And here you are getting a double pack, so you're getting everything that you're looking at here. You're 2 different packs, although they are available individually if you wanted them. Now, if you want the rondelles to go in alongside them, there's, in fact, I'm going to bring one of the rondelle strands in to show you, because they are a very similar sort of cut. They're kind of a squishy version, a larger squished down version, but you can see they've got a similar sort of look to them. So if you wanted to team them up alongside, you could do quite easily. So similar sort of colours there. So the rondelles are a nice one to add in and maybe extend those bicones a little further. But of course, it's the bicones that we're looking at the moment. So you've got 2 different sets. Now, they are available as individual sets at $15.99. But the biggest saving, and the way that most of you are getting hold of them, is using that double pack details on your screen. Just $23.99. So many different ways you can work with these. And they are just so sparkly. Absolutely beautiful. So whether you're doing flat work, maybe using any, look at the light bouncing off there. Amazing. I love the greens and the blues. They're almost like little flowers that have been created in that particular one. And then a lovely little twist there, which is really catching the light. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. £23.99. Again, a really good value bundle because you're getting a lot of beads for your money in that one. So if you fancy that one, 895902. Pop that into your basket. Now, you don't ever want to be without your jump rings and your different elements, and you have been loving these. I think it's a brilliant storage system with these as well. Half the stock has gone of these. My goodness. Now, you've got loads of different colours in there. Obviously, you've got your different sizes, as you can see within your silver, going through your different sizes in there. I'm not going to open the lids because they're just just going to end up all over the place. You know what I'm like, I'm terrible. So you've got all those in the silver, but then when you look at the others, you'll see that you've got different colours, but different sizes again within these. So you've got your larger ones in this particular pot. The one that we've got up on the top here are smaller, but similar sort of colourings as the ones that you've got there. So you're covered for all eventualities with regards to these. So $19.99, $698,741 if you're wanting to get hold of those. But be quick, because half the stock has gone. And the chains that we've got work alongside those perfectly, because you've got the right colour jump rings to work with the chains that you've got here. And again, the different elements you've got kind of like a satin finish with one of those chains, and you've got kind of antique tones within here as well. Now, of course, you are going to get 5 of those 3-metre pieces, so 3 metres in each one of those, $24.99. And you can see here, when you have got statement pieces, these are a brilliant way of working with these. I mean, we have so many shows where you get so many different kind of charms and elements. Mixed media shows I'm thinking of, we often say about gluing them onto your journals and things, but what about if you wanted to make a necklace out of those pieces? I think you could create something absolutely amazing. So $784,552. This one I forgot to tell you, it's got Freedom members discounted price on as well, bringing the price down even further. So it's a good opportunity to stock up on those basics, isn't it? Make sure you've got plenty of them in your stash. Now, the glass beads, these are lovely. I love the kind of simplicity of these, and almost like the clarity of these, where they're just a simple shape, but they are something that it's like a go-to, isn't it? It's like a comfy pair of shoes. You know, you're in a safe place with these ones. Now, whether you are working with these as a single strand, which you could do quite easily, I mean, there's obviously in the different colours there, you could just literally put them onto, well, whatever base, I suppose, like the tiger tail, and then just make a necklace out of them as they are.
You can, yeah, that's just been done simply onto tiger tail, that particular sample.
But I love this, I love that, because you've got the colours here. I mean, this is going to be perfect for any base wardrobe, isn't it? You've got your black, you've got your grey and your lovely white in there, but then of course you could go multi-strands, which I think is another lovely idea there, as you can see, with your different blues in there. And because you've got that kind of clear glass look with these, you can see you've got the transparency as well, which I think is nice. See that obviously more so with the lighter tones there. Absolutely beautiful, but of course they're perfect to incorporate with things like your seed beads if you want to do some of your other techniques as well. Love it. $19.99. You're going to get all the beads for your money for that price, because you're going to get 1,100 beads, 14 strands in total. Brilliant value. So $487,159. Now, your last but by no means least item to share with you. These are brilliant. Now, your glitzy fox, which is the one where you've got kind of your natural earth tones in here, your whites, your browns, your black in there as well. This one is now limited in stock. And, of course, it's a glitzy, I nearly said glitzy frog, glitzy fox. I suppose you could get a glitzy frog. And you've got your little your fox there. Oh, dear. That's stuck in my head now, isn't it? And, again, all those fabulous elements there, making your charms, whether it's for your bags, whether it's for your keys. Whoops-a-daisy. You don't have to use them in that entirety, but you have got all the clasps and elements there should you choose to. But of course you can mix it up and use them in whatever way you like. So if you're wanting these, 208473. If you're a Freedom member, the price comes right the way down to £13.49, and you've got your 2 choices of colour there, your blue alongside your brown. Love that. Beautiful. There you go. Website's the place to shop, though. You'll find all the goodies that Jane has brought to us. 5-star reviews. Check out those jump rings. Look at that popular those are. If you're wanting those, get hold of them. Don't forget that Jane will have a brand section on our website as well, so we don't get Jane here as often as we would like. If you do want to shop by brand, you can do that just by going to the top left-hand corner of our website screen, and you'll be able to find them. It's ever so easy. Scroll up to the top, brands, there you go, click on there, and then just go for A for Aldridge Crafts, and there you go, you will find Aldridge Crafts there, so there, ta-da! Literally, ta-da! As I just heard in my ear. And there you go, you can see a little bit of background about Jane there, and then of course all the fabulous products that we keep in stock for here. Yeah, you can shop at any time that you like, and of course if you are placing an order during this hour and you fancy adding in any of those other goodies, then you can do. It's not a problem at all. So Jane, what are we working with next?
We're going to work with the tiger tail. So
lovely.
I'm going to do that little contemporary tiger tail. Just one thing to mention about the brand shop. As if you've missed out on today's Millefiori, there are some different shaped bead bundles on there as well. So have a little look. I think we've still got some stock left. Some of our different shapes. So.
We might do a bit of research on that one then.
So I've got just a little bit of holding wire at the moment, just sort of cut a little bit of silver tiger tail. You probably can't see it very well against my grey board.
No, got it.
And what I've done is I've just cut a few lengths of tiger tail wire in different colours. So I picked out 3 different colours. the nice thing about this design, once you know how to do it, is that you can vary it so much just by making little subtle changes. So you could have rainbow colours, so you could go from one colour to another colour right through. You could do 3 colours, but again do them in different sort of patterns rather than doing them as a sort of mix. But you could also cut different lengths of tiger tail as well, and perhaps on a few of them suspend a little bead, little 4mm bead, little bicone or something like that, which adds another dimension. So from one technique, you've got infinite possibilities.
I'm also thinking as well, it's a good way of using maybe some of the scraps that you've got left over from projects. Obviously nothing too tiny.
No, I mean sort of, I've sort of cut these I think a good couple of inches or so.
Okay.
But yeah, perfect. Particularly, as I always say, to be generous when you're cutting your tiger tail, when you're making a necklace, because there's nothing more frustrating than being ½ inch short of tiger tail wire when you're trying to make a necklace. So if you err on the side of caution and then just keep your offcuts, you can convert them all into this. So what we're going to do is we're going to use little crimp beads, which are what you get in our starter kit.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to feed that on, and then you're going to just make sure that you're shaping it around the wire, because you don't want to sort of close it so it's got no loop. Sometimes I also use an actual thicker piece of wire when I'm doing this as well. If you want to keep your loops consistent, that's a really nice, easy way of doing it. So I'm just feeding both ends of that tiger tail wire through, and then I'm just pulling my crimp up so that I can see that I've got a little loop left at the top. You don't want to make it too small because you want that movement.
Yes.
So once we've got that ready and in place, we're just going to take our flat nose and we're just going to squeeze that crimp shut.
Okay.
And it's as simple as that. That is the only technique you need to know. All you're going to do is keep repeating. So we're going to take our second piece, and if that gets in the way, first of all, I've put a little stopper bead at the end here. I've just fed a little bead on the end so they don't drop off.
Clever idea,
Okay, so it just keeps them all neat and tidy while you're working on it. So again, use your finger to position so you don't lose that crimp. And feed that round so that you get your end through the crimp. Just pull that up and crimp. And it's as simple as that. You just keep going.
I love this, Alice. So this is a lovely technique for maybe if you're crafting with the kids and they're wanting to create something, you don't necessarily want them to get into your stash of beads.
Yes. But it's just such a simple little idea, and obviously you can vary the lengths of tiger tail you're using, so you could have, you know, certain colours at a longer length so that as they sit and gather. But you can see I've only done 3 strands there, you know, and you could do sort of perhaps half a dozen strands, pop them onto a jump ring, make into an earring.
And then nice if you don't want to add too much bulk as well. Sometimes you might not want a heavy necklace or something like that. So the delicacy that you're going to create, and it is such a clever style. I love it. Really, really clever. I mean, it's got that look of kind of like tassels or fringing, isn't it? But very contemporary. And I think you're right. If you were to put little beads in there as well, you could
add an extra little bit of movement. And obviously, because they're all sort of free suspended, once you've sort of gathered these together and you've made it into a necklace, if you were suddenly wearing an outfit and say I wanted to add a dash of blue in there, for example, I could just feed them all off, make my blue tassels, pop them on and reconfigure it.
Clever, yeah.
So it's such an easy, simple little idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. I've never seen that done before. What a clever idea. Love it. Jane, just to give you a time check, we've got about 15 minutes.
Okay.
But I'll be back with you in just a few moments because I'm going to give you a little bit of a recap. And of course, we've been talking about the tiger tail wire, which we've got as a fabulous bundle. Details are on your screen there. It's a bit of a lucky dip. You can see all the different colours you're going to get. And it's a mix, so you might not necessarily get the configuration that you're looking at here, but you will get a small reel of silver and the larger reel of silver, and then 9 other colours mixed in with that one. So the rondelle beads would be a perfect addition though, wouldn't it? To add that little bit of sparkle to that contemporary look. And these are beautiful. You're going to get loads in here. You've got 10 strands and you've got a variety of different colours in here. So you've got your lighter tones with these if you're wanting to, maybe springtime, you're looking at some elements from those. Some of them have got kind of like a coating on them. So as I'm looking at them, you can see that the light's hitting them. They've almost got that AB finish with them. Beautiful. And whether you're using them in their entirety, as you can see on the necklaces and the bracelets that we've got here, literally those beads side to side alongside each other, creating a fabulous little rainbow. And then, of course, you have got the ability to space them out. So over to the, oops, a daisy, knock that one down, but you can see they're absolutely gorgeous there. If I bring this one into the side here, you can see that's where that tiger tail that we've just been looking at has been used to open up the gaps between them. So if you are looking at kind of maximising those beads, or maybe you've only got a few left, it's a very clever way for you to actually create something very, very stylish. And again, keeping that contemporary look going. Really pretty design. So if you fancy getting a hold of those, just £19.99, 861308. Now, of course, you will need your jump rings to make your necklaces, your bracelets and elements together, because, of course, these are key. So in these, you've got varieties. So you've got your variety packs in your colours. You've actually got 2 of those. Let me just pop those ones down to show you these side by side. So you've got your large and your smaller, dependent on the style that you're working with, but you have got those same colours crossing over into both of those pots. You've also got a third tub, and the third tub is just your silver tone, but what an array of different sizes you've got in there. So regardless of the project you're creating, you will have all the jump rings that you could possibly need, and these are quite weighty actually when you hold them together. So brilliant value at £19.99. I just love the way that you can store those. Brilliant, because the little lids, dare I do it? No, I'm not going to. No, I'm not. I've chickened out. But you lift those lids and you just get to the little section that you want without them going everywhere. 698741 if you're wanting to get hold of those, and pop those down for you there. Now, that starter set, of course, has got that fabulous beadboard in there. So also got that little storage box that you've got in there with your additional findings in there. So this is going to get you started. Now, sorry, what was that update? 2/3? My goodness, these are flying out. 289 at 495. Oh, I wonder if we've got lots of budding jewellery designers watching then. Looks like we've got lots of new people joining us, which is fabulous to learn. Or, of course, it's always useful to have more than one of those sets because, of course, you'll be working on several pieces at the same time, I am sure. If you fancy those, be quick, though. 2/3 of the stock having gone. So, Jane, we're coming back to you. Oh, what have you got there?
We have the rondelles. So I thought I'd do a piece, a nice little necklace out featuring the rondelles as our hero bead. Okay. And then we'll incorporate some bicones and some of the little 4 mil rounds as well.
So have a nice little mix.
So yeah, it's the trickiest part of this is deciding what colours to use, as ever. So, but when you get them sort of, it's quite nice to be able to sort of sit and play with colour combinations to work out what colours you want to put together.
Lovely. And
I have decanted mine into a little storage box. I do a storage kit you'll find in my brand set.
I noticed that earlier on. I was going to say, is that the best way to store them?
Well, you can see all your colours are nice and easy to access. So, and it keeps me all organised as well, so I know exactly where they are.
Lovely.
So I've picked out a few colours to have a little play with, and this is where the design board really comes into its own, because we've got this groove at the bottom that allows us to design the piece as it would sit actually when you're wearing it.
Okay. And what are all the numbers that you've got there?
You've got all your measurements. You've got your centimetres and you've got your inches. And they start at 0 and work their way out so that you can make sure that you're getting your design length sort of symmetrical.
That's clever.
Because you'll find that most people tend to design pieces so that you've got your focal point at the base.
Yes.
That's your sort of feature piece, and then sort of work your way up.
So it might be that you're looking at your rondelles and you're thinking, well, I want one of the red ones every 3 centimetres.
Yes.
You can measure them out.
And if you've got a little, you know, for example, I always tend to start my design here because this is always where your sort of eye goes when you're wearing a piece of jewellery. So I might perhaps want to put a little bit more of an ornate design perhaps in the centre, so that I've got a bit of a sort of eye-catching design first of all.
Okay.
Then perhaps I would like to sort of break it up with a little rondelle. And then we could go in with a neutral and perhaps another bicone. Then we could then perhaps repeat this little pattern again. So we've got a purple, we've got a blue and an amber. So we can pop that in both sides. And this is the really fun part, because you can chop and change this around, you know, as many times as you want until you're happy. So I've got a little black sort of for the 4 mil rounds there as well. So then perhaps another amber and another black. And you can see that your design is starting to form there before we've even got anywhere near
And there's
feeding it
loads
onto
of
any
little
wire.
storage areas there, so you've got lots of room for jump rings and findings.
Exactly, and if
different
you
beads.
have any kits like the bracelet kit, the first thing it's always a good idea to do is actually unpack your kit and sort all your beads out into different sections. And you'll find on the instructions with any of the kits that you'll have pictures of the beads, so that I don't expect you to know what the names of the beads are. Quite often in jewellery making, you'll find that one technique or one type of component has 2 or 3 different names. I've been selling beading supplies for probably 10 years now, and I'll still get customers come in and say, oh, have you got such and such? And when they describe it to me, I know it as a completely different component. It's just sort of seems to be lots of terminology, so I always make sure my instructions are very visual.
Yes, and
so
I noticed when you were setting up, you've got your bead board stacked, so if you do go for more than one of these, if you're working on several projects, you can almost put a lid on a project.
You can, and sort of I say, I just literally, I'll stack them all up one on top of each other, and they can then, you know, be sidled away on the sideboard if you've got to clear the table ready for dinner. And then it's all ready to go again when you come back to it. So
unless you're like our Emily, who was making a beautiful design, and the cat came along and just knocked it, and it all went
I
flying.
have to take in consideration the cat factor as well.
Now, one thing I will mention to you is we've been very, very busy for that glitzy fox kit. That one has actually sold out. We do still have the blue option though, so if you want to go for the blue option, then you need to be quick with that one, because that has proven to be popular. You're getting a lot within those sets, but sadly the glitzy fox for today we're having to say goodbye to, so thank you to everybody that took advantage of that one.
He's rather beautiful. So I've cut a length of tiger tail wire, and I'm just going to show you how I put a little holding bead on, which is what I did earlier. So I'm just going to feed my wire through any bead really, and then bring it back through and sort of almost sew it through as a loop and pull it tight. Now we're going to cut that off at the end, so you don't need to worry, because one thing with tiger tail wire is once it gets a bend or a kink in it, that's it, it will stay in it. So whenever you're working with it, you want to make sure it forms in gentle loops. Just be patient with it. If you get a little bit of a tangle, just tease it apart. As long as it doesn't fold, then it's fine.
Fabulous.
So this I'm going to discard at the end, but this is a handy way. Once I've designed all my jewellery piece, the last thing you want to do is start feeding your beads on and they all drop off the end. And by doing it this way rather than putting a clasp on, it gives me the flexibility that once I've fed all of these on, if I decide actually I need it a little bit longer, I can take this bead off and I can add beads to both ends to lengthen the size of the necklace. So it's just a handy little sort of technique.
And again, if you're making things to sell, you might display them in this way, and then
and it's sort of just hold them on there, and then when you're ready, just pop your clasps on. So it's, you know, it's ideal. Perhaps if you're out and about and you haven't got your tools with you, you could do all this stage, have them all fed on, and then have a sort of assembly session of putting all your clasps on when you can get to a desk and with all your tools. It's quite handy. So once I've decided on my design layout, I'm simply going to start feeding my beads on. And so we feed our beads on, and you can see again that I'm using my board.
It's like having an extra pair of hands.
It is ever so handy, and so particularly if you like me and so always have a slight shake, it's an absolute lifesaver, because you're not then fighting to get both beads and strands straight.
And it's nice because you're not having to thread a needle. Obviously there's loads of different techniques where you can use beading thread, but with this one you don't have to worry, because you're just using the tiger tail straight through the beads.
Yeah, it's nice and easy to handle. So we're just going to feed that through, and then we'll have a look at our design in a moment.
Now, just to give you a little bit of a time check, we've got about 5 minutes left.
Okay, yeah, no, that's all good.
That's a lovely one. That one's like an amber tone, that one.
Yeah, it's a really pretty tone, isn't it? Nice spring tone.
Yes. And of course, the nice thing about jewellery is you could be making something for spring, and then later on, if you like that style, you could cut the tiger tail and then reuse those beads in another project.
You can just repurpose, or if you've got old pieces of jewellery, you know they've got favourite beads on, but perhaps are looking a little dated or don't quite match what you're wearing. Take those apart, add in some new beads, and you get a completely new, fresh piece of jewellery, and obviously it'll be unique to you as well.
Yeah.
So
that's a nice idea.
It just sort of refreshes everything. Right, so we've now fed all those beads on, which didn't take very long at all.
No.
And you can see now that we've got our pieces, and look at the sparkle on there. So that will pick up your sort of colour tones of your skin really nicely as well.
Lovely.
So we can now decide whether we want to make that into a bracelet, because that's probably not far off of a bracelet length. Or we could go on to extend that on to be a necklace design.
Okay, love it.
So yeah, it's you know,
as simple as that.
Choice is yours.
I love it, and that's the beauty of when you're working with beads. You can play with the beads and get the design together, and then if you're happy with it, obviously you go on to put your findings in place, but if not, then you can just take those beads off and play around and start again. Now, these are beautiful rondelle beads. I mean, you are getting a lot for your money within these beads. Of course, beautifully faceted, so when the light hits them, I mean, you can see there our studio lights hitting those beautiful ones there, and it really just bounce off them, and that's the quality that you've got with regards to these. So whether you're using a lot of them together, just as Jane was working there, or you're putting a lot of space between them, with things like the earrings and the tiger tail being used here to separate them up, again with those little crimp beads there, so as they sit in place. I think this is a lovely, delicate design, and not using too many of those beads, in fact. So lovely way. And of course, if you do go for that bundle that we've got with the additional the tiger tail in there, you're going to get your different colours of tiger tail, which is what you're seeing featuring in there. But it might be that you want to keep that colour to a simple palette where you can do that. You've got gradients of colour in this set as well. So if you like working with greens, you probably, I'm looking here, at least 3 shades of green going into a lovely turquoise. That would mean that you could actually do a graduation of colour featuring with those, and that gorgeous kind of smoky tone, almost like a smoky quartz coming into that one as well. Or you might want to team it up with the cleanness and the kind of classic contemporary look potentially of working in that chain, because don't forget we have got that lovely chain bundle that you can take advantage of, and again it's another way of further extending those beads and maximising your opportunities with them. So $19.99 with regards to those. 861308.
And there's
Jane?
there's a nice little loop earrings there as well, just hanging at the front.
Ones?
Which, using the technique I've just done, if we just make it on a little short loop and fixed it with a crimp, we can convert what I've just done just now into earrings.
I love it. Now, we've got a couple of minutes left, Jane. Is there anything else that you wanted to share with
Shall I
us?
show you those earrings?
Oh, if you've got time.
Yeah, well, we can convert what I've done. So we can use what I've done here and make these into earrings instead.
Okay.
So what we've got here is where I've got all these beads threaded on, I might perhaps decide to use this little pattern here to make into an earring instead.
Okay.
So we can separate that off. So we'll put a little holding bead on the end again so we don't lose all our beads.
That's a clever idea, that, with that little loop through.
It does save you dropping many beads on the floor, because I'm rather good at that. Which obviously the cat then enjoys. So we've now got, we can play around with designs, whether we want that to be a symmetrical design or a little random design like this. We've got that little design that we can play with and make into either a big loop earring, a small loop earring, or we can have it as a drop earring instead. So we're going to do just a simple loop like we have on the sample over there. So all I'm going to do is just bring those edges together, and I'm just going to trim my wire.
Okay.
And then we're going to get our little crimp bead again, and we're going to pop that through.
So both of those ends go through the
both of those
same.
ends need to go through that crimp bead. I think I've got one and not the other there. There we go. And decide obviously what length you want. And the only trick with doing these is that obviously when you're making the second one is to make sure that you get them at sort of the same length and the same pattern.
Keep them balanced.
So we're going to give that a little squeeze.
Lovely.
And that now then creates us a loop. So we can trim off that excess wire at the top. And then if we take out a little earring hook from our starter kit.
Now, just as Jane's doing that, we're literally down to the last 30 seconds of the hour. So anything in your basket, you need to be checking those baskets out. Don't know whether we'll get to see the earrings completed.
That's
but Jane,
okay.
you just loop it together?
All done.
As quick as that. There you
so
go.
A little hook on, earring completed.
Perfect. Jane, thank you so much.
You're
It's an
welcome.
inspiration. Do check out Jane's social media, and of course do check out the brand section as well, because of course you'll be able to see more from Jane then. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see her back here at Hochanda. Stay tuned though, because we've got lots more coming up at Hochanda. We've got a sewing show coming up next. We have indeed, and we're going to Sew to Grow. Then I'm going to be working with the lovely John Lockwood, and I would say the weekend, wow, but that's long since gone. And then we're back with a one-day special at 12 o'clock.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. So if you watch Hochanda, you'll see us put together and decorate our designs to inspire you so that you can make your own crafting projects. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Hochanda app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Hochanda app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Simply turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do so, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select apps from the menu that appears. Scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring to Hochanda my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive, and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. So make sure you look out for the Character Craft shows on Hochanda. I hope to see you soon.
Well, hello everyone, a warm welcome. We've got such a nice hour ahead. So to grow, everything designed by the incredibly talented Lindsay Marsh, who is joining us all the way from Australia. I think we do have actually Lindsay on the show. She's going to be talking via Skype. Lindsay, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I am very well. Lindsay, I love the Australian accent. Whereabouts in Australia are you based?
Well, I'm actually originally from Texas, but I've been in Australia for almost 10 years and I live on the Sunshine Coast. So I have a bit of a twang and then a bit of an Aussie slang, and it's just jumbled together.
You do have like the best of both worlds there. So, I mean, going from Texas to Australia, what prompted the move?
Oh, well, I met this really cute Aussie on the beach.
Oh, there you go. That will do it.
Yeah. We decided that Australia was just going to give us such an amazing life, and I'm so glad we made the move. We have just such a beautiful weather, and it's wonderful living here.
You are officially winning at life. Sorry, I don't know if you did say, but whereabouts in Australia are you?
Yeah, I'm on the Sunshine Coast, so about an hour north of Brisbane.
That's a little bit jealous. I have to admit, a little bit jealous. Now, I had actually, normally before the show, Lindsay, we always have a production meeting, and I had a long chat with my producer, Katie, because she's a big fan of your patterns. And the key to this is with your patterns, you can really adapt it to your individual body, because Katie and I did, and I know regular viewers know, I like to obviously inform and tell stories of the crew, but Katie has said, it's fine for me to say this, but Katie, she's 5'8". And she says that buying off the high street, and in her experience, and I don't know if many viewers at home will find this, sort of quick fashion, it's kind of catered to sort of certain sizes, anywhere from, what do you say, Katie, like 10 to 12, 8 to 10, say. So my producer, Katie, will go onto the high street, she'll try and buy something, and she'll find that if she buys a dress, it's too short, or tops don't fit, or... With all your patterns here, we can really customize to our own body shapes, and that's so important.
You are 100% right. So most people, and in fashion and in patterns, it's all a standard size. And what I like to tell people is there is no such thing as a standard size, and we should embrace the body that we have. And that's the wonderful thing about sewing and making clothes for yourself, is that you can alter it and suit it just to fit your body. Like today, I'm going to show you how to lengthen something and make that a little bit longer if you're a little bit taller, or how to change the waistline, and then you get that custom fit. So you don't need to be standard into clothes. You can make the clothes to fit yourself.
I think so many people will be hearing you right now, and you'll be the answer to their prayers, because when Maddie's nodding as well, because Maddie, you're quite tall. How tall are you, Maddie? Okay, so my producer Katie's 5'8", Maddie's 5'9", our floor manager. So, I mean, quite tall, and they do. You wouldn't be able to see this, Lindsay, but our floor manager, Maddie, was listening to you talk, and she was really nodding away. I think a lot of viewers will find that. If you've ever struggled with clothing, just buying off the shelf or off the clothes peg, and you just find it doesn't fit, this is going to transform things. And actually, I have to say, Lindsay, we've got 4 patterns on the show. You are so good with the patterns you bring as well. I mean, extremely fashionable. These are garments that we will absolutely wear, and I think they're going to become a favourite.
Yeah, from when I used to travel, I used to travel and teach all over the world, teaching my fit to flatter workshops.
Right.
And what I would notice when I would do my designs is I was like, I want something that somebody feels comfortable in, that can wear every day, that's easy, and that you can make up and have that satisfaction. So you're learning the skills of how to make and alter clothes to fit your body, but then also that satisfaction of having something you'll actually wear.
I like that. And it's learning the skill. We're going to start getting into the patterns, because I know you're going to want to watch lovely Lindsay demonstrating. Now, this is your Bondi top, obviously inspired by your surroundings. What a lovely, lovely top. So tell us a little bit about this top, Lindsay.
Well, when I first started designing, I originally started with a skirt and a dress, and I was like, well, we need to outfit the women who are wearing the patterns. And so I thought, we need to have a shirt, and we need something that is really beginner friendly. I want somebody to be able to take this, have an afternoon. There's only 3 pieces, a front, a back, and a yoke. And then you're going to be learning skills like how to grade between the different sizes, how to adjust your neckline, how to put a yoke and top stitch, and how to attach bias binding. So in that one pattern, you're going to be learning quite a lot, but then you have that gratification of it's a quick make. It looks great in whatever fabrics you make it in. And then we also have the expansion pack that we'll probably talk about of how to turn it into a dress, add sleeves. So this is your basic block that you can then expand from and create lots of different things.
It's a really nice top, Lindsay, and I'm looking at it here, and the beauty is, obviously, you can pick any feature fabric you want, but it looks like it fits very nicely. I was reading back of your pattern, and you're saying that this pairs beautifully with, you can see this with a pair of skinny jeans, or it's kind of a go-to top that you throw on.
Yeah, I have probably over 10 of them, and they are just the most ideal go-to that I just grab instantly to put on each day.
I like that. $16.49 your price. We're already getting busy for this. So sizes extra small to 4XL. They're 615276 your item number. We're going to move on, and this is nice because we've kind of got an extension. So this is your Bondi extension pack. I would take it off the Bondi top. So how would this work, Lindsay?
That's right. So you need the Bondi top, and what I wanted to do was build on the skills. So that's the whole reason my business is called Sew to Grow. It's sew to grow your skills, and I wanted you to be able to level up to that next level of being able to add sleeves, add pockets, turn it into a dress, put a casing on it. So you already have a pattern that you know fits you and that you love. It's like your tried and true pattern. And then now you can expand and make it into so many other things, and then just change the fabric, make it into linen, make it into rayon. And then you have basically a whole wardrobe full of different items from one pattern and one expansion pack.
Now, you've touched on something that is so important there, and this is worth just labouring the point. With the first two patterns, you can create a whole wardrobe. I'm going to turn this around just to show you here. But imagine creating a whole wardrobe of styles and fashions. But the most important point is this is a bespoke wardrobe that you've tailored to fit yourself. How incredible. I mean, how much would you pay? Think if you went to a tailor for some fitting, I can only talk about like suits. I remember once I was fortunate enough to get a fitted suit, and I paid a lot of money to get that fitted suit. But here you've got fitted garments that you're able to make, that you can expand, that you can adjust, and you can see all the varying styles as well. I'm a big fan, Lindsay. First time working with you, but I can see why you've got such a big name in the industry.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really think about the people who are making my patterns, and I also think that teaching and having been out there and talking to women and listening to they want, you know, more sleeves or sleeve options. They want to be able to lengthen it. And so I really try to listen to the people who are out there making my patterns, not just what I want personally, but what is going to suit people and make them feel and happy.
I love that. And that is the kind of, this is the kind of pattern, you're the kind of designer that I would absolutely be investing in. Okay, now I've just want to point out, we're speaking to Lindsay, originally from Texas, but she lives in Australia. All the stock, the patterns are coming from Australia. That's why there will be a slight extended delivery on these. It's going to be dispatched, not to have to wait too long. It's going to be the 23rd of March. So the minute it comes over here, we're going to get it out to you. But absolutely worth it. We're going to move on. We've got another top. The blazer. Now, do you know what I like about the blazer is the example you're seeing on the front. That's a beautiful casual blazer, but equally, depending on the fabric you choose, Lindsay, I would imagine you can make a really nice smart work garment as well, or if you're going to an event, a wedding, a christening, equally you can make something that's really smart.
That is so correct. So when I designed that, I wanted something that you could just throw on over a camisole and be able to just cover your arms, especially if you were working in an office or it gets a little bit chilly. And you're, like you said, if you make it in a rayon, it's drapey and cool and breezy. Yeah. You make it in a linen, it's more structured and really smart. And I've also made it in a velveteen, like a cotton velveteen, and it looks so classy and beautiful, perfect, like you said, around Christmas time. If you just wanted to sharpen up an outfit, the blue velveteen is absolutely perfect. So it lends itself to a lot of different variations. I also designed it so that you can see how it kind of curves up to your waist.
Yeah.
So it gives a really flattering waistline to where it hits on you. But they're shortened and lengthened lines, so you can lengthen that and make it into an actual blazer and square it off if you'd like to. So there's lots of options.
You really do give, and I've had a look, and obviously the researcher into the show and doing the patterns, you give us a lot of options, but it's those attentions to detail, and that's actually, funnily, one thing a lot of the team were picking up on were those small little nuances in each of the patterns that make a huge difference. The fact that it has got that soft tapering edge to the bottom, it is flattering but also incredibly stylish, and you're seeing the two patterns here. I mean, they're very elegant, classic, smart, but here we've got that beautiful free-flowing sort of casual look. Imagine, I mean, how much, if you went onto the high street, how much would you pay for a blazer top? I mean, if you got it for $16.49, okay, I'll answer the question actually. Katie, our producer, said she paid over £60 once for one. But then you put it on, is that blazer tapered for you? Or are you just buying a stock size and you're trying to fit around it? You know, what you're getting with these patterns is you're going to be able to taper it exactly to your proportions, so it will fit you like a glove. $16.49, I think that is well worth the investment. 768-400, your item number there. We've got one more to show you. This is your Sydney shirt dress. So having a look here. Lovely, I do like this, Lindsay, because it's got that beautiful summer vibe to it. Still there, Lindsay?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
Okay,
I definitely hear you. I'm actually wearing it right now.
Oh.
I'm wearing the shirt, and I actually expanded it so that I could add some buttons up the front. Right. And I also have it here where I was running out of a bit of fabric, and so I love this fabric, and I wanted to use it so badly. So I didn't put the collar, I didn't put the pockets, and I just added some black to the trim, and that shirt was just so quick to whip up. So you can make it as a dress, you can make it as a shirt, you can add the pockets, you can add whatever you want or not add it. Like I added buttons to mine. So again, the same thing with the other patterns. It's versatile and it has so many options, so you can make it to your style and your personal preferences.
I think that is a perfect description for all your patterns, is that versatility. By the way, Lindsay, if you ever come to the UK, you have to go out for a drink with our producer Katie, because I think you both are soulmates. The minute you held up that fabric, she said the same thing. She's like, this is my fabric. So I think you two would get on very, very well. We're just having a look at the dress here. Now, changing the actual fabric you use, I feel, changes the whole feel of the dress. That is such a beautiful summer dress. So I can imagine that if you're going to maybe a barbecue. I would imagine, coming from Texas and living in Australia, you have your fair share of barbecues.
Oh, wouldn't you believe it? It's like Easter, barbecue, birthday, barbecue. Everything is a barbecue here.
I love a barbecue. So this is your barbecue dress or your summer dress. Going out, this is your going for maybe afternoon tea. It's just a lovely, lovely, lovely dress. $16.49 is your price there. 304-518 your item number. All your patterns, all the patterns here are so well designed, Lindsay. They look great, and I can only imagine at home. And the beauty is, by having the pattern, our viewers, two things. Our viewers will be able to pick the fabrics that they want, so they really do taper the actual garment to the situation, the look, the feel, their own personality. But also, you've got, and I know I keep on talking about this, but the ability to really get those customized fit to taper around your body is so important, and that's something you just don't get off the shelf.
No, you're right. And I also make sure that my website also provides lots of tips and tutorials, because I'm all about teaching everyone to sew. Like my mission from the time I was old enough to sew was I want to teach the world to sew. And I feel like giving a gift. So to teach someone how to do this, it's like I'm giving you a gift to be able to make clothes to fit your own personal body. So it is my mission, it is my passion, and it is like, I love hearing everything you say, because that's exactly why I do what I do.
Are you on social media as well? Instagram? Can you find you on Instagram and Facebook?
Yeah, both of them are at Sew to Grow, and so we do lots of inspirational photos and how-to videos, so you can definitely follow us on both of those platforms.
I will be doing that after the show. I hope I get a follow back, Lindsay. All right, now we've got I'm only teasing. We got this tool. Now, this is a really, really nifty tool. So tell us a little bit about this tool, because you're getting 6 tools in one, effectively, Lindsay.
Yes, so this is my fashion multi-tool. And I mentioned before that before COVID, I used to travel all over teaching workshops.
Yeah.
And when I would do that, I would say, you need this tool and this tool and this tool and this tool. And I thought, how awesome would it be if I say, you just need to bring your fashion multi-tool, because it is a French curve for tracing out your designs. It's a point turner. It can miter corners. You can use it as a seam gauge. You can mark out your buttonholes. And I even put a little hole here so you can hang it on your pegboard at home, or you can put it in your bag and take it to class with you. So I tried to think of what would I want and use every single time I'm making a garment, and like hemi, buttonhole placements, and I put it all in one design.
Well, we're looking at it now, going through all the different, if we just start at the top. Sorry, I apologise to Chris, my director. Just having a little look here. So we can do our French curve, and that is something that it's typically hard to do. You would need a specific tool to do the French curve. We can do that. It helps with the hemming as well. Then we go down. Buttonhole placement is so important. Then we've got our seam gauge and our mitering corners. So all of those, and also the point turner as well. All 6 of those aspects in one tool is incredible. I think that's excellent.
Yeah. Thank you. I was really happy about it, and all of my students use it in class. They say they keep finding new uses for it every single time they use it. So they're even using it for different things that I didn't even plan for, and it's amazing to see how they literally have this next to them the entire time they're making clothes.
You're going to love the multi-tool in there. Say it is 6 tools in one. Ba-bom. I'm just going to show you that there, so I'm forcing that into shot. But just showing you all 6 of the tools there. $17.99 is your price. We're busy for our multi-tool. I think I knew it the first time we saw it. And especially as that price, if you break it down, if you were to buy 6 individual tools, I'll ask you, Lindsay, so how much, just roughly, a ballpark figure, if we were to maybe get a tool, let's have a look, for a French curve, how much would you pay for that?
Well, in Australian terms, that would be about $30, which is probably about 15, 16 pounds. So there you go, just a French curve.
And that's a fair price. So you think for one tool, you're getting 6 in one there. Okay, we're going to move on. We've got a really clever measuring tape here. Now this, I would imagine, because we talked about the ability to tailor all your garments to your specific size, and that is so important with this show. Here we get to self-measure, because you don't need someone else standing there helping you to measure, and it's a very clever little measuring tape, Lindsay.
Thank you. This little measuring tape is for all of those women who would say to me, well, that's great, you can show me how to measure, but how am I supposed to do this at home? I don't want to get my partner to come and help me. Like, that is way more trouble than it's worth. And I don't have anybody else at home to help me. So I wanted to come up with something that you could get perfect, accurate measurements every single time, and you can do it yourself at home. So it's all compact. This kind of comes out, so you can kind of hear it clicking.
Yeah.
It's in inches and centimeters, and then it comes around and clicks into the hole, and then when you push the button, it contours to your body. So really do a demonstration if you'd like.
Well, yeah, I mean, as a guy, one thing for being an actor, model, and past and stuff, you get asked for your stats. And one thing, a measurement I get asked for a lot is chest. So can I try and measure my chest with this?
You go for it. Yeah.
Okay. Just going to see here. So this is a hard one normally, typically, to measure for a guy. And I say you'd have it here. Well, I mean, wait a second. I'll get that off and see how big my chest is. It's 40 inches. I think lockdown has affected me. I haven't been going to the gym as much. But 40 inches for the chest, I'm a little bit disappointed. I used to be 42. I'm actually gutted. Lindsay, you've made me feel very sad. I thought a year off from the gym had no effect, but clearly I've lost a lot of size on my chest. But I was very surprised the team are laughing at my reaction to looking at my stat. But look, with the waist as well, so you can easily, and this is another thing we were talking about, just if you wanted to self-measure your waist, it's so simple. So you put it in, and then you press the button, it goes to your size, and then you know. And I am 32. So there we go. I'm not 32. I'm really not 32, Lindsay. So, yeah, very, very easy to self-measure, and that's the real takeaway from this. And I haven't seen a tape measure like this.
Yeah, it's something that you can find in the fitness industry and in the health industry, but I knew that all of the women in the sewing industry would absolutely love to be able to self-measure and get perfect measurements. The other thing I love is that, like, not only is it great to get the circumference measurements and get them accurate, but also to keep the measuring tape level, because when you're measuring yourself and you put the measuring tape around, maybe you hold it too tight. Maybe you're putting a little bit looseness to accommodate for ease. So when you're doing it with this, you know that it's clicking into place. I also love how you can do your biceps. So you can just have it open, stick your arm in, and then contour it to your arm, which if you're trying to do it one-handed with a measuring tape, you wouldn't be able to do it. But at least this way, you can measure your biceps.
I'm going to give that a go.
Easily.
So yeah, you can make it bigger, put your hand to, because you wouldn't. It's such a faff doing biceps. All right, here we go. Wait a second. Put that in. Okay. And then if Lindsay, if this has gone down as well, I'm going to be gutted. It's gone down as well, Lindsay. You've crushed my soul in 1 hour. 14 inches. There we go. I used to be 15 and a half. That's a year off from the gym. Anyway, it's not about me and my stats. I love the self-measuring is fantastic. So genuinely, to be able to self-measure, like you say, and that's important with the arms, and we are having some fun this hour. But you raise a really important point, Lindsay, because measuring your arms, if you want to get, especially when you're doing sleeves for the arm, you want to get that right. If you're having to do that with a normal tape measure, how would you even go about it?
I honestly do not know how to accurately do it without having somebody else come and help them.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
Especially.
Sorry, no, go on.
We're all at home now, and we're all social distancing, and you know, this is just such a lifesaver.
It really is actually, and I hadn't even thought about that. You know, if you're wanting to measure yourself, let's say you like making your own clothes. And you want to measure, and you haven't got anyone who can really help you with that. Being able to do it yourself, having that own autonomy, I think is so important. One thing we've been playing with this, and I have to say, I love the tape measure. I just haven't seen anything like that before. So the self-measuring tape measure, brought to you by Sew to Grow. Look at the price, $13.99 is really good, because you could get a bog standard tape measure and pay more. And I have to say, last time we brought this to you, we sold out. So I think a lot of people can appreciate the innovation here, and it's just something different. We're already approaching 20% of the stock there. Lindsay, I feel I've talked a lot. We are going to go to demonstration in just a moment. We've got a lot on the show, and the whole point of this show, Lindsay is so passionate about sharing her inspirations and her knowledge. If you do have any questions at all, please get in touch. And that's the whole joy of being a live show. We're talking to Lindsay, who's all the way in Australia, and she's so generous in the time, because I know it'll be about 9 o'clock now, Lindsay. Is it 9 o'clock where you're at?
It's getting to 8:30. My husband's out barbecuing, throwing some shrimp on the barbie.
Amazing.
So, yeah, it's time.
Good. Well, thank you for joining us this evening. Lindsay, we'll go to demonstration. Before we do, let everyone know the measuring tape. Oh, sorry, the measuring tape. I thought I was going to give an update. I think we're going to be looking at the measuring tape. Is that going to be our first demonstration?
Yes. So okay. I'll give a full demonstration on the measuring tape. Brilliant. So basically, when you use this, like I said, it comes out, it has the centimeters and inches, and it also has the hole that you're going to put the plug into. Now, it also has this little bit of a curve, and this is what's going to contour to your body. So before you measure yourself, I always like to tell people, make sure that you're wearing a well-fitting bra. So if you're a lady and you are going to be measuring yourself, wear the undergarments that you plan to wear under the outfit you're going to make. So we all know different bras have different let's say, enhancements. And so your chest is going to sit differently. So I would always make sure you're wearing a well-fitting bra and also wear some tight fitting clothing so that it's not like buttons and things like that aren't getting in your way. Now, when I do it, I like to make sure that the hole is facing up towards me, and then I come around my back and then come around the front, walk it in, and push the button. So then I can check and make sure that it's flat all the way around. So I would look in a mirror and make sure. Now, if you need to do your waist, you just hold that down and then slide it down to where your waist is, and I'll stand on my tippy toes so you can see me. And then you push the button in, okay? And then make sure it's flat all the way around. Grab it and then pull it out so you can see what your measurement is. So I showed you how to do your bicep. It's really super simple and just makes measuring yourself that much easier.
It goes further than that. When you say that much easier, it is an absolute game changer when you are measuring, self-measuring, being able to do that. And you demonstrate it so beautifully. I mean, I obviously was having a little go as well. But the tape measure, and if you have gone for any of the patterns, and if you ever struggle to take your own measurements, the tape measure is phenomenal, and I think it is something well worth considering putting into your basket. And something else, Lindsay, that we've got to, because you might say, well, I know my size, but the thing is, Lindsay, our sizes do fluctuate. It changes, as I demonstrated just a moment ago.
That's right. I always like to tell my students that you need to measure yourself every time you're making a new pattern by a new designer, because their standard set of measurements is different from another pattern designer's or from your stock standard, you know, Butterick and Simplicity. And so you always need to remeasure. And also, like you said, your weight can fluctuate, or just even the bra you're wearing can change your bust measurement. So you need to make sure that you're getting that right every single time.
Yeah, it really does. Lindsay, I think I'm going to get one of those. It's just good for your own measuring. But just going to talk about the multi-tool as well. So with the multi-tool, now we have had a question. Are the 3 gaps zip templates? So I know we've got 3 gaps there. So are they zip templates?
No, that's actually a really great question. What they are for is for hemming. So each of the distances is a different width. So from here to here is ½ an inch. This one's 1/4. So you have all the different measurements. And so when you're doing a hem, you literally move this, mark, slide, mark, slide, mark, so that you can mark your hems twice as fast.
Genius. You've brought some, I mean, look, with your patterns, you're obviously very creative. You've got an exceptional eye for fashion. But you strike me as someone, and this is the first time we work together, Lindsay, but you really do strike me as someone, you've got a really good mind, and you solve problems. You're a bit of an inventor, a problem solver.
I like to think so. I love the people that I work with, and I love making women feel beautiful. And so to me, it just comes naturally to hear them say, this is a problem that I have, and me to try to figure out a way to solve it. And if I can do that and make their lives easier and make them happier, then that's why I've been put here on the earth. Like, that is solely why I do what I do.
That is such a lovely thing to say, Lindsay, and you can say it is, everything you're offering is born from passion. Lindsay, I'm going to let you just, I know you have to flip the camera around for demonstrations, so I'll let you get set for your next demonstration there. But hearing Lindsay talk, and you can see how passionate she is about everything she brings, and personally, if I'm going to invest in anybody, it doesn't matter if it's crafting, whatever industry, you want to invest in someone who is truly passionate and who also is bringing us something a little bit different. And Lindsay, for me, ticks all the boxes. I mean, she's absolutely lovely. Just going to give you a little update on the self-measuring tape. Over 30% of the stock's gone. Last time we had it, it's sold out, and it's proving equally popular today. So don't miss out. $13.99 your price there. 015267 your item number. Okay, so we've got patterns on the show, and the whole point with Lindsay's patterns is that you're able to taper those patterns to your own unique size, so they are tailored for you. Because the issue with, and this might be your first time, and I'll talk to Lindsay actually when we go back to Lindsay, I'm going to ask her this, because you might not have made any garments before, but during lockdown you started exploring your crafting. If you're watching the show right now and you've been a little bit reticent about taking on a top, maybe you thought it's outside of your skill set, Lindsay gives you all the tools. The patterns are easy to follow. She's great with her instructions. This is achievable. And once you've made one, you're learning. And I know an important point in all the patterns that Lindsay brings you is teaching you skill sets. So you're learning skills within each pattern that then you're going to go on and explore. So thinking about doing one, soon you've done one top, say you've done the Bondi top, which is here, and you can see that here, and you can progress on. We've got the extension pack. So you could create your home just from the 4 patterns here. We've got beautiful dress, you've got a blazer, the Bondi top with the extension. That is a whole wardrobe that you're going to be creating, and you're just going to go on. This could be the start, or equally, if you've already made your own clothing, you know how alluring it can be. Do it, make sure that you think about doing it to your own measurements. So I think Lindsay is ready. Lindsay, I was just telling everyone, or I was asking the question, so if we were relatively new to making and sewing our own clothes, would we be able to take on one of your patterns?
Yes, I would 100% recommend starting with the Bondi top. It is the first one I introduce people to in workshops and with new people learning to sew. And I don't assume any knowledge. I try not, when I'm writing my patterns, I write it as a teacher rather than a designer, because I want to walk you through logical steps. And so figuring out where are you going to trip up and how can I better explain that, and then also having videos that complement the pattern. So the parts that I think you might think are tricky, then you can go and refer to a video to like get a little bit deeper dive into seeing how to physically do it.
Okay. And that is the real key. Sorry, Lindsay, I was just getting the self-measuring tape because I know it's been very, very busy there. So I apologise if I went a bit quiet. But here's self-measuring tape and £13 and some change if you want to get hold of those. It's proven very, very popular. It has got the recoil in there as well. So $13.99. I apologise, Lindsay. So Lindsay, what are we going to be doing?
All right, so we've been talking a lot about altering and changing your pattern so that it suits your style. So what I thought I would do is show you how to lengthen your top into a dress or into a tunic. So basically all patterns have what we call is a short and lengthened line, and they're put in a strategic place. So sometimes they're down here at the bottom, sometimes they're up here in the bodice. This one is placed at the waist. So this is your Bondi top. This is what the pattern looks like.
Right.
And if you were going to shorten or lengthen this, you would cut this out exactly to your size and then cut on the short and lengthen line. Now, a lot of times what I see people do when they want to lengthen something, they measure and mark and 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 then try to redraw it. Well, that gets a bit messy. So what we want to do is make it just straight lines and rectangles. So that means that when I cut that, I can drop it 10 inches, I can drop it 20 inches. Heck, I could drop it all the way to the floor. So all I would need to do is measure from my shoulder, the top of my shoulder, to where I want the hem to sit. And then all you do is on your fabric or your tracing interfacing, you would just mark a straight line and then drop this down to where you want your hem to be. So this would be the bottom of your hem. Okay, and then you just take your tape. Okay, and now this, if your hips are the same size as your waist and your hips don't go out to a next size, you simply just drop it and then redraw your lines. Now, some of us, our waist might be smaller than what our hips are, so you need to accommodate for your hips. So I like to move this out and make sure that this comes out to accommodate for my hips. So once,
clever, yeah, because you don't want it as just a straight line coming down.
Right, because for me, I'm a size medium up top, but by the time I get to my hips, I'm an extra large. So I need to make sure that this will accommodate my hips as it goes past.
Excellent.
So we'll just line that up.
This is
and then.
Sorry, Lindsay, I'm talking over you. I apologise.
Oh,
This is one thing that Katie, my producer, was saying to me that she struggled with, because she said if she buys clothes off the rack, goes onto the high street, then typically she'll find that either they don't fit the hips or they don't fit top half. So it's either too tight on the hips or they're too baggy on the top. So here we're really able to just customize that perfect fit.
That's right, because you can be whatever size you are here. You can trace your medium out and then blend out to your next size. So that's the beauty of having multi-size patterns. All the sizes are in the pattern. You do not have to pick just one size and stick with it. You can be a tic-tac-toe of sizes and blend between all of those. And that's what the French curve is for. So you can blend and go between the different sizes. So once you've decided how long you're going to make it into a dress, so let's just say this is 10 inches. Here's your back piece. You would then cut this and then drop it the same 10 inches and then move this out the same amount and then connect that. So then you're going to have your front and your back, and they've both been dropped the exact same amount so that they'll both match each other.
Nice. With it, and do you know we're talking about the hips, Lindsay? I don't know, have you worked with Hayley, presenter Hayley?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so Hayley's one of our lovely presenters, and in the past I know we chatted like with tops, especially as a presenter buying the right tops, and she struggles because she was saying like she'll buy a top, and I want to say this tactfully, because of a bust size, she struggles because the top she has to buy a larger size, whereas the waist is thin, but she has to. And the only reason I'm saying this is because I think a lot of women can relate. So if you're finding like your chest size means you have to get a size larger, but then it just hangs on you, and you've got this big old top. So I mean, is that something that you've heard people discuss or relate to?
So much. Most patterns are drafted for somebody who is a B or C cup, and that's the same with garments that you buy. So if you're outside of that range, then most likely you're buying garments that are too big for you to accommodate your chest size. So they don't fit in the shoulders, they don't fit in the neck. So you can run into a lot more problems than just the hips. So with patterns, you can also, I have tutorials on how to do a full bust adjustment so that you can actually trace the pattern to the size you need and then do an adjustment specifically for altering for your bust. Or like you said, you could do a size here and then narrow it down for your hips so that you're getting that custom for your waist and your hips.
That's so important, and I can imagine we're getting a lot of viewers who are watching us right now who can really relate to this. So if you've ever struggled and just had to buy tops, I can think there's nothing more infuriating than you see a top you like, you put it on, and it just doesn't fit your proportion. And you're like, oh, and that's the size, because if that's the size you get and you think, well, do I have to get a size up, then it's going to be bigger. Here, everything is tapered to unique proportions. Because you said something at the start of the show, Lindsay, that I think was really poignant. I think sums up your whole brand. There is no one size. You know, you can't just say size 10, size 12. There just isn't, because our bodies, all bodies, different shapes, different lengths. So here, you're able to have your size, and that's the important size. It's your size.
That's right. And you would know this in fashion. You go one place and you put on a pair of jeans in one size, and then you go to the next store and you're a completely different size. So really, to me, size doesn't matter, right? So your measurements are what they are, and you're just literally tracing lines, and you're making a you size, because there's nobody else out there like you, and you need to make clothes that fit your body, not fitting into somebody else's clothes that they've made a standard.
Lindsay, it was really lovely seeing how you work as well, and I think that in essence highlights why I love your patterns and yourself as a designer, because Lindsay was saying, like, when she was cutting short and elongating, just working off of those simple shapes as opposed to having to measure. Here, she really has made life as easy as possible for you, and that's why Lindsay can quite confidently say, if you've never had a go making your own clothing and apparel, give it a go. Have a go. These patterns, Lindsay really has been so good in her description, and she's catered this from someone who's just starting off, a real novice, to someone who is very experienced. I'm going to be quick here. I think we're going to get Lindsay ready for our next demonstration. So we're taking a look at our Bondi top. $16.49 is your price, and I will just turn the pattern around as well so we can just see the back too, because I think that's important. So this is a lovely light summery top that you can take in so many different directions. So you can make more of a feature here showing you, are you going to make a feature of it? What kind of fabrics are you going to introduce as well? So it's a lovely, lovely, lovely top. And we've got a finished top here. So that is your Bondi top. Looking ahead, I know it's cold. Driving to, it was freezing this morning getting in the car. But looking ahead, springtime, summertime, sitting out in the garden, going out if we can. It'd be lovely to actually go out. So you can imagine sitting in a garden, a pub garden, maybe having a glass of wine. Yeah. $16.49 is your price there. 615-276 your item number. 40% of the stock has gone. But all I will say, and the important point, I mean, that looks so good. But obviously it's fitting on our mannequin. But the fact is that you are going to tailor your top to your size. Right, we're going to move on. We've got an extension for the Bondi. Now this, I've got to stress, this is designed to work with the Bondi. You do need the Bondi top to then use your extension. But what the extension does, it affords you all of these possibilities. So think about that, being able to take that one Bondi top and create so many different looks from it. Lindsay was saying that just with the Bondi top and the extension, you could create a whole wardrobe. So play with the different fabrics, type of fabrics. Some is going to be more elegant, smart, classic. Others a bit more casual, fun, playful. So $13.99 your price there. Details are on your screen, ranging from sizes XL to 4XL. Sorry, XS to 4XL. Then we have our bespoke blazer. What I like about the patterns that Lindsay's brought to the show today is this is our complete wardrobe. So we've gone from our top, our Bondi top, so it's nice, light summery top. The extension, which allows us a bit more versatility with the top. Now with this blazer, we can go in two directions because it can be a beautiful casual blazer just to sharpen and smarten up a look. And I'm stealing, actually, Lindsay was the one who described it as sharpening up your look. It's a very quick way to sharpen up your look, but I heard her say it. And I thought that's a great description. But this is the point. So we can, what you're seeing right now is a beautiful casual blazer. But if by changing the fabric, suddenly we can go, and I'll turn this around to show you, you can go from casual to really smart. So if you have got a special event you want to go to, absolutely do that. So christenings, weddings, or for work as well. If you want to create your own blazer, you can create something that's really elegant and stylish, or very casual and fashionable. You've got those choices, and we're just having a look at the finished example. And I know we've got to move on because we're getting back to Lindsay, but the little touches she puts in all her patterns, the fact that it's tapered here, it tapers up, which is extremely flattering. If you do want to make it straighter, you can, more of a boxed finish, but that tapered point really does make a difference. And that's where I think the multi-tool will come into its own as well. $16.49 your price, 768-400 your item number. Now we're going to move on to our final offering for you. This is nice. This is your Sydney shirt dress. That is such a lovely dress. Can you imagine just that? Think about those fabrics. I think that is really fashionable. What a lovely, lovely dress to wear. But equally, if I turn it around, just showing you all the elements there. I have got, oh, this is nice. I'm going to drop this in. I'm sorry, guys. I'm going to drop that in because that shows you, look at all the different looks and styles you can get from this one shirt dress. So it can be a shirt, it can be a dress. You've got, Lindsay kind of summed up her patterns as they really embody versatility, and I think that is the perfect description. Okay, that's the Sydney dress. We're having a look at it here. I mean, how beautiful does that look? And it's another one where you could absolutely see yourself in it. Have you got any fabrics at home that you've been waiting for the right project? Well, it's there. You can see that. It's a really nice dress that lends itself to so many different guises. Okay, enough from me. We're going to head back to Lindsay. I think she has got a multi-tool as well, which has proven very popular. Just to remind you, the self-measuring tape as well, which is here, very, very busy for this. Last time we had it on the show, it sold out, and it's proving very busy today as well. So you've got that self-measuring tape as well. And we're approaching 50% of the stock for your self-measuring tape. Okay, Lindsay, what have you got for us?
All right, so I wanted to show you exactly, I know we've done a lot of talking about what the multi-tool can do, but I wanted to show it in action. So we've been talking a lot about altering and making clothes that are your style and how you want it. So the first thing I wanted to show you is how this lines up with the different parts of your pattern. So the French curves are what are used to draft patterns. So it kind of makes sense that the thing that's used to draft patterns is what we're going to use to alter them. So let's say you have a neckline and you're like, that neckline is just a little bit too low for me. Okay. You can use your seam gauge and move it up, let's say a couple inches, and we're just going to make ourselves a flat line about a ½ inch, and then I'm going to use the French curve and then connect it to my shoulder, just like that. So I've raised the neckline. Or let's say the shoulders are too far out and I want to move that in.
Lindsay,
so I can easily...
sorry to interrupt. Could you just move yourself, scoot yourself to the right, just a touch, so we can see that a little bit better? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, just let me know when I'm. Okay. Am I in
keep going,
camera?
Keep going. Pull it down. Sorry, to your right. So if you move across.
That way.
As in, I think. All right, try down. Move it down. So because we're working. Yeah, that's it. That's good. That's perfect. Okay. Oh, actually, it's not now. It needs to go down a bit more. That's perfect. I'm so sorry. It's obviously. Lindsay is in Australia, and we were trying to go. I'm sorry, Lindsay. I didn't want to put you on the spot doing that, but now we've got a really good view of what you're doing, so I apologise.
Oh, fantastic. That's so good. So yeah, I've just moved the neck so that you can see that I've retraced the neck, and also if you wanted to move in the shoulder, and then you can redraw that line. So basically anything you want to do with the neck, if the pattern shows you one thing, you don't have to do what that pattern has. You can change it to be what you want. Or sometimes I know a lot of women have trouble with the armhole being a little bit too low or a little bit too high. So you can easily move that up and redraw that. Or you can pivot and bring the waist in, pivot, bring the waist out. So basically, whatever you want to do to be able to alter your pattern, this is going to be able to do it. And I also wanted to show you, so here I have a collar that I made up earlier. And let's say I've turned that out. Now I'm going to use my point turner, and I'm going to come in and I'm going to poke that out. Now, when you use scissors or something really sharp like that, a lot of times what can happen is you can poke through the corner. But with this, because that is going to get right there in the corner. And then what I like to do is I like to hold it and then slide it against the edge of the seam. Like that.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And then I can press it, and it's nearly pressed out the seam.
Yeah.
Just by me going like that.
Like that.
So that is your turner. Then also here's your hemmer. So you would put that on. Can you see that if I do that?
It's going to be, if you go up. Can you go up?
Like here?
Down? A little bit more? There you go. That's perfect. Sorry. There.
Okay.
Sorry, Lindsay. I know that's awkward, me giving you directions.
That's okay. So if I just move my paper, then you should be able to see it. So you can line this up. So this is ½ an inch. So basically, you can just line that up and then slide and mark and slide and mark. So then you're able to then fold up your hem right up to the line.
Perfect.
So that's what the hemmer part is for. Or you can easily check the distance and mark your buttonholes so that they're equal distance.
Now that's another important one. Yeah. Love that.
Yeah, so you would have, that would be like 1 inch, and then that would be another inch, and then you would just keep sliding and then marking them down so that you know that they're perfectly aligned.
Nice. I mean, there's so many aspects to the tool, and it has been really popular, your fashion multi-tool. What I'll do, the best way is that we've seen the tool in Lindsay's hands, but if I turn this around, and as somebody, I know, Lindsay, you designed this because this is like your go-to tool now when you start using any of your patterns, or anyone's working on your patterns, especially when you're teaching classes. But we can do our French curve, go into hemming, and with hemming you've got the 3 different sizes with your hemming, so the 5/8, 3/8 and the 1 and the quarter. Then you've got your buttonhole placement, which is so important, getting that right. Your seam gauge as well, your mitered corners and your point turner. So all 6 aspects in one tool. What I would say to you is, and something I asked Lindsay, I mean, just for, say, the French curve, if you were to buy a tool for that, I mean, how much? It's a rhetorical question, but how much would you be paying for that? you could be paying close to the price on your screen. I mean, let's say even if it was sort of £10, that's just one tool. There's 6 in here, so that's why I think that's so popular. Lindsay, you've got a lovely email that I have to read to you, and I think this is going to warm your heart. So this is from Claire, and Claire was saying that you've reignited her interest in dressmaking, and she especially wanted to know how to change the neckline, so she really appreciates that, Lindsay.
Oh, that's so wonderful. I'm so happy I was able to help her.
And that's your sort of life passion. I know that Sew to Grow, obviously being your brand, means a lot to you. But the fact that, and this is why you do it, and you can see how much it means to you, to be able to connect with somebody and help them on their journey, that's what makes it worthwhile to you.
Yeah, that is 100% why I absolutely love having the patterns, having the tools. I want somebody to be able to make a handmade wardrobe that they're proud of, using the fabrics that they love with the styles and the accessorize the way that they want to be, because I think it's so important to be an individual. I think it's important to love who you are, and I think sometimes clothing is an expression of that, and to be able to wear clothes that fit and make your shoulders go back and your chest go out, and you just walk through life confident in who you are. And if I can be a little part of that, then I've done my job.
That's really such a lovely thing to say. And just looking at you now, Lindsay, because I know you're wearing the Bondi top, and you can extend that. Is that the extension? Oh, is this a shirt dress? Sorry, are you wearing the shirt dress?
Yeah, shirt dress.
Yeah, well, just showing you how, by changing the fabrics and the design, you can totally transform and add your own personality to it. And that's another aspect, because going out shopping is one thing, but finding, because you might find a design, but it might not be in the color tones you really like, and you're like, oh, I wish, and we've all done this. You've seen a top and you're like, I wish it's, oh, have you ever had that? I've had this with shirts. I found a top and it wasn't in my size. I'm like, oh, and they don't have any. Sorry, do you have any in my? No, we don't have any in your size. So you leave the shop thinking, I wish they had it in my size, or I wish they had it in this fabric. But with your patterns, anything you wish you can make happen.
That's right. And exactly like what you said was just changing the fabric. Even something like this is the Sydney shirt dress, but you can see I used striped fabric and then changed the way it is on the pockets. So even little things like that, you are just customizing it to your own style, and, you know, just simply changing the directions of some lines just gives it a whole new look.
Lindsay, it has been an absolute pleasure, and I really mean that. Thank you so much for spending the evening with us. And the reason I say evening, a lot of viewers will be confused now because it's morning in the UK. Sydney, Lindsay's joined us from Australia, so thank you so much for that. And enjoy your barbecue, and I hope we'll see you soon. And we'll also look out for you on social media, so Sew to Grow, Facebook and Instagram.
Yes,
okay, Lindsay.
That's it, Sew to Grow. And thank you so much for having me. I absolutely have a blast every time I'm on here.
Oh, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Lindsay. You take care. We'll see you soon. Stay safe. Just want to show you something here. So we're looking at the dress, just here, the Sydney dress. This is a Sydney dress, but as a shirt. So we can take, and this, when we were discussing the versatility of all of Lindsay's patterns, so being able to adapt that, and I will just show you here. So this dress, I mean, come on, that for summertime is just such a lovely and comfortable dress to wear as well. That'd be really nice to wear. But then equally, you can go just down there, you can see we can transform it into a shirt. So from the same pattern, two very different looks, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. But also, it's that facet of being able to, if you're having a look at the dress or the shirt here, really tapering it to your size. And something we discussed earlier is body shapes. You know, if you've ever struggled, because not always, it's really unfair to say everyone's got the same body type, so you're just going to fall into a bracket, because we don't. So here, you're able to create your own personal style, and but also pick your own fabrics, pick your own designs, dip into your stash. I find this, and it's something that if you're able to do it, how incredible to create your own fashion. And I would imagine it's something I would love to do one day. There's so many things. There's a problem working at Hochanda. There's so many different hobbies and crafts I'd love to do. But just imagine creating that one item. It could be just one, the Bondi top, say, it could be your first foray into creating your own clothing. And I promise you, once you've done one, you're going to want to do more. If you go for any of the patterns, Lindsay has designed them for you, great for beginners all the way through to advanced. Don't forget the self-measuring tape, which for me is just an absolute game changer. You can measure all your stats, and also the multi-tool as well. I really hope you've enjoyed this show. Thank you so much for keeping us company. We've got plenty more, though, coming up here at Hochanda. The weekend wow that was so sold out, but we have readjusted and we got some more goodies for you, so do make sure to tune in and keep John company. After that, June Taylor, One Day Special will be here, and then A Cheeky Mama Makes.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different sizes and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello there and welcome. Well, welcome to what's frankly meant to be a weekend wow show. But that kind of finished. Well, John, tell them what happened.
It sold out on the first show.
And that wasn't meant to happen because I wanted to work with you and work with it. So I'm going to have words with you after the show.
Yeah, I know, because Hayley's already, the first words out of Hayley's mouth this morning was, have you got one on one side for me? Yeah, we had a lot of stock on. We did put an awful lot. We did put an awful lot of stock on.
You did.
I know people say that, but we did. It was to last all weekend. I'm really sorry it hasn't. The good news is the machine is back. We have our next delivery coming in at the we're hoping around the end of April, beginning of May.
I was going to say, keep an eye on our schedule for the end of April through to the middle of May, because I'm sure it will be appearing at some point, and you'll want to know about it, because you don't want to miss out a second time.
No, and I apologise. We seriously underestimated the demand for it, but I was too close to it. Yeah. As you know, Hayley's known about this machine for a while.
I've never seen you so nervous before a show.
No, because I was too close to it, so we didn't know how many to go for, and so we went for a large stock, but obviously not large enough. So, you know, for me and for Crafts too, I'm sorry if you're tuning in to get it.
Well,
we will still show you some bits on it.
Well, this is it. We are going to touch on the surface of it, and we'll be talking about some products that will work alongside it as the hour progresses. But it means that we've kind of shifted the schedule around, which is brilliant, because we've got some fabulous things to share with you that we weren't planning on showing you until tonight. And then tonight's show's actually ended up, we've got a double launch for the one-day special tonight.
We have, yes. So I'll get 2 hours to show you, because there's some brand new ideas as well in the one-day special.
Right.
So there's a brand new concept from me of stamps and dies.
Okay.
Sort of moving on from things I've done in the past, but a new idea with it.
Brilliant.
And then we've pulled some of the products that we were going to launch tonight that might have been missed onto here.
Okay.
And actually brought some products that literally arrived into the country yesterday.
Definitely.
Onto this show for people.
So, all top and bottom of it, a lot of jiggling's been done. But jump ahead on the website. So it might not be a show that you were expecting to see at this slot, but it's definitely worth going and have a little look on the website. Now, some of the items that we've got for you literally are warm. They've only just arrived in the UK, and this is a brilliant way of showcasing them too. But there's a variety of different ways for you to get hold of these. So the focus are these fabulous blending brushes to start with. So in this particular set, you are getting 2 sets of your blending brushes. You are also getting, for the first time ever, your pigment petal ink. Now, if you're wanting your brushes, there's other ways you can get hold of those in addition to this set. But my suggestion would be to go for this set, and I'll tell you about those in a few moments. So talk us around what we've got, John.
Right, so with the brushes we brought out about 7 months ago, and they sold out in the first 2 days.
Wow.
And so it's taken us 7 months to bring these back.
Wow, that's a long time. Yeah,
because we want to get them right, because they're not the standard ones. Yes, I know people have seen these, loads of companies have done them. We've got all the beautiful soft bristles, which mean your stenciling, your colouring, your shading is so easy.
Okay.
But we've had these made in a really, these are mine from the original.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So this is what they're like after 7 months use.
Wow, that's good. They look new.
But we've had them made with flexible plastic in our own colour, and they were branded with the craft artist, but I've used them so much and washed them so much that's come off.
Fair enough.
Literally, yeah, it should be there. I think I've got one here with it on, so yeah, it is on there. But they are such beautiful, soft blending brushes, ergonomic, really easy to use. And again, instead of just going for the ones off the shelf, which everyone knows about, we actually worked to make sure we got this softer plastic, easier to use, and right for the crafters. So we haven't reinvented the wheel, and I really want to say that, We've taken a product that was existing and we've just made a couple of tweaks
Lovely.
to make them right, but the main tweak we've done is bring them in at a brilliant price, to be honest.
This is it. Now, you've got obviously the variety of different ways. So we've got 2 sets teamed up with the petal ink pad, which we'll chat about in just a few moments. You've also got the ability to get hold of them individually. That would not be the best way to shop, to be honest. They are available, I have to tell you that. But another way you can get hold of them is if you are wanting double the quantity of your brushes and that fabulous tool wrap that John is working with, then we have got a set for you to get hold of. But you don't get the inks. So the inks, I think the inks are available by themselves as well, aren't they? So you could add the inks in as an extra if you basically want it all. So if you fancy the idea of getting, well, basically it's going to be like that, isn't it? With an empty roll, obviously you're going to be able to put it in there. You've got your 10 brushes in there and your roll, and the details are on your screen. And all of the, I'm just going to quote my producer. She's just gone, whoa! And I think we're kind of busy.
Well, we to be honest with you, this case, and the case that Hayley has there, is this new into the country. Hayley has my spare, because everyone knows I buy things in 2s. So this is my spare one that Hayley's got there. We launched this, we only had, you know, a few hundred or whatever when we first launched this case, and we weren't going to redo this. They flew out in about 10 minutes and it totally sold out. So we did reorder the case, and this is the first time the case has been back. But the value in this, to me, is crazy. Sam was looking at something similar the other day in a stand, and it was like £80, and he said, hang on, don't you do 10? And it's the 5 most used sizes. You don't get any of the silly, weird shapes.
Yes.
But you get the case, but you can actually
what
see...
I call those? Those are the padding out shapes.
Yeah, they are the padding out shapes, you're right. We cut all of those.
The ones
but
that
the
you
interesting thing is, the set that you have there, that Hayley has, the set I have, my brushes have lived in these rolls now for 7 months.
Okay.
And they go like this, and that has been... if you look at the case, look at it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's mucky.
It's mucky, it's mine. You can tell it's mine. That shows that this is perfect for storing them.
Brilliant.
Because none of them are damaged. You can see you see that one where it's been washed so many times.
Yeah.
Yeah?
And also it's protecting the heads of those, because if you've got them in a drawer, potentially shoved up against other things, or rammed into pencil cases or anything like that, you don't know. I mean, you could have, for instance, if I just grab something like that, this pen that we've got here, you could have that pressing into it. And of course, that's going to have an effect on the actual bed of the brush. So keeping them stored, I mean, we spend a lot of money on our crafting goodies. Spending the extra and actually putting them into the wrap, I think, is the optimum way for you to protect them, because like you say, they're protected.
They are protected. Even that big head one is, you know, there's no marks or anything in it. And I know those have been, the one you've got has actually been thrown in my case.
Wow.
Which people sort of know, my cat, oh, it's down there, you can't, oh, here we go. This is my case. It is literally everything is thrown in it. You can see how things are.
Yeah.
And that's been 7 months used all the time and working perfectly.
Brilliant. We're busy for those wraps. Of course, you are going to get all those fabulous brushes in there, good to go. If you missed out with them previously, you need to be quick. It's proven to be a very, very popular item. What was the update? A quarter of the stock. My goodness, I didn't realise we were that busy. OK, 701-544. But of course, we mentioned the brushes in alternative ways, one of which is to get hold of them with the petal ink. Now, it's the first time that we've seen this petal ink. Not the first time in this kind of configuration, as in the petals, but we've got pearlescent ink
this
time.
Is brand new colour match today. It's a brand new set. So this is, we've called this Midnight Pearl. So these are pearl pigment inks that are water-based.
Okay.
So what you've got is, I love this concept, that's why we've gone, and there are more colours coming.
Lovely.
We've kind of stepped this one up early, because to me, this is the necessary, because you've got black, silver, or sort of black, graphite, white, silver, gold, like an emerald green, a beautiful cerulean blue, and that's stunning purple. But if you look, can you see, they're pearl. And they're water-based, so unlike some of the other technique inks you've got, which are oil-based, you can mix water with them and paint with them. But what we've done is, so you've got beautiful colours. These are the ones I will use all the time. But to have the pearl, but if I just show you on the black, to take it out.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
That is jet black.
That is solid.
But the shine.
Yes.
And because they're pigment, they blend beautifully and perfectly.
And I'm guessing as they dry, that's when that pearlescent comes through even more.
The pearlescent comes through even more.
But when they look wet, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But I'm going to do some stenciling with it. But one of the things I wanted to mention was, we do genuinely and everyone says this, we do listen to our customers. When we launched the first set of them, they were held in place with magnets.
Right.
Okay. And we had quite a few people say to me they can't use anything with a magnet because of pacemakers and things like that. So we've done exactly the same. Watch.
But no magnet?
No, no magnet. We've had this changed and it's a clip system now.
Oh, wow.
So it's a new clip system, so it clicks firmly into place.
It's not the easiest to show you on screen because it's kind of black on black, but you can hear it click, yeah.
So you can see there.
Oh, I see at the bottom.
Yeah.
Right.
That goes in and clicks into place.
Perfect.
So just get another one. So when you transport them, they're not going to move, they're not going to fall out. So you've got those 8 colours, because I've had this sort of style before, and as soon as I open the lid, 3 of them fall on the floor.
Oh, there used to be a nightmare. It's the same situation.
It's happened all. You know, when you had your shop and you did classes, you know what it's like. But the great thing with these is that they are a beautiful blending ink.
Okay.
So instantly, I've got 8 colours. Yep. So I'm going to take my brush and wipe across. I don't have to take them out if I don't want to. But look how smoothly
they're so juicy.
That blends. Take that out because I picked up a little bit of black with it. So, but look how it holds in your hand.
Yeah.
It's not a thick wodge of a... I always say this with these. That is an ink pad.
Yeah.
That's what we're used to, and that's what we're holding.
Yeah.
Yeah? Not with these. That's what you're holding.
Yeah.
It's so much easier and neater.
So much.
But it just blends like that, and then I can take... And because they're pigment, I can go to the next colour down. Now, I'm using the same family, so I'm going to use the same brush. But look at that blue.
That is beautiful. That's gorgeous colour.
And this is, to me, how the brushes work so well, because look at all these little bits in this stencil. They don't click on it.
Perfect,
they're not lifting them. But see how that colour is intense and then it fades out? Let's go to the green. So I'm going to change my brush into a greeny family one.
Okay.
So again, just rub it on the top. But they're not rough with your ink pads. And that's what I love. So here we go.
And you've got control as well, haven't you?
Well, if you notice, I'm holding it there. It's ergonomic.
Yes.
I'm not having to...
And if you're a bit heavy-handed, you don't have to worry about snapping a handle with these, have you? Because you've got the flexibility.
Well, I mean, heavy-handed was literally invented for me, wasn't it? Let's face it. And I'm going to go for gold, and I'm going to use one of the littler ones. But again, it's not the filler ones, as you'd call them. But let me just be that little bit more precise on here on the bottom.
Wonderful. Now we are busy. We're very busy for the brushes in all the different configurations, to be honest. Don't forget, if you are going for the tool roll at the bottom of your screen, you can add the petals in by themselves. They are available on their own as well. In fact, if you do want those, let's just bring those details up just so as you can see them. And that's going to get you the pad by itself, the kind of configuration, that gorgeous one. Look at that. How affordable is that? £12.98 for all 8 of those. So if I was your personal shopper, and this is me doing my personal shopper bit, again, that would be going in my basket, but it would be going in alongside my 4 sets, those, and the roll, and then I've got everything that I need there. All of it.
Yeah, I mean, I would, but then that's me. But if I just... This is what you would get, but look at that.
Beautiful. Oh, look at that shimmer.
But the blend, but the shimmer is the pearlised. It's such a fine sort of mica finish. And of course, because these are pigment, we can heat emboss with these.
Of course, yeah.
So we could stamp and heat emboss with them. And I know that one of the biggest difficulties that I have, to be honest, something that loads of people have asked me a lot of times, is about heat embossing black.
Okay.
And what we often show you is that what you have to do, you either do the old trick where you ink your stamp. So this stamp I have got to clean, actually, so excuse one area of it.
Oh, is this the Peter's tree?
This is Peter's tree, yeah.
Lovely,
It's going to be. It's always been my go-to stamp. We had to reissue it because I used it on the box of the Kaleido so much.
Oh, right, okay.
But what we normally have to do is we'd have to ink this with something like a clear ink.
Yes.
Then you'd go over the top with your VersaFine or anything else. And then you would put it on, or you'd go with your VersaFine, and you have to be quick with your embossing powder. This is a true black, pearlised stamping ink.
Brilliant.
And this is rare. I don't know. Everyone does all the colours, but look at that.
That is beautiful.
How crisp that is.
And
But if I hold that up,
because sometimes
you don't get that in pigment normally.
Well, with the pearlescent, you think that maybe you're going to get an okay image. It's a different formulation of ink, isn't it? And I mean, that is so crisp and so beautiful. And also, the actual embossing, the heat embossing, not everybody gets on with that. I know we always say about use like an anti-static pad and things like that, but sometimes even if you're doing that, you still get those little flecks around.
Yeah.
And if you were using something like a black powder, then those little flecks would show up everywhere, wouldn't they, on that white card?
They would, and what I can do is I can now actually start to shade and colour with black.
Oh, wow.
Which I can't normally do. I need to sort of smooth it on my brush a little bit better. Actually do it properly, John, rather than...
Well, we're busy.
I've got a black to actually start to do that one.
Yeah.
But again, just shadowing around the top.
It's almost like turning it into almost like a grey, really.
But can you see when I go over this now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when I go over this, watch, this image will smudge.
Nice.
Because it's pigment. So that means I could heat emboss it. But I love this technique because if you look at that, if I hold this one up, it actually looks like it's ingrained into the paper and in the distance.
Yeah.
It's kept all the detail from that stamping.
Yeah.
But the additional, because it's got the glycerin in it to actually make it pigment, it's kind of set it into the paper, and that looks like a stormy sky.
That looks fabulous, yeah. Very, very moody.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. Absolutely love that. Love these.
We are busy. Busy, busy, busy. You can see at the bottom of your screen, it's no surprise, we've got queues on the phones. We always do it when John's here. At the moment, there's 7 minutes. I was meant to tell you when there was 6 minutes, so apologies, that extra minute is down to me. So yeah, if you're wanting to get hold of these, please, if you can, jump onto the website, place your order that way. Just to go through the different options that you've got, the details on the screen, you are going to get your 2 sets of brushes there, your larger and your smaller headed ones, alongside the brand new petal ink pads. That, though, that configuration, 20% of the stock has gone. £23.97. I'm going to move those to the side just for a few moments, because if you want to double up on your brushes, then you have got the ability... Oh, there you go, let's go that way. There we go. You're going to be able to get 2 sets of those, well, 2 sets, 4 sets, should I say there. So with regards to these ones... Oh, hang on, which way are we going? Oh no, we've broken the computer. So if you fancy the idea of getting all of those and your storage ability, so if I bring the tool roll in as well, obviously the ones that are in the tool roll are John, so you're not going to get those in addition to those ones that we were holding up there. But if you're wanting to get all 4 of those sets and your storage roll, then £27.95 is. But then you need to add in the ink, which is just £12.99. It's so affordable. We're going to bring those details back up. So if you're wanting to get hold of those inks, the Moonlight Pearls, absolutely beautiful. You're going to use these over and over again. They will be your go-tos, which is why you've got those kind of colours that we love to see in there, that gorgeous graphite, the silver, the gold, the white, the black in there, and the most incredible blues and that gorgeous turquoisey green. 732999. Now, if you are going for the set of 4 brushes, not that, so the 4 brushes and the roll, half the stock has gone. It's crazy, absolutely crazy. So if you're wanting to get hold of those, then you need to be quick. Don't forget they've sold out previously. There's been a lot of people that have missed out on them. It's a bit of a bonus us being able to see them during this hour. So that, yeah, again, we might have people that are thinking, oh, I'll watch these later on. They're off around the supermarket at the moment. Oh dear. So yes, if you're wanting these, take advantage of the opportunity that you are watching live. Add those into your basket. But of course, if you're wanting to go for the whole lot, then you can do. It's just different ways of you getting hold of them. But please do not just go for the brushes by themselves. That's not the optimum way to get hold of those. So, John, I mean, what sort of feedback have you had from these brushes?
People have absolutely loved them. We actually had people messaging me after the shows when they aired, and we had a lot of stock saying, when will they be back? Please, can you let us know when they're going to be back? You know, so I'm sorry if you haven't got the message from me or Sam saying the brushes are back. It's just a case of we didn't expect them to drop Thursday or Friday or be able to drop them into this show. People have absolutely loved them, I think, because these match what I love about crafts too. Okay. Because what you've actually got is you've got the quality. you've got some level of innovation. So the fact that we've changed it from the black and, you know, that.
It's not a hard static.
Yeah, it's not a hard static fix. That handle is, but that's not.
Yeah.
That's what I love.
Yeah.
So you've got all that quality, but you've also got the price.
Mm-hmm.
And Crafts 2 always try and go for getting you the best quality to bring innovation, but also to get it for the best price. And it's something that you know Peter at Crafts 2 is determined
very much
to do, is to bring you, you know, the best price going.
That's it. We've got increases. We've got increases in the phone queues. Everything, all the stock is all diminishing crazily so, but the one thing that's going up is the queue, which isn't good, but we're up to 9 minutes now. Do hang on in there, folks. We will get to you as soon as we possibly can. My only advice would be is to speak to the call operators when you get through and ask them what else we've got, because you won't want to be phoning back again. We haven't even had a chance to show you some of those things that we've got for you. So yeah, you potentially don't have the advantage of going on the website. I know there's lots of people that don't shop online, and you regularly tell us that. So for those of you that do, jump onto the website and add those other bits and pieces in as you go as well. But the ink pad, I mean, this is something that is causing a real stir, and there'll be lots of people adding these in because they will have gone for the other colours that you had last time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the thing is, if you've got this beautiful, so I'm just blending here.
Okay.
So I was literally just playing while I was listening to you.
Oh, you've got a stencil there.
Which is what I do at home. So through a stencil, but I get such a beautiful, crisp look.
Oh, look at that.
I get that chalky look. I'm just going to rotate this stencil round.
Okay.
Just
is this
to
the one
give
that you do like the tartan with?
Yes, this is the tartan one. So I'm just going to rotate it through, just to be just in one colour. But you see how easy this is to apply through a stencil, even when I've not fixed it down. Yeah.
Well, this is it. If you were at home, you would. But I mean, it's a bit rapid fire this hour. So
yeah. So, but again, just going through. But I'm not the best at that. But there we go.
That's nice. Yeah.
But you get that beautiful. Can you see where you've got an intenser colour where they match? You get that lovely intense colour. If you want to blend,
you can almost make your own pearlescent card with this.
You can.
Can't you?
But just this is not adding any extra ink. This is just me hitting circles. But again, see how I hold it. But
Can
it
you
just.
imagine, on embossed paper, if you're doing that, using just that residue. Wow.
You can see there how soft that blend is.
Yeah.
I don't get that because the ink was designed to blend. But the fantastic thing is, I'm going to use exactly the same colour and same pad. It will still stamp for us. But the fab thing about these is, because of the way they're designed and they're easy to hold, and the point, it means that what I can do is, I can actually, it's easier on a cleaner stamp, but this is now pearl ink that you can stamp with, but we can blend.
Oh, right, so you can be quite directional where you put in the colours.
So,
right.
can you see, I've gone right into that point. So I can go there, and if I want to, I can, you know, tip a little bit and have a little bit of purple round the edge. So this is a soft blending ink that suddenly is still a crisp stamping ink.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is beautiful.
But look at all then it's one of the reasons we chose these particular stamps for this show. It was not for these inks, but it was for the Kaleido.
Yeah.
But it shows these off perfectly because you can see all those fine details pearlised.
Gorgeous.
But that does look like an illustration from a book now.
Well, I mean, looking at it, it does exactly look like that. And I'm also thinking about, what about no-line stamping? Could you actually bring a water brush in and move those colours around if you wanted to?
But what you'll find is with a no-line stamping, what you've actually got is, it's a water-based ink, or that sort of the water or the alcohol runs away. Because this is a pigment-based ink, which means it's made with glycerin, it's that little bit more stickier, so whilst it mixes with water and you can watercolour with it, it's a little bit harder to do that. But what you could do, which is, you know, which would be quite useful, is we have a white.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So, we have a white.
Oh, yes, okay, like I know where you're going.
You know, white ink. White ink normally, again, pigment ink, I've got it from Ising. I've got the Couture Creation Stays in Place white ink for going on plastic and things.
Okay.
What I don't have is a fine white ink with pearl finish for stamping. So that's my white notepad.
Lovely.
You know, still white. But if I wanted to draw or look clever or, you know, doodle or anything like that, can you see there? I'm hoping this will come
It's
through.
going to be almost
this
like
is
a
the worst thing I could
watermark,
ever give
isn't
Holly
it?
to do.
If you tilt it towards the camera, you might see that little image. It's a bit tricky because it's all, oh, you just about see it there. It's like a watermark that you've got of the image.
So I can see that.
Yes.
But I could colour over the top of that and it will then vanish. Now, I can see it, but it's like a watermark, but that's, for me, that's the perfect spot.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yes.
So I can get,
it's
there we
different
go.
on camera. You can see, there we go, that's the spot there.
But that beautiful pearl
Brilliant.
sort of finish image, so I could do that on it. And of course, it's pigment, so I could heat set that.
You could indeed. Love it. We are so busy. I think we spent enough time chatting about these brushes and inks. We've got loads more to share with you, so we are going to move on. And I will get my hands on something relating to the Kaleido because we've got a fabulous little bundle to share with you. Now, if you did join John yesterday with the Weekend Wow and you didn't go for the big bundle, because of course we had different ways for you to get hold of the Kaleido, some of you will have just got hold of the machine by itself. Well, of course, when you're working with the machine, you need the right mediums for you to get those results when you are looking at foiling. So these are some of the items that maybe yesterday, because it was a bit crazy yesterday, and I know lots of people were getting hold of the machine and not necessarily catching all the show and realising the different elements that you might need to add in to make the most of it, then we have got some of those items still available. And also, don't forget, we don't know when we're necessarily going to see these items again. So when you get your, obviously your Weekend Wow, the complete bundle or the Weekend Wow by itself, you may well have already had these in your bundle, but if you're going to be working with it to the extent that we've seen it working, it's a good idea to have a backup of these so you have got plenty of these left. Now, the first bundle that we're looking at here, I'm going to let John take you through these because I'll be honest, I watch the shows, but John is the expert. He can explain them way better than I could possibly. But 3/4 of the stock has gone of this particular bundle. And am I right in thinking people will need this again once they've exhausted what they've got with Weekend Wow?
This is a constant thing. Now, one thing I want to go through is when you get your bottle at home, you unscrew the black section,
okay.
Yeah, and you will have a seal on it.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
right.
You'll have a silver seal on it.
Right.
And what you must then do is you must make sure, says John looking for some of the dreaded thing I don't normally do, but I can foil this afterwards when I've done this.
Oh, okay.
You then make sure that this bottle, once you've clipped the top off, never tips up.
So it needs to stay upright.
Yeah, I let it fall over yesterday, and when I take my lid off,
what a waste.
Not a problem, but it is a waste, yeah. So, you know, I cannot say that enough.
Yeah. It's getting into the habit, isn't it?
I'll be quite honest, it should have been in the, you know, it probably should be on the label, keep upright. But I did the label before I knew that.
Yes.
Because this is, you know, this is one of the things. I helped develop this. I came up with this. I did the packaging for it. I did the label. You know, my friend Tina named it. You know, yeah, I wrote the theme tune. I sang the theme tune. Yeah. But you know, there are things that I learn as I'm going along, and that's why I love doing shows, because I can share them.
That's how these things evolve, isn't it?
Yeah. So we gave you a blank ink pad, and one of the reasons is the ink will dry in your pad.
Okay.
So if we did you an ink soak pad, you'd be buying one every. What you do is, if you're anything like me, you go through a stage where you stamp a load of stuff, then you foil it, then you move on to something else for 3 weeks, then you come back to it.
Okay.
We didn't want people coming back to the pad and finding that it was dry.
Okay.
And that could happen if we impregnated the ink in the pad and sold you a pad.
Right, so
we
the pad's a way of getting the ink onto whatever surface, right? Okay.
So I did this one yesterday lightly, but this has already started to go a little bit dry.
Okay, yeah.
So all you do is tip your bottle. I'm not squeezing. You see, capillary action is pulling the ink out.
So it's quite fluid.
Yes, it's a liquid. I remember I was talking to Kay at Indigo Blue about it, and she said, "Oh, so you've come up with a heat-activated adhesive?" Then I went, "Nope."
Okay, yeah.
Because that's how, in her concept of what it was.
Yeah.
No, this is a liquid. This is a black liquid ink. Okay. And to answer some of the questions we got on Facebook last night. You know, if you got the machine, just the Weekend Wow, you got the pen, you got the foil, what I'm doing is I'm not stamping with black ink.
Okay.
I'm stamping with the Kaleido ink.
Okay.
If you stamp with black ink, put your foil on and run it through, you're going to be disappointed.
Right.
To do that, you do need to have the ink. I'm really sorry, but you do.
It's that special formulation of the ink that's going to kind of work with the heat and the foil to get the results.
It's formulated. It's kind of, I'd love to say, you know, someone said, oh, it's like liquid toner. It's not. but it's along that line.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to pretend.
And dare I say, I mean, I'm a crafter just alongside you guys at home, so I'll be thinking to myself, all right, okay, I'm going to try this out. I'm going to go for that. I'm going to do what John said. I've got a laminator at home. I'm going to pop this through the laminator. I'm going to get that foiling technique. Will I get the same results that way?
I tried it, and
Okay.
I'd rather be completely honest. I tried it, and in my laminator at home, no.
Okay.
Because the way this works is the actual, what I'll do is I'll show you. So I've used the pad that comes with it.
Okay.
Yeah. And I've inked my stamp.
Mm-hmm.
And stamp it as normal. I'm using exactly the same stamp.
Right.
As I used before with the white. Yeah.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That's why it's an ink. That's why it's liquid.
Yeah.
You don't get that level of detail from a glue.
No, you don't.
You know, I
it's
could have,
true.
if it was that way, I would have
Yeah.
put simpler stamps on the set.
Yes, yeah.
You know, to be easier, I wouldn't have put the most detailed stamps
Yeah.
that 2Js do. Now, what actually happens is, so you can try this at home with a laminator, and I do not want to stand here, I don't want to stand here now and go, yes, it'll work, when for me it hasn't,
Yeah.
just to sell some ink.
Yes.
I don't, you know, you wouldn't do that, we
No,
wouldn't do
no,
that.
no.
But I don't want to stand here and go, also, but you have to buy the machine and
Yeah.
you have to wait for the machine either, because that's not fair. So you can try it, but my experience shows it hasn't, and this is why. Because what actually happens is the foil,
Yeah.
goes on top.
Right.
Okay, top of it. See, it's not stuck.
Okay.
The foil is on top. So the foil goes into the machine. Bring my Kaleido in. The roller is heated at the top. So if you
Okay.
watch, what's actually happening is my foil would help if I put it round the right way so that the tag's not wider than the opening, wouldn't it? Like an idiot. My foil is directly touching the heat plate.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
In a laminator, the foil doesn't touch the
No,
heat
it doesn't,
plate.
no,
You've
no.
got a piece in between.
Yes.
So you could try it with a piece of kitchen roll.
Okay.
You know, baking parchment.
Right.
See if that works. Try it at home. It didn't work when I tried it, but it doesn't mean it won't work in yours at
But
home.
also be careful as well, because that's not the way the laminator is supposed to work. It's supposed to
No.
work with laminating pockets, isn't it? So if you're putting other things through, oh my word, look at that. That is amazing.
Yeah.
And so quick.
And it is literally, it is the heat, the impression of the machine, of the Kaleido, in combination with the ink. It's not a special stamp.
So with the Weekend Wow, anybody that got hold of the Weekend Wow, not the big bundle, because of course that sold out before the Weekend Wow. So if you've got the Weekend Wow, am I right in thinking that this is what you would receive? Was
No,
that part of
just the pen.
Oh, just the pen. So it's just that. So obviously, if you're wanting to use it freehand, then yeah, you're sorted. You've got your pen, not a problem at all. But most of us will be buying it to get those results that John has just shared with us, using our stamps. My mind has gone into overdrive. You can get your own stamps made. We've got lovely Lottie coming up later on. Personalisation, weddings, all those different things, foiled, amazing. So if you went for the Weekend Wow yesterday, you certainly need to consider, I'm not saying you've got to go for it, because I wouldn't make you that decision for you, but if you want to get the most out of it, i.e. using your stamps, which let's face it, most of us, that's what we bought the machine for, then you are going to need these. Now you've got your special formulated ink, as you heard from John. It is a liquid ink. It's designed to be activated when the heat is applied, and of course with the Kaleido, the heat is applied to a high degree. That is the thing that you need to consider. The actual ink pads themselves, these haven't already got the liquid ink in there. They're not impregnated with it, because the idea is that you use as little or as much as you need for that opportunity that you're working with. So you're going to decant some of that into those two ink pads that you've got there, or blank pads, should I say. $19.99. If you're wanting to get hold of this, you need to be quick. Over 80% of the stock has gone. We haven't even got the machine to sell to you. But even if you're thinking, well, I've already got it, I've got the big one Weekend Wow, you are going to be crafty. You're going to be doing all these fabulous techniques. You will get through that ink. So that's why I'm saying that if you have already got hold of the Weekend Wow, whether it's just a machine with the pen or whether it is as a larger bundle, you will need more of this, because when you start getting the results like this, you are going to find it hard not to stop, to be fair. Absolutely amazing results. You saw the demonstrations with John yesterday. For the time that he was here with the Weekend Wow, it was flying out every single time. You've got so many different ideas here. In fact, we've got the board. Can I bring the board up? Because the board's probably a good way for John to talk around what we've got here. What have we got here then? Peter's tree.
Right, this is Peter's
I
tree.
recognise that bit.
Done. Yeah, I mean, I can say it stands with all of us, doesn't it? 'Cause it's just our favourite. But this is done in each of the colours of the foil on white and black. But
Okay.
it also shows you that you can get, because none of these were picked out as being the best.
Right.
So if you look carefully on some of them, you'll see there's little bits of black, perhaps where it's not picked up the foil or whatever. There are, trust me. But these were all done in one session, and I just stamped every piece of black and every piece of white. So I stamped 10 pieces of black, 10 pieces of white, and then foiled them through different colour. There on the rose one, you see a little bit of black in the background?
I can't see it.
Just on one side.
I'm being honest.
Just
Oh, a tiny, tiny bit over there.
That's what you get, and I wanted to be honest about not every one is going to foil perfectly, but the overall effect is amazing.
And I suppose
it's the level of detail
practice.
you get from this ink.
And also there's certain factors in it, as in like, because you are physically doing the stamping as well. So
Yeah.
there's certain factors, certain cardstock that you're going to stamp on and different formulations. But you'll get your own special little formula when you're working with these. But I mean, you can see how amazing these are as well. Wow, we are busy. Now, limited stock. That's what I've got to tell you about this particular set. So if you are wanting exactly what we've been talking about, your blank ink pads there and your Kaleido ink, you need to be quick. You need to be quick. It's limited stock. You could potentially miss out on this. So if you're wanting to make sure you've got hold of these, don't forget, we don't know when we're going to get these back. We've had them, obviously, we've had them on the shows. We may be able to bring it back before we bring the machine back again, but we might not. We don't know. So that's all I'm saying. If you can get hold of them now, you're safeguarding those. You might not have an immediate need for it, but you know that it's in your pantry ready for when you need it. Your crafty pantry. I haven't mentioned my crafty pantry lately, but there you go. It's probably more information than you need. Now, of course, if you did go for the machine yesterday, then you will have the pen, which, of course, is always a bonus to have two of these, because you'll be able to use it in loads of different ways, as John's going to mention to you. But you're also going to get your magic medium. Now, this is new to me, John, so what's the magic medium all about?
I developed this with this was actually developed, we actually used 3 different manufacturers through on all of this.
Okay.
Almost in a way to keep it quiet.
Right.
Because you know what everything's like.
I know this industry,
To
yeah.
keep it very, very quiet, we used 3 different manufacturers. So I worked with our ink manufacturer who make some of our inks for us on this one.
Yes.
And I told them what I wanted it to do, told them what it would need, and I think this was the 2nd or 3rd batch that I had.
Oh, okay,
And
yeah.
what this is if you saw me earlier, I stamped that flower.
Yes.
Yeah. And this is one of the things that's annoyed me about hot foiling, and I've done it before. You know, I had one of the foiling machines before, and there's loads of things annoyed me. One of the major things was, look at all that waste.
Yeah. And
Look
that's
at
money.
that piece of waste.
Yeah.
That's money, and you know I hate that. So I wanted a medium that would pick up the foil. So
Okay.
this is a clear, and this is more of an adhesive.
Right.
So it's obviously not fine enough really to stamp with.
Okay.
But what I do is I'm going to put some down, and it's white, and it dries clear. So I'm just going to take a tag, and I'm going to scrape it on. Yep, that's it. Now, I did say to Yanis yesterday, I think I said to you earlier, I did read a couple of instructions. Obviously, we've been developing this over a year, so I've been looking at what other people have been doing in foiling, going, no, they haven't, you know, the usual. And I got some, and it actually said on it, the instructions were, apply medium through stencil, leave to dry for 1 hour or overnight,
Right.
add foil,
Yeah.
put through laminator,
Yeah.
then put through die cutting machine, then peel off.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, I'm sorry, life was too short.
Yeah, there's a lot of processes.
Yeah, that is now ready and dry to go.
Okay.
Yeah, so no messing about.
So is that not sticky anymore? Oh, wow. Okay, right.
Done, dry. It's
So-
magic. That's
So
why we
you're
call it
not in
magic
a
medium.
rush then when you're making these?
I make this paper up days in
Right.
advance and sit there and just use it.
See, that's because sometimes we have like a little session, don't we, of crafting, where you do a certain kind of thing for that day or that afternoon. So you could be getting all of these set up for a later
You can
stage.
sit and do all your stamping. Just think, if you're stamping anything, why don't you stamp it on a Kaleido ink as well, and then run them through the machine when you've got time a few days later. Nothing's time apparent. So I've got a little bit sticking out there, and I wanted to show you this.
Okay.
So what I want to do is, I do not want to, I don't want to waste that, and I don't want that to touch the rollers.
Right, okay.
So this is my scrap box, and I keep, look, every piece.
Oh, wow, okay,
Because
yeah.
none of this is waste anymore.
Yes.
I can go through and go, God, that daisy's beautiful. Oh, right, I want to do that one next.
Yes.
Don't waste it, but I've got a piece here. Let's have a look. Here's a bit of silver. Cool. So, I take that.
Oh, we've got some good news. The queues are only a minute and a half left, so I love it. It's been a long time getting down to that. So, yeah, if you are placing your order on the phone, it might be an idea to do it now.
So I'm just going to cover that last bit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Really simple.
Do you need to be careful about kind of little bits sticking out and the rollers and things like
Careful? Me?
that? Well, I know it's, yeah.
How long have I known you, Hayley? How
No,
many years is it now?
Don't do
You do
anything
need to be a
careful.
little bit careful, yeah. So I'm just going to fold this little bit here underneath.
Just so it doesn't
you're
get
right.
caught on anything.
Yeah, I don't want it to get caught on the machine. So we
Okay.
go through, and all we do then is press that through. Now this silver one might get stuck a little bit, but I should be okay. There we go. Right.
It's 2 pieces, isn't it? So, yeah.
So that's gone through. Okay, silver. Let's
Yeah.
take that off.
Oh, nice.
It's foiled.
Yeah.
The gold.
Okay. Do you know what I'm
That's
going to
smooth,
ask now?
but I've not quite finished
Oh, okay.
because that white is still active if I want. It's not.
Of course
Look.
it is, yeah.
But it's still active. So let's take this scrap of green. It's got a bit on it, but
Okay.
it doesn't really matter. So again, let's put this green on, fold it under, and I'm going to run that through.
Now, I'm at a distance, so I can't actually see that gold piece or the residue, what's left over from the gold piece. But I'm going to ask, is there much left in that area?
Nothing.
Because that's going to be the telltale sign. Look at that. Oh, you can see a pretty
And
face
you
through
don't
that.
waste these bits,
Have you got
because
a piece
we
of
will put a
card
video on
behind
YouTube that shows you how to
You've
use
got a
those.
piece of white card, because with your jumper you can't quite see.
Sorry.
Look at that. Clean as a whistle.
That's it.
Amazing.
So no waste. Plus this green piece.
Oh, wow. And that's waste.
But can
that's
you see,
left
that's
over.
waste because you can see where the white is from where the flowers that originally. But I love that two-tone. Look, I could actually go on now with another colour where that
Just to
white
fill in
is.
those little
And
gaps.
fill in those little gaps. But
Love
I've got
it.
another piece then to use again with another piece of magic medium.
I love it.
But
Brilliant
you
idea.
don't bin any of these. Goes in there.
Yeah.
But I was going to quickly,
back
if I may. This
Can I
morning.
just do a very, very quick update with the Magic Medium?
Yeah, of
Because
course
again,
you
it's busy. It's consumable. Again, you may well have got hold of this yesterday, but again, it's one of those things that when you use it, obviously you're using it and you're having loads of fun, but it is something that you are going to get less and less of the more and more you use it. So why not go for an additional one of these? If you've already got one coming with your machine, then brilliant, but have one in reserve. That's the key thing. We don't know when we're going to get these. As John's explained to you, the process of getting these to us and bringing them to us can be quite a lengthy process. So £9.99, I think that's a tenner well spent. Even if you haven't even got your machine yet, then do take advantage of these to make sure you have got hold of it. 80% of the stock has gone now. Okay.
Right, so
over to
your
you.
pen, I did this morning.
Okay.
And the reason is, I know the machine has, so if you've got the machine and you're like me, I left this machine switched on last night.
Oh, no.
And I drove home.
Oh, is it okay?
And I woke up this morning and thought,
I get that with my tongs.
yeah.
I usually have to message my daughter.
Yeah.
Can you
and
check
I'm thinking,
before
I was
David
actually
looks?
thinking last night, you know, who can I ring in the studio? Shall I ring backstage to get them to run in and turn it off?
Yeah.
Then I remembered that part of what we'd asked for was an auto switch off.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I thought, well, a good way to test that. And to be fair, there was a knock on the door and my pizza arrived. So it was kind of like, forget everything else, there's food here.
Different priority.
Came in this morning, this was stone cold.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Switched it off, switched it back on. It's got an auto cutout if it's not used for about an hour.
That is brilliant. That's
Switches
useful.
itself off.
Yeah.
And to test it, I made this because Leonie very kindly lent me some of her All and Create stamps to use in the machine.
Oh, okay, right.
So I did this for Leonie this morning. And Ben actually watched me, I think it was Ben or the other lady whose name I've forgotten.
Ben or the other
Maddie,
lady? Ben's not a lady.
were talking to me as I was doing it. But that's using the pen. And all I did, and this is what I love, so I can sit here and I can write with this pen on black or white. Thank you. I'll just put thank you. I've done this quickly, so this won't probably foil as well.
Okay.
You want to be a little bit slower with it.
Do you know what else as well? If you've got cardstock that you can actually put through your printer, you could actually put it through your inkjet printer, maybe in a light grey, and trace out the design.
You could.
Or get the kids drawing as well. I mean, they could do things with these and then foil them
But
afterwards.
you can, if you have a laser printer at home,
right,
you can print out and foil whatever you print with the Kaleido.
Oh, can you?
Yes, that
Oh, right,
works as well.
okay.
We made sure that the thing that some of the other versions that the laminators can do,
Yes.
that this will do it as well, so you're not having to go,
Oh, that's
oh
nice
well,
then.
I have to change to that machine for that.
Yeah.
No. So this won't have come, there we go.
Oh, wow, that's
so
amazing.
I've just written that.
You could sign your Christmas cards with that, couldn't you?
So I am ordering myself a couple of spare pens because I lose things like that. 'Cause
Well, you
it's
don't
too
want to be
small.
with that. And this, am I right in thinking you can't refill these, so you can't top it up?
We asked them. I asked the manufacturers, and they said it is possible to refill it once.
Yeah. I think part of the problem would be the tip.
But the nib goes.
Yeah, yeah, I
And
think
they
that's the
are.
thing,
I know
isn't
it's
it? Yeah.
unfortunate and it is wasteful, but the
Yeah.
tip is actually specially designed. It actually presses down to let more ink come out.
Yes,
And to
yeah.
flow. So it's not just like a normal pen. So it
And
would be
each time, yeah, it is
Yeah.
going to have an effect, isn't it, when
it
you're working
would
with
be
it?
a real struggle.
Brilliant. Wow, we are so busy. I can't believe it. It's not often I do a show. Usually when I do a show, I try, and this is letting you into a bit of TV shopping land, I try and do the counter within the first 7 minutes so we can get to the demonstration. It's now 1:45. I still haven't finished everything, so I don't think I've beat that record, but never mind. Anyway, foils. We've been chatting about foils. So again, this is something else that you are going to need to top up on, because you're going to use your foils, you're going to use the waste of the foils as well. But we've got a lovely set here with your gold and silver. Now, you've got 4 rolls, 2 of each of those, and you've got 3 metres on each one of those rolls, as you can see there. So £11.98, brilliant. They're your basics. You're going to be using these time and time again, so definitely get hold of these. But I've got a question, because I don't know, have we got the coloured foils or have they all gone now?
The coloured foils all went.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be perfectly honest, we ordered less of the coloured foils than the gold and silver.
Well, they're the go-to on the gold
and that
silver.
was down to me. That was my fault. I said, when we came to it, Peter said, what are you using more of? I said, to be honest, I'm using more of gold and silver.
Right, okay.
And it wasn't for prepping demos and things, it was just my natural instincts. And I thought, I looked into it the other day, and if I wanted to have some wedding invitations gold foiled,
Yes.
it was £3 each.
Each?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
You know,
Wow.
and I'm talking nice, expensive,
Yeah.
not cheap. And I
Yeah.
thought, if you're going to be doing, at some point, we've got to be able to get back to normality and
Yes,
actually
yeah.
do these sort of things. Gold and silver are what you're going to use more, but that's just using the dots.
Wow.
If you can,
Oh, the dots that you just done with the
dots that I
pen.
was drawing
Oh,
with the
look
pen.
at that. Oh, that's fabulous. Can I ask as well, with regards to the foils as well, and I know the answer to this question because I asked earlier on, because it's something straight away, when I was thinking we've only got these 2 options. With the silver being the lighter of the 2, could you actually use something like an alcohol marker to change the colour of it?
you could, yes.
Okay, or
Yeah.
alcohol inks.
Or
Could
an
you put
alcohol
alcohol
ink.
inks on there?
You can foil on top of alcohol inked backgrounds.
Ooh.
It's one of the really nice ways to get that sort of through and done.
I love it. We've had another question come through. This one isn't mine. Who is it from? Hazel. Lovely Hazel. It's good to have your company, Hazel. What about fibres? Can you put fibres through
You
your
can,
Kaleido?
yeah, that's why we've done the fibres. So I've got the fibres, got some fibres here now.
Okay.
What you need to use for this, and I bet I put it, where, honestly? Oh, there's a piece. Yay. I tidied this morning, and it's not good when I tidy. I've got a piece of baking parchment.
Oh, right, yes.
Yeah. Just because, obviously, if the fibres touch that, they're going to burn onto the roller,
That's
aren't
a good
they?
point, yes. Yeah.
So if I want to do, and if I want to put little bits of thread into here,
Oh, okay.
yeah, Jane actually sent me, bless her, some gold and silver thread, because that's something she used to do.
Oh, I've got some in the car.
And set thread through it.
Yeah,
And
like the embroidery threads that
yeah,
you've got.
so get yourself some nice embroidery thread, which I need to...
It's got John.
Where I go? Here I am. Hello.
Oh, you've got some, brilliant.
Yeah, so if I want to take things like, really nice silver embroidery thread and drop that into it, so I can sort of, cut... I mean, Jane said these cut little bits of it, but I know we're going to run short on time. Yeah, so I make a little bundle. I close that bundle, yeah, and ideally, to be fair, if you want to take a little bit of time, fold it over.
That makes a
and,
little packet, isn't it? Yeah.
make almost a little packet. I need to get another plate, so that was something I was trying this morning. I was asked on social media if it was possible to do the old trick of inking a stamp and then putting fibres on top and running it through. I haven't found the plate combination that will work that yet.
Do you know what though? I mean, you guys at home, I know when you get your machine home you start experimenting. Don't forget, keep in touch with John next door on social media. It's a way of you sharing your ideas and what you've discovered as well, because this is the thing, there's so many different variants, so many different combinations. John and Sam aren't going to be able to try everything with these, but when you get them home you'll be using different brands, different techniques, different ideas, and I think it's a lovely way that you can share them. And then obviously if you share them with John, then he can bring them to us and share them with everybody else as well. So do make sure you do get involved with that Facebook group as well. Now we have got the fibres available. Details are up on your screen if you're needing to get hold of these. I'm going to go back over to John in just a second, but we've got a lovely multicoloured bundle, as you can see, just £15.99, and these are going to give you some amazing results, and yeah, definitely worth going for alongside. I've got a couple of little things. I haven't shown any finished samples either. I better show you a couple because I'm getting paid for the hour. I might as well. So you can see there you've got those gorgeous fibres coming into the backdrop there with that gorgeous foiling, and again, it's just a nice little touch adding to your project.
And there I set some sequins in and it just really offsets, because that card, everything on that is made with the Kaleido apart from a few sequins thrown in.
Brilliant. Love it. Okay,
but this is the piece I've just made.
Right, fabulous. So you just pass it through, take that baking...
I passed it through a couple of times, but you can see I put the white behind, but look at the iridescence.
Because you can stitch that and do all sorts.
So I could cut that. If I use the film and seal it into the film that comes with it, I can die cut it.
Yes.
So I can make my flowers out of it. You've got a sample over there. But it just, the iridescence, it's beautiful. And again, okay, so I'm going to work out, and we have a lot of things to do on Monday, Sam and I, to see what we can actually, you know, what we can achieve and what we can't and things. But I'm going to try. So normally what we would do with this is you would... Has Ben thrown his toys out of his pram because he can't get one? I don't know, we've got a mystery...
well, something's just fallen off the wall, actually, and nobody was anywhere near it.
So what you normally do is you'd ink this stamp and then you'd run it through with the fibres on top, or you press an iron on top.
Yes,
Once I know if that works and what the plate combination is, I'll let people know. But there's nothing to stop us actually stamping. This is where I love a pigment ink. This is the black. To stamp, there we go, on top of the fibres that we've made.
That is amazing. I love it. Now, John, I know obviously you share loads of techniques with us here at Hochanda, I was mentioning that earlier on, but you do your weekly lives as well, don't you?
We do Craft Cave Live every week, usually at 7 o'clock on a Wednesday in the Crafting with John Next Door and Crafts 2 group. And that is a question sort of demo. So we put a post out in the group a couple of days before and ask for questions, and we answer them, and we answer questions live. It's not, hello, this is pretty nice, would you like? No. It's all about, it's filmed in my craft cave, it's done live. You know, Sam's usually crafting away. So sometimes you have to ask the question 3 times before you'll notice it. But we go through everything. So if there's anything you've seen on the show, or ever anything that you've got and you're unsure about, then tune into Craft Cave Live or put a message under the post and we'll try and show you again on Craft Cave.
Thank you. Makes it also approachable. That's the thing sometimes you need to know, don't you? Now, we've not got long left with the show, so very, very quickly, we can go back to the brushes. These have been so popular. Now, you've got your different ways of getting hold of these. So we're going to start off with the roll option. So let me just move those ink out the way. You've got the ability to get hold of 4 sets of these. So 2 of your larger and 2 of your mix, as you can see, alongside the roll. Now, the roll, when it comes to, obviously, is empty. You're going to put all your brushes in there, and it gives you the idea of how you can look after these. But nearly 70% of that particular way of getting hold of your brushes and the roll have gone. So if you're watching on repeat, I really do hope we still have them available. But at the same time, I do doubt it, because we are so busy. We will get busy on the break into the next show as well. So potentially the stock could go. So if you are watching live, do not leave it too long. So of course you've got all your fabulous brushes there, all protected. That's one way of you getting hold of the brushes. The other way is to get hold of them alongside the ink pad. Now the ink pad, of course, has got those 8 petals in there with that gorgeous pearlescent ink that we saw John working with. So again, the details are on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of those. But nearly 40% of the stock has gone. So we've been busy with that one. But the way that a lot of you have been getting hold of this is to team it up with the tool roll set that I just spoke of a few moments ago. So if you're wanting to get for this just by itself, then you can do. So if you're wanting to, we have got this available. It's just £12.99, and you've got those gorgeous pearlised petals in there. And as John has mentioned, the way that this has been put together is listen to what his customers have said, and there are no longer magnets keeping those petals in place. They clip in place. So if that's been a concern of yours, then you don't have to worry anymore with this particular set. £12.98 alongside the storage case at the bottom of the screen. That's the way most of you have been getting hold of everything that we're chatting about here. And it's been an incredibly busy hour, John. Thank you for all your expertise again.
No, thank you everyone for tuning in. And I'm sorry we didn't have the Kaleido for people, but we'll bring it back as soon as we possibly can.
Now we need to do a kind of a public service announcement, because you may be watching and thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to be back at 6 o'clock. John's up with his one-day special. We've had to jiggle things around because, of course, the success of the weekend. Wow, you've taken advantage of it in your droves, well, in your hundreds. And it's a case of that you might be tuning in at 6 o'clock. That's actually going to be a little bit into the one-day special, because we're launching at 5.
Yes, we're launching at 5, so we're taking the opportunity of sort of not having this show. We've moved it in so that we can give you 2 hours on the brand new John Next Door one-day special that launches tonight, because I've got some new concepts and some things that move on from what I've done in the past in a really nice collection.
Fabulous, looking forward to it. So make sure, and then there's a sales show that we've got coming up as well. Tomorrow, is that the sales show?
No, we've got a Crafts 2 Best Of show.
Oh, right, okay.
Where loads of people have asked questions about a lot of our tools and things and some of the favourite dies and things I've done in the past.
Okay.
So I've brought all of those in, so we're going to do all that. So I'm going to be more like a teacher, you know, like a craft clinic almost.
I think I'm up with you tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, excellent.
It might be me, not sure. It's a funny day tomorrow, different schedule. Anyway, anything in your baskets, you need to be checking your baskets out now. Thank you so much for your company. Make sure you do come back and join John at 5 o'clock for the launch of his one-day special. Let everybody know as well, because we don't want anybody missing out on that early launch. See you later. Talking of one-day specials, it's time for us to look at our current one, which is a June Taylor one, so stay tuned. Then I'm up with a lovely Lottie and Mama Makes. You can get your personalised stamps there. And JMC coming up after that.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my own Dean shows on Hochanda.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child, and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog.
Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dyes, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high-quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dyes and flower stamps. On our shows on Hochanda, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, hello everyone. What a great day here at Hochanda. I really hope that wherever you are, you're having a fantastic day with us. We've had such a great one-day special with the lovely Sarah and June Taylor. June Taylor being an American brand, and it's so nice that we're able to offer you June Taylor goodies. But not only that, can I say the one-day special, we've got so much on the show, one-day special and so much more, so do stick around. But the one-day special, this is a Hochanda exclusive. You cannot get this anywhere else. And Sarah, and allow me to introduce you to lovely Sarah. I mean, it's hard to get hold of anything from June Taylor, because obviously coming from America now.
Yeah, with obviously the situation in the world at the moment, so shipping problems are for all companies at the moment. So yeah, we were very lucky to get the stock that we did, and so much of it actually that we could bring to you.
Well, we're very grateful, and obviously we love a Hochi exclusive, so this is an exclusive to Hochanda. What you're getting here now, the options are based on your zippity-doodah. I'm going to talk about the zippity-doodah, or allow Sarah to explain how great the zippity-doodah is. So it's a zip, but not like you've seen it before. I promise you it will be the easiest zip in the world. Is it zippity-doo done?
Zippity-doo done.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was going into cartoon mode. Zippity-doo-dah. Well done to the team for spotting that. So it's a zippity-doo done, not zippity-doo-dah. But yeah, it's the easiest zip you will ever use. You've got black, white, navy, grey, red, and that's your tan option. The black's the most popular option. I kind of get why.
Yeah.
Most generic.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
Go
so
with everything
it'll match
then, doesn't
everything.
it? Yeah.
Now, you're also getting your printed wadding as well. This is where it starts to get interesting. This is something that June Taylor as a brand love to give you, because we can now effectively quilt as we go.
Absolutely, that's the whole idea behind it. Is that it's that paint by numbers, quilt by numbers, numbered system. So incredibly easy to do, but you're doing your quilting as you're piecing, and it's a fabulous technique. Really is a fabulous technique.
And not only that, at the end of it, you're going to have 2 beautiful individual cosmetic bags. You're going to be able to make both the large and the small here. Now, I've got to stress, you're using your own fabric, but you are getting the wadding, you're getting the zippity-doo done. Let me just show you, because there's some really nice inspirations here. If you're just starting out, this is fantastic. You can do this. You really can, because you're quilting using your printed wadding, and you're effectively quilting by numbers. But what I do love about the projects, if you're a more experienced crafter, you can take it to that next level. So here, beautiful prairie points, making a little accent point with a rick-rack on your zippity-doo done. You introduced some decorative stitching.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So you can use your decorative stitches on your machine, which we never use. But we've all got loads of them, and we rarely use them. But yeah, this is a perfect opportunity to have a play around with some stitches, add in some extra embellishments, add in strips of fabric, all sorts.
Well, and show another example as well, because you can play around with the actual design. So rather than individual sort of panel details here, I know in this example, some cork fabric, but it's a cracking fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. So you've got the gold flecks inside your cork fabric. So change it around, make it work for you. But as cosmetic bags go, you're going to make something that is beautiful. We are getting busy for the one-day special. Now, can we just spend a moment talking about the zippity-doo done?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it is a game changer. And Sarah, you're very experienced crafter and sewer. You put in your fair share of zips.
I have, and I still struggle with them sometimes.
That's the point.
Yeah, sometimes they'll go in perfectly. You know, you sew along, you think, oh, it's lovely, lovely. It's gone in straight first time, and the next one, 10 minutes later, and you're struggling with it.
So how does the zippity-doo done change that?
So the thing that is absolutely innovative.
Yeah.
Oh, I can never say that word.
It's a hard one, yeah.
Innovative with this is the fact that you've got your binding already on it. So the zip is already sewn in for you. All you're doing is sandwiching your fabric between those two edges, like that, and you're doing one line of top stitching.
Game changer.
Brilliant.
You're never going to make...
brilliant.
I've got just the tanned option here, but watching, so you've got the... all you're doing is putting your fabric... Can you see? So that's the zippity-doo done. There are the two... Sorry, there you go. You can see the two panels that you put your fabric in between, and then top stitch. Done. That is it. It will be the... Do you know what's nice? Because this hour is the first time that Emily, our producers, produced this hour.
Oh, right.
And she is a crafter, she's a sewer, and she's saying this is excellent. So, you know, from a sewer perspective, I think so many viewers can relate to that.
Yeah.
How much fabric, I'm just thinking, we got a couple of fat quarters, how much fabric would we need to make both the large and small in our stash?
Oh, I think it... Now you're testing me, aren't you? It says it on the front of the packet. Hang on, I'll get it. Got it here. Okay. Here we go. It gives you all on the front of the packet. So it's 1/4 yard of 6 fabrics, so 6 fat quarters, and you'd make both pouches.
And that is something we all have in our stash. But let's just think about this, because if you've got fabric that is just sitting in your craft room, you look at it, you occasionally give it a stroke. Now you get to enjoy it all the time, and you can make these for yourself, for someone else, and really personalise them. So think about different fabrics. What do you have in your stash? Do you have Liberty fabric? Do you have Cape Facet? Do you have the batik in there? So any fabrics would work. $24.99 your price. Black option, 60% of the stock's gone. Just before we move on, could we use an old pair of jeans?
Absolutely, yeah.
That
you
would
could
be
cut
quite
out
cool.
denim, that would be fine. Any fabrics at all, actually. It doesn't have to be cottons. You could use velvets. I mean, obviously not sheer fabrics, but yeah, denim would work beautifully.
Nice. I forgot to do something, and I'm abusing my position here at Hochanda, but I'm so sorry. I've got to mention, and you remind me of denim jeans. Yeah. My lovely mum's watching, and it's her birthday today, so I just want to wish you a happy birthday, Mum. I'm sorry I can't spend it with you, but I promise we will celebrate soon. So there we go. That's Mum's birthday. She made a denim bag. She was at home.
Fab.
She's a really good crafter.
Oh,
so there we go.
happy birthday.
So, Mama Morgan, happy birthday to you. Love you lots. All right, we're going to move on. We've got some more for you now. We didn't show this on the earlier hour. This is your log cabin mug mats. And I like these. This is nice. But again, it all boils down to June Taylor giving us the quilt as we go option.
Yeah.
So we've got those pre-printed waddings that make life so much easier.
Absolutely. And this is a really nice little kit, you know, that if you've never had a go at it before, you can. You could do this with the kids, with the grandkids, you know, because it's so easy to do. And it's all brilliant for pre-cuts as well. It will work with a jelly roll strip, a 2.5-inch strip. So you could raid your scrap box because you need so little fabric. Yeah. So raid your scrap box and cut out your strips. But yeah, perfect first sewing project, particularly for little ones, because it's nice and small for them to have a go at, and they've made something.
That's nice. And you are getting 3. Let me just show you. So you're going to have the ability to make... Oh, messed that up. You've got the ability to make 3 mug rugs, and this is something we will all use. So, and I like that.
Yeah.
have a few biscuits on there.
Yeah, pop your cup of tea on there, a couple of Jaffa cakes.
Oh yes, there we go. It will. See there, and obviously other cakes and biscuits are available.
Yeah,
do you
sorry.
consider? No, it's okay. Do you consider them a biscuit or a cake? This is the age-old.
Oh, it's a cake, isn't it? Apparently.
It's a cake, but it's in the biscuit aisle, and it's in biscuit form.
Yeah, you've got to go on the VAT, I think. They haven't you? Because they class it as a cake, so they get VATted. So.
I love how you said that. Now, we're going to move on to something. We actually got an email in, and this is what I love about Hochanda is that we genuinely have the ability, being a live show, we kind of taper our content. So this is your twist and stitch. Just going to show you here. I'm going to show an example of the twist and stitch. So, because just seeing the ruler or the guide, it's hard to really appreciate how you get these effects. And I kind of interrupted myself. I was saying that we had an email earlier, and it was right at the end of the show saying, could we see the twist and stitch? So we decided, I said, we're going to start off with this, because it's one thing you really need to see this in action. So we will look at the twist and stitch. £31.99 your price there, 939-136 your item number. But it's so different. You talk about innovation.
Yeah.
And typically, if you had to achieve this kind of effect, it wouldn't be easy.
It would be very difficult. If you were doing that with traditional piecing, it would be there's quite a lot of odd angles and all in there. But this ruler makes it so simple. It's such a clever technique.
And when you've bought it in the past, it's been a bestseller. It's been very popular.
I think it's sold out twice. The twice we brought it.
Speaks for itself. Something else that's been very popular, and speaking of sellouts, we actually sold out of one of the options. Now this is your bento bag. The blue is gone, I'm afraid, so that, it's gone. We have still got the pink option, so I will show that to you. Really like the bento bag, and you've got enough fabric in here, Liberty fabric. You do have enough fabric to make 2.5 bento bags, so 2 bags, and then you can make a smaller one, or you've got a little bit left over. And let's just take a moment to appreciate, look at all these gorgeous Liberty fabrics. So lovely pink tones coming through, and you're getting all of the fabrics to make 2 bento bags and a bit. £17.99 is your price, so you are getting the full pattern. 449-416 your item number. I mean, when you consider you're getting the pattern for the bento bag, and then you're getting all the fabric in there as well. £17.99 Liberty fabric is a very good price, and the fact that the one option's already sold out, I would imagine blue is not going to, sorry, blue's gone, pink's not going to be far behind. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to stick with the theme of just iconic fabric brands. We've gone from Liberty. I mean, it's never a bad thing to go from Liberty to Moda. I mean, that's the kind of brands that we get whenever Sarah comes to visit, and her white gecko bring us some beautiful stuff. So here we have this gorgeous jelly roll, and it's absolutely stunning. You are going to get the pattern for the dragonfly stepping stone quilt pattern, so you're going to get that. And I mean, how much would you pay just for that pattern? But then when we explore, look at this. Absolutely sumptuous fabrics, really nice. Exploring the theme of the 30s with their playtime, but it has got that nod, that bit of nostalgia within there. Yeah, we like those. So if you want to get hold of the jelly roll, what I'm going to do as well, I just want to show you here. Just look at all the colours and the amount that you are getting, those strips in a jelly roll. You were saying, Sarah, that Moda, well, we need to double check this, but certainly, if not the creators, one of the first to bring the sort of pre-cuts to market.
I'm not sure if they were the first, but they are certainly the market leaders in pre-cuts, and one of the first to bring them to you. And it just makes all that cutting so much easier.
Shall I show this?
There's that, and there's actually, just behind you, the bag and the placemats. All of that came from that one jelly roll.
Wow.
Just to show you exactly how much fabric we made 3 June Taylor projects.
So is that the pattern that we're getting, the dragonfly pattern?
No, that's not. That's the London Labyrinth that we had on earlier.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is. I should have known that. But then...
There's a lot of colours. There's a lot going on.
Let me just show you here, because then we've got the bag. Oh, and that... What I like about seeing the completers, though, these are the actual fabrics that you're getting within your jelly roll.
Yeah.
They're beautiful, really nice pastel tones.
Yeah, really nice, yeah. They're really spring-like.
Love that. But we're going from something like that to then, and again, all of this using the jelly roll.
Yeah. And that is all just one jelly roll.
Wow.
So you've got the quilt, the bag, and 4 placemats out of a jelly roll.
Yeah. $35.99 is your price, 262068 your item number. We got some more Moda for you. This is now a beautiful collection of charms. So you are going to get the pattern in there, just showing you. So you will be getting the pattern, and then you pick the options. So you've got a choice of 3 options with these 42-piece charm packs from Moda, brought to you by White Gecko. You got On The Go, which is playful, lovely designs going through On The Go. Then we have over here, this is your Maryland?
Maryland, yeah.
Love that. And then up here, this is your Sophie. Now, just going to show you with Sophie, I pulled out a few, and I didn't want to mess up the pack shop by going through, but you have to kind of see the design. So you've got wonderful check. These are all found in the Sophie. There. Or, again, found in the Sophie. So you've got your smaller volume prints, but equally you've got your large statement volume prints as well. $15.99 at your price. You pick the option you want to go for, and you're getting the pattern as well. 089417 your item number. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to be heading onto the website as we go to our first demonstration with the lovely Sarah. If you do have any questions, please get in touch. We would love to hear from you. studio@hochanda.com. So don't be shy. There is no such thing as a silly question. So if you've got anything anything on your mind that you're thinking, yeah, you're not sure, obviously craft related, we'd love to hear from you. Okay, we're going to go to our first demonstration. Oh, by the way, just before we do that, now we have got the Starch Savvy spray and also the basting spray. Both were immensely busy on the previous hour, and it's something I know Sarah uses, it's a core essential. You use them time and time again.
Yeah, I really do. I use the Starch Savvy for everything. My own ironing as well as my crafting ironing.
And they're good sizes too.
It is, yeah. They're a good size bottle. They do last a really long time.
Yeah. So we're offering those. Half the stock of those have gone. So proving very, very popular. Okay, what are we going to do then, Sarah?
Cool. I thought I'd take you through the twist and stitch ruler. It's one of those pieces of kit that when you look at it, you think, I'm not sure how that works, but it's actually incredibly clever. So clever. You get a little instruction leaflet with it, which again is really, really comprehensive, and it shows you on there what exactly to sew together before you start cutting.
Okay.
Now I'm using charm pack. This is the end of a charm pack.
Right.
I've done just a very, very simple 9-patch, but you could make this as big as you wanted to. Okay, you could make these into blocks, or you could do a 8 down by 8 sort of 64 patch if you wanted to. And you add on a little border, and it does tell you on the instructions exactly what size border you need to add for what size squares, because you could do this with 10-inch squares, you could do it with any size in between. All of that's in the instructions. So all I've done is sewn my charm pack squares into rows, and then I've added a 3-inch border all the way around. And this is where the clever bit comes. This is how the ruler works. You've got on the ruler these diagonal lines, just like that. Okay, I'm going to line those up with where any seam intersects.
Okay.
So I'm going to line it up onto this first one here. And I've chosen a nice light fabric, so hopefully this is showing up. My black line there is running down this vertical seam, and this one is running along my horizontal seam.
Okay.
Now, because I've used 5-inch squares, that will end up being a 3.5-inch block. So I'm going to be concentrating where it says here 3.5. I've got these little teardrops here with slots in the ruler, and that's where your rotary cutter is going to go. So I'm going to pop it in like that and make my first cut. Keep your weight over the ruler so it doesn't move. Pop it in like that into the teardrop and make my first cut.
Okay.
I'm going to lift the ruler. I'm going to turn it 90 degrees and just line that up again like that. So I've lined up those black lines again, and then this time I'm going to just move, because it moved slightly, do my top and bottom. And do those ones there and there.
Okay.
And when that's done, just cut out a little square.
Right.
It's really important that you keep these in order, because the first time I did it, I didn't. I just made a little pile of them, and then you've got to try and work out where they all go. So they fit together really, really carefully.
Okay.
So keep them in order. So I'm going to put that one. I know that that's my top left up there. I'm now going to cut my next one. So I'm just going to cut 4 for you.
Okay.
So that we can put it together and you can see that pinwheel sort of appear. So again, my next intersection there and there. Cut through the 3.5 there and there.
So it all looks a bit confusing at the minute. And I was, when I first did this, I was like, how is this going to work? I don't get it at all. But then suddenly it's like you get a proper aha moment.
Oh. It's like, yeah.
Here we go, like that. And then that one is going to go there like that. So I'm going to put these in line.
Okay.
So I'm not sure you can see that.
You're already starting to get a glimpse of how clever this is.
Yeah, it's literally by cutting it and then turning it once and you get that little pinwheel up there.
Nice.
So you would work along your rows.
Okay.
So keep the work in rows, but you know, I'm not going to cut the whole row because it would take ages, but work in your rows and then I'm going to come down to my second row. So I'm going to go along here like this and cut these next two. The thing I really like about this ruler is the fact that you can cut so many different sizes. It goes right up to 10.5 inches.
Wow.
So you could make
Good
really,
size,
really
yeah.
big pinwheels, and which would be a really quick, but look like quick quilt, but it looked like you've spent hours and hours doing all this intricate piecing.
Yeah. And that, you kind of summed it up so beautifully. When you see the finished effect with your twist and stitch, it looks like such an advanced quilt that you have laboured over for hours and hours and hours.
It does.
You haven't? But don't tell anyone else that. If anyone mentions the twist and stitch, say, I haven't heard of this.
No.
Spent hours doing this.
Yeah. Took me years, this quilt did. Lots and lots of angles and everything. There we go. So I'm just going to cut those four out so you can see how they go together. But you would work along through every intersection. Okay. And you end up with little pieces that look like this.
Right.
And you just turn them, and we're going to put them together like that, and you can see that pinwheel start to appear there.
So clever.
It really is. Yeah, because if I turn it like that, that's kind of where the charm pack was, straight, but then if I just turn it at a little angle like that, and then we'd stitch these together with 1/4 inch, which we're just going to very quickly do this little 4 patch for you. Okay, so
Such a clever rule. I can see why it's always sold out every time we've had it on before.
Yeah, it's such a brilliant idea, and but it's one of those rulers that you look at and you think, oh, I'm not sure about that. It really took me having a proper play with it, and thinking, oh, I love that, and you can come up with some brilliant ideas for it.
I think it's one when you do get it home and you have that kind of light bulb moment with it. You want to put it on everything.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I did a load at Christmas actually. We made them into Christmas wreaths because it kind of looked like sort of spiky holly and everything.
Oh, that's
and
nice. Yeah.
you know, make little wall hangings and things. So yeah, lots and lots you can do with it. For me, it's the fact that you can do really big blocks as well. It cuts really, you know, massive blocks, which are so quick to do because it is, again, just straight line sewing.
Yeah.
There's no difficult angles or anything in it. So I just flip my board over to the press side. And I'm just going to press these out, and you'd press them either way. So one to the left, like that.
We have got this board. Actually, you had a couple of nice comments our previous hour about the board. So we have got the board on our show. If you do want to get a hold of it, that's your June Taylor Cut and Press 2. It's 12 by 18 inches, £51.99 your price there, 445374 your item number.
Oh, I love my cut and press board. It's fab. So there we go. And then we just nest those two together. So that one would go onto that one, like that.
Okay.
And you want your seams to go opposite ways. So like that, and you can almost kind of feel them click in together. Pin that in. Now, I would have actually done the whole row first, the whole of the top row, whole of the second row, and then do my rows together. But we'd be here until the 4 o'clock show doing that if I doing one demo, and you're all going to be bored of that by then. So down that one.
Lovely, and we are getting busy for our twist and stitch ruler. So if you could imagine working with this, look how quickly Sarah's made this block. I know we did initially make the initial 9 patch, but that's not going to take long.
No, 9 patch, it took me 10-15 minutes to put that whole piece
if
together.
If you had to cut and try and create this block without the twist and stitch, I wouldn't even know where to start.
No, I mean, there's some really unusual angles and all in there. You probably need a maths degree to work that out, and I definitely don't have one, so...
It looks so good, though.
It's so clever.
Yeah, really like that.
This one was done all in sort of pinks, you know, really girly colours and everything, but that was done as a 12 patch, so rather than a 9 patch, and it made a rectangle, but you can do it as big or small as you like.
We're looking at, and do you know what's so clever? By especially playing with shadows as well, or colours, dark values and lighter values, it gives the illusion of depth.
Yeah.
So it jumps out. It's just a really nice design, but it's something that people will notice as well.
Yeah, yeah.
It's satisfying to do.
It is very, yeah.
But
yeah, it's proper amazement time.
Easy, and that's the key. The twist and stitch really does. There's a ruler. It makes it very, very easy to do. If you want to get hold of this, £31.99 your price there, 939136 your item number. Right, now we've got more for you. We want to just talk about the one-day special because that's been very, very busy. Also, I just noticed to the right of your sewing machine, have we got that on the show? The wine
totes, yeah, you should be able to see those on the website. Yeah.
Well, now that's another one that's always a bestseller. I just noticed it, and I know in doing shows before with White Gecko, so something to find on our website. I don't suppose you could just hold it up?
Yeah,
just so
absolutely. There we go. Yeah, so you get 3 in a pack. I'm going to do hopefully a demo on this on the 4 o'clock show, about how to do your bias and everything.
What, for £14.99?
Yeah, you can make 3. Yeah.
That's incredible. Well, no wonder it sells out.
Yeah.
And do you know, the beauty of it is, and I know we're not seeing people at the moment, but fingers crossed, and there is light at the end of the tunnel. It does look like the end of the year is going to be a positive thing. What a beautiful way to give a gift. If you are finally catching up with people and going to someone's home, don't just give them a bottle, put it in something like
pop
that.
it in there, nice bottle of wine, a bottle of gin or something. And the thing is, you could actually sort of leave that on the doorstep if you were socially distancing gifting.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that, you know, you could, and
Great
they're
for
reusable
birthday.
as well.
You know, if you were, you know, you're saying about leaving on the doorstep. If you wanted to leave a bottle for somebody as a present, what a lovely gift.
Yeah,
and they are
because
reusable.
Absolutely, yeah. And you could put somebody's name or do some embroidery on them as well. But they use such a small amount of fabric, tiny, tiny amounts of fabric.
And it's, again, working off of the sort of signature of June Taylor, the fact that you've got that printed wadding that allows you to build it up, feels plush. So just something I wanted to share with you. I caught it out of the corner of my eye, and I'm glad that we do have it on the show. £14.99 your price. I've got to talk about the one-day special, and we are busy for the one-day special. So in effect, with the one-day special, you're able to create 2 beautiful cosmetic bags. Your large and your small. You've got your printed wadding. There are 6 choices, and the choices relate to the zippity-doo-done. And what that is, a zip, but a zip like you've never seen before. And just for the benefit of anyone who might have just tuned in, I'm going to pick up the grey. Have you ever struggled with zips, or are you a sewer who kind of has the fear when you need to put in a zip? And I think a lot of people can relate. So there's your zip, but it's also got the binding already there, so it's already stitched in. If I turn that around and show you, so your zip's already stitched down. So all you do, you see here, you've got a little sandwich. You put your fabric inside, and then you stitch, top stitch. But also, equally, you can go with a decorative stitch if you want as well, and really make a feature of it. That's how easy, and I kind of start the show by saying, and I stand by this, it will be the easiest zip you ever put in. So you get the zip, and the finishing, look, it looks so good. I know black's been a popular option with it. Look how neat the finish is with the zippity-doo-done. But then you get to decide your fabric. So, quick question, what kind of fabrics do you have in your stash? Are you hoarding some beautiful Liberty fabrics? Maybe William Blake? Have you got any K Facet? You get the idea. You know those special fabrics, and you don't need to use a lot of these, and the full instructions are on the packaging, so it'll tell you exactly how much fabric you need. You've got your printed wadding in there as well. Just choose the option you like. Busy for the one-day special. You are saving £6, £24.99, and this is a Hochanda exclusive, which means you cannot get hold of this anywhere else. 030570, your item number. Okay, we've just got a couple of other items to share. By the way, any questions, if you do want to get in touch, we would love to hear from you, studio@hochanda.com. We would love to, any questions, do get in touch. So, what we're going to look at now are some fabrics. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We've got some items here. We have got some fabrics as well, but we're going to get to our quilt as you go, sew by numbers, pattern printed batting. So this, I mean, talk to me about this, Sarah. They look great. The cushions look fantastic.
Yeah, so you've got 3 pillows in the kit. So you've got the pre-printed batting in there with your pattern, with all your instructions to make the 3 separate pillows. They are all, each one's a different design, so you could make them as a set, or you've got 3 gifts there for people.
Yeah.
You know, make one in each, you know, different colours.
Like these.
Really small amounts of fabric that you need for them, so it means that you can, you know, raid that scrap bucket. You'd be surprised what we keep as quilters.
Yeah. Wow. And that's a good thing. As any crafter, you don't throw anything away.
Yeah.
But I like the fact, and it's kind of like a signature with June Taylor, is you really don't need to use a lot. It's a great opportunity to, as you say, go into your stash. It's a stash buster.
Yeah.
But have a look at these designs. So cushion covers, incredible.
Yeah, lovely.
So you'll be able to make 3 cushion covers there. $19.99 is your price. I mean, it does say on the front how much fabric you need. So fabric requirements for 3 pillows here, you need 1/3 of a yard each of 4 fabrics. So that's it. 4 fabric types, 1/3 of a yard. That's hardly anything.
That's hardly anything, and that would make all 3.
Brilliant. Okay, so there we go. That is one option for you. $19.99 your price, and we're just having a look at some of the beautiful inspirations that you could be making. 000729 your item number. Now this is interesting. So this is your sew by numbers patterned on batting, but you're getting another opportunity. If I just pick this up, tell me a little bit about this, because we had a look before the show. I mean, that is incredible. So we're building up a block here.
Yeah, so it's basically a giant block. It's one of their express quilts. So the one that I've got to my side here with the peacock feathers on it, that was one of the very first June Taylor products that came in when they launched this one. It genuinely took me 3.5 hours start to finish, from them arriving in the shop, choosing my fabrics, sewing them, and putting the binding on. Not the hand sewing, admittedly,
one there?
but this one here. That was the first one I did. 3.5 hours start to finish, and it took me longer, I think, to choose the fabrics than it did actually to sew it.
You just walked over and sort of opened it up a little bit.
Okay. You'll see that one there, which is exactly the same design as you've got in your hand as well, but it shows how different it is when you use different fabrics.
Yeah, and that's it.
Yeah.
The fabric choice just really does set the personality of the piece.
Absolutely. Yeah.
That, I can't believe that. 3.5 hours.
Yeah, and it's I think it's 21 seams start to finish.
Wow.
With a cotton wad in as well, so it's really nice to sew. Yeah,
and it really boils down to, when we say quilt as you go, how quick and easy it can be. So it's great. $21.99 your price there. 788814 your item number. Okay, so we're just going to talk about the Starch Savvy as we head back to Sarah for our next demonstration. So $12.99 your price, very busy for this, and it was interesting hearing Sarah say she uses this for everything, not just for her quilting, but also for her general ironing. Over 60% of the stock has gone, and you're getting a generous amount as well, so 16 ounces. We've also got the basting spray, and we're just going to flash the details for the basting spray, another popular item. $12.99 your price, you're getting your 9.9 ounce quilting basting spray. 319953 your item number. Right, we're just going to flash the details as well. Lastly, this is for the cotton mat. So I say we had a few emails the previous hour, people asking about the cutting mat. So this is your June Taylor cut and press 2, 12 by 18 inches, $51.99 your price. Do take advantage. 44. Oh, you've got 2 flex payments as well. £26. Like it. 445-374 your item number. All right, Sarah, what would you like to show us next?
I thought I'd take you right back to the sort of basics with June Taylor, because this works. How this works is the same for any of the products, whether it's the one-day special or the quilts we were just looking at. It just depends on what size fabrics you're using. So I've got, obviously, with size restraints and everything, we're just going to do one of these little placemats. And I also wanted to show you how little fabric you actually need to use. So this is some Liberty that came out of my scrap box. This was left over from a quilt that I made, and I was just like, right, well, let's use it. It's just sat there in the scrap box, let's use it. All I've done is cut it into 2.5-inch strips. Okay, so I just ironed up my my fabrics and cut what I could, however many 2.5-inch strips I could get out of it. Okay. This is incredible. I mean, it's such a brilliant system. It's the reason I love June Taylor so much, is the whole products, is because of how quick and easy this is.
Is this, I just want to clarify, is this the mug
yeah,
mats?
it's exactly the same as the mug mats. This is just a slightly larger version.
Okay.
I just thought it would be easier to see.
Nice.
So, but yeah, for the mini mug mats,
Yeah.
but it's the same technique whether I'm doing this or one of the quilts,
Yes,
or
so
the pillows, all exactly the same technique.
Nice.
So I'm just going to trim that one off, just very slightly bigger. Okay, you could measure it beforehand if you want to, but if you really want something mega quick, you can just do it this way. And I'm going to put that strip, because this is all designed for 2.5 inch strips, over number 1, like
And
that.
do you have to worry, or do you have to be conscious about the colour value, so darker, lighter shades, or the volume of your print when you're doing this?
You can, absolutely, yeah. I would plan it out a little bit. I mean, you could be completely scrappy and, you know, just sort of kind of quite free and just pull out the next fabric and go for it. But yeah, I sort of, when I was cutting these, I was like, right, okay, I quite like these ones out of my scrap box because I've got little bits of blue running through them all.
Nice. Yeah,
you know, there's a little bit of yellow and stuff. So I would maybe like plan it out a weeny bit beforehand. Yeah. So before I start sewing, the first thing you must do with these is pop your backing on, because you're going to be sewing through to your backing, so that's going to be, you know, doing your quilting as you go.
Nice.
And all I've done is use my basting spray with that one. Okay.
Oh, it's good to show, like, with the basting spray, how you would use it. Is
Yeah.
the basting spray handy? I'm not. No, sorry, you don't have to do it. I'm just saying,
it's very quick to do.
Oh, shall we see that?
Yeah,
then?
yeah,
That'd be
absolutely,
nice.
yeah.
Could
It's
you use
literally-
the basting spray if you just wanted a little help lining up a plique?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it would work. Yeah, you could use it just as any sort of spray glue. It's perfectly safe for fabric. With the basting spray, you always want to spray your wadding, not your fabric. Okay, it works much better that way. And that's all you need, a tiny little, you know, spritz of it.
Done.
And it's done like that. So I would do one side, smooth out, pull
Do
back,
another.
and do the other side.
Perfect.
Yeah, work from the outside in, so get rid of any wrinkles.
Nice. And it won't, so we can sew through that, it's not going to affect needles?
No,
or
it doesn't
anything?
affect the needle, doesn't you? Because some fabric glues, they can, like, you know, you get residue
Gunk
on your
up,
needle
yeah.
and, you know, gank up your needle. So, right, that's going to flip that one round. So I'm going to cover my number 1 first. I'm going to grab a second piece of fabric, and that's going to go over my number 2 there. But I want them to be right sides together to start with, like that. And pop a couple of pins in. Okay, so when you're pinning, not that one, that's bent. We don't want that one. When you're pinning, don't pin right the way through to the back, because that can sometimes distort it. If you just pin just very gently and just pick up the wadding, again, you're not putting any pinholes through your backing fabric, but it just means that you're not really sort of moving the fabrics massively. So just be really gentle when you're putting your pins in. You're just holding it there for a little bit of stability. Okay, then we're going to go over to the machine. And we're just going to stitch 1/4 inch down. Now, the blue lines, we've said lots, that they're placement lines rather than stitch lines.
Right.
I'll show you. I've just realised I missed a step, which I'll show you now. What happens when you don't do this bit. So I'm sewing 1/4 inch away from the raw edge of the fabric, and the raw edge is on the blue line. Okay,
Right.
so all the measurements have been designed to work. So you don't have to think about seam allowances or anything like that.
So just always make sure you're not stitching onto the blue line. That is the raw edge,
Yeah.
and you're just 1/4
Absolutely,
inch
yeah,
off.
it's your placement line. So normally I would have pulled through that bobbin thread to stop that little knot happening there, because this is the actual back of my fabric. So I've got this horrible little knot going on there now, which I've got to sort of unpick and all. So normally at the beginning, pull through that bobbin thread so it's hidden on this. Okay.
Good tip.
I'll show you that on the next one. And then that pushes out like that. Just gently finger press it. Don't put an iron on them, because this can distort it.
Right.
So just a gentle finger press.
That's another good tip, because you would be forgiven for thinking, oh, I'll just quickly run the iron over that.
Yeah,
Don't
because
do
it's
that.
a cotton wadding. You know, if you really press too much, it'll stretch, and then your placement lines will warp and they'll be off. So just a gentle finger press while you're actually sewing it.
Okay.
Once the fabric's all complete,
Then,
absolutely
yeah,
go for it. Iron it. Okay, I'm just going to pin that one in gently, and then we'll put number 3 on. And it's as simple as this, simple as 1, 2, 3. I'm going to add this
The premise
one on.
of what Sarah's showing you here, it's kind of a foundation for so many of the items that we do feature on the show. So whether it is the mug rug, the one-day special, the quilt, it's effectively quilt as you go, quilt by numbers. So having that ability to work. And watching Sarah, how quick she is to build up these designs, I think that is the appeal. You've got that safety net that you really don't have to overthink this. Just dip into your stash and get straight to the fun bit.
The nice thing about a lot of the products, a lot of the packs, they are designed for pre-cuts. So if you're not great at choosing colours, if it's something you struggle with, if you buy a charm pack or a jelly roll, all that decision making has been done for you, because that jelly roll is designed to go together. So you haven't got to worry, does that blue go with that pink or whatever. It's you know, it's all that decision making's done for you, so you can just enjoy the stitching.
Perfect.
Oh, see, I made a mistake there. I didn't realise this one wasn't long enough.
Okay.
Here, so I'd have to unpick that one and push it down. Can you see it's not covering that little piece there? That's because I was talking and not concentrating.
Well, no, I'll take the blame for that one. But it shows that there's always solutions. Obviously, if you were at home, then you would just unpick that.
Yeah, just unpick that. You see, I've got too much up this end here. I should have moved that down so that piece actually fitted. I put it on the wrong way around. I should have had that up that end.
That's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
Okay, and you just keep building them up. You just do your number 4. So we would make sure that one, I'm going to cut that a little bit longer so I don't do that again. There we go. Cut number 4, just pin it down, stitch down that one. 5, 6, 7, you keep working out like that. When you get to these long edges here, okay, you're just going to fold them back like that. Again, just finger press and trim that off along that finger pressed crease. There we go, like that. And then you could add on these long ones. So I would do that on any ones that are overhanging. And then I'd pop that one on right sides together like that. Stitch it down, and away we go. And I mean, one of these will take you. The mini mug mats are even smaller than this. One of those will probably take maybe 25 minutes to do. It'll take you longer. Yes, really, really nice little project.
And it's just another opportunity to. This is a great, great opportunity to dip into the stash. Remember, you're going to be able to make 3 as well. So lovely to have scattering in your home. They look really classy.
They do.
So you get people around. You're using nice fabrics there. We have had a question in from, who's this from? Sandy. Sandy was saying, what size stitch do you recommend with Quilt As You Go? So what size stitch would you use?
Stitch length, I tend to go up to about at least a 2.5, but normally a 3 on my machine. Because you're going through wadding, you want to treat it like you're quilting. So I would, I'd probably go up to 2.5 to 3. I wouldn't go much more than that because you can get a little bit gap in, but 3 tends to work brilliantly.
It's a good question, Sandy. Thank you for that. And this is why I say, any questions, please. And I'm not just saying this for the sake of it. Please do feel free to get in touch, because if you have the question, odds are somebody else has the same question. Or, do you know, like Sandy, actually raising a point that you might not have thought of, but it's a really good question. So please do get in touch. That's what I love about being a presenter here at Hochanda, and the fact that we are a live channel and that we've got viewers watching from across the globe. So if you're watching in America, if you're watching in Europe, in the UK, wherever you're watching, you are part of the Hochanda family. So please do get in touch. studio@hochanda.com. Now, just going to give you a quick update on our one-day special. It's busy. Now, this is interesting because black's been the most popular option throughout, but grey this hour, grey is now at 60% of the stock, and it is a beautiful, elegant grey. I really do like that. So the only differentiation with the one-day special with regard to options is your zippity-doo done. You're going to get 2 zips, which allow you, with the one-day special, so you've got your printed wadding, allows you to make 2 stunning cosmetic bags. So you're picking the fabric, but you're using such a scant amount of fabric. You're really not using a lot of fabric. And then you can totally transform the personality. Earlier on, we had a Liberty fabric. It was the sewing pouch. And it made a beautiful large sewing pouch, which is like a project wallet, sewing wallet, I should say. They've all gone, but the only reason I mention that is if you did go for the project wallets, the amount of fabric you had left is enough to make both the large and the small cosmetic bag. Not the lining, you would need to introduce the lining, but your feature fabric, you've still got that left over. So that gives you an idea that this is a really nice stash buster with regard to your fabrics. But then we can go from something like this, Liberty Fabrics, to something like that. So you really do dictate the personality of the piece. Or, and I've got some finished examples here that we're going to show again. So now you can start, you see how, if I lift this up here, we've got all this sort of block detail. But if you didn't want to introduce that, this is one example where the design team have just used, it's actually cork. It's a cork fabric, but you see how it's not panel detail, just made that into a continuous feature. Or if you wanted to, I'm just trying to pick up some examples. This is another nice one. This is where we say if you're a more experienced sewer, we can start employing techniques to really personalize and make it our own. So now just adding some prairie points, making a feature with your zippity-doo done. I'm going to be so quick here, but just to show you what I love about June Taylor. So we've got the printed pad wadding, which is quilt by numbers, makes life easy. You've also got your zippity-doo done, the easiest zip you will ever do, because what happens, the zip is already within its binding. And then if I just open this up, you'll see. So you place your fabric in your little sandwich there. So you can see you place your fabric in between, you fold that over, and then you top stitch, and that is it. That's how easy. You'll never find an easier zip to do. So you're getting 2 of those within the one-day special. Pick your option, whichever option you want to go for. You've got all 6. You like that catch there, Maddie? Okay. 030570 your item number. Saving £6. £24.99 is your price. All right, now the mug rug. We were taking a look at the mug rug. You're going to be able to make 3 mug rugs. Sarah was showing just how easy it is. I think, look, you've got your printed wadding, and that's something that June Taylor, it's their signature. It's what they do so well. And this is an example. Obviously, you dictate the fabrics. You can put whatever fabric. I would imagine, Sarah, you have some gorgeous fabrics at home.
Oh, yeah, I've got a little bit of a collection.
Yeah?
Little bit of a collection, yeah.
The thing is, I know that viewers at home, they're saying the same thing. So if you have some nice fabric, because, I'll be honest, as much as we like to have fabric in our stash, give it a stroke, it's no good tucked away.
No.
I'd much rather have it on display and then people get to use it and see it.
Yeah.
Now, half the stock of this is gone. And when you consider $12.99, you're able to make 3 of your mug rugs. So perfect gifts. What I'd be tempted to do as well in the family, let's say you had 3 people in your family. If more, you can obviously double up. A bit of embroidered detail. Put someone's name on it.
Yeah, lovely. Absolutely.
So this could be Dad's mug rug, or it could be Nan's mug rug, or it could be Happy Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And then you could imagine that. You put the name on there, cup of tea, some biscuits.
Yeah, be lovely.
Some Jaffas.
Yeah, you could if you've got a machine that does lettering, you could actually use your machine and sort of write a little message or something in them.
Nice.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Do we have a favourite biscuit?
I think it's got to be a chocolate digestive. Got to be. Or a ginger nut. Any biscuits. Any biscuits.
I have a friend who surprised me, and I'm going to abuse my position. I want to see if anyone else has heard of this. They call it half covered.
Oh, yeah, Sarah Jane, my business colleague. I think it's a Midlands thing, half covered. She talks about half covered. So I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, what they say. I'll have a half covered.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? It's just basically a chocolate biscuit. A chocolate biscuit with half the size chocolate.
Yeah, I think it's a Midlands thing. Maybe viewers can.
Someone at home said, I don't half covered. Other people are like, what? $29.99 is your price. Do you dunk?
Always, always. I love it. Yeah, absolutely.
It's the best thing about lockdown. No one judges you. I'm going to dunk and I'm going to keep it. $12.99 your price there. 359181 your item number. We're going to talk about the twist and stitch. Now we had a little demonstration of this earlier on with Sarah, and this is a ruler you have to see in action. And when you do, it's that eureka moment. You're like, genius. Because I'll show you an example. How would, if someone just gave you this pillow and said, okay, can you create this block for me? You're like, there's some really interesting angles that would be very challenging to work out the mathematics and sort out yourself. What you get with your twist and stitch ruler, it's very simple. So you can make it as big, because you can see here, all the different sort of levels of size. You go from the outside, which is like 10 inches, gradiating down. And actually here, you get an example of all the effects that you can achieve with your twist and stitch. So all of these different patterns and designs. So whether you want to create a border, I mean, how cool is that? Or here, or you want to do this, or you want to do this, or you want to do that. You get an idea of really the potential with it, but it's just so easy. And watching Sarah playing with this, and I was thinking, look, if I thought I could do it, you could absolutely do it. $31.99 is your price. 939136 your item number. Where was it? You had an example of something where you used the twist and stitch.
Oh, that was this one here. That's
Can we just, if you just...
Oh, destroy the set.
That's okay.
Here you go.
That, nicely handled. Just going to show you here. That, I mean, how beautiful is that cushion? And that gives you an idea of just something you can make. It could be a cushion, it could be a table runner. Just love the design.
And rather than a 9 patch, I just started with a 12,
Yeah.
so 4 rows of 3,
Yeah.
and did that exact same technique, did that, the twist with the ruler.
Got a bit of jigsaw feel to it.
Yeah, it has, yeah, definitely. But, this is very girly with all the pinks and mint greens and all, but it's really effective. I love that one just here. Where is it? This one. It really pops out.
I like it. Okay. Now we're just going to show you a couple of items as we head to our next demonstration. We've got more Quilt As You Go. I have to say, everybody is loving the Quilt As You Go. So if you're looking to get on the bandwagon, why not? Here you've got your sophisticated strip quilt. So a beautiful, elegant quilt design. $15.49, and it's another one. I'll turn to Sarah for reference here. But it's another one we can build on.
Yeah, definitely. So you could, if you're a beginner, it's one of those ones that you just use really big fabric, with big pieces of fabric. However, if you've got some really beautiful focal fabrics and you don't want to cut them up, maybe they've got a big, large print on them, and you really want to showcase them. This uses, I think it's 6.5-inch strips right the way across. So you've got a really nice big piece of fabric.
Like that.
If you're an experienced quilter, do a row of flying geese, do a row of quarter square triangles or something, and then add it to the quilt.
Like
and you can really, really play around with it.
$15.49 your price there, 885-409 your item number. We're talking about Quilt As You Go. Now you need some fabrics. Well, how about this? Moda 5 half-metre fabrics, 2 different bundles for you. What we're looking at here, love this one. This is your, Dover in there, and it is stunning, absolutely stunning. And here's a funky needle in there. So it's Nancy's needles. Sorry, I said funky needles. Nancy's needles there. $26.99 is your price. 067568 your item number. Do feel free, though, to have a look at the website and explore. I'm just looking at the time. We've got about 6 minutes left, Sarah. So what can you show us in 6 minutes?
I thought I'd show you how to put together one of the cosmetic pouches.
Okay, from our one-day special.
Yeah, absolutely. Once you've kind of got to this point where you've done the sort of 1, 2, 3 putting together, and you've added on your lovely zip, which we showed you earlier, really, really nice and easy to do. I'm actually going to make this for a friend who's got a new baby, and I just thought, it was a really nice sort of, cutesy fabric, and you can get your baby wipes and all sorts because they're such a good size. They don't have to be used for cosmetic bags. So this is also one that I didn't do all the little squares.
Oh, okay.
So rather than all the little squares, because I wanted to make a real feature of this fabric, I measured that area there that I wanted it to sit in on the large one, and cut that out rather than the little individual squares, because I wanted a nice big piece on it.
And that thing, you can play around with it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a real, you really can play with them. You could also, you could do some hand stitching all into there as well, some hand quilting, really make a feature of those. So we're going to turn this now so they're right sides together. So we're going to flip it over like that, right sides together. Right. Make sure that the zip is open so that you can.
That's an important one. You did it before.
I did it before, and I left it closed, and then I had nowhere to turn it through. Okay. And then you've got to try and get the zip open. It's really difficult, so make sure your zip's open. Okay, put them right sides together like that. And I like to use clips at this point. I find it much easier. Okay, and we're just going to clip down the sides like that.
As we're doing this, we've got to give a mention to White Gecko's social media.
Oh,
no, you guys are awesome. I do follow you on Instagram, and you do great posts. So do feel free to have a look, both Facebook and also Instagram, White Gecko, and make sure to follow Hochanda as well. We've got our official Hochanda page and Crafting with Hochanda too.
Yeah, the Crafting with Hochanda page I follow, and there's some lovely stuff on there. Really interesting things.
I'm always impressed how talented everyone is at home. They post some beautiful things.
Yeah, we've had lots of people that are on there actually come over to our page and follow us as well, which is lovely, because we do a lot of free tutorials, like 1 o'clock during the week, where people can watch along through lockdown and everything. It's kept people entertained, if nothing else. Watch me mess things up, that's what they do. Okay, so you're just going to stitch down on now 1/2 inch all the way down each edge. Okay, there we go. So I found the zip where the teeth were right at the very top, and started just below there and back stitched. And then we're going to stitch down this side like that.
Okay, and we're going to stitch down the other side and along the bottom, but not into the corners. Okay, so I'm going to stitch along the bottom, just very quickly. And again, they're so easy to do, you know, I mean...
And it could be as complicated or as easy as you like, and that's the real joy of them.
Yeah,
because if
really
you are
is.
more experienced, you can take it to the next level.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I just say thank you to, I think it was Tracy, who sent in the email with the biscuit-related banter. Very funny, and probably very true as well. Oh, that's okay. I was going to avoid saying it.
I was going to say, you're going to have to tell me now.
Earlier on, so we had a lovely hour where we had a self-measuring tape.
Yeah.
And I tried it, and I, to my horror, discovered that on my chest, it sounds very vain, but I haven't trained in the gym for a year. It's been a year since I've gone to the gym. And I look in the mirror, I thought, yeah, it's okay, I still look the same. No, I've lost 2 inches off my chest. And Tracy was saying, you probably lost 2 inches off your chest, dunking all those biscuits and put it on your belly. You're not wrong, Tracy. That's why I always have something in front of me.
Oh, gyms will be open soon.
Yeah.
You're back at it.
Need it. I think I'm out of the habit now. Getting too lazy.
Once we do, see, I'm distracted now. I'm thinking about the gym. Place I never go. So once we've stitched down there, we're going to just box out these corners very quickly. So we're just going to line that up, that side seam with the bottom seam, make sure that's all nice and lined up, and pop a clip on there, and do the same on the other side, like that. Again, make sure that side seam and that bottom seam are nicely together.
I've got about a minute.
All right, okay. No, we'll go really quickly. I won't sew them. What you do now is just stitch across there with a 1/2 inch seam allowance, just like we did with the other ones, or down the sides. In fact, if I just leave the clips on, I can turn it through for you. And you can see, and that's it done. That's it done. You could overlock or serge around the raw edges if you want, or you can just use pinking shears, and then we can push it all through, give it a good shake, and that's your bag done.
Sarah, that's a lovely, lovely bag.
Yeah.
And I like how you've made a feature that centre panel.
Yeah, I just really love this fabric, and I thought actually let's have a nice big piece of that right on the front.
And you're telling the story, and that's the beauty with the one-day special, is you've got so much flexibility in how you build up your design. Sarah, thank you so much. I really enjoyed working with you. It's been way too long, so hopefully it won't be sort of 6 months since we last worked together.
Yeah.
I hope it's not going to be another 6 months.
Been on opposite set schedules.
Yeah, well, I've really enjoyed it. Thank you
me
so
too.
much.
It's been fab.
I hope you've enjoyed it as well. Now, do make sure to tune back in at 4 o'clock for Final Call, because I know Sarah has so many more demonstrations that she is just desperate to share with you. Again, if you have any questions during that hour, get in touch. Make sure to follow Hochanda on social media. So, as we're saying, we've got our official page, Crafting with Hochanda page. Got to give White Gecko a mention as well. They're so good with their social media, Instagram, Facebook as well. And that's the whole point of Hochanda, is the fact, if you're a Freedom member, actually, I wrote the introduction to the latest Freedom magazine, and I talk about being a family vibe here, which we say a lot, but we genuinely stand by that. And everyone at home, you are such a huge part of that family. So thank you so much for tuning in. Sarah will return at 4 o'clock, and I really hope you can join her. The lovely Mama Makes is here. Lottie, this is now not to be missed. So please, everyone, stick around. It's going to be a great hour. After that, JMC Designs. Then we have got Verico Cross Stitch. So much to enjoy here at Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Sarah. And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters from Stamp Addicts. We'd started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps, and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel. We've been with Hochanda right from the start and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs, and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows on Hochanda, we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Please tune in to the Pink Ink shows, get inspired on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome. Well, it's that time. It's a Mama Makes Hour, and I know how you look forward to these, and I certainly look forward to them because I get to work with Lottie in a different guise.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yes, I'm all good. How's you?
I'm very well, thank you. Looking forward to the show because the last time you were here, you came with the Mama Mates, and I didn't even get to see these.
Yes, the Maker's Mate is. It was phenomenally busy. I think I demoed it and then it was gone in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah. Really exciting times.
So the key thing is if you missed out, then do get in touch and get on the website, place your order as soon as you can. We will show you more of what we're talking about in a little while. But before that, we need to tell you about this. Your stamp subscription. Now, this is the latest one to us here at Hochanda.
It is. So this is, I had to think then, March's stamp subscription box. So yes, we've got some lovely Easter images this time, getting ready for Easter,
cute.
making our spring makes. And these illustrations are by an old friend of mine called Kurt.
Okay.
Kurt went to college with me. We both went to media college, and he is so talented at drawing. And yeah, these I've been asking him for so long. Please draw. Yes, this is a picture I sent This is me and Kurt about 10 years ago.
Oh, that's adorable.
In college. Kurt hasn't aged. I grew my hair.
not at
So
all.
yeah, and got better fashion taste. But yes, so me and Kurt have known each other for 10 years. I've been begging him, please, can you draw some stamps for me? It's amazing artwork that he digitally draws, and this is what we've got this time.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Again, you can see here you've got 2 fabulous stamp sets, but lots of content within those stamp sets. And I have got them here to share with you. I'm going to put them against, let me think, I'm going to put them against one of the little red envelopes that we've got coming up, because you should be able to see the design there. Because obviously with the packaging, there's a lot of information to fit on there. So
yes. So yeah, we print the packaging
stamps.
a little bit smaller. So a good size image, and then underneath a few sentiments that I have written, and a good mix of fonts here as well. Really cute fonts.
I like it. Love some of the little phrases, all very spring and Easter themed.
Yes, I asked my Instagram following for their best Easter puns, and I got some crackers, some that didn't make it. But yeah,
Can you imagine?
there's some great little puns there, and there's the "You're invited to an egg hunt," which is inspired by my parents, because every year they, when they can, hold an egg hunt for the children. So yeah, that one was inspired by them. Yeah.
I love it. Less than 3 minutes in and already 10% of the stock has gone. It's always a popular one, so if you do want to get involved nice and early. I think last time I worked alongside Lottie, we did have sellouts with this one. So if you want to get the March edition with some fabulous stamps, whether you want to get involved and follow the stamp subscription, obviously if you do, check out Lottie's website, you'll be able to learn more about that. But we get to see them here at Hochanda as well. And if you fancy getting hold of yours, then this might be the first way you get involved. So $14.99, 829 127 if you fancy getting hold of those. Oh, adorable. Little bunny rabbit. Cute. Now we've got more to share with you. So we've got more stamps to share with you, and these ones are seals. Now tell me the idea behind these ones, Lottie.
So my sister always draws a little fake postmark. She never posts the envelope. She would always give them by hand when we used to see her. But she would always draw a postmark of either your date of birth as the little date, and then she would draw how old you are or a picture of you or whatever. So these were inspired by her. She wants a commission, but she's not getting it. So yeah, inspired by her. So basically we had the handmade seal, so it said handmade by, so you knew what you were opening inside the envelope was handmade, or you could put it on the back of the stamp, back of the card. But this time we've done them for occasions. So we've got Easter with the Hop Hop Bunny Express mail. We've got the Mother's Day ones, and we've got the Father's Day ones. So you got the originals there, which used to be an end of call, but now they're in a bundle together for $9.99, which is a great price because they sell individually on my website for £3 each. So do the maths.
Yeah, that's really good value. So you're going to get those stamps, and of course you can see a really good size as well. So I think these are brilliant. Maybe if you wanted them as a centre of a rosette or maybe a birthday badge or something like that kind of idea.
Really
so
cute.
there you go, Super Dad delivery, Best Dad first class. And these are brilliant just to add onto your little envelopes, as you can see. Now, if you've missed out on these previously as an end of call item, which basically means when you're checking out your order, there's suggestions from Hochanda of other things you might like to add into your basket. Well, you might have missed out on them that way, but this way you can get hold of all 6 of those for just £9.99. So you can see just how amazing. I love that. Sealed with a paintbrush rather than a loving kiss. Absolutely adorable. So those are what you're going to get within your set. But do check when you are checking out your order, because there are some additional ones that you can get a hold of as end of call items as well. So these ones are available for you. So if you want that recycle, as you can see there, Recycle Me, and please do not bend. Those are available when you check out your order. So do keep a lookout for those. They're always popular because they're so affordable. But if you're wanting the set of 6, then the details are on your screen, as you can see there. 781226. Do pop those into your basket, and then maybe continue with me as I show you more goodies to share with you. Now, these are lovely. Now, of course, Lottie has got a brilliant idea with regards to bringing stamps to us in different designs, and that's what we've got with these two. I like these ones. Nice kind of scripted and backgrounds, I suppose, with these ones.
Yeah, nice backgrounds here. So we've got a script which you can't really read, but it's just nice texture for the background. And then we've got another one that I designed, which is typewriter words. You can chop up this one, so you can have it as the journaling word, you know, when Leonie cuts up each word. Yeah. So you could have it like that, or you could just have it as a background. But that is truly what I believe in there. Stay wild, have courage, make memories, find joy. Loads of things I believe in. Yeah.
That's lovely. Now, if you fancy getting hold of those, at this price, you know what, I think that, because is it a complete stamp set, that particular one there?
They are both complete A7s. I've got them here. If you wanted to have a look.
I'm thinking you could afford to go for a couple of sets of these because the script is always useful.
Yeah,
Says something but says nothing at the same time, which
Yes.
is always a useful one. But what I'm thinking is the additional one where you've got that typewriter font. I think at that price, go for 2 sets of these and then keep one as a background and maybe as the other, chop into the actual individual words and make up your own little
chop
phrases.
into the polymer, definitely, yeah.
Love it. £9.99, 336-239. If you fancy getting hold of those, then please do pop them into your baskets. What else can I share with you? Ooh, now, these are beautiful. Now, again, these have come about by customer request.
Yeah, so this used to be a 6x6 paper pad. We've supersized it to 8x8 papers because a lot of you like to fussy cut and you want those big images to use.
Definitely.
So yeah,
Gorgeous artwork.
8x8, 250 GSM, printed here in the UK on really beautiful cardstock. It's a little bit of a sheen to it, so if you want to use it for your journal covers, it's really kind of robust. No ink's going to sink into it and that kind of thing.
Beautiful.
But you can heat emboss on top of it, but it's a super rich print. I think it always shows when you print black, it's a real risk.
Yes.
But these blacks are really true blacks.
They are. And when you actually use them, I mean, whether you're using them in your cards or using them in your journals, you are going to get some absolutely incredible results, as you can see. I mean, look at these. Absolutely beautiful. They look absolutely gorgeous. And again, using little elements from those pages you can see there. Of course, using them with your construction cards as well. So if we remove these and open it up, look at that. Isn't that clever? I love that. You are the moon and all of my stars. What a lovely phrase. Absolutely beautiful. The little cards as well, using those little elements, as you can see there. Absolutely beautiful. Take a risk or sit forever within your dream. It's one of those things, give it a go or you never know. There you go. Stars can't shine without darkness. And that's so true. Even in your darkest days, you've got to think of those brighter days that are going to follow. And again, just beautiful art. And the richness of the quality of the cardstock, absolutely phenomenal, as you can see here. Whether you're wanting to fussy cut them, as you can see, they're using them on like a diorama style card, as you can see here. Absolutely beautiful with that gorgeous depth that you've got in there. And again, even, I've got to show you this one because I think this is phenomenal. Even if you're wanting to make something to give as a gift, you could actually make your card alongside your gift. And that is something that somebody is going to treasure for a long, long time after the birthday has passed. 24 sheets, 250 GSM. We're talking cardstock, really, aren't we, with that kind of weight? But it's classed as paper, but £12.99, brilliant value at 604-680 if you fancy getting hold of those. So, again, do stock up on those. Now, something that I missed out on, that we did touch on at the top of the hour from Lottie, you've already been jumping ahead for these. Knew you would do, which is why I mentioned that we'd got it back. So, the Maker's Mate. Now, Lottie, this is something that you've developed yourself and you've brought to us, and it's been hugely popular. But tell me, what's it all about?
Yeah, so the Maker's Mate, I brought out some stencils earlier in the year, and I kind of made a mess with holding down the stencil all the time because they had really fine elements. Okay. So I wanted something to help me hold down the stencil so I wasn't putting like inky prints onto the stencil. So this is where it started. Okay. So I asked a guy who is in my office block, he's called Mark, and he has a 3D printer. And I was like, look, can you help me out with this tool? I think it would be really popular because I see people all the time trying to hold stencils down, very fine masks as well. So we developed this, and he said, well, what do you want the base making out of? And I was like, oh, I don't really know. And he was like, well, why don't you do it out of acrylic, and then you could have it as an acrylic block to stamp as well.
Clever. Yeah.
And then when it was made, I was like, oh, yeah, that's pretty handy. And I kind of stood it up like that, and then I was like, this could be used as a palette as well. Yes. So it's just this really cool multi-tool. I'm going to demo it for you. So we've got one of my colour fusion tools here. These will be coming back for birthday next month.
Just to give you guys an update as well, what was it that, Katie? 50% of the stock has gone. My goodness, yeah.
Yeah.
Popular.
So I'm not holding down, obviously this is a better demo with a mask, but I'm not holding down here and then putting inky prints through.
Yeah.
So I'm going to hold it down here and I'm just going to ink through like that, and it just holds everything down while I'm inking through.
An extra pair of hands.
It is,
an extra pair of clean hands.
Yes. And then we're going to use it as an acrylic block. So the acrylic, again, sourced in the UK. Everything's UK made here, so there's kind of no delays with that kind of thing. I'm just going to put my stamp on here. It's a little bit dirty. I'm trying to get it off, but there we go. put on my stamp, so now I've got a stamp block with a handle.
Brilliant.
People who have given up stamping because of dexterity
Yes.
issues, fantastic. So I'm just going to ink this up here. And my husband really liked the fact he could hold it and he could see where the ink was going as well. So I'm just going to ink this around here and give it a good inking.
Such a clever idea.
Hold this and ink all the way around. This is a super detailed stamp, and I said to Mark, this is, because we tried different things on the top, different kind of strut designs, and I said, this isn't finished until I can do detailed stamps, because I'm not going to go on TV and be embarrassed.
Don't blame you.
Now it's not going to work knowing me. So I'm just going to hold this here. I'm not messing around with trying to balance a thin block in my hands. I'm just going to push this down here. All of this is going down into the paper and soaking up that ink. And then I'm just going to lift
in
off.
quilting we use a lot of those kind of cross references to centre and position, and that's exactly what you've got there. You can get your stamp right in the centre and then of course position it within the centre of your square card perhaps, or right exactly where you want it to go. Oh, that looks brilliant, Lottie.
So all of that detail has come out perfectly, that pressure has been even, and then what I'm going to do is just smush my Distress Oxide onto this one. I'm going to get my water brush, and now I've got a palette that I can mix on. I'm not putting it on my glass mat, then putting my arm in it, putting my work into it. I've just got it there, and I'm just going to colour in my butterfly, and I've got my standing palette.
Idea.
It is all in one tool.
Brilliant. Love it. And you guys are loving it as well. Lots of you placing your orders. It's one of those things that you think, such a simple design, but I wish I'd thought of it. What a fabulous idea. Now, if you wanted to get hold of these, you've got your 6 centimetre and your 12 centimetre with relation to these ones, £24.98. But the update on that one was 80% of the stock has gone. It could potentially sell out. I mean, we're looking at 1:15 really with this one. So, yeah, if you wanted it, if you missed out on last time, please make sure you're getting hold of it this hour. Do not miss out. And if you have been working with it since the last release of these came out, let us know how you've got on. Because this is the kind of tool that literally can change the way that you stamp, change your life with regards to crafting. Because it might be just as Lottie said that you've given up on stamping because of dexterity issues, and this has kind of reignited that passion. Let me know about it if you do. 241085 if you fancy getting hold of that. In fact, you can't now because it's technically sold out, which basically means if it's in your basket, you need to check your basket out. Now, there's people that have missed out on these, so if any of them do fall back into our stock allocation, I will let them know, or let you know if you are that person that missed out. So, yeah, thank you to everybody that's taken advantage of those. So, we have got a beautiful set of stamps, and these are just perfect for the season. I mean, beautiful outline drawings with loads of content in these. You're going to get all 4 of these for £38.96. Now, the first thing that strikes me with these is they work so well with the Stampscription
Yeah,
set that we've got.
absolutely. We brought them out for spring, not knowing really what we had. We had a roughish plan, but we didn't know the exact images that were coming out. But, you know, I'm going to do a demo with these, but they match really well. These are all hand-drawn by Natalie Bowers, one of our in-house illustrators. She's super talented. She's a scrapbooker. She's a mixed media artist. Go check her out on YouTube because she's phenomenal. And she draws all these for me, and she comes up with some of the sentiments as well. But, yeah, super talented, and she loves her flowers, so this was definitely one that she enjoyed.
I love it, and I love that. Believe in the magic of new beginnings. I think that's a really nice phrase there. Gorgeous artwork. Oh, ignore the monthly mega deal thing. Oh, that's so last month. The details are on your screen there, of course, if you do want to get hold of this one and you're a Freedom member. Guess what? You got discounted price, bringing them to just £35.06. That's for all of them. Every single one of those stamps coming on their way to you. And they're not a complete stamp plate. So when you actually look at them, you've got your sentiments separate to the frames that you've got there. And we will see Lottie and we're working with these in the next few moments. So if you're wanting yours, then do pop them into your basket. So there you go. Natalie's Florals. A brilliant saving there for everybody, but even more so if you're a Freedom member. 245781 if you're wanting to get hold of those. A little bit of news for you. Talking about the Makers Make. A couple of those have fallen out of people's baskets. See, it's out there. I said I will tell people. So if you thought that you'd missed out on these, thought you'd missed out on the opportunity to take advantage of them, well, guess what? You now have a second chance. But do not let that second chance pass you by. Make sure you're getting them into your baskets. But more importantly, make sure you are checking that basket out to ensure that you're going to get hold of yours, because you might not get another opportunity. So take advantage of it while you have the chance. So what else can I tell you about before we get over to demo? Well, have a look at these. A lovely set of stencils. And these would be perfect to work alongside what Lottie's just been showing. So with regards to these, you've got your texture stencils. You're getting all three of these. These are really useful designs, Lottie.
Yeah, so these ones, again, by the same illustrator from the previous stamp set, Natalie. She loves her textures, she loves her backgrounds, and these are the first of many that she's done for us. They're in that really cool tag shape, and they come with a little binder clip as well, so that you can keep them together. And yeah, really useful. I especially love the hand-drawn look. These are not perfect squares. This is not a geometric design. This is a rough, that one kind of looks like Hessian.
Love it.
You know, it's not perfect, and I like that.
Yeah, definitely. And it gives a fabulous effect when you're working with the texture paste. Probably saw on that finished sample at the front there, but here again on the black cardstock, look at that. What an amazing backdrop. You only need a sentiment, that's it, you don't need to do anything else. But then if you are into your fussy cutting, of course you can get involved with your paper cutters, as you can see there, creating those lovely circles. This is a fancy finished sample. I love this one.
Really
Wow.
cute with the heat embossing, love it.
Oh dear, I'm back in town, I'll pop those back together in just a few moments. But then you've got, I love this one. Now this one is a little frame where you've got all sorts of little elements featuring in here.
Really cute mixed media frame, yeah, a lot of texture paste in there, and a super depth as well. The stencils are made in the UK by That's Crafty, so if you shop from That's Crafty, then you know the quality.
I love it. And again, they get your texture paste involved with these, get your inks involved. Absolutely, man, I love that. Absolutely brilliant. Now, if you wanted to get hold of those, you are going to get all three of them, as you can see here. Beautiful stencils for you to use, and really good sizes as well for just £9.99. If you fancy getting hold of those, 306890. I'm going to pop those back into place in just a few moments. I'll leave them there just for the time being because I've got something else to tell you about. Now, this is nice. Now, what we've got here is that little series that I think is brilliant value for money. Again, if you're going for stencils and mediums and all those different kind of things, then you need to add these in, because of course you can see straight away that those textures that we saw a few moments ago are going to apply perfectly to the stencils that we saw a few moments ago. These are the stamp version though, should I say. So £9.99 with these ones. This is a really clever idea.
Yeah, so I couldn't resist making them into little texture stamps for backgrounds.
Nice
they
sizes.
look great. They are a lot bigger than the packaging, but yes, they are fantastic for your backgrounds, for your ATCs, a great size.
I was just about to say, are the ATC size? Because they're kind of
They
look
are,
like
I
it.
can't remember off by heart, but I believe
roughly,
they
yeah.
would cover an ATC
Yes.
anyway, yes.
But again, it's just where you're building up, and this is lovely because you can see in the backdrop the stencil being used, and then obviously the stamps in the foreground. That's a nice one as well. Building up those layers, really getting involved with it. I love this one as well. Look at this one. You've got it being used, and I love that the use of the white pencil there, or white pen should I say, on top. It's been stamped on top of the word and the letters there, as you can see. Build up on there on the background, one of those backgrounds that you probably made yourself. But isn't that amazing? Love it. Love it, that lovely kind of subtle touch that you've got in the backdrop there. Absolutely beautiful. Now, if you fancy getting hold of your texture stamps, they're just £9.99, 521709. And of course, they complement the stencils perfectly. So if you've already gone for the stencils, great, add these in. If you're going for these ones, do consider those stencils because it kind of maximises the way that you can use them when you've got both in your stash. Now, another stencil and stamp set to share with you. These actually come together, and these work alongside each other. So you've got your stencil with, obviously you've got your tickets there, but these stencils are massive because you're getting both of those.
Yeah, so these were kind of inspired by my dad. He's a big lover of circus and fairground, and we've got the tickets there, so you've got the mask and the stencil, and then all the words to put on your tickets. But I put these on the end of the counter here because they'll go nicely with your stamp scription, because you've got that invitation to an egg hunt, Easter egg hunt.
Yes,
so
yeah.
if you want to do tickets to an egg hunt, that would be really cute.
Oh, yeah, what a lovely idea. Do like that idea. We're just sorting those details out for you, but you can see here you really are getting a bumper bundle of goodies in this one. Just £14.98. Details are on your screen there, 660193. It's not limited stock at the moment, we're just getting those details sorted out. But as Lottie said, it's going to work beautifully alongside the stamp scription, because of course on your stamp scription you've got you are invited to element with regards to the stamp, and of course you could kind of supersede the Easter egg hunt with anything else for the rest of the year. So I love that idea. idea. 660193, do pop them into your basket. And of course, anything in your basket, you need to be checking your baskets out quickly. We've already had a sellout during the hour. We don't want you to miss out on anything else as well. Now, something else that you might like to consider, and this is a happy hour deal for you. So if you've liked the look of this one, I probably should have mentioned this nice and early on because it's a very useful set there. Look at this. Now, you are able to get hold of this set with all those fabulous stamps there for this price. Oh, my goodness. You've got £3 saving, bringing it down to £9.99. But that is for this hour and this hour only. It's already proved to be a popular one. So this one is going to go up in price at 2 o'clock. So you've got around 40 minutes to take advantage of this particular one. Yeah, it's a good one. 776-373 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Already 30% of the stock has gone. We even haven't had a chance to tell you about it. Something else I forgot to tell you about, which I do apologise for, but I'll mention it now. Those fabulous envelopes that I held up to show off some of the stamps earlier on. They're an end of call item, I believe, are they, Lottie?
They are on the poll somewhere, £9.99. Yeah,
there you go.
And they're options, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So red or white. You get 10 of them. They're super cool for your memory albums to keep pictures in if you don't want to stick your pictures down.
Nice
To
idea.
keep little bits of ephemera in, receipts and tickets and that kind of thing. Or just use them, decorate them up, and have gifts inside if you're sending gift vouchers instead of eggs this year and that kind of thing. Do that. Yeah.
Absolutely fabulous. So there you go. If you wanted to get hold of yours, the details are there on your screen. Now I've got some news for you. So your Maker's Mate did sell out earlier on. We did have the opportunity to speak to Lottie while I was talking about some of the other products, and we are able now to bring it back to you on extended delivery. So if you missed out or thought you'd missed out, please be quick. We don't have a bountiful supply of these, so if you do want to get hold of them, you need to be quick. There is still a sense of urgency with these, but we're looking at the 20th of March, so you haven't missed out completely, as long as you're not too slow in getting them into your basket and getting your basket checked out. So 241085 if you want to know. So Lottie, over to you, my dear.
I must mention as well with the Maker's Mate, we found last show that we were on, they take a long time to print, and we nearly didn't meet the extended delivery. So that extended delivery will be a limited amount. I've put a cap on it. It won't be an unlimited amount. So yeah, grab those while you can, because you're literally buying our time now.
It's the physical hours. Sadly, we aren't able to increase the hours in a day. So yeah, it's one of those things.
That would be great for me especially.
I could do with an extra few hours.
So yes, Caroline has kindly done all the prep for me, and this is a card that she's made, so I'm going to do a little spin on this one. So yeah, she's still a little bit poorly, so I hope she's better soon. But yes, this is using Stampscription, and we've got the daffodils as well from Natalie's Florals. With this one, I've got my Inktense pencils, so I'm just going to give this a little scribble on a scrap piece. And then I'm going to paint down a bit of grass, just quickly. Got a nice vibrant green. These are my Derwent Inktense. And I'm just going to do a very rough grassy area, because you get the idea on the finished one.
Fabulous. What sort of card do you stamp on them, Lottie?
I normally use watercolour. I believe this is it feels like either a super smooth or a watercolour. My personal preference is Pink Frog, but yes, I know Caroline supplies everything pre-cut and everything for me, because I'm just so busy with everything.
Oh, it's good that she does that. But if you are working on watercolour cardstock or your stamping card, perfect with your stamp, because you've got the crisp image, haven't you?
Yes, exactly. So I've cut my little grassy hill there, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek of something that's coming up on Mama Make's birthday. I know. So this is a new stencil that's coming.
Birthday?
Yes. So it's our 4th birthday.
Oh, 4th birthday.
Yeah. 4 years of Mama Makes existing on Mother's Day. But yes, it's our Hochanda show is April the I can't remember what date they gave me. It is a mid-April.
Okay. We'll look
so
out
yes,
for that one.
But this is a cloud stencil, and you've got some stars in the middle, and it's just super cool. And I couldn't resist using this early just to get this kind of background together. I really love it. You've got 4 different kind of clouds, so look out for that one during our birthday. And there's some exciting promotions too.
Ooh. Yes.
So we got our cloudy sky there. And that was just with the Colour Fusion tool, which will be back as well. Really smooth blend there. And then I'm just going to stamp our girl. I'm going to do our daffodils first.
Okay.
So I'm just going to, with the daffodils, you'll see it's got holes in where the sentiments were, just because we wanted to make it a frame as well as the sentiments.
Right.
So yeah, we've taken the sentiments out and I've just got my daffodil here. But you can put the sentiments back in and just do it as one stamp, all done, great times. But yeah, this one I'm just doing.
It's nice that having those little apertures there, like you say, as positioners, because you could choose any one of those three.
Yeah, it's a really versatile one. So I've got my daffodils here, and I'm just going to put mine on this side and give that a stamp.
Oh, lovely size, that particular stamp, isn't it? It's a good size.
Yes, this one I would recommend a stamp platform. I haven't got mine, I've just got my XL blocks.
Okay.
But I would normally use a stamp platform. I'm quite nervous this middle isn't going to turn out, but we'll see what happens. There's always a micron pen.
There is, and that's the added advantage, isn't it? Now,
So,
the
yeah,
stamps that Lottie's just been working with, we've got those as a set of 4. They're a little bit further down the counter. I can't quite reach them, but they are beautiful stamps because you've got things like your tulip in there, your daffodil, your little snowdrop in there. So they are all the flowers of the season, really, and they're good size ones as well. So what you can do is obviously stamp those out and colour them in. You've got the wonderful sentiments there, which are interchangeable because those sentiments will work with any one of those flowers. And of course, you can see that gorgeous script. They're different styles of scripts, they're different opportunities, different occasions, absolutely perfect, and a Freedom members discounted price. We like those. £35.06 if you are a Freedom member, but they have been busy. I love that little example that you've got there. The simplicity in itself there with that just one little daffodil set there, as you can see with the sentiments there. 50% of the stock is gone, so if you're wanting yours, please be quick with regards to those. Coming up to about halfway through the show, so obviously the second half of the show we get even busier with regards to those as well. So yeah, if you're wanting to get a hold of them, pop them into your basket, but get your basket checked out. I think I've been quite firm with that one. Oh, there's something else I can tell you about while we're having a little chat. This particular set, and it's a set, well, I can't reach this one because they're right by me. This set, oh, you're liking this one as well. Not surprised. 2/3 of the stock has gone of this one. So you've got the stamp set there with the script that says something but says nothing, because I like, that's one of my little phrases. And then you've got the wonderful typewriter font there with loads of wonderful words. It does come as a stamp set just by itself, not by itself, but as a complete stamp. That's what I'm trying to say. But what you could do is you can chop into that, make them into individual words if you're wanting to. So if that is your intention, I would suggest that potentially you actually go for 2 sets of those, because it's always useful to have an extra one of the script, but being able to have those words individually as well as all together, I think would be an advantage. So at 336-239 if you fancy getting hold of those. How are you getting on over there, Lottie? You're having a lovely time.
I'm having a lovely time just painting. So I've gone around the edges with my ink tents, and then I'm just colouring in the middle here.
That's cute.
If I had a little bit more time, I'd probably do this on a different piece of card and fussy cut it and that kind of thing, but this is done in telly time.
The essence, which is lovely.
So I'm just making sure this is all coloured in. The ink tents pencils are just fantastic for this kind of quick make. So that's all coloured in now.
Good.
And then we're just going to put our girl on the top here. So this is the one where she's exploring with her eggs. There is a sample somewhere that Diane did, and she changed the eggs to flowers, so it could just be a girl wandering around with her flowers.
I don't think I actually showed the finished samples because we got into the swing of telling you everything else that we've got on the show. So very quickly, shall I show you those just as Lottie is stamping out that image? So there you go. You can see, obviously, I love this one. The little bunny rabbits around as well. And I love that phrase there, somebody loves you. That's cute. Love it. Very three-dimensional example there. As you can see, there's gorgeous paper flowers on there. But again, a lovely look to that particular design, as you can see there. And again, like that one with a little aperture. Pretty result. Now, this is a funky one, because, of course, you've got 2 ladies within that particular set. Love the little kind of dungaree dress that you've got in there. And the little tiny flowers, and that's what Lottie was just talking about. Putting the flowers on top means that it doesn't have to be an Easter basket, whereas on this one, you can see it very much is. I would want a considerably larger basket though, that's my only complaint.
She's running out of room there, isn't she, in her basket? Yeah.
This is a nice one as well because you've got a backdrop of eggs being brought in with the stencil there, and of course you could be making your little tag invitations. And don't forget, with this particular one you are going to get that stamp there for your invitation, so you are invited, and those details there. So it's not just for Easter. You have obviously got your Easter themed editions with this set, but you will be using those elements right throughout the year. So do check out that additional set of occasions with the tickets as well, because I think that's a really clever idea, actually using the tickets there. So yeah, if you fancy yours, your stamp subscription box will give you the 2 stamp sets that Lottie is working with, and of course you've got the fabulous card that you're working on. How are you getting on over there, Lottie?
I'm good. I'm just watercolouring her face.
Lovely.
And then I'm going to stick a sentiment on. I'm just briefly going to give you an idea of what it'd be like.
That's fine.
So,
love it.
Just colouring her dungarees.
I do like a little dungaree dress.
I think Kurt was channeling me when he drew this.
I was going to say the same. I didn't like to assume, but it did. Yeah, it did remind me of you.
I'm quite known for a dungaree dress. Yeah. So yeah, I think he was thinking of that. But yeah, really cute. They are obviously in fashion at the minute.
And
so
it's funny, I mean,
modern.
all that time ago, 10 years ago, when you were at college with Kurt, I mean,
yes,
I don't imagine for a minute that you thought that you'd be here.
No, I mean,
demonstrating stamps.
I was on the same course with his girlfriend, now fiance, and we did film together, and then he did games, and yeah, he draws fantastic characters, and I couldn't resist. I was like, you know, you stay in touch on social media.
Yeah,
I haven't seen him in
nice.
a long time, obviously. I haven't been back to my hometown in a long time. So yes, that is the girl. You would colour her in, add a sentiment, and then you would matte and layer some blue and yellow. Fantastic Eastery colours.
Oh gosh, yeah, very much.
And you'd get something a bit like that.
Adorable. Love it. Lottie, thank you.
No worries.
We're going to let you get ready for your next demo.
Fantastic,
if that's okay.
thank you.
And we're going to give you a little bit of a recap. It's going to be actually, we've got them back on stock, so back in stock, so it's going to be about the same length of time because we have had sellouts during this hour. Now, the stamp subscription box is proving to be popular. It always is. And this is your opportunity to get involved. Now, this is something that Lottie brings to us with Mum and Bakes on a monthly basis. It is something that you can subscribe to. So if you do want to consider that, then do check out Lottie's website and Facebook page and all those different avenues, because you can get involved that way. But from time to time, we do see Lottie back here with the subscriptions. So this one is your March edition, very much an Easter themed design, as you can see here, and those fabulous finished samples that I've just been sharing with you are included within your inspiration sheet that you can see here. So there's loads of ideas of how you can work with them. Love this one where you've got the little trio there. I think that's a really clever idea, and I love the way that one of those examples showed the little basket, obviously with flowers in there, but you could kind of matte and layer and put other things that she's holding there if you wanted to, couldn't you, quite easily? So here you go. Look at these photos. Now, these are from the design team, so brilliant examples again of using that artwork. Absolutely amazing. I love the pastel tones, and somebody loves you. I mean, that doesn't have to be around Easter time necessarily, does it? Love it. Oh, and there you go, the little pinafore dress there. Easter is so exciting. Brilliant. Love it. And there you go. If you are going to be doing your own little Easter hunt, then there you go. You can see there's your invitation. But of course, it could be an invitation to anything, because it's just got you are invited to. Here you go. Again, utilising those fabulous stamps alongside background papers and other elements that you've got in your stash already. So a really useful set of stamps, and at $14.99, incredibly affordable. I love that. I think we saw a little bit of chocolate in the last picture. So yeah, there you go. Now we're moving on to the next item. Now this is something that you may have come across or you may not have come across, because with regards to these, it's the first time that we've seen them on air in this configuration. So what you've got here is you've got 6 stamps which are designed as seals to go on envelopes. So they're kind of a bit like that, you know, like the Frankie Machine label, or they could go on the back of your envelopes if you're wanting to. They're just a little kind of touch, a lovely gentle touch, I think. It's really nice for different occasions. So you've got Super Dad, delivery there, best dad first class. So of course we've got Father's Day coming up. I think it's June time, isn't it? I think Father's Day. Then you've got your little Easter bunny there, which I think is fabulous. Really, really cute. In addition to that, we've got this one, Super Mum Mail. Oh, that's Mother's Day coming up very soon, isn't it? So that's a nice one. But again, could be Mum's birthday that you're sending that one for. Oh, a little rainbow. Oh, they're everywhere, aren't they? All over Lottie's dress today as well. I don't know if you've noticed. They're handmade with love. And then, of course, you've got your gorgeous one here, which I think is brilliant. Rather than sealed with a loving kiss, sealed with a paintbrush. your handmade cards there, and there you go. Happy mail. Oh, we like a bit of happy mail. Anything that doesn't come in a brown envelope with a window is always a bonus, isn't it? Now, this is a lovely little set because you'd usually be paying £3 for each one of these stamps, so you can see why it's such a brilliant value bundle at £9.99. Now, they have been with us before as end-of-call items, which means you may have come across them when you've been checking out your basket previously. But good news, when you're checking these ones out, do keep a little eye open, because when you check out your order, you may be offered these opportunities. Now, you've got 2 additional little stamps here, right way around, there you go, and these are end of call items. So again, a similar sort of idea with your Recycle Me, as you can see there, and then please do not bend, which is very important when you're adding those to your cards. So again, those ones do keep an eye open. In fact, when you're when you're shopping online, this is what you will see. You come to check out your basket and you've got all sorts of fabulous goodies there. So you can see at the top there, those 2 stamps coming together there at £4.99, brilliant value for money. Additional bits and pieces, do check them out. The Mama Makes Dries Clear Glue, perfect opportunity to stock up on that one at £4.99. And the beauty is you don't pay any additional post and packing for any of those goodies that you're popping into your basket. And if you do find yourself adding other goodies in and refresh your screen, you might be presented with even more opportunities. So always check those out. Lots of you have been going for this lovely set of stamps. Are we looking at the stamps? Yeah, we're going to the stamps next, I think, yeah. So the lovely stamps that you've got here, you've got 2 stamp plates here, designed as background stamps. But of course, you can use them in a whole host of different opportunities. Over 70% of the stock has gone, my goodness. Now, with regard to them, you've got 2 stamps in there. So they come stamp 1, stamp 2, so to speak. I love this script here because you've got your script there. You can see that it's words, you can see that it says something, but it doesn't say anything specific, so you can lend it to any opportunity where you want a script background. And then the one down at the bottom, I love this typewriter font. Again, it's coming together as a plate like that. Love the idea of multi-stamping that and maybe just cutting out certain words to highlight them within that backdrop. So £9.99 for both of those, brilliant value, 336-239, but be quick because they're very popular. So Lottie, what are we up to next?
So we're going to have a look at Pure Magic, the paper pad down there,
lovely.
or card pad. Sounds weird saying card pad, but it's card.
Yes, yeah.
So yeah, we're just going to make a little plaque here, and this is just kind of a really basic demo because we just fussy cut the pieces and we're gluing them. So I've got a back piece here. There's a lot of plain backgrounds to play with in the set. They're not plain at all, but they don't have a focal image.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah.
Yeah. So they've just got these kind of mystical backgrounds, a few stars and that kind of thing. But if you love all things kind of celestial, maybe like your tarot cards, that kind of thing, great.
Something like this would be a lovely backdrop if you're making a plaque with words of inspiration. Or,
yeah. And this sometimes kind of looks like waves, I think. There's a kind of wave feel as well. So I'm just gluing that to a bit of MDF board, and then I'm going to cut around it if you want to have a look at the rest while I'm cutting.
Yeah, no problem, because we've got all sorts of examples. I mean, here, this is a perfect example of how you could use it in a gift for somebody, which I think is brilliant, because you've got the gorgeous artwork and obviously the intensity of colours that you've got with the supporting elements. Of course, there's loads within those 8x8 sheets, because you could be making your cards with those if you wanted to as well. Making a card to accompany the gift, or maybe making the card so that it could actually go into a frame after the event as well, because that's what you've got with these beautiful pieces of artwork. And of course, if you want to create something that's got more interest to it, than multiple layers in there, well, of course you can do that. So this is why it's perfect as a lovely set. Maybe if you're doing something like a memory album where you've got lots of pockets, lots of kind of interactive pages, then this is going to be a lovely set to go for. But what you have actually got are those 8x8 sheets. Now originally we've seen these as 6x6, but through popular demand they have been brought back as 8x8s, and you can see here each and every one of these are just perfect, just to literally go into a frame if you wanted to. But of course the beauty is you can craft with them as well and get some absolutely wonderful results. Beautiful, every one of those. Now you're getting 24 sheets in total. And again, you've got those backdrops where you haven't got your main image with those, your main character, which of course you could use those perfect. I mean, that'd be fabulous on like a little MDF box lid or something, wouldn't it, with those gorgeous roses in there. And of course, the one that Lottie's working with could be used in a similar sort of fashion there. So mortal repeats with regards to those, but brilliant value and a brilliant quality as well. 250 GSM, really good quality. So if you fancy those, the details are there on your screen, 604 680. Oh, I've got to give you an update, have I? Oh, the happy hour. My goodness, yeah, happy hour time. What are we looking at? 20 minutes left for you to get a hold of this one, or just shy of that. So, yeah, it's going to go up in price. 50% of the stock has gone. You've got 11 stamps in there for less than a tenner. That is brilliant. And there's some really nice little stamps in there. I love the little kind of instant camera frame that you've got there, which is brilliant for little photos to go in there. And also, you've got the opportunity to kind of offer instructions with these. So if you're making something and somebody needs to pop a photo in a certain point, then you can kind of do that with those as well. It's a nice set, that one. If you fancy adding those in, and the details are there on your screen. I like that set, Lottie.
Yeah, again with that one, we do sell those individually, £3 a piece, so
Oh,
it does
wow.
add up. Yeah, there is
You're
obviously a
looking at,
saving on there.
£33
But
usually.
yeah,
Oh my
like,
goodness, wow.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
definitely grab that one.
Lovely.
So you would normally sand this. Obviously, I don't have time for a sanding block and all of that, but I've just put our background on there, and then I've got some 3D glue gel here, silicone glue, and I'm just gonna layer these up. So I've got my image here with our girl with our crystal balls. That's quite nice.
Lovely.
I've chosen the silicone glue just so we've got a bit of depth here.
Okay.
So,
They've got a very ethereal feel to them, these designs, haven't
yes,
they?
definitely. So just making sure all those little twiddly bits that Caroline has kindly fussy cut for me. I did
She's
not
got
do
a
this
lot of
fussy cutting.
patience to be cutting
Yes,
those elements.
definitely, just for that 3D look there. And then we've got lots of flowers here. Really gorgeous print. They come out so beautifully every time. The guys at the printers, they've got some real bit of kit to get this looking.
Good job with these.
Great. So I'm just going to layer these up. You've got these leafy parts here as well. Just make sure all of the leaves have got something on them so you get that depth. And we can kind of tuck that under here a little bit maybe.
Oh, that's nice.
And just kind of do a bit of flower arranging with paper.
Flowers that aren't going to wilt over time, that's for certain.
Yes, exactly. So we've got this bit here that can just go over the top. But yeah, fussy cutting all these gorgeous elements out is just going to be kind of a bit of a, maybe a love. What do they say?
A labour of love.
A labour of
isn't it?
love,
Yeah.
that's what I mean. But definitely worth it. Oh yes. Just going to layer this up here like that. And then that one, maybe tuck that under here.
Oh, that's nice. I like this.
And just play around with the layers, really.
It's good to have that glue that you can reposition with as well, because
Yes.
you might change your mind with some of these, I
It's
guess.
got a lot of wiggle room, a lot of wiggle time. I'm going to layer this one over here, I think. Like that. I'm getting covered in glue now.
There's loads of snippability. I mean, the little elements that you've got there, obviously you've cut into the original image, but you can keep any of those little pieces for other projects.
Yeah, absolutely. Any of your projects, just tuck them behind sentiments and that kind of thing. That would be perfect. So we've just got these bits here. Pop that behind there.
If you wanted to go in with, say, something like a quickie glue pen, because I mean, the way that these actually, I can answer my own question because I can see that somebody's done exactly what I was about to ask. Because of the start, it's a lovely cardstock. I mean, I've not really seen this kind of cardstock here at Hochanda. It's got a lovely kind of finish to it. As you can see, that's almost like a satin finish. So wasn't too sure whether it would be something that you could actually use things like your quickie glue pens on, but you can see there you can add your little accents of glitter, which of course, because we're looking at kind of magical images here, does make sense.
Yeah,
because
add
here,
all your
again,
glitters and your embossing powders,
yeah,
definitely.
Gorgeous card.
Fabulous. I'm going
Yeah.
to leave that like that, just like that. But yeah, there's my layered piece. I think Caroline's done a take on this as well, and she's done a beautiful frame as well.
Yeah, I mean, the frame is gorgeous. I mean, that looks amazing. So you could have, obviously, the card that Lottie's created there could work quite beautifully alongside this one, couldn't it? I love that. Pure magic. Absolutely amazing. I love it. Now, we've got about 10 minutes left, so I'm going to do a little bit of a recap. You're OK to get ready for another demo,
I've got
Lottie?
one more, yeah, that's
Perfect.
fine.
We'll be back with you in a few moments. So, what can I tell you? Well, the 8x8 pad, proven to be very popular. Those designs absolutely beautiful, and it's 250 GSM. So with regards to these ones, was it approaching 50%? Did you say they were very, very popular? Now you've got a mix of your main characters, as you can see, but you've also got some of those supportive pages in there as well, where you've got your backdrops, just like Lottie's just been showing us. So if you are wanting to do something where you're multi-layering and you're wanting to do your fussy cutting, then you have got the support of those additional pages in there. So £12.99, absolutely brilliant value for money, and lots of you taking advantage of them. 50% of the stock gone, so if you want those, make sure you're getting hold of those, and if you're watching on repeat, hopefully we have sufficient stock to satisfy your order. Now, something that we did sell out of earlier on, these as a duo. They are a brilliant set. They sold out last time Lottie was here in record-breaking time. She has been able to bring them back to us, and again they did sell out during the course of the hour. Thankfully she's able to provide us with some extended delivery, but because of the time element for these to actually be created, because they are 3D printed within the UK and it takes a lot of time for actually construction of these, then we are limited with regards to the quantity that we're able to bring to you. But it's like having an extra pair of hands, as Lottie showed us, whether you're using them with your stencils, whether you're actually using them to mount your stamps onto, or whether you are using it as a little palette. I know you will come up with loads more ideas because I know just how creative you are, but you're getting both sizes, the 6 centimetres and the 12 centimetres, and a brilliant value price of those, £24.98. They are on extended delivery though, only the 20th of March, and when they come, you are going to be so pleased that you got hold of them. They are going to be permanent fixtures on your desk because you won't want to put those away because they are so useful. So 241085, do get hold of those while you have the chance. Now, the stamp that Lottie was working with her demonstration, her first demonstration, came from this set. It's a lovely set, a very springtime feel, I'm sure you'd agree. And you've got your gorgeous flowers with those lovely kind of sketchy frames. So those are one of the stamps that you've got in here. And then you can see the area in between has been filled in with additional stamps that can be used as sentiments alongside those frames, or indeed used with other projects that you've got. Same, you can bring project stamps from other kind of ranges across as well. Now, 60% of the stock has gone of these, so very, very busy with these. We had good quantities of these. So again, everybody's going to save on this one, so you're going to save at least £13, bringing the price to £38.96. But if Freedom members, you're going to get that extra bit more. You're going to save on your post and packing as well, and the price will come down to just £35.06. So it's a brilliant bundle to go for, and as you can see there from that finished sample there, a lovely idea. 60% of the stock gone, do not miss out. 245781 if you're wanting those. And the stencils, again, these are lovely stencils, and I'm with Lottie on this one. I love that kind of sketchiness that you've got with these. You can see that they've been hand drawn. They are absolutely beautiful, so they're not kind of digitally created and replicated, they are hand drawn, so you've got that hand drawn sense when you actually replicate those as well. So 306890, just £9.99. And if you like the look of those, we've got stamps to accompany them. Obviously they're on a smaller scale, but these are brilliant for you to use, a good size as well. Whether you're using them on your cards as bases, whether you're using them to create kind of little stamping areas, or whether you're using them on things like your ATCs. Brilliant size. They're A7 with regards to these. You're getting 3 of those gorgeous designs in there for just £9.99. Really like those, whether you're multi-stamping them or using them. I like that idea, actually, using them as kind of like little canvases in the backdrop there, or maybe mixing them all together to make some wonderful layers on top of the stencils. 521709 if you fancy those. Talking of stencils, we've got another little set for you which is going to work perfectly if you had gone for your stampscription box, because in there you are going to get obviously your Easter themed, you're invited to stamps in there as well. And this is lovely because you could be making your tickets to go on the front of your cards or your invitations. And of course you've got your innies and your outies, you've got your masks and your stencils with those, masks and stencils, should I say, with those. And then of course you've got your stamps alongside there. £14.98, another lovely saving of a £5 there. So 660193. We've got about 6 minutes or so left, so we're going to head over to see what Lottie's up to. But you haven't got long to take advantage of your happy hour. A little bit longer than 6 minutes because obviously it will run through the break as well. So just over 10 minutes to take advantage of these. It's been a popular one though. Lots of little stamps you can see for lots of different purposes. So a wonderful one if you are doing something like a memory album or scrapbook pages. A fabulous little frames there and loads of wonderful sentiments there. So £9.99, pop that one in. 776373. But make sure you check your basket before you check it out before we get to the top of the next hour. Got about 5 minutes left, Lottie.
Fab. I'm going to show you the Maker's Mate again, just in case you missed it earlier. So I've got a stencil here. I could be holding it with my very mucky hands now, but I'm going to choose to use the Maker's Mate just to hold that down, and we're going to do a bit of a background. So just load up my brush.
So did this come about as a personal need then, Lottie?
It was, yeah. So basically, I was launching these stencils and I had a few messes at home that I just couldn't, if I held them down, I'd make a mess.
Yes.
So I wanted kind of a, like you said, like a third hand,
Yeah,
extra hand.
pair of hands. So sometimes when you're holding it with your hand, stencils can pivot, can't they? Because you're only holding them in one point.
Yeah, because you're blending, your other hand naturally does
Yeah.
something as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got that as a stencil there as our frame. Then I'm going to ink up this frame and I'm going to use my Maker's Mate as the acrylic block. So I'm going to grab my VersaFine and just ink this up, and I can see where the ink is going because I can hold up the stamp and see if it's inked up.
Because we spoke of dexterity issues, but also visual issues. It might be that you need to bring that stamp closer to your eye line so you can actually see where you're applying the ink.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just going to go around a few times.
Wonderful. Now we are coming to the end of the hour. We've got about another 4 minutes or so with Lottie. So we will get busy at the end of the hour because obviously lots of you checking your baskets out. Do we know a date when you're back again with us yet, Lottie? Is it your birthday show?
It is the Mama Makes 4th birthday.
It's fabulous. Look out for that
It'll
one.
be advertised at some point,
course
I'm
it will.
sure. So yes, lots of promotions, lots of new goodies and lots of back in stocks as well.
Come round again so quickly.
Yes. So we've stamped that there.
Oh, look at that.
And then Caroline's just done a quick mask for me. This is for a different set, but it's roughly the same size circle. So I'm just going to use this to stamp our girl in the middle. And then you just colour her up, add a sentiment, and it's a lovely card. So this is
We're getting busier and busier for the I keep calling it a Mama's Mate. Well, it is a Mama's Mate. It's a Maker's Mate as well. Lots of you taking advantage. Don't forget the extended stock is it. We haven't got any more of those, and half of those have gone already. So if you are watching us on repeat, hopefully we've got a couple of those left that you can get hold of. But at this stage, it's not looking very likely because we are busy, and of course lots of you taking advantage of them while you've got the chance during the live hours. So 241085 if you've missed out on them previously, or also as well if you're doing different designs and you need several stamps on the go at the same time, it's always good to have a couple of sets.
This is it, yeah, and the large one is a 10cm acrylic block. So normally you'd find an A4 acrylic block and then a tiny acrylic block.
Yes.
This is kind of in the middle.
Yeah.
So if you've got the bigger background stamps, it's great for that.
And it's nice if you want to build up your own configuration, maybe several different stamps.
Yeah, definitely.
Like
if you're
the
making up a
invites.
background and you've got tiny stamps, make up a background and then use the whole block as one.
Yeah, love it. There you go.
So I'm just putting my Distress Oxides on here, and then I've got a little palette to work with. So I've just got my water brush. You could also spritz maybe at the Maker's Mate. You're not making a mess on your glass mat or leaning into it.
Yeah.
Just spritz at it, and then you've got your maybe your pearly winks and that kind of microbis. And then we're just going to colour her in and use it as a palette.
Love it.
And that's kind of how the Maker's Mate works. And then
Fabulous.
if you had more time, you'd make a lovely card like Caroline has. There we go.
Oh, bless her. Caroline, thank you so much for getting involved in creating those wonderful little cards that Lottie's been able to share with us. So, yes, and hopefully you are feeling better. Oh, Caroline's emailed in, apparently.
Oh, hi, Caroline.
Hope you're feeling okay. She enjoyed the show. She said fabulous products. So, yeah, and
Yes.
she loved it. And she loves sitting there and cutting out. We'll send it all your way.
Yes.
Thank you for your contribution, Caroline. I hope you're feeling better soon. And Lottie, I mean, again, thank you for bringing us such a fabulous range of different products here. And things, because Lottie's obviously a crafter like you and I, so she'll see the situation that she thinks, this could help me with this, but then the knock-on effect is that we get to benefit from it as well.
Yeah.
Now, if you wanted to get hold of those at Maker's Mates, I have to let you know, over half the stock has gone now. So, yeah, you can see they're going to be useful. They're not going to be leaving your work area because they are something that you're going to want to use on a daily basis. So 241085. Don't forget your happy hour as well. You've got another 5 minutes or so to take advantage of that after we say goodbye. But then the price will go up, and it is a fabulous set. Lots of you taking advantage of that. And of course your stamp subscription box as well for the March edition. If you're wanting that, then we have got those available for you as well. Check out some social media as well. Lottie, where do we find you?
Yes, it's facebook.com/MamaMakesShop for Facebook. We're going to start doing a bit more Facebook Live stuff
Fabulous.
in the office now.
Looking
and
forward
then
to it.
Instagram at Mama Makes Store.
Wonderful. So look out for Lottie and look out for here at Hochanda as well. I'm going to see you tomorrow. Take care. Oh, we've got a lovely hour coming up. JMC Designs, some amazing cross stitch as well. And then, of course, we've got the one-day special. You are in for a treat this afternoon.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda. Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples, and I've been crafting since I was a little girl, and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples Town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Good afternoon. Now we have such a beautiful stance coming up. It's one of my favorites. I know I shouldn't, but you know, I have got a very, very soft spot for GMC designs, and of course the amazing Julia McNeil, who is joining us via Skype, I believe. And of course Julia will talk us through all that we have got here today. Julia, how are you?
How are you doing today?
Of course, you are joining us by Skype, so there might be some issues with I cannot hear you that well now at the minute, but we'll hope that it will get sorted out very soon. But now, one question I have, because we have got beautiful brand new designs from you today, and I think you have got the inspiration from All Things Crafty. Can you tell us a little bit more about the brand new Craftella girls?
Yeah, we've seen them before, but they're in a new configuration. But yeah, I've got this, I really enjoy making dresses and fashion out of things that shouldn't really be dresses. So yeah, very crafty inspired. So we've got a little sewing girl, we've got a mixed media girl, and a girl that likes to paint. And I think the idea behind it was, obviously as crafters, they're perfect in our journals and our planners and things like that, but also we tend to acquire lots of crafty friends as well, you know, through various Facebook groups and things. So it means we can make things as gifts for crafty friends as well.
Absolutely, and one of the things that I love about your stamps is the fact that let's talk about, you have the Craftella girls, you have 3 sets, can see here, 3 sets here. You have got Mixed Media Maggie, Painting Polly, and Sally Stage. Now, if you were going to buy those ones individually, which you can, they are $10.99 each. Now, if you're good at math, I'm not, but you know, Katie, my ear, I think she is, or at least she has got a calculator. It would work out at $32.97. Her calculator does not lie. She's telling me. But you can get them all 3 for £26.97. So you know that it is a saving there. Now you are getting, can I show the back of them, because they are absolutely, I love that saying, eat, sleep, craft, repeat. I love that. And of course this one is the one that is kind of a mixed media Maggie, so you can see that there is a little bit of everything in there. Then let's move on to the gorgeous Painting Polly. Now, it's funny because obviously the coloring on the front of the package is not quite me, but this would be me. I love this one so much. Julia, can you tell us, is there a specific inspiration behind the way that you have done, I love that, the paint tube with flowers?
I just wanted accessories to match the girls, and as I said, I quite like doing things that are just a little bit different, a little bit quirky. So yeah, so I like having florals and things to my makes, but yeah, I decided to turn it into paint as well.
I love that. And I love that sentiment. Beautiful things come together one stage at a time. There it is. Yeah. That is absolutely stunning. I love this. Now, if you want this bundle of 3, 020928 is your item number. £26.97 for all 3. Remember that if you were going to buy them singly, they would be $10.99 each. You can buy them individually, but however, the saving is, of course, when you go for all 3. And already we have 10% of the stock has already gone. If you want to grab yours, you know what to do. Check out those baskets. 020928 is your item number. The bottom row, absolutely stunning. Now this is more the the kind of elements. So we have Nature's Palette. We have got Stitching Pretty. I love that beautiful flower with the zipper up. It's just gorgeous. And then we have Pretty Creative. Is this a standalone? Does it complement? Can we use them all together, Julia?
Yeah, I mean, when I do my samples, I've got some where we're just using the flowers and things, so yes, they absolutely work standalone, but they're also the most beautiful accessories to the girls as well.
I love the way that you can combine it. I love that images are not repeated per se, so you can have the sewing machine from Stitching Pretty, but of course you could put, stitch Sally as well with their sewing machine. The combination, of course, that works fabulously. Right, if you want to go for Nature's Palette, the Stitch and Pretty and Pretty Creative, £26.97. Remember that individually you can get them £10.99 each, which means that of course you are saving there, because £26.97 is the price for all. It's actually £6 left if you were going to buy them individually. 008135. Now that is the item number for the bottom, the elements, the Craftella collection, the kind of the elements, but you can work with them perfectly fine on their own. Then we have right, so the next bundle that we have is the papers in here. We can see gorgeous elements, gorgeous papers. Now, Julia, can you talk us through what we get in here?
So this one's the Steampunk Stories collection. I absolutely love this. I think it's a really quirky take on steampunk. It's not sort of dark and grungy, and it's not sort of lacy and rosy, but it is quite funky. I love steampunk because for me it's kind of like believing in the impossible.
Yes, indeed.
It was an era where they just dreamt big, and they achieved it as well, which was fantastic. And that's why there's a bumblebee in there as well, because that also represents believing in the impossible. And so we've got two of the papers that are a bit more traditional, a bit more muted, and then we've got two papers that are really, really bright, but they mix and match so well.
They are absolutely so gorgeous. I think they have your kind of whimsical style, but then they definitely have that edge of steampunk, and they have an elegance as well to them. One of the things I noticed with your stamps as well is that there's quite a lot of open areas. So for coloring people, like coloring experts, would be really good, but also for beginners.
Yeah, I mean, I love my colouring, so I'm quite happy to spend hours and hours colouring in. But we've got quite a few speed crafters. I think that one you're showing now was Jan's granddaughter, so she did that. I think she was about
Felicity.
9 when she did that. Yeah, Felicity did that. So, that's any age can do it. My daughter likes to sit and colour them in as well. But also they're really good for paper piecing as well. So if you're not even in the mood for colouring, you could just stamp it on a pretty paper and do it that way.
Absolutely. Talking about paper piecing, well, this bundle comes with 8x8 papers, doesn't it? So you have the beautiful cogs in here with the kind of bees as well. I love, like you were explaining, believing, achieving the impossible, or believing in the impossible that can be achieved. That kind of, like the butterflies that are a little bit mechanical. Again, perfect for fussy cutting, perfect for layering. Love these beautiful flowers. They are just gorgeous again. So how many we get in the paper pad, Julia? Papers?
There's 4 designs, 5 of each.
So 20 in total, right, of the 8x8. So imagine that. So you are getting those 4 designs, gorgeous, and you have got extras, which means that you can use them. You don't have to just keep them to stroke. £26.97 is your price. 702950 is your item number. And of course, that includes the stamps and the papers there as well. Now, talking for more papers, I adore this collection. You can see that I'm a little bit of a Julia's fangirl here, because I love the vibrancy of the colors. I love how you put colors together. Those beautiful teals, aquas, and pinks and yellows is vibrant. Now, I believe you're getting 25 sheets in total, Julia.
Right. Yeah, that's right. So we've got, again, 5 designs and 5 of each. So we've got the more plainer ones like that. That's good for paper piecing. And then, we've got ones that are a bit mad, like that one.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
so they all sort of intermingle. There's sort of elements of each of the papers in another paper, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So they all blend together really, really well.
Oh my goodness, I love these ones. I love, because I kind of think I like clean and simple cars, right? But I like elements that they have got a complexity and a depth to them. And all these, they have that depth. Those layers built in here, I love them, Julia. It's one of those ones that immediately, when I see this, I know what to do. Like, I would fussy cut that circle, maybe put some glossy accents. There's so much you can do. And of course, the design team, as per usual, have done beautiful examples with this. I love these. Creating a pen. with a paper.
I know, that's brilliant, isn't it? And it works as well. Adam tried it last time I was there.
Marvelous.
It's a genius idea. Yeah,
they're
That's
absolutely gorgeous. Now, Julia, we'll let you go to get set for the demonstrations, and I'll give the details if that's okay. Okay, perfect. Right, so I'll show you a couple more samples while Julia gets ready for the demonstration, because look at that. It's artwork like this is vibrant, is original, is hand-drawn by somebody here in the UK. You know, this is what it makes it special, but also it's the vibrancy of the colors, the beautiful patterns. 620859 is the item number. 25 sheets, remember, 5 designs, 5 of each, for just $11.99. It's A4 paper, beautiful quality. Right, I believe Julia is ready for the demonstration, so take it away, Julia.
Let's hope so. It's more nerve-wracking doing this via Skype. Okay, so we'll just stamp out just to see the quality of the stamps. Again, these stamps are made in the UK, and they're really deep, which is fantastic. So I'm using Memento because I'm going to do a little bit of Copic or alcohol.
Perfect. Can I say something about that? Because we have got a show at 7 p.m. which we will have a Memento on the show, Black Memento as well. So.
Well, that's it. If I'm ever with anyone that knows the inks, it's you, isn't it, Paula?
Well, I know a little bit. So there are many people who know a lot more.
I always refer everybody to your knowledge on that. So I just waited a little second just to allow the ink to sort of transfer. And I am going to just use some alcohol markers. Now, because this is meant to be a paintbrush, if that makes sense. I don't know if you can see that.
Okay, yeah.
So although it's a flower, it's a paintbrush. So I tend to sort of put a darker line in the shadow areas. So I'll just get that in first. I'm going to have to try not to get lost in this, because seriously, I could take hours colouring in. And that might be a bit boring to watch.
Yeah, well, I think I could watch you do that, because I love watching colouring.
Thank you. So because a brush has texture, I'm just going to do like a flicking motion like that, that you would get, you know, similar if I was colouring here. And then I go down a colour. So I've got a mid-tone now, and I'm just going to follow those flicking motions, and it gradually fills in, and it just because it's a paintbrush, it just continues to give the nod to that idea that it is a paintbrush. So I'm just going to fill in those middle bits there, and then we have that looking like that. I'm not going to colour the whole thing because, as I said, it'll take me ages, and I do have some prepped. So again, with this is like a blue-green, but it's my favourite way of making green. So again, I've got a darker one, and I'm just following the lines that I've actually drawn. So if you're not sure about colouring, just sort of follow the artwork, and you can't go far wrong then. So I'm going to get a lighter one. Like so. I'll just finish this leaf, and then we'll move on.
No, but it's really good to see you do this, because I think you have got such a knack for colour, and the way that you create those colours is really important. So I would have never thought of using aqua first on turquoise, and then use the yellow on top to create that intensity and vibrant green.
Yeah, it's my favourite way of making green, and no matter what medium I'm using, whether it's watercolours or my pens or my pencils, I always do tend to do that. I go for like a teal and a yellow, and I find that just does do it. And also, you've got your shades and tones there without trying, because you've got the teal and the yellow sort of mixing together and doing their own thing. So I'm going to put that aside, because I have actually coloured some up. Okay, so what I've done is I've taken this paper here, and this is my, well, I shouldn't say, it's my favourite every time I use it, but then I go on to another one and like that too. So what I've done, and then I've just cut a little strip of that, and I'm just going to edge that along the bottom of the card. Actually, I've cut two. I've just looked to the side and realised I'd forgot a step, but that's okay.
Yeah. And that's, of course, I love how you cut like that. You can see how the papers suddenly transform. They become very cool borders. It's not a background paper, it's a cool border. Love that.
Yeah, that's the first thing. I mean, I buy a lot of craft as well as sell it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the first things I do when I get a paper pad is I look at it and think, right, okay, what can I cut out of it? And I like doing that. It's like if you fussy cut bits out, then you sort of rearrange it and make it completely your own, which I absolutely want you to do with this as well. You know, I like seeing what people have done with it. So I'm just going to do that and then neaten that up. Oops.
Oh, look at that.
And very quickly, we've got a card, she says. Right, so now I'm going to take it. So this is, you asked me earlier about the floral stamps.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, normally I only put the glue just on one side, so it allows me to tuck things in.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And then I was going to give that top tip and then I kind of forgot to do it. But if you only put the glue at one side, it allows you just to sort of tuck things in. So for this one, we're literally just sticking with those florals, and we'll see that we can still create a card with huge impact just using those elements. So I'm kind of going to like almost a bit of flower arranging here.
That's a good way. Like you do all the bits, stamp and then fussy cut and then rearrange them.
Absolutely. So that is how I craft. Depending on how quickly we get through the demos today, I might be relying on some of that. But what I do is I will spend an evening sitting colouring in, watching the telly, that sort of thing, fussy cutting, and then I just have a big box like this of bits and pieces, all full, and then you can just sort of gradually audition things. It means you can just fiddle and relax and play and see what occurs. Now I'm going to stick these mushrooms down because they're in the foreground, and then I will see what gaps we have left. I feel like I'm talking really fast.
No, but it's just perfect because it shows how you can like kind of assemble it and design it as you go along.
Yeah. So I sort of do this and there's a gap there, but I know that I'm going to be popping a little bumblebee and stuff like this. So then it's a bit, as I said, you kind of sort of stick your main pieces in first. I said a little bit like flower arranging, not that I'm any good at that at all. I'm absolutely rubbish at flower arranging, but that sort of idea. Get the main bits in, and then you've got all this slightly smaller stamps and things that can be fillers. And then, you see, this is the level of my fussy cutting. I'm mad, I know, but see those tiny little dots?
Yes.
Yeah, they got cut out too. So
Are they from the papers or the stamps?
They're from the papers, yeah.
The papers, yeah.
So I think one of the papers has got big paint splats on it, and it's got little drips. So these are the little drips. It's the one that's got the big marbly swirl. I can hear you.
Yes, I can see it. I found it. I found it here. Now, if you want to go for the papers are coming up on the screen, but those little dots in there and then there as well. See, I love that because it's the tiniest of elements within one of the 5 designs that you are getting there, and yet you can use it as Julia is showing us in that perfect sample to fill those elements. That is perfect.
So I'm now taking the sentiment from the Pretty Creative set about always be creative, and I'm just going to, I've got my Be Crafty Slim here, and I'm just going to pop that, and again I just wait a couple of seconds. I always found I was really rubbish at stamping, especially when I was under pressure. It never went right, and it's normally because you're a bit impatient and lift it too quickly.
Oh, by the way, can we mention that the screen is flipped over? It's not that it's the upside down stamp. It's just one.
Try and fix that in between. Don't do it now. Sorry. I've got my own personal floor manager here. My husband's here pressing buttons to sort of.
That's all right.
Help with the video side of it. So
we could do with an extra floor manager today at Hochanda. So can you send it over?
Yeah, in 9 hours you might get there.
Yeah, in a few hours, quite a few.
Yeah, a little while. So that's the first one there. I can always put it on your Facebook group page later so you can see it the right way round. And we'll try and put the cameras while you go down the counter.
That's absolutely gorgeous, and of course we will let you get ready for the next demo, Julia. Thank you for that one. I always puts a smile on my face, Julia's demos and Julia's stamps, because, well, papers, the use of color, that whimsical but stylish nature to her drawings, the way that she brings to life these characters. This is the Craftella Girls collection, and you have here on the top row, that's the first bundle. You are getting Mixed Media Maggie, Painting Polly, and Sally Stage, all of them included in this bundle, which is approaching 30% of the stock. Now, if you were to buy them individually, which you can, they are $10.99 each of those stamp sets. So it will work out at £32.97. However, you can get them all three for £26.97, which I'm reliably informed, I'm not good at maths, but my Katie is, that is £6 less. So that's the saving if you go for all three of them. If I'm wrong, blame Katie, that's the way to go. But you are getting all these gorgeous girls. Now, if you want to get the elements, the accessories, or standalone images for that craft room, the sewing machine, the gorgeous inkwell, the brushes in water, that beautiful flower, now you can get them. 20% already gone. I love that tulip flower, rose flower with the zipper up with the heart. It's quite sexy, isn't it? And of course, it is, isn't it? But there is something about these images. And then you have that Always Be Creative, which is the stamp that Julia was using in there. £26.97 is the price for all three. Again, you can buy them individually. However, you will pay £6 more for all three if you go for that option. 008135 is your item number. And this is some of the things that you could be creating. Now, I'm going to show you the next sample because we have seen a lot of colorful imagery, which of course is signature style, but look at that. That could be done as well with the splatter, which is one of the stamps included in the accessories. And of course there has, a very good use for those corners. And look at that, you can use them. I think this one is from another, yeah. And then we are gonna get her as well. And I need to show you one more because I superly adore this one with the gorgeous, this one of course is, Sally Stitch. But look at that, I love Crazy Friends, I love that white face. Oh, we all went, oh, who is it? Right, if you want the bundle with Sally Stitch, you have got the details on the screen. But Julia is ready for the next demo, so take it away, Julia.
Hopefully we're the right way down. Oh yeah, that looks the right way down, does it? Yeah. Excellent. So again, I've taken this piece of paper.
Oh yeah, gorgeous.
I started making myself a journal yesterday, so there's not much in it at the minute, but I've created, so we've got fancy edges there. So when I start filling that in, that'll look quite cool, but it's just the paper really naturally lends itself to doing something like that. So. Yeah. If you like your handmade journal, like Dolly Dimples, Charmaine, she's got that sort of build your own kit sort of thing. It would work really nice with that, or if you like your planners, things like that. So that's, I kind of started doing that. So I've taken a page out and I am going to do that. So again, more fussy cutting. I've now taken out the paper and I'm actually going to be mixing the steampunk girls with this paper, which is maybe not something that you'd automatically go for, but yeah, it's like me, I like colour, so everything gets colour. I'm just going to move that down a little bit. There we go. So in this is the Clara cog set that I have got these gorgeous little cogs.
Oh yeah.
And they're great little stamps that you can just like filler stamps, but really good for creating a background. So I'm just going to stamp a few of those, and I'm stamping it out in pink. This is something that I forget to do quite a lot. I get so used to always pulling out my black ink pad that I forget that there's other colours. And you can create good effects doing that. So I'm just keeping going, and then what I'm going to do is put in the next one, because they're little stamps, you can put them together fairly quickly, but just so that we can show you a few more techniques. This is at the next stage. So I've got all the stamping there. There's also another cog that's like a full, this one's sort of empty, that one's full. I've gone over that with blue, and then I've just edged it with my peacock feathers.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to pop in our Clara just there. So we'll pop her down. You can tell, look, there was dodgy stamping on the back, so I've not wasted anything.
Oh,
it's all this line work on the back. And then I've got some of the florals, again, from the Craftella florals, but it's just like the pen nib and things go really well with steampunk as well. So don't be afraid to mix your kits up, and just whatever you've got at home, use it. I'm going to stick a flower there.
Do you sometimes do a session where you stamp just your beautiful stamps, then another session where you color them, another session of fussy cutting them?
Yeah, all of that sort of stuff gets done whilst watching the TV. Okay. And then, I sit down at my craft space and sort of put it all together. So, yeah. Sit and watch Hochanda.
Obviously. Well, you know what? I do too. So, it's because sometimes we just want to have friends in our home with the current situation, especially, isn't it? It makes, like all my friends,
Yeah,
do you ever? I have got a question from the producer Katie that is asking. Do you ever ask to the screen questions? Then you go like, "Oh, John," or Emma. How do you do this? Or
not often, really. But it's the first time I was in the building, I was like walking around going, hi, like I knew everybody.
I know that feeling. Yeah.
Knew everybody, and it's like, yeah, who are you? So, but it is that you do sort of get that sense of belonging, don't you, when you watch?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I always tell the story that when I first came to this country, it was through shopping television that I started. I learned English. Well, one of the reasons. The other one was soaps, but that's another story.
Yeah. So I'm now taking the border stamp from I forgot her name, Wilma Watts. Just had a bit of a brain meltdown there.
Okay. Yeah. And now you're using VersaFine, Claire?
Yeah, VersaFine. And the reason being is that now I don't know what direction I'm going in, quite frankly. So it's like once I get started on a mixed media page, I could end up, using watercolours, acrylics, anything. And this will stand up to it. Whereas if it was Memento, as soon as I put water on it, it's not going to be happy. So that's why I've sort of switched to a different ink then. So I've now created this, and this is at the stage because we like our layering and we love lots of interest, but now it sort of gets to the stage where you're like, that's just a bit too much. It's all a bit, it's like, what are you doing? Stop. So this is when I sort of decide what is going to be my feature element. Now, I know I'm going to be using the sentiment that it says you couldn't handle me even if I came with instructions. So the story is going to be around this girl as opposed to the rest of it. So I really want to emphasise her. And so this is when I would start to do my shadowing. So I've got a watercolour pencil and I'm just going to sort of colour round this. The other thing is because I've cut round her in white, when I start doing this, I want to cover that white section as well. So if I just started going around the edge, there's going to be this sort of random white bit here, which isn't going to make sense when we start doing all the shadowing. So I would colour that. So I'll do a little bit. And I always find this will help to draw the eye into the feature piece. And it also helps to give depth because obviously everything in life has a shadow. You can even see the shadow on the paper. Underneath my hand is so much darker. So a way of creating depth, especially in our journals where we maybe don't want to sort of add lots of 3D elements, that this is a really fantastic way of adding depth because we've got that shadow. Now it does take a little bit of time. It does take a little bit of time. So I'll just build it up in this area, and I would just keep going and going until it's dark enough.
But
for me
I love seeing it done, because usually we use obviously blacks and greys, and it darkens the whole image. You are adding depth and shadows with brighter colors, which I think is really a novel way to do it, and it shows completely. So it's great to see you do it. I you know, just don't rush, because I kind of think that it's just absolutely gorgeous to see it done.
Yeah, well. And you can do this with whatever you've got as well. So I've seen people do it with like a, you know, just a normal HB pencil and a paper stub. I'm using a watercolor pencil. I've done it with paints. I've done it with pens. It's just whatever sort of suits you. Depends what paper you're working on as well.
If you have just distress inks, for instance, you could do that as well, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Anything you've got. Just anything to create a shadow. So I would keep going and keep going. And then I would end up with something like that. So as I said, because I knew I've got this sentiment that's come from it, which again I've just sort of edged with the peacock feathers and then edged it with my black pen. And because that's the sentiment, you couldn't handle me even if I came with instructions. You're seeing her now. So I always think it's a bit like going to the theatre or something. It's nice to have the nice backdrops and things, but they should be supporting the main event. Not distracting from it. So by doing this, you can tell the stories about her first, and then your eyes gradually follow the rest of it. So, and that's what it looks like finished.
It's gorgeous. Thank you for that demo. We will let you reset for another demo if that's okay, because we are, you know, I mean, I always love Julia's demo so much because I'm inspired by color and by the way that her elements, how she uses them. And one of them, the ones that Julia was using in that demo was, and you know, I know it's silly to put that border. I mean, how gorgeous is that border? How different is that border? This is the thing. It's not just the main image. As gorgeous, as unique as it is, as a steampunk lady with that whimsical style from Julia, but it's the fact that you are getting all those beds as well. They are super useful. Incredible details that will add those layers. You light up my life. Oh, that went a little bit wrong. You know, I hope that, a shine bright. That's all the things that you're saying in that one. And this one as well. Look at the size. Yes, they are A6, but it's the full size of the A6. So you have got a very decent size of a stamp to work with. You couldn't handle me even if I came with instructions. Oh, I love that saying. And you know what? I'm going to say it. Our Katie, producer Katie, a wonderful girl, she should have that one stamped into the t-shirt. You could handle it. But she has got a lot of sass. You know, the best possible way. But that's the thing. With these characters, with these things, you immediately think of your girlfriends. You think of your family members. You immediately, I mean, this reminds me a little bit of my mother because she dresses, you know, very stylishly. And she has got this imagination. This is the thing. These images are as whimsical and as fantasy inspired by the steampunk. They're also very inspirational for today, for the now. The Fly Freebie, that is using the papers that are included in this bundle. You are getting 20 sheets, 5 of each of 4 designs. This one, look at that. I love how it's a bit more kind of muted, so more in keeping with the vintage steampunk coloring. But then you have got those mechanical butterflies, perfect for fussy cutting and creating 3-dimensional images like this. Add some keys, add some glitter if you want to, add some gears. You know, there is so many possibilities. Again, that array of flowers with that vibrancy, the depth of the colors, the yellows, the pinks, the reds, it's all combination. And I love how when you put them all 4 together, you can see 4 very different color stories, all of them coordinating, all standalones as well. So if you want to go for this bundle and create gorgeous elements like this, believe in the impossible, you can have that. 702950 is your item number. £26.97 is your price. Right, if you want it, you know what to do. Check out those baskets because that's the only way to grab a little bit of Julia's magic and bring it into your craft room. Then we have, I love these papers so much. I love them so much. Now, because 40% of the stock has already gone, you are loving them as much as I am. What I love about these papers, again, the use of color. I mean, this one could be vertical or it could be horizontal. It's up to you. But look, even the tiny dots, Julia was using them. Think of fussy cutting. You're getting 5 designs, 5 of each, so 25 sheets in total. You are a crafter, you know that having 5 sheets of the same design is perfect. Why? Because then you don't feel that you are, you know, using the only design, like you're not only using this sheet from that design, you are using, you can use them for experimenting, you can use them for stamping on top of it. And I love that. So for instance, if you are doing a memory book, for instance, you wanted all the pages to be the same, you can, because you are getting enough of each. Love the colors, love the way that having bolder designs like this, but also more simple designs like this wash of color, which means like Julia was explaining, you can stamp on it and then use it as pattern building or paper piecing as well. So absolutely glorious. You have got so much to play with and so many possibilities. If you want, your 620859 is your item number, and of course a perfect surface to stamp, to die cut as well. $11.99 for 25 sheets of A4 is the price. Grab yours by checking out those baskets. Remember, 40% already gone. And with that, Julia is ready, I believe, for the next demonstration. Right, take it away.
Right, so I'm following the theme of having like a shaped edge. So I think no matter what demos you see here on Hochanda, you can apply it to whatever craft that you like. You know, if you see a card that you like, you can turn it into a journal page and vice versa. So I'm sort of doing the same concept with a fancy edge, but this time we're applying it to card making. So I'm just going to pop this down here, like so. I can tell I'm nervous. I'm going too fast.
Oh, but don't worry. Don't be nervous. You are doing so brilliantly.
I'm looking around my room going, oh, can I put another demo together?
Yeah, you can. Of course you can.
I can. Yeah, it's fine.
Do you remember that I did your screen test here?
I know. That seems like...
You did so well.
Thank you. It was at the end of the day as well, and I had a really bad headache. So I think by that point I was just like, yeah, let's just do this.
You were fabulous. Fabulous, absolutely.
Thank you. That was fun. It was a fun
when the world before it got very complicated.
I know, it's like a month later and I couldn't come down anymore.
Absolutely. Oh well. But the joys of Skype at least means that we can bring a little bit of Julia's magic to the screens with Skype.
Thank you. Yeah. Hopefully I'll get down again at some point.
Can I ask? I mean, I know because you told me, but can you tell everybody where you are based? Because you are quite up north.
I'm in Inverness, so it's a 9-hour drive down to where you are. So when we were driving, it's like my husband and I were driving down, and it took 9 hours, or I can get the train. So I've done that, and then I've done actually, I'll show you what I do. I edge everything with a black pen. I always find it helps to frame it.
Yeah.
So I just get a alcohol marker with a chisel nib, and I just always do that. And it's like everything I create always has a sort of an identifying mark. It'll be on everything. I have that on everything. So I've edged that there, and I did the same with the journal page as well.
Yeah.
So you can see that I've done that, and then I've got a mat here, and then I've got another little mat which I'm just going. So now we've got a fancy edged card. So I'm just going to again fussy cut the papers. I very rarely use papers as they are. But that's just my style. You can, I think there's a lot of the girls there that, what I need to do, I need to get the chopped bit on this side. There's lots of the girls that have just used them as they are, and that's fine too. So it's just, they suit whatever is your style of crafting.
And I love how, just one half or, a portion of the flower, it doesn't matter that it's not a full flower. You're putting something on the top, so it's going to kind of give the impression of a full flower.
And even if I found that there was a little bit there that didn't quite sit under the mat, I would just sort of find another little flower and just keep covering it till I was happy. So this border, this strikes again. It's on everything.
Well, but of course that is just a part of 1i4. So imagine how many borders. I love that because I know, I mean, I get very, very possessive about papers. You know, I've had a fallout with a dear friend of mine when she used one of my favorite cards. It's not Leonie, it was somebody else who took it without me knowing. But having 5 sheets of one design means that I can share with myself, I can, you know, use it.
Oh, I think you absolutely should use your papers when you get them. I have a paper pad that I bought, and it was, you know, when you first start your card making journey, you buy a few bits and pieces and it all fits in a shoebox, that sort of thing. And it was the first time I'd sort of spent a bit more money on a paper pad. And you know, I still have lots of it, and my tastes have changed since then, and fashions have changed since then, and so now it's kind of just sat there and it's been a bit of a waste. Whereas if you use it when you buy it, you're obviously buying it because it sparked some sort of interest and creativity. So I think it's more of a waste to not use it. Use your papers.
Yeah, well, paper, 60% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, you know what to do. It's going very fast, and they are absolutely glorious. And I love the quality as well. I mean, I used to work at the printers long time ago. Yeah, it was a very long time ago. But one of the things that they always told me is to look for yellows and to look for reds. Those ones are the difficult colors to achieve. So now I look at any paper, I look at those greens, at those reds and those yellows, because that's where the vibrancy, and yours, you can see there with those beautiful pinks and yellows, how they stand out, because, you know, and also at the same time there's no glossy paper, therefore to be standing out so much is just what it makes it all about, the quality. So.
Yeah, it's a lovely printer that I've got. When I first joined Hochanda, I had a buyer phone me. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, that's fine. And we booked in a show. And at this point, I knew nobody in the crafting industry.
Oh.
I didn't have a physical range or anything like that. So I suddenly hit the internet, you know, thinking, right, where do I get papers made then? And then I found somewhere local, and it's right, it's really high up, and it looks over Loch Ness.
Oh.
And as I was driving further into the forest and then getting this view of Loch Ness, I was just thinking, I really want these people to be good, because it was such a nice thing. And then to be able to say that I'm getting it done like locally in Inverness is just really nice as well. So it's a fantastic company locally that do it, and they're amazing. And he is so fussy. So the first time I had paper done, because he's used to sort of making things for, you know, like hotel magazines and everything. So he likes to make sure that you can see the cut of every glass on a piece of paper. So my first lot, he kind of took and he zoomed it in, I don't know, about 720% or something, and goes, it's slightly pixelated when you have it this big. And I was like, okay. So he's a bit of a perfectionist, but then I said, can you hand me the piece of paper? And then I tore it in half, and I was like, yeah, that's the first thing I'm going to do with this paper when I get it. So I think my creativity and his attention to this absolutely has to be perfect or I'm not doing it works really well.
It does, yeah. And it's one of the things that colour, it clearly is very important to you, and having it and also I think that, would you say that if somebody wants to get your stamps and wants to have like kind of a starting point in terms of colouring because they don't feel very confident, the papers will give them that confidence to maybe stamp on them and then fussy cut them?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've got a lot of people that say they're not sure how to put colours together. I know some of the ones on my design team say that. So if you're not sure, like looking at the papers, you can see what different kind of colours go together. And there you go, that's our card there. And yeah, you can just sort of follow that for inspiration.
I love that. Thank you so much, Julia. We are going to do a quick recap now, because we have, of course, the papers now. They are going very fast. 70% now of the stock has gone. $11.99 for 25 sheets. You are getting 5 designs, which I'm going to show quickly. And then, of course, there are 5 of each. So I love them all, because you are getting flowers, you are getting busy backgrounds, you are getting plain backgrounds, you are getting, you know, kind of focal points layering up. I absolutely adore this wash of color, because you can see the strokes of paint and that marbling effect as well. $11.99. Remember, you're getting 5 of each of those ones. 620859 is your item number. Remember to check out your basket. 70% already gone. Then we have the steampunk stories with the papers as well. Now you are getting here 20 sheets of 8x8. There are 4 designs, 5 of each, and you are getting 2 glorious designs. You are getting Clara Clock. I need to be careful with that. And Wilma Watts. And then we have them here, so you can see the cocks here, and then you can see the light bulbs as well in there as well. Oh, I got too excited. Yeah, I got very excited with the cogs. Anyway, let's move them down. Sorry, it happens. Right. Sorry about that. Now your details, 702950 is your item number. £26.97 is your price for that. Now 40% is gone as well for that. So if you want them, please check out your baskets. They are glorious designs, as are the Craftella girls. Now you have got 2 bundles here. Each of those bundles, I know it does not say in the screen, but if you were going to buy them individually, they would be £10.99 each, which that means if you got to all 3, it would be £32.97. Now that's a £6 saving, in fact, if you are going for the bundle that you can see on your screens. Here you are getting Sally Stage, Painting Polly, and Mixed Media Maggie. Now all 3 of them will come in. I'm going to show you exactly how they are on the back, because you can see them individual stamps. I love that splatter of paint that if you turn it over, is actually a little flower, isn't it? So all those elements that you can see there, and make my love. Well, sorry, I'm just gonna. Okay, there you have it. Right. Anyway, love my make, maybe that's the way it is made. Anyway, I'm not going to repeat what they are saying in my ear, but you can imagine. Right, I love this board. Does it here? Eat, sleep, craft, repeat. Oh dear. And then this, yeah, and I don't even have the excuse of being in a long day, because I just got in. Then we have got here Sally Stage as well, absolutely glorious. I love that tussle which Julia was using in the first demo there. And that, approaching 50% of the stock of this one, £26.97 is the price. 020928 is your item number. Then we have, of course, at the bottom one, which is the Craftella elements here. Pretty creative, stitching pretty, and nature's palette. Now you are getting the beautiful flower that I showed earlier, that, you know, you can see here that beautiful flower there, right? That's what is in here. And I love this sample because, let me put it back, because it shows that, yes, if you want Julia's style and burst of color, you can, but also you can go dark and vintage and inspired by, you know, those darker tones. And then of course you have got the nibs as well, that you can use them here and combine them all if you want to do so. Now if you want to go for the nature's palette, a stitching pretty and pretty creative, £26.97. 008135 is your item number. Julia, we have got about 6 minutes left. I hope that's okay for a quick demo.
Yeah, we're winging it now.
Perfect.
So this is how I would craft at home. So I started making this book because, as I said, I was thinking about gifts for crafters when I made this. So this is just a cheap sketch pad, which I've covered in the papers, and then I've created a little pocket.
Yeah.
So another thing that I've been doing on crafting together with all brands is sort of like looking at gifts for crafters. So again, this is like a loaded envelope that we've been gradually filling, and I'm making different things every week for that. So That's another idea. So this is what I do. I have all my papers fussy cut out, I have all my stamps cut out, and then I just start fiddling and see what occurs. So we'll see what we manage to do in the 6 minutes. And yeah, as I said, if I don't finish it, then we'll pop it on the Hochanda Facebook group later.
Perfect. And the thing is, sometimes I find it, both as a demonstrator, as a presenter, and as a crafter watching Hochanda, that these winging demonstrations are the best ones because it shows me how your creative mind works, how you're putting things together.
Yeah. This is my natural process.
Exactly.
And I'm not an organised person, so see, having all these packets, and like I've even got like little notes telling me what I also need. That is not me.
Yeah.
It's the only time I'm organised is when I come on here. So yeah, this is more traditionally how I would craft. So again, I'm just putting elements together, and I like this. It's like you've got the papers, you've got all the fancy patterns, but then like just chop them up and rearrange them. So there's a gazillion possibilities.
By the way, sorry to interrupt, Julia. I know that is winging it, but and that last demo. But we have an update on the papers that I need to tell you. We are approaching limited stock, and of course, Julia is using them. So if you want yours, please do check out your baskets. Details on the screen. Sorry about that, Julia. I just wanted to.
All right. What I will do is we'll move away from adding papers.
No, that's
just in case it goes. And we'll move on to some stamped images. So I've got, what do we want? Do you want mixed media Maggie or Sally Stitch?
Oh, mixed media Maggie, maybe. Whichever. Oh, maybe you can put them both together. I don't know. No.
Okay, why not? Let's go for it. Whole hog.
Oh, yeah. We have what the friends, all together. Oh, look at that. It's just so, they have got so much character. Yeah, look at that. Oh, I mean, they are crafty body. Oh, this could be a really lovely card to send, or a journal page to send to, like, for instance, Hayley West is the sewing expert, and then I'm more of, although she's the expert in everything crafts related and other stuff as well. But that could be, if you have a buddy that is a sewing expert and you are more of a paper crafter or vice versa, this could be a lovely, card.
Let's get together and craft. Do you know what I have started, which is a lovely idea, and this sort of thing might work, is because we obviously can't get together and craft.
Yeah.
Myself and Dawn have got what we call a travelling journal. So we've got an art journal and we share it, and I do a couple of pages in it and post it down to her, and then she does a couple of pages and post it back to me. And it's a nice way, especially in these times that we're living in, that we can't sort of get together and craft, that you could do it that way. So this is me coming in and edging, because I always think it helps to frame your work, it helps to draw the eye in, and then sometimes I also get to a stage where I'm like, well, what do I want to do next? And I find even just framing it helps me focus on what's going on. I think we're probably close to being there, maybe just a little sentiment or something. Oops. There we go. So we've got that there. Should we grab a sentiment? There we go. I'll get this one. Life is art, paint your dreams. It can be a dream journal.
Oh.
Sorry about the reflection.
Oh,
Don't
no,
have the same overhead camera that you guys have.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pop that.
Yeah.
Pop that down there.
Oh.
There we go. And then I'll just probably do a little stitch, doodly border around the edge.
Perfect.
Something like that.
It's perfect. Nice, absolutely. And we are, of course, reaching the end of our hour. But Julia, I loved your demos. I love your products. I think this card that you have, just on the spur of the moment created, is absolutely full of color and beautiful designs. And 100. Thank you so much, Julia. Now, because if you want to change the camera around so we can say goodbye properly, there it is. Now, of course, I just need to mention or remind everybody to check out their baskets, because the gorgeous papers are now limited to stock. If you want them, remember you're getting 5 designs, 5 of each design, so 25 in total, $11.99, limited to stock. It means that 90% has already gone. If you want yours, check out your baskets. Now, Julia, as always, a pleasure to have you, even if it's via Skype so far away.
Thank you. It's been lovely working with you again, so thank you. It's been fun.
I hope the next time is here you are in person, so finally we get to work together in the same building. Stay safe, of course, and keep inspiring us with your fabulous creations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. We'll let you go now, but just everybody to remind to check out their baskets. Julia is, well, gloriously talented, and the things, the images she creates, the papers, the concept she comes up is absolutely extraordinary because they have got that personality, they have got that uniqueness, they have got that character, but also they are very craftable. They are very versatile in terms of the ways that you can color them and incorporate them into your projects. If you wanted, you could stamp them into fabric and then embellishment with some embroidery. If you wanted to, you could create into maybe use papercraft or something like that allows you to cut a stamp onto fabric that then you can wash. This is the thing, these images are stamping onto paper is just the first step. Create jewelry if you want it with string plastic. The possibilities truly are endless when you have got good quality stamps and good quality designs. Right, remember to check out your website, especially for the papers, because we are very busy. But stay tuned here at Hochanda because we have got lots more. Rosella is coming up next with Barbaco, so stay tuned. Oh, I think I pronounced it wrongly, so I'm not going to pronounce it, but it's cross-stitch and it's Rosella and it's a Scott, so it's worth staying for that one. Then a final look at the one-day special with June Taylor, and then John Next Door, double lunch.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, my name's Mel and I'm from Crafty Devils down in Devon. We are a family-run business and we've been established for about 16 years now. We're known for our MDF products and our mediums. All of our MDF products are produced in Devon, in the UK, and we have a wide variety of products to inspire you. So if you watch Hochanda, you'll see us put together and decorate our designs to inspire you so that you can make your own crafting projects. So make sure you tune in to all our Crafty Devil shows on Hochanda.
Have you heard of Hochanda Freedom? Did you know that as a Hochanda Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £5.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Hochanda Freedom members badge, regular newsletters, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with Hochanda more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause it if you're going away, or you can cancel it at any time. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or head to the website, quoting item number 88888 and join Hochanda Freedom today. Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter here at Hochanda. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show on Hochanda is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Very good afternoon. Lovely to have your company this Saturday afternoon here from the studios of Hochanda. It's Saturday afternoon, isn't it? Yeah, but the producer put a little bit of doubt in my mind there. I get a bit confused where I am. I'm only let out my box every now and again, you see, so I never know what day it is. Then again, during lockdown, they're all the same, aren't they? So anyway, it's lovely to be with you for the weekend with the fantastic Rosetta that's here with us as well for the hour. Good afternoon.
Hello, Scott. Nice to be together again.
I know. I think the last time we were together was a Saturday, and we've got this show, and we're back together again at 9.
We are, with something a little bit different as well.
A little bit different, so we've got two completely different shows for you, which is absolutely fantastic. Always lovely shows to be with you. We were just talking before the cameras came live, and we were talking about what, it's a Saturday afternoon. It's got to be a perfect day for doing any cross-stitch, but you were saying, as long as it's got a Y in it, any day's a good day for cross-stitch, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just got to be done, hasn't it? It's just such a wonderful hobby.
Exactly, yeah. And a lot of people, maybe you've started it brand new, maybe during lockdown as well. Maybe this is something that you've actually sort of taken to. You found it quite relaxing, just enjoyable. Maybe you've seen a few shows in the past and thought you wanted to give it a go. Maybe you've been doing it for many, many years and you're looking for new projects to continue on with. Well, we have got something for everybody that we've got on the counter here. I love these projects. I remember, Rosetta, when we brought these in, these sold what we're looking at on the counter, but we didn't have all of the examples to show, and yet they still went when we showed you the actual, the images that you'll be working on. But when you actually see the finished article that you're looking at the moment, these they're beautiful, and we've got something for everyone, whether it's pets, whether it's floral, whether it's countryside. There's something for everybody in these kits, aren't there?
They are absolutely wonderful, Scott. The detail that you're actually getting within these kits, and these are large stitches, but you can see on that cat that you've got there,
yeah,
it's just such a beautiful design. And now that you can actually hold it, Scott, they are just so strokeable and so squidgeable, if that's a word.
Absolutely. In fact, I've got more chance of stroking this pussycat here than our own pet that we've got at home, because this one stays where they should be. Look at that, perfectly asleep. If you've got a cat, if you've got pets, and you recognise that moment there. Our little cat was on the cushion the other day and was having a little dream. And his little tongue was coming through and everything like that, and was purring away, etc. And but everything you can imagine about that, you've captured in there. They're beautiful, aren't they? It's actually not captured. That wasn't a pun on that one. Captured on these. But again, that's the same with all of these. Whether it be the detail, like you say, in the flowers, whether it be the detail again that we've got in the sort of the garden scene, for example. That's the beautiful thing about these projects. They really do come to life, don't they?
They do. The colours are vibrant, Scott. You can see that with the beautiful reds that you've got there. You've got the texture that actually, it's a joy when you've stitched the cushion up, but when you're working the cushion as well, it's so pleasant to be able to stitch with lovely yarn that's soft.
Yes.
It's a great start. If you've never cross-stitched before, Scott, this is a super start to it.
Right. So in the actual kits themselves, and maybe I can hold up one for the example here, but do we get everything we need to start with?
You certainly do. So you can see that you've actually got the printed canvas there. Now, that's really important. There's no count
quilting or anything, so it means that actually you can just sit and start. Your yarn, you've got all there. You've got the needle there as well. You've got instructions on there as well. And I'll go through those in a little bit more detail soon.
Okay.
But it really is out of the packet. And off you go. You will at some point need a pair of scissors to cut your yarn off. and that's about it, yes.
And that's it. Maybe a little light to make sure you can see everything. But actually, on that point, though, because the holes you mentioned already, they are large holes in there. So, again, if people are... maybe because of eyesight or whether just the lighting or they find the smaller ones too fiddly. These are perfect for those that have been doing it for some while and maybe want to get back into it.
Absolutely. So if you're familiar with cross stitch, we count holes per inch. These cushions are 4.5 holes per inch. So to put that into context, we've got some stitches. We've got some little counted cross stitch kits on the counter, and they're 18 holes per inch, and these are 4.5. So they're really large, which makes it really easy to stitch, but still extremely satisfying to stitch as well.
Yeah, I'm absolutely sure of that. Well, let's go down the counter so we can see these. I want to let you know what we're going to see. I think it's the first 7 on the counter. They're all under the same item code, so you'll see the description on the side of the screen for you there, but all of those are the same details, same price, same item code. I'll tell you when they change when we get to some others that are further down there. So we're starting off, as you can see here, we've got cat sleeping. It's basically say what you see on this one. So there is our lovely cat sleeping. Now, have a little guess what you think this one be. Have a little look, no trick questions here. Yes, if you said dog sleeping, well done. You'd be absolutely correct on there. So we're not just catist or dogist here, whichever one of your favourite pets that you've got here, for example. But again, really lovely vibrance with the colours coming through, but just captured the sort of the characteristics of the little dog here beautifully. I think so, and if you are an animal lover, whether you've got a cat or dog, neither, actually, they make a super pair as well, don't they? I think one on either end of the sofa, maybe, would be lovely. Yeah, they would, absolutely. A guard dog and guard cat on your settee. Oh, I tell you, do you give a guard cats? Yeah, of course you can. Our cat won't let anyone else know that no one come near, do you know what I mean? And like a lion. I'm also going to ask, just at this point, if you've got any images that you could send through of any of the projects that you've done already, we'd love to see those as well. studio@hochanda.com. Maybe you've got the cushions as a throw on the bed, maybe it's on the settee on there, maybe you've got your own cat or dog that's sort of nestling there away. But if you have got your images, lovely if you could send those through. We'll share them, of course, with everyone that loves their cross-stitch and everything you might have seen here, of course, which is absolutely brilliant. Love that. So that's your sleeping dog that we've got here, which is beautiful. Working our way down, so we've got the first now of our florals that you're going to see here. Which one is this one here we got, was Alan?
Ask me one on sports, Scott. Bear with me. Bear with me. I know which the one next to it is. OK, well, we're going to definitely come to the sun.
I know. I'm guessing sunflower's coming up. I'm recognising our sunflower there. This is flowers. There we are. This is flowers, by the way. I should have known. Sleeping cat, sleeping dog, flowers. We can see. But these are beautiful because actually the really big, beautiful petals on these, again, if you're looking for that real lovely splash of red as a decor, this is gorgeous, this.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? This is a summer meadow, isn't it, with the daisies, the poppies in there as well. But you've got hints of the blue in there, so you're going to be able to bring those colours in maybe from your room, your colour scheme, your sofa maybe. And it's just so fresh.
Yes. They are lovely. The daisies are beautiful. And again, those different reds that you can find in the petals, again, that's what adds to the detail. And, of course, you've also got that in the greens coming through. But really lovely, lovely, lovely project to work on. So that one is flowers that we've got here for you. Working our way down, I'm guessing sunflower.
Go for it.
Get in. Yes, there we go. There we go. I tell you what, it's easy, this presenting lark here. So we've got sunflowers here. Now, these have got to be one of the most popular flowers, I think, the sunflower itself. And I find that you can't look at a sunflower without it giving you that absolutely a big smile on your face when you look at them, because they are so enchanting. They're magical, aren't they, the sunflowers?
They are, and when they actually come out in the gardens, and you've got to sort of go down the street, haven't you, and look at everybody's garden, see who's got the tallest sunflowers. Yeah. And I just think this is just such a lovely depiction of that. It's a really beautiful cushion.
Yeah, it is. And again, if you are looking for that real splash of yellow, maybe for your interior to work with, again, lovely, lovely way of doing that. Absolutely gorgeous. So that's your sunflower project we've got for you. Now, working our way down, Right, OK, flowers, sunflower, mixed flowers that we have here. And again, all those lovely colours here, whether it's the reds, the striking blues that work really nicely. Again, you've got the white of the daisies. Again, this one with flower would work a lovely combo if we put them together, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. And just looking again at the detail on that, Scott, where you've got even the centre of the flowers, you've got a couple of different colours within there, and you've got the grey and the whites within the daisies, just to give a little bit more detail on there.
Yes. Yeah, really nice. As we go down with those, is there any that stand out to you as a real good beginner's one to work with as a project?
What I would always say is choose the one that lights your fire, really. If this one, you know, if this lavender one, if that's the one that really inspires you, go for it, because you're more likely to pick it up, and they're all as easy as the other to stitch. So,
okay,
yeah,
great.
I would definitely choose the one that talks to you.
So follow your heart on those ones. 28.99. That was quite poetic, wasn't it, for a moment?
That, yes.
It won't last, everybody. 176826. If you want to go for the mixed flowers. OK, now working our way down, we've got. Hang on, let's have a little look. We've got here. It's not lavender. What one's this? Hang on. Oh, the peonies. It's the peonies, isn't it? The peonies. And the first has got a real sort of theme of the peaches and the pinks on this one.
I love this one, Scott. This was one of my favourites. I love the colour tones. Like you say, the sort of peaches, the apricots on there, the sagey green. But it's got, to me, a little bit of a different vibe. You've got text in the background as well. You've got more of a vintage feel on this one as well. And I just think that's just such a super colour combination on those
nice
as
then,
well.
mate.
I'm going to look at that one a little bit later, actually, because it's just so beautiful.
It is. That's lovely. Quite a big, bold piece, actually, because you've got the 3 big flower heads on that, haven't you?
It is, and I love the fact you've got love written across there, haven't you? So I think actually maybe you're gifting this to someone, either in a kit form or as a cushion. This is a really special one to give.
Yeah, I love this, literally. No, really nice. I do like the feel of this one. Again, all of these are all on the same item code, 176826. They're all the same price. So as Rosella was saying, follow your heart on this, whichever ones, because they're all of sort of similar sort of scale when it comes down to difficulty or ease to actually work on. So follow those. Now, we've already heard this one mentioned, and I think we're going to open this one up to start with and look through. But this is the beautiful lavender in pot. Now, this is it is, well, lavender in a pot, in the pot, in pot.
It's in pot, Scott.
It's in pot. It's definitely in pot. But I know this one, we had a show a little while back together on this, and this was really popular.
This is such a beautiful, beautiful design. Again, something slightly different. It's sort of framed this so the lavender is the real focal on that, isn't it? And it's just so beautiful. And I like that little checkerboard detail around it and the frame around it as well. It's a lovely, lovely design, this one.
Really nice, this one. Absolutely gorgeous. Again, like I say, all of these on the same item code, 176826. Don't forget, everything you need. Your needle's going to come through, all your materials to work with, of course, you're back in with those, everything there, and your instructions for just $28.99. All of those are on that same item code, just there, just I'm prodding there, just there for you. Now, on a separate item code, OK, we have got a lovely image here of in my garden. Oh, I'd love that. At the moment, I've just got weeds and a sort of broken down trampoline. I tell you what, Fiona loves it. Forget the kids. And my producer just got mud in their garden. So, forget that. Look at this instead. This is quintessentially what we're looking forward to in the summertime, isn't it, really?
It is. My garden is going to be transformed to its current molehills and badger holes to this, basically. This is my vision.
This is the inspiration behind that, is it? How's that going with getting rid of the molehills and the badger holes?
Not so well at the moment.
Not so well,
no, but...
Moving on from there. That's good. Well, hopefully this would inspire you. And no trowel in sight, no getting your wellies muddy or anything like that. But I'm loving that. I love the picket fence. We've got all the lovely plumes that are in there again, which is absolutely gorgeous. But I imagine that sort of in a little summer house or a conservatory outside with nature sort of feeling that.
Oh, wouldn't that be wonderful, actually? And, you know, when you're sat outside, take your lovely cushions out with you. Make it a lovely space. Sit and stitch outside like I do. And, yeah, it's just lovely. Surround yourself with loveliness.
Absolutely. In fact, we was having a walk on Sunday, the family and I. We did our, a loud walk. We went down, and there was a lady in her front garden, and she had lots of, like, little little hedges, made her own maze in the front garden.
Wow.
Where we were down, a lovely... And she sat with a table, chair for one, she had a lovely pot of tea there, she was there, and she was I don't know if it was cross-stitch, but she was doing some sewing work and everything. She said hello as we went on our ways, but she, again, that whole idea of just sitting outside, being part of nature, it was lovely. There you go, that's Yorkshire at its best right there. I don't know the brand of tea, but I'd imagine it was also from the region. Otherwise, a bit of a traitor. That one is 527623. Separate item code on this one, but again, really beautiful if you love that. Bringing the outdoors indoors. We've got, staying again with our favourite pets, possibly as well. This one, beautifully labelled Cat in a Field of Flowers, everybody. Cat in a Field of Flowers. There's that mischievous look on here.
It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? And I'm so pleased that it's next to the In My Garden, because you can see how the colours really complement each other.
Yes, that's true.
Pulling out some of the same colours within that as well. And it's just so lovely, isn't it?
You wonder what the cat's looking at there as well, just sort of sitting there in the bed of flowers. That is really lovely. And again, if you've also got the sleeping cat, as well as this one here, again, we'll work that together. That would be really nice. This is a separate item code to the first. This is 335122. 335122, just £29.99. Love that. Absolutely fantastic. Right, we've also got two smaller projects for you to look through. And I know we'll start with the butterflies, but again, these in their own right have been really, really popular. We don't actually have any here at the moment to show you in there, but you get the images that you can see. But I love the miniatures. These are fab.
These are great, aren't they, Scott? And this is a kit of 3 different designs that you've got on there as well. So this is countered cross-stitch, which means that you've got the chart that Scott's going to show you in just a moment.
I will do my very best.
It's
there we
coming
go.
to us. It's coming. There we go. Now, look at the size of that. Now, that's a good size chart. That means that people like me can see that. It's really, really important. And again, I'll run through countered cross-stitch if you're unfamiliar with it a little bit later. But if you're not, you've got 3 large designs on there. So you're going to be able to use those as for pictures, as it shows in the the front of the packaging, or actually a sort of greetings card. You could put those in the centre of a cushion, maybe, or a quilt, something like that, tablecloth. Beautiful, beautiful designs, and again, everything that you need within there.
That is really lovely. Again, 3 individual projects, okay, if you're making to give, you know, all would look lovely on a wall in the collection once you've completed them all. So 3 projects just for the one price there. That's 153,283. 29.99, really good price for 3 projects. £20.99 only for those. Lovely if you're a big fan of your butterflies. Failing that, we have another option for you, and again, might be a nice project to work with your lavender in pot, possibly, but loving these as well for your potpourri to work on, or potpourri.
Potpourri. Scott, may I ask you to unravel that?
This one?
So, yeah, because these are actually little bags, and unless you do, I don't think you're going to sort of get the idea of what they are.
Let's do that.
These are great little projects. You've got 3
well, you've
bags
said, can
there.
I unravel it? I didn't know it was going to be such a testing question, but
So
apparently I
talking.
can't. Oh, yeah, but, yeah, we can. Yes, we can.
There you go. So you've got 3 little project bags there to embroider, and then you've got the instructions on how to put them together. So you could put some lavender in there, some fresh lavender out of the garden, maybe.
Yes.
And again, just a beautiful little gift, or a nice gift to yourself. You've got pre-sorted threads on there, as you have the other kit as well, which is really, really important, because it can take a while to actually sort your threads, and you know you get
took me a while to undo it, so. I'd be hopeless. I mean, it's a project, if you're at my kind of speed, this will see you through the rest of 2021. Go with that. But that is great. Like you say, they're all sorted and ready to go.
That's right.
And all that work's done for you. But you've got your 3 projects. That is fabulous, that. All of that, just £18.99, 910044. Absolutely fantastic. Love those projects. Something for everybody, whether you're starting out or you're just looking for some new projects. Well, we've had some images already we've got here for you to have a little look at as well. We've asked you if you've got any of the projects we've done in the past that you've got from Rosanna, then please send them through to studio@hochanda.com. But we have got one already. Where's this one from? This is yourself?
Yeah, this is actually, but this is, so some people may be familiar with Bowser the Naughty Schnauzer. So this is Bowser. He looks like he's been in the sea there. And a couple
He is
of
very snug.
A couple of the cushions there. So, you know, they're very dog friendly, these cushions. They're very comfortable, as he can attest to.
Very much so. I love that. I love that. I think we've got another one. This is beautiful. This is one, isn't it?
Now, Scott, a lot of people will, if they've seen shows in the past, they'll hear me talk about my lovely mum-in-law who loves stitching these cushions. And this is actually her bed. She doesn't know I've got a photo of this. And there's at least 6 cushions on her bed. And it just shows, you know, sort of a plain white duvet, how you can really brighten it up with some of these beautiful cushions and how they go so well together.
Yeah, and they really are lovely, you know, images like you see on that. You can really break it up. And if you are looking for those splashes of colour, you know, whether it be your reds or it's your sunflowers or whether it's either lavender, for example, they're a great way of doing that, aren't they? Bringing that colour, just carrying on with whatever you've got with your soft furnishings in there. Really lovely, love it. Any of those images, please send them through. Honestly, I know Rosetta would and I would also love to see those. studio@hochanda.com. Right, as we said, any day with a Y in it is good for cross-stitch.
Yep.
So where do we start then when we get these back home?
OK, so let's stay with the lavender theme. So this is actually how you're going to receive yours. It's going to come in this bag, but it's quite tricky to get out of this bag quietly, so I've taken it out. But you're going to keep that as your project bag so that then you can pop your stitching back in there as you're working with it. And then what you've got, so you've got your front cover now. Not only has this got a really, really good detailed picture of what you're stitching, you can actually see the individual stitches from this as well, so it's really, really useful. But then if I just turn it over, so we've got instructions. So if you've never cross-stitched before, you've got instructions on how to cross-stitch. We've got it in several languages. I'm going to go straight for the English. To show you could learn a language on this, couldn't you?
You cheat.
Only ever talk about cross-stitch in a different language. I'd love that.
Is it in German on there? Perhaps we can do it in German.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. What you've also got on here is your washing instructions, because these kits are washable, hand washable. I would certainly go for sponging off to start with rather than go straight into the bowl with it, but they are washable. 100% acrylic on there as well. So you've got full instructions. Now this design is 16 by 16, which is sort of a regular cushion size. You're going to be able to get a cushion pad for that, and 40 by 40 centimetres for the newer ones amongst us. So let's have a quick look at the kit. You've got that hand-finished printed canvas. So it's really important that this is hand-finished, because what it means is that each of these squares is really accurate.
Right.
On occasion, I have seen canvases before which have been sort of printed, however they print them, but the stitches are ever so slightly off, which means that you're never quite sure whether that's the one that should be that colour or that one. It's like, I wonder if that's critical. But not this one at all. What you've also got is at the bottom of here, you've got a little swatch. Now this is for you to put a colour on. Now don't not do this step, because in fact I've got one here that I've already stitched. Let me get this. Because if you, there we go, put your colours on here. If you don't, it's really easy to get confused, which I did on this, and I had to unpick it because I'd put all out the wrong colour. So put the colours for the swatches, just a tiny little bit of wool on there before you start, so that you know exactly where you're going to.
Right.
Now, let me just put that back out of the way. Let's talk about the yarn. So this is 100% acrylic.
Now, you get huge amounts in the kits on these.
You get absolutely huge amount.
Yeah.
Actually, one of these days, I'll bring you the leftovers from a kit, so you can just see how much you've actually got left over.
That'd be useful, yeah.
If, in the unlikely event you do run out, I'm not sure how you're going to do that, but if you do, then if you contact the company, they'll actually send you some more, Scott. So you never have to worry about it. Don't worry about it at all.
Great.
Now, the great thing about these, and actually I'm not going to disturb that, because that's really pretty, isn't it? So I'll go for mine that I've already disturbed. Look at that. Isn't that lovely?
There we go.
And you've got to do this. This is kind of law. This is like Vivico law, that you've had to give it a little bit of a squidge first. But as you pull your yarn out, you'll see it's all tied up. No, you won't. You'll see that it's all actually in pre-cut lengths.
Oh, okay, great.
So that's the optimum length to stitch with, so that you know, as it's going through the canvas, and the canvas is quite supportive. It doesn't rip at it and make it fray. So this is sort of the lengths that you're actually going to want to start stitching with.
Perfect.
Because it's such a dense coverage. Again, let me just pop back to this one. because you're actually covering so well, it doesn't matter if you travel your yarns across the back of your work. If I just turn this over and show you the back, you can see that I'm sort of, even the dark colours, I'm travelling those colours across, and it's not going to show through the front. So it's really full coverage, this yarn, it really is. And it doesn't matter what it looks like at the back, because nobody's going to look at the back of your cushions, are they? They're not going to sit there and open it up and, oh, look at that.
If they do, they're not invited back round again.
Absolutely, they're certainly not your friends, are they?
No.
Absolutely not your friends. The other thing that I just wanted to talk about, here we go, somewhere. Now, you can see the edges of these are where they've been cut. Now, if you find that, actually, this is great. This is the one I've been using. Can you see how soft that is? I know it's hard to describe, but it's really scrunchable and soft. This edge I've clearly not stitched from, and that's a whole lot stiffer.
Yeah.
As you work with it, it will soften up, and that's one of the really nice things about it. But if you find that actually that's a little soft, a little stiff, what you can do is just get some masking tape, and you can actually just bind the edges of those temporarily.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I've started this, I'm going to have to finish now, aren't I? So let's just put that all the way there, take it off the table, and fold it over.
Got you, right.
Yeah, so you can just bind the edges of that.
Just while you're working away on it.
Just whilst you're working, and then you can take it off later. So, for now...
It doesn't want to stick, that one, does it? I mean, there's low tack. There's low tack, and then there's low tack.
And it's just staying with me. Just go away, go away. And as you mentioned, Scott, you've got everything that you need. So you've got the needle on this, and the needles are easy thread needles. Love this about the needles. These are tapestry needles, which means that they're not specifically sharp.
Right.
So that's really safe. But they've got a really large eye, which means that it's going to be a whole lot easier then to thread your needle. I've actually frayed that, so that's perhaps not the best end to thread, but there we go. We'll try. There you go.
No, that's great. And on a genuine point on those, because I know some things like that, with eyesight, for things like they can be quite difficult. And I suppose also for younger people, if they want to get involved in this, I hate saying that whole... Whenever I say younger people, I always feel really old. You know what I mean? Right, what do you mean I am? Well, I am. But when you mention that, because it hasn't got to be that pointed or sharp, because it's not actually going through anything necessarily that's got to need that sharpness. So quite good for eyesight, and also for younger people if they are wanting to have a go at this, where it's not so dangerous on the finger.
I think that's a really good point. The holes are pre-made, so you don't have to force the needle through, so it doesn't need to be sharp. But actually, if you are going to stitch it with, a younger member of the family, obviously supervise them. But I've done it with my niece when she was, I don't know, about 7, I suppose. And it's just such a lovely thing to do together, Scott.
Absolutely, yeah.
Actually, I was not going to show this, but I noticed on this one, this is obviously something I've shown previously. Can you see that we've got a little back stitch down there? So after you've stitched your cushion, that's the base, isn't it? You can then embellish it if you wish. And on this one, I've chosen to sort of outline the frame on this. And again, just using the same holes that you've already previously used. And so I'm just sort of back stitching around the actual frame here. And you could do that in a different colour. You could do that in maybe a metallic thread as well. So sort of look at your lovely cushion and think, oh, actually, I could take that further if I want to.
So people, if you are a little bit further down the line and doing your cross-stitch, you get a chance to really personalise, individualise your own projects. But even if you don't, they look amazing. It's a great project if you are starting out. To know what you've achieved. And actually on that, I mean, how quickly did these sort of things start to come together? I suppose it's where do you start right in the middle? Do you start on the outside? Do you start at the top and work your way down?
I'll go through that in a little bit.
Lovely,
but speaking of sort of how long it takes you, you're looking minimum 16 to 18 hours. So, these can be really speedy. Obviously, that's going to depend on how much colour changing you're doing.
Right,
this one's got quite a lot, but having said that, it's also got a lot of block colours as well, so it's quite a quick one to stitch up. But I think you'll actually enjoy every single stitch on it. I certainly do when I'm stitching them. They're just such a joy to stitch, and you can stroke them whilst you're stitching as well and look at them, which is very important. But they are just so lovely, and if you are a cross stitcher and you think, oh, actually, the holes are big, Is that going to be satisfying? Yes,
Yes.
it is so satisfying actually completing these.
Right.
I think because, you know, we've still got dark nights, haven't we, Scott? My eyesight's absolute rubbish. So I love a project like this that I know I'm going to be able to stitch during the dark nights or anywhere. I don't have to count, I don't have to concentrate really, just on the colours, and you can just go for it.
They're fantastic wherever you're going to be doing this. Again, don't forget, if you've got a Y in the day, it's a good day to do it, and any time really as well. Oh, update. Sleeping dog has woken and gone. It's left the building. It's sold out. It has gone already on that. So, yeah, well done if you managed to get that. Congratulations. Absolutely brilliant for those ones. But we have still got... The pussycat is sleeping next to the doggy. So if you wanted to go still for that lovely little pet, then it's still there for you, available. 176826. Again, there's actually 6 projects actually now on that particular item code, £28.99. But the dog sleeping has gone. Oh, do I want to see a picture is the question? Of course. This is from Susan. Oh, lovely. Absolutely beautiful. This is going to be gorgeous. Isn't that stunning, that one there?
That is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? I haven't seen that one. That is just beautiful. I think that's absolutely beautiful. I love the fact that Susan's put this... Can we talking about the threads on the little swatches
she's
at
followed
the
your
bottom?
advice.
Absolutely, Susan. I'm loving that. Thank you for demonstrating that. That's brilliant. It really is so important.
But you know what's lovely? You know, when the sort of the wow factor they have. We just that's the first time I've seen that, and you know, you get that. But once they're done and they are there, maybe it's just you've got that one lovely chair in the living room that you have. It's your reading chair. It's a chair that you spend most of your time on. But when people are allowed back into our homes again. You know, it's a lovely feature to have, but genuinely, you know, also get really nice again to sort of have and use. And like you say, they're washable, they're wipeable in that respect. So you're going to get a lot of wear and tear from these. So they are a project for life, really, as well to work with, aren't they?
I think so, and I think also they're a bit of an heirloom to hand down as well, aren't they? Because they are so beautiful. And actually, the thought that maybe your mum stitched this, your grandma, your sister, a friend, that's really, really special. So what I do suggest is when you put them together, put a little note in saying that, because there's nothing more frustrating than getting something and thinking, I wonder what the history was. I wonder who did this. And I think I've mentioned this before. I've got a lovely picture that's a tapestry from my Auntie Francis's mum, Wynne, and she's written the story on the back. It was done in sort of the 1950s, and I know then that I can pass this on.
How lovely, yeah. I love it. Oh, we've got one more picture as well. We'll just show you as well. This is from Patricia. Oh, now. I've forgotten all about it.
Wolfie. We had a name for Wolf, didn't we? What did we call Wolfie? We were choosing names one night, weren't we? I can't remember. That is gorgeous, Patricia.
We'll say... Patricia says she's absolutely addicted to them as well. I mean, there's a lot worse to be addicted to. But I just love... Because I love... These are beautiful. Patricia also goes on to say, actually, they are very easy to do, you know, which is absolutely fantastic. But the projects do... You look at that, if that was your first project... I don't know whether that was for Patricia. I think she's obviously quite addicted to them, it sounds. But, you know, at the end of it, if that's your first project to have done on cross-stitch... What a fantastic achievement to have actually gone, you know, I've just started this out, I'm having to go for the first time, because the results are that professional and you follow them step by step, so you're not left on your own. They're absolutely amazing, absolutely brilliant. I'm loving that, I'm absolutely loving that. Oh, yes, right then, so we're working on, because I thought we had another picture there, but we don't. We will in a minute, everybody. We can have it now. I've spoiled the surprise, everybody. OK, here we go. Oh, from Natalie. This is absolutely beautiful. I'm loving these.
Oh, that is just so gorgeous.
Now, this was for her mum, is this correct? Because her mum's got 2 budgies that look exactly like this. And so she's made them... She said the kits are great as well, and the instructions are very easy to follow, whatever the language is, which is absolutely brilliant. So, again, I know we put this message out earlier on. If you've done these projects, please send them through. And a lot of people have. These are really popular kits, aren't they? Really popular.
They are, and I'm not surprised. What I do need to know is what the budgies are called, because I had a budgie, a blue one called Pete. So, you know, just throwing it out there. If we could have another email, please. Budgie names.
Budgie names, please.
Yes, please.
Budgie names and wolves. We'll just put it out there because it's Hochanda. OK. Right, the backing.
Yeah. So I did notice from Karen and Patricia, that's right.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
They needed backing. Right, so I thought, well, we could have planned this, couldn't we? So let me show you back. So we've got 3 different colour cushion backs on the show today. So, and it's always fun to see which one is going to go with the cushion with your project. So I'm definitely going towards this one, which
That's
is
the
natural.
is it?
Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. With this design, it's going to pick up those sort of sandy colours within there. Now, heading back to Wolfie, I'm thinking, well, you see, either of those 2 would go, wouldn't it? Either the grey or the black on that one. So, yeah, you've got a decision there to make. But in terms of how to put them together, what you're going to do is give this a good iron before you do anything, because when it's on your cushion, you don't want to be doing an awful lot of ironing. And then you need to open your cushion, because if you don't, then all you've ended up with is 2 squares stitched together, and it makes it a little tricky to get it back out. So you choose which way up you'd like your zip. This is kind of traditional this way, isn't it? And then all you're going to do is attach those together, either with some pins or quilt clips, something like that. And then you're going to stitch around. Now, I always stitch around from this side so that I can see exactly where I'm stitching. So either very, very close to the edge of my stitches, or even just slightly on there.
Oh, okay.
Just to make sure that you've got good coverage. So then you're going to stitch it all together. Make sure this is open. Really important that's open.
You said that a few times now. I'm thinking from previous experience.
Can you tell, Scott?
Oh,
Can
well,
you
there's
tell?
there's a sort of edge to the instruction.
And you do this. I can't get it open. I can. No, save yourself that. I've done that. I've tried it. Don't work.
You've
Go
done
for
it, so we
I've
don't
done
have
it.
to.
Exactly. And then all you're going to need to do is just take a little bit of the bulk from the corners. So nice sharp pair of scissors, and actually just then take away that, because as you fold in your corner, you don't want that extra fabric within there.
Right.
I've got a loose, oh, it's gone off it anyway. And then once you've stitched all the way around, you literally, all you're going to do is turn it through. And then all you need to do is then press out the corners. This is actually a Christmas design, so I've got plenty of time to press it out. But you can see then that you've got stitching right the way up to the cushion back. Now, if you don't have a sewing machine, that's absolutely fine. Stitch it by hand. I would suggest a back stitch, just so that it's nice and secure. Or go around a couple of times if you're running stitch. But these are super cushion backs. Again, they're washable, so you don't need to worry about it. Just a warm iron on there as well, but do iron it before you put it together.
Right.
And I know that, you know, cushion backs, we can put any fabric on, but these are just so easy, Scott, because they're ready-made. You've got a zip put in there professionally already. You don't have to go and find one that fits or goes. And again, because you've got such lovely colours on there, and you can choose which colour's going to go best. We ought to turn around some of the cushions on the counter.
Yes,
really,
we could
Scott,
do
just
that,
see
couldn't we, as well?
what's on there, shouldn't we? See what goes.
They're all the same price, aren't they? All the same price, whichever one you go for, actually. But they are all on different item codes. You look at it here. So the natural cushion back. Now, don't forget, to say the zipper's already in there, already done. Leave it open while you're stitching it. $12.99. 785-588. I wanted to sort of carry on the theme that you wanted to go with. But I mean, I suppose really, I mean, it's personal choice, because they always sort of work with them to some extent, because the colours bounce, they pop, don't they, whichever, whether it be the black, the grey, or as you can see here with the natural, but they are really beautiful, actually. I've got one, I think I've got the grey.
Yeah, we've got a grey down here in my garden.
Let me just show, hang on a second, just legging it, everybody, just legging it to the garden and back. I brought the garden with me. This is the grey that we've got for you here. And again, like you say, even with all those lovely colours, when you've got that, I know that a lot of interiors now, I know grey was really fashionable, isn't it? A lot of interiors done that, so if you want to carry that on, but then allow all your lovely colour to come through, the grey works really nicely. Again, $12.99, 141490 for the grey. I know what you're going to ask me now. You're going to ask me if I've got anything with the black back. The answer is no. I'm afraid I don't have anything with the black back that we can see. I feel like I've let you down. I'll tell you what, we'll bring the details. Just imagine. It's exactly the same as the grey, but just darker, like black. 043, that was helpful, Scott. 043 805, just £12.99 if you'd like to go for those. That's all the options that we have for you regarding the backs for these. Now, the cushions are proving really, really popular, actually. Again, if you've still got more of your images, please send them through. We'll try and show as many as we can. But if you're just starting out, or you've been doing your cross-stitch for some time, and you're just looking for a new project, maybe you've done others and you've given them as gifts, or, again, you've got that little bit of space now in your time, you're thinking, I could do definitely one of these. These are great to go with. $28.99. We've actually got for you here, there's 6 options on this for you. So this is our cat sleeping. And so absolutely beautiful, these. If you are a big fan of your cats, your feline friends, and this is a perfect one. Or if you're making it as a gift for somebody, of course, and you know that they're a big cat lover, lovely gift to have this one. 176826. Don't forget, you're getting everything you need. You're going to get that the needle to go with. You're going to get the actual pattern to work from, and of course, you're going to be getting all of your thread as well. All of that. This is your beautiful flowers, the original, really, with all your gorgeous flowers that you can see. Really bold, beautiful reds. You've got the gorgeous daisies coming through, and again, a really lovely piece here if you are thinking of something to go as a bit of an extra in your conservatory, or to carry on that bringing the outdoors indoors. Again, also 176826. From our flowers to our sunflowers, we don't actually have a finished cushion here, but I can show you again. You'll understand again with the size that you're looking at here with the project all there, but really big, beautiful golden yellows with this big burst of all that lovely sunflower that you can see as an image. A very, very popular flower. Perfect, again, to have if you are thinking to have something to go in the conservatory, or just to sort of bring that lovely... oh, we've got a picture of a finished sunflower we can show to you, actually. Really nice, if you are if they put a smile on your face. Do you have a look at it? Here it is. There we are. Absolutely beautiful. Again, if you want that gold, those yellows to be a part, then this is a perfect one to go for. Really gorgeous. Very, very, very popular indeed. So we've had the flowers. This is our mixed flowers, but as you see, if I put them both together, actually, you'll see that they really do work very nicely if you're going to be having those on either side of a little bench or a settee, for example. But these are really pretty. Again, lots of your reds, your blues coming through here, as well as the daisy. Gorgeous. 176826. Right, we've also got 2 more still on the item codes that you can look at. This is your peony. Really lovely. Half the stock has gone on the peony. I'm not surprised. It is beautiful. It has got that love that you can see there with all those lovely wording, but a really, really different feel to this. Not just in the colour, but in the style from the others that we've got for you under the same item code. Just £28.99 there. And as we saw earlier on, what Rosanna opened up for us and showed us through the kits, of course, we've got lavender in pot. 17682 is a really lovely project. Again, just those lovely elements down the bottom as well. Really, really pretty, really beautifully thought through, and a great project to finish off with. All of those just £28.99. 176862 come with everything you need, of course, within those kits. We've got In My Garden, which is on a separate item code for you. But again, this is absolutely beautiful. And if this is what you are aspiring to, come the summertime in your own gardens, when we're allowed to bring maybe some friends round again at some point, then this is a really beautiful one to go with. 527. 623. It's just the detail. We've got the jug there. We've got all those lovely flowers coming through. The beautiful, all to have a blue sky like that. And you've got your gorgeous white picket fence. It is idyllic and it is gorgeous. 527 623 for those ones. And last but definitely not least, again, we are limited stock for the cat in a field of flowers. So we are limited stock, so please make sure you come through for that one fast. 33512. It's just gone? Sorry, the cat in the field of flowers has legged it. She's now technically gone from the field of flowers. Maybe she's had a little mouse to chase after. But it has now technically sold out. So if it was in your basket, please don't forget to get that checked out yourself at £29.99. Can I get it back into the little holder? Yeah, we got it back in. There we go. Now, we've also got the 2 options on the little miniatures. Now, these are 3 projects that you've got here in one, really, which are lovely. First of all, we've got the butterflies. Now, these are beautiful, actually. $20.99 only. 3 projects in one. So whether you're going to make them to give as gifts or whether you're going to display all 3 together, they work really, really nice. If I just move that so you can see the other options that you'll be able to make from that. $20.99. This is 153283, and again, all of your instructions are there, nice and clear to follow on from, that you'll work with on all of those individual projects. We've already had people mention, you know, the instructions that you get with these kits, whichever ones you're going for, really nice and easy to work from, step by step, of course, so you're not on your own in that respect. 153283, and last but not least, if you're looking for your little potpourri, possibly, you do get your 3 beautiful little bags all ready to go there. And so to fill through and then to finish your stitching up on that. But these are lovely once you put those in there with the gorgeous lavenders. You've got your pre-sorted already ready to go. And again, and all of the instructions. 910044. That is only $18.99. But again, 3 fabulous little projects all in one. Right, we've got, what, 12 minutes? I know.
It goes too quickly, doesn't it, Scott? I'm happy to stitch all afternoon.
We'll slow the 9 o'clock show tonight. We'll slow it down.
Shall we?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen, is it? Not going to happen at all. Just whilst we're still on those little potpourri bags, I just want to give you a couple of tips that I found when I was stitching these. Firstly, you've got your sorted threads. I've actually put the symbols. These are DMC threads. These are quality threads,
great.
You'll know if you're a stitcher. So I've just put the symbols next to the colours just to help me. Now that was really important because it's a while since I stitched this and I noticed that I've got this purple on my needle, so I just wanted to check exactly what the symbol was there. And it's really easy because I know then that this is the next stitch that I'm going to stitch. The green is where I've actually already stitched, so that I know where I'm up to. Now, when I started stitching this, you need to find the centre. Can you see these arrows are the centre of the design?
Okay, yes.
So on your little bag, if you just give it a bit of a pinch. Now, somewhere, I had a pin a minute ago. Honestly, it was... There we go. I've got a pin, I know. Just pop your pin in there, because you're going to start stitching this quite quickly. We don't need to sort of put any stitches or anything, and it's just going to tell you where the bottom is.
Okay.
Now, ordinarily, we would sort of pinch it twice, but on this one we won't do, because actually the design's not in the centre of the actual pocket. It's further towards the bottom. So then what I've done is I've actually started at the bottom of the design, and I've just sort of counted up a few. This is the seam, and then this is where I've started stitching, because I need extra at the top here to put the little tie, Scott. So it's really important to start at the bottom. Now, if you're going to... Let me take that out because I don't need that anymore. If you're going to stitch, and you're going to stitch this way up, to start at the bottom is really not that easy.
Right.
So what I did was this, and turn it upside down. Turn your bag upside down and stitch from there, because then you're not fighting your way through this bottom seam at all. And then just start your stitching along there and work your way down. Just bearing in mind where that centre crease is. So maybe, I certainly did. I started on that centre crease and worked either way out from there. And these just make the most super little bags. I'm not going to dwell on this, but whilst I've actually got my needle in there, can I just show you how we finish off on a cross stitch? And again, you can see this softens up as you begin to work with it. So we're going to assume that actually I've finished with this thread, though cross stitchers know that we can get many more stitches in there, right down to there if necessary. And then all you're going to do to finish off is literally weave it through some of the stitches at the back, just to hide it. Now, if it's a dark colour like this dark purple, don't travel it across like we did on the cushions, because that may show through the holes. So sort of travel it over stitches that you've already stitched. So on here I'd perhaps weave it into those, and then I'd pull it through, and then I'd just cut it off.
Hide it away.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a couple of things that I found really useful whilst I was stitching these little bags. And these just are they're lovely projects to do. Again, it's one that, you know, this is all you need to take with you, and pop that in your pocket. In fact, the 9 o'clock o'clock show, I've got a little project where we could put that
Oh,
and take
okay.
it with us. Yeah, so you've got to
Ooh.
watch that. Yeah.
9 o'clock tonight, it's a different show. Make sure you're watching with us.
I just think they're lovely. I love a
They
lavender
are
bag.
lovely
It's a really lovely gift for someone.
Yes, absolutely fantastic. I love those. Oh, now we actually had a picture come through from Rachel and Bridget that have sent us a picture, and they've got a top tip for us here. I like this. With their yarn, they plait the yarn.
Oh, ladies.
Top tip. Go on.
This is brilliant. Thank you for sharing this, Bridget and Rachel, because it's... Well, you saw me getting my yarn out from the lavender pot earlier, and you can see that, you know, as you work with it, it gets a little bit tangled, doesn't it? Or mine does anyway. And also Bowser helps with that. It's one of his favourite jobs.
Oh, well, apparently they've got cats that really like the yarn. I'm sure they're not the only cats as well. Something like that to play with. Absolutely brilliant. So again, keeping it all plaited.
Yeah,
makes
absolutely.
it a lot easier.
And then all you're doing is pulling one from the top then, and you're taking it out. And again, in terms of sort of putting it back together, taking it back out again, you know that it's all nicely organised and in those colours as well.
Yes,
it's really important. Thank you, ladies.
That's brilliant. Yeah, top tip. Thank you. If you've got any more like those as well, please do send them through studio@hochanda.com. Actually, brilliant. Just want to give you a quick refresher. We've got just only about sort of 5 or 6 minutes left on the show, but the website, of course, all of the options are there for you if you want to have a little look. Also, again, you know, on those, you're hearing a lot of recommendations from people that are sending their images through. They're really popular kits. You're seeing there, of course, you've got some on the actual images themselves there that you saw, whether it be the hoops as well, 5-star reviews. Click on those, have a read again what other people are suggesting and saying as well regarding these kits. So there's lots on there, all on hochanda.com. Some really lovely projects for you to pop into your basket, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, we've also got, just to let you know again, really popular across the board, basically, the peony, though, as well. Now, 80% of the peony has now been allocated. I really do like this. Again, maybe it's because of the writing on there with a theme of love, but you've got those really lovely peaches, those gorgeous sort of pinks that are coming through. Really lovely. I just think it does stand out quite differently to the other images on there, which is gorgeous. They're all lovely, but if you want to go for this one, it's 17686. It's one of the options. I've got lots of other also available for you. Just $28.99. Right then, Rosanna, we've got what, 5 minutes, 5 or 6 minutes.
Perfect, Scott. So look at the colours on that, aren't they gorgeous? Let me start showing you how to begin, because I'm very aware we haven't done that yet. So put a knot. I know I said a knot, but it's a waist knot. We're going to get rid of it. So I'm going to start with a dark colour, and let's start with this area here. I haven't begun this at all, so I'm actually going to turn it this way because this is close to me, and I'm going to head on this particular row here. So on the top of my fabric, I'm going to just head down with my needle, and that knot's going to stay there.
Okay.
And that's just going to help me then hold my thread at the back. It's not going to come loose, and I'm going to overstitch that. So I'm going to go from top right to bottom left. So top right, bottom left, and this dark green, and again over it. And as I'm going over it, I'm actually just grabbing that wool behind, so I'm overstitching it as I'm stitching, so that that end is nice and secure. It's already nice and secure now. It's had now 4 stitches over it.
And that is it, because again, from a beginner's point of view, that is the whole process.
That's it, basically, and then we head back. We go top left, bottom right. Ideally, try and keep your stitches heading in the same direction, in which case, you know, have your top stitches all heading in the same way. If perchance they don't, well, that's okay, because actually there's no cross-stitch please here. We don't mind at all. Adds extra texture. So I like that idea. And actually, I think as a design point of view, you could perhaps put the centre of the peony and actually change the way you stitch it.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mess with people's heads as they come round.
Oh.
And then all you need to do then is travel round. Now, I've deliberately avoided the really pale colours on this, because to me, I find it easier if I can stitch a darker colour first. It means that, you know, at night I don't have to worry about the colours, because actually at night the difference between that and that may not be quite so obvious.
Oh, I see.
And so it might be more difficult to see. So choose your colours that you're going to stitch with. And
once you start stitching with this, it is so compulsive, Scott.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And if you are going to be starting stitching with that particular one, well, hopefully it's in your basket already, because I think it's just technically sold out, which means if it is in your basket, can you please make sure you check that out? Don't let it bounce back out. So technically it has gone. I'm not surprised. It is really, I mean, they all are, but that is a really lovely, lovely image on those. They're beautiful. But well done if you did manage to get that before it did sell out. Do you want to see another picture?
I certainly do.
Right, OK. This is from Christine who said this. Whoa! Look at that, dude. I'll tell you what, if you're watching in black and white, I'm so sorry, because you're missing out on a feast there. That I love that. Look how vivid those greens are with that.
Scott, we've got to source that one, haven't we? That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? I bet there's a black back on that.
Yeah, that's cool. If there's ever any piece that's calling for a black backing, it was definitely that one. But that's all like flaming coming through on those, isn't it? They are beautiful. I love it. And again, do you know what? We talk about these on the images. What is so lovely is if you have got sort of minimal colours, you know, in your sort of furnishings, if it is inside. These are a great way. They are, because they instantly just come alive wherever the surroundings are, don't they?
They certainly do. And the other thing I love about them, Scott, they are so quick to work.
Yeah.
So actually, how about we have the sleeping cat today, but actually next week we're going to change it for this one.
Yeah.
And just swap it round.
Yeah.
And just mix and match them and you know, just really have fun with the designs that you've got.
And I think that's it. I think from watching the demonstration as well, actually when you started doing the cross stitch itself, I get it. Certainly with this size hole, I really get the understanding now why so many people, because I'm amazed, and I don't think it's just because, you know, if you're thinking about buying a blue car, when you're on the road, then you see a lot of people driving blue cars. It's because it's in our psyche, and I don't know whether it's because I'm just aware of doing more cross-stitch shows, like with yourself, for example, but the amount of people that I've now spoken to that are the secret cross-stitchers, you know, because I didn't know that about them, and it comes up in conversation. There's a huge wave of people, and now you understand the ease of it. I can see why it's now so, I mean, because we talk about a lot more therapeutic and a lot more relaxed time and all the stresses of the world. This is if you've never done it, this is a perfect chance to just give it a go, isn't it?
It is so inclusive, isn't it,
Yeah.
Scott? It really is. It's something that everyone can have a go at.
Yeah.
You don't need to put it in a frame. You don't need to do anything special with it. You can just get in and start stitching it. As soon as
Yeah.
it comes home, open it and go for it.
And I think also with the options on the backing, if you want to go, don't forget they had the professional finished zips in there as well. They're perfect sizing to go with this particular cushion covers that you're looking at here, and they're really easy to put together. If you want to go for those, they're only $12.99, I think. Again, all the details on the website for you, but you got yourself a ready-made cushion ready to go, and to show off when we can open our front doors to let people back in our homes and we can socialise with them again. What nice additions to have there waiting for them as well, which would be absolutely brilliant. Well, listen, we come to the end of our first hour. I'm delighted we are back together again at 9 p.m. tonight. If you can join the both of us, we would really love your company on a Saturday evening with that. And we've got some new elements of the show coming up at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, we have. We've got some beautiful, beautiful fabrics. I've got far too many demos. So it's going to be a lovely hour.
Right, that's fine. Listen, I look forward to that. Thank you so much for your company this hour. I've really enjoyed the show. It's absolutely fantastic.
Pleasure.
And thank you for your company as well. I hope you're having a lovely weekend with all the team here at Hochanda. Don't go anywhere, because Paola is up on the other side of this. Yes, get ready, everybody. And of course, it's a June Taylor one-day special. Then I'm back for a 2-hour double whammy with that old bloke next door. It's John. Yes, can't wait. We'll see you very soon.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers. And we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps, and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lucy from Sweet Poppy Stencils, the Craft Station Limited. We're a craft retailer and we specialise in stainless steel stencils. Our stencils are manufactured in metal. This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We've recently joined Hochanda and we're really excited. This allows us to demonstrate and show our products. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. In my shows at Hochanda, I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearlywinks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearlywinks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
We hope that our products bring you as much fun, creativity and inspiration as they do to us. We love all of our products and we hope you do too. So make sure you don't miss our shows on Hochanda.
Well, if you are just joining us, welcome. What a time to join us, because we are having a final look at the One Day Special. Or if you have been, of course, watching Hochanda all day, well, it's great to have your company too. Now, the One Day Special, of course, this is launched at 6 p.m. and it runs until 6 p.m. the next day. However, this is the final live hour in which you get to see it in action. Now, I'm not alone, so our lovely Sarah is gonna tell us all about it. How are you, Sarah?
I'm really well, thank you. Yeah, really well.
Great to have you here. And of course, you're representing today June Taylor. Now, I think everybody will know a little bit about June Taylor, but if very quickly, if somebody just joined us, can you tell us a little bit shortly about June Taylor?
Yeah, absolutely. So June Taylor are an American company, and they started like doing the cut and press boards and rulers, and then moved into the pre-printed wadding, which is what they're kind of famous for now.
Absolutely.
And yeah, we've been bringing June Taylor onto Hochanda for about a year now, and it's yeah, I love their products. I really love their ethos and everything.
I do too, and of course we are going to see the first demonstration is going to be one of these amazing rulers that Sarah has mentioned. But the one that's special, what it is, well, that pre-printed wording that you were talking about, I love this idea, not only because you create a piecing together and patchwork and quilting on the go, but it makes 2 different cosmetic bags.
Yeah, so you've got 2 bags in the pack, a large and a small bag, and the large bag is a really, really good size. It's got, you can get a lot in there because it's boxed at the bottom. It's nice and flat, and you can get lots and lots in there. But you also get 2 of the zippity-doo-done zips as well, which are just amazing. I love them.
They are the prison zippers, aren't they?
Yes,
so then, of course, it's so easy to attach them. And you can see here, now, your option is in relationship to the colors of those zippers. Now, you choose whichever color you want. So, for instance, if you wanted red, tan, navy, or gray, you are going to get whichever color you go, 2 of them, so you can complete 2 cosmetic bags, the large one and the smaller one. And of course, then you choose your own fabrics, whatever fabrics you have. And this is one of those projects, especially for the smaller one, that is a stash buster, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You don't actually need very much fabric at all for either bag. You could rummage around in your scrap buckets, because most of them are like 2.5-inch squares, so you need very small pieces of fabric for the little one. I think it's 4.5 on the larger one. So it's small. A few fat quarters, 2 or 3 fat quarters, and you'd actually do the whole thing.
Absolutely. And what I love about that is as well, because like what you're mentioning is like, for instance, if you have got boutiques, then you can do them like this, and it's just completely different to the other look. Shall we go through the options of the colors? Now, the first option that we have is the black option there, which you can see, which is approaching 80% of the stock. Now, then we have the white one, you can see there. Then we have got the navy, the grey, so the navy over 70% of the stock. We are approaching 80% of the grey, then the red over 50% of the stock, and then of course we have the tan. If you wanted to go for the grey or the black, these ones are the most popular options, so please make sure to check out your baskets. 030570 is your item number, £24.99 is your price. You're saving £6, and yes, the price should stay low until 6 p.m. However, make sure that you check out your baskets to make sure that you get your chosen color of the zipper. Then, talking about more of that pre-printed wording, wine bottles. We can make not just one, can we?
You can make 3 from that pack, yeah.
So, white wine, red wine, and Prosecco.
Or gin, vodka, whiskey.
Or shall we go, so lemonade, cola, and then maybe water.
Yeah, water, I suppose. Rehydrate ourselves after all that wine.
Yeah, absolutely. I love, we could. Anyway, I'm just kind of thinking about, are we want to see a demo with this one?
Yeah, so I'm going to show you a little demo with that one later on, about how to do a really quick bias binding. And how you attach it as well, because it's really nice and simple. It's a bit of a cheats method.
I love that. Now, I was thinking this is a really good one as well for, as a present. But I also was thinking if you have got a baby with a pushchair or something like that, this could be something that you attach to it not with the wine, obviously. I'm just talking about water,
orange juice or something.
Something. Just make it clear. But also, I do think that makes a lovely present as well. For obviously the nicer weather. This could be for a picnic as well. So maybe something like that. Also, I'm kind of thinking that it could be the things that you put behind, like on the door handle. So you can have, for instance, maybe if you're using like a hair straightener or something like this, to store them there, so you are ready to go. Or even other things,
my colleague Sean was saying, if you're a painter, if you want to go outside and do some like watercolour or something, you could actually put your jar of water in all in there, with a cap on it, and your paintbrushes, and it's all there nicely, and you could just pick it up and go.
Good idea.
We're saying it would also be really nice with like some daffodils in. You could put a jam jar in it, and then put some daffodils out the side. It'd be a really nice centrepiece. There's lots of things you could do with them.
The other thing I'm thinking of, crafters, thread catcher as well. Because you could have it like I have, things like, with hooks, so you can have it with a hook, so you can have it there as well. Or scissors, or, that sort sorts of things that you can have it. So it's not just a bottle, you know, or a bottle carrier. It's just so much more than that. It's up to you, and you can make 3 of them. Of course, the fabrics is your choice. What you're getting is the watering of it. Now, very busy for it. Is it? How much is it? 50% already of the stock has gone. Remember that once it's gone, it's gone. So if you want yours, £14.99, that's what you're paying. 411602 is your item number. Now, the first time I saw June Taylor, you know, the products was with a shape cut ruler. Now, this is an incredible concept, and I love how it makes cutting fabric so much easier.
Yeah, it really is. And it's just had its 25th birthday as well.
Really?
Yeah, it's been around for 25 years, the shape cut. The original one. I mean, there are different variations of it now. There's the really large one and smaller ones and all, but the original shape cut's been around for just had its 25th birthday. So,
wow.
Yeah, it's a brilliant product.
It's absolutely phenomenal. Now, it comes with instructions, of course it does. We are going to see a demo by Sarah in just a second. But what I need to tell you is that it has got FlexiBuy, right? So it means that it opens a FlexiBuy basket. You could go for any other item, so for maybe the wind, you know, toad or the one-day special, and then you can FlexiBuy that as well. It makes it easier to pay in interest-free payments, doesn't it? Now, or if you prefer a one-off payment of £39.99, having the 12 by 12, which is more or less the size that I think I have, it makes it so much easier. And if you're a beginner or an expert, this is for you. 228586 is your item number. And then we have the grocery tote bag in here. Now, this is a slightly different in terms of material, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more of a canvas. It's not a cotton wadding. It's like a canvas that you're going to be sewing on. It works in exactly the same principle as all the other kits, where you're going to use that 1, 2, 3 method. But yeah, they make really incredibly sturdy bags. You've got 3 bags in the pack, as well as your plastic bases as well, which actually sit in to give you a solid base.
Of course.
They fit brilliantly into shopping trolleys. You can line them up in your shopping trolley, chuck everything in there, you know, particularly if you're doing like the scan and go thing and everything.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely. And of course, I love that. Well, not gonna lie, I think I could fit in one of them. I mean, I'm so sure that I probably could, because it has, like you were saying, that flat bottom in here. Is absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, this is a really nice size. And the thing is, once you build it up, so you have got 2 layers, the interfacing inside it, the quilt as you go interfacing, plus, you know, it does give you a very solid bag as well.
It really does. They're really strong, really sturdy. I've actually used them for carrying a small sewing machine round in them, you know, because they're a nice square base. You can pop a sewing machine, you know, obviously not a large one, but like a smaller machine will sit in there, and they're sturdy enough to hold by the handles and carry a sewing machine round. So, you know, you can stack your shopping up in them, no problem.
And you are getting enough to make, is it, how many you can
3. You've got 3 in there,
So you have 3 different designs. Let me grab this one as well, because I actually love this design as well. So I'm going to see it. Right, so I'm going to put it here, and then you can see it. There it is, absolutely gorgeous. And of course, look at that, it's just gorgeous. Can you imagine how much chocolate you could put in here? Now, yeah, I can see this in you know, whatever supermarket you go to. I'm not going to mention any names, but that would be really lovely. 482056 is your item number. £28.99 is the price. Remember, you can make 3 of them. And remember, we have had so many sellouts, and once they're gone, they're gone. So make sure to grab yours by checking out your baskets. Right, lots more on the website, because of course Sarah has brought so much from June Taylor, but also from White Gecko, because you may recognize her as the face of one of the faces of White Gecko, with beautiful designs, of course. Now, one of my favorite products from June Taylor is that Starch Savvy. 5-star reviews, as is the quilt basting spray. And you can see, look at those quilt as you go. Wine bottle bags had 5-star as well, so you can see them there. So many 5-star reviews. The cut and press, that one is the one that Sarah herself uses it. I love it. On one side you cut, the other side you iron or press. Right, now we're talking about that shape ruler. So Sarah, can you tell us, how do we use it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to take you through sort of the basics of how
to use it. This one I've had for quite a long time now. I use it all the time. It's amazing for cutting your own jelly rolls, for cutting charm packs, even up to sort of layer cake sizes. So I'm going to pop this little piece of fabric underneath it so you can see the lines a little bit better. You can see here they've got like little teardrops. This is where we're going to actually insert the rotary cutter into. And you've got laser cut guidelines all the way through the ruler, which you're actually going to cut through. So in the very simplest way, if you just want to make, say, a 2.5-inch strip to start with, you know, you're cutting your jelly rolls, or your pattern requires a jelly roll, you don't have a jelly roll, and you've got lots of fabric, you can cut them yourself really, really quickly. So I'm going to take one of these horizontal lines and line that up. Now this is a 45-inch width fabric, and I've just folded it over so it fits in. I've lined that up along there. I'm going to open my rotary cutter, so a nice sharp blade in there, insert that in and cut up that one. They go up in 1/2-inch increments, so I'm going to go over to my 2.5 and cut up, and then 2.5 and 2.5 is 5, so I'd cut up my 5-inch, and then up again 7.5, as easy as that. So if I just move the ruler out of the way, you can see that's a little bit of excess, and I've got perfectly cut straight jelly roll strips. The lovely thing about this is, if, like with the traditional ruler, when you try and go up the side, it's very easy to like go off a bit skew width, and then you have to like re-straighten it and cut again and cut again. With this, because you've got those guidelines in the ruler, it's perfect. It goes up really, really quickly. If you say you needed 2.5-inch squares, like you do for the cosmetic bag, I'm just going to line these back up, turn them this way, line those back up like that. Get that one out of the way. Line my horizontal line up with the edge of the fabric again. Take off my edge, up the 0 line to straighten that up, and then up my 2.5, 5, 7.5, just like that, quick as you can all the way around, and you've got mini charm pack 2.5-inch squares.
That is so quick.
So quick.
And the other thing is not only quick, but it's accurate.
Yeah.
Because like you were saying, if you're using a traditional ruler, and that has happened to me, and I'm only a beginner, but, you know, I have, you know, this goes a little bit square. With this, you make them parallel, perfect
You
parallel.
really can. You can cut up to about eight thicknesses. So I've got some of the scraps I was using here earlier. So I've got 4 layers there, and then another 4 there. So if I just lie those on top of each other, you know, and I'm not going to use a particularly huge amount of pressure or anything like that, you know, so if you do have problems with your wrists, or, you know, you find cutting difficult, the nice thing about this is I'm cutting all those in one go. So I've just cut some 2-inch strips, but say I wanted a charm pack size, I'm going to use that 2-inch strip in a moment to show you how to cut diamonds as well. You know, if you wanted charm pack sizes, you would just cut up your 5-inch, 10-inch, and then do exactly the same. The other nice thing about this is it's really, really easy to cut diamonds. So diamonds are quite a difficult thing to cut, you know, hand cut, because you've got, you know, they're unusual angles. So if you've got a 60-degree line on your cutting mat, which we have on this one, I've cut a 2-inch strip, but these could be 3-inch, 4-inch, 5-inch, whatever size you like. I'm going to lie that along, put that raw edge along the 60-degree line, just like that on the cutting mat. I'm then going to line up my ruler, and I'm going to put one of the horizontals on the ruler in line with the horizontal line on the mat. Okay, so it's all nice and right angly and all that sort of thing. We can then cut up in 2-inch increments. So up the 4, and then go up the 6 like that. Okay, and you've got long diamonds like that. Okay. You can do that as well. So you can do long diamonds. You can also do 60-degree diamonds, which are... Still, I haven't got that. Sorry, 30-degree diamonds. I haven't got that one on my ruler, unfortunately, on the cutting mat.
But that shows that, depending obviously on what mat you have, you can do that. But there is so many possibilities.
Yeah, so I mean, at home I've got an inch mat, which is, this is a centimetre one. I've got an inch mat, and that's got a 30-degree line on it as well. And then you get this sort of shorter, you know, squatter diamonds too. You can also make hexes as well. So if you line up your ruler like that along the point to point, and then go either side, one there, and hang on, where did I go? 7, there we go, and up the 5 like that. There we go. I think I just went up the wrong one then. Yes, I did. Sorry.
Well, it doesn't matter because
Went at the
that
wrong one.
shows.
But yeah, again, you can make hexagons.
Yeah.
I went at the wrong one.
That shows that you can not only can make hexagons, but you can do elongated hexagons.
Absolutely,
and
yes.
you can do
Yeah.
other shapes. So it's like the possibilities really are endless in terms of the shapes that you can do and the sizes as well.
Yeah,
because
definitely.
you can do surely larger.
Oh yeah,
sizes.
absolutely. Yeah, if I cut, say, a 5-inch strip and put that on my 30 degree, and then cut up 5 inches, 5 inches, you could make massive diamonds and stuff. Yeah, or even 10 inches. Yeah. So there's lots and lots you can do with it. You know, if you do a lot of half square triangles, you can go back to all these little squares and stuff. Really, really easy. Once you've left them, you know, leave them in a little pile. Okay. You're going to use your 45-degree line. Can you see where that? You can see that you've got those two there. Line that up across on your angle there. Okay, like that. And I've made sure that the slot is right across corner to corner, and go straight up, and you've got your little half square triangles. Okay, which again saves a lot of cutting. You know, doing them all manually. You know, you can layer them all up and do them all really quickly.
It's an amazing tool. If you want yours, well, you have got a flexi-buy option, which means that you spread the cost in interest-free payments, 2 payments of £20. 228586 is your item number. There is more to do with them. Sarah's going to show us a little bit more.
Yeah. No, I was actually coming just to the end. I was trying to work out if I could work out a 30 degree without it being actually on the mat. But,
is the mat inches on the other side?
Ooh. No, it's not this one.
Or this one.
I'll work it out for you.
That one?
Yeah, let's have a little look, see if I can do it on this one. Yeah, I think this one, though, is too small to get the ruler. Oh, no, we might be able to do it. Let's try again. Let's try again. OK, so let's get this one this side.
Because that's, of course, the cut and press, which we do have on the show.
Yeah.
That, of course, is it's a press on the one side or iron.
Yeah, so I've been using this for the last few shows. Yeah, ironing board on one side, and then this goes on the other side. Okay, so let's get this right. Let's see if this is going to work this time. So 6, so I'm going to go up there like that. Come on, there we go. And then on that side, there we go, got it. There's your diamonds.
Oh, perfect.
Needed the right angle on the ruler.
But it's perfect because you can then use them so many different ways.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. It's like the more that you play with, there is instructions with it, the more shapes you are going to find and the more you are going to enjoy doing this. And not only the diamonds,
there you go.
The
and there's your
perfect
hexes.
hexagon.
Perfect hexes. Brilliant for English paper piecing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and again, you can do them any size you want. You could do them sort of, you know, 3, 4, 5 inches, depending on what you're doing. You could do little tiny 1-inch hexes if you wanted.
I was just have a question because the increments are ½ an inch in the shape ruler.
Yeah.
So for English paper piecing, surely if we have got a rotary cutter for paper, we could do them for ½ an inch smaller.
Absolutely.
So then we can have the
you could cut all your
allowance.
paper pieces for English paper piecing as well with it. Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
Yeah, makes it really quick as well.
It does. So we don't have all those pieces of paper, so then you can do it. That is phenomenal. Now, if you want to go for the shape cut ruler, should I be here? I should be here. Right, you have got the details on the screen. £39.99. Remember, this is a 12 by 12. And you have got those ½ an inch increments there that allows you to create all those different sizes. You have got also a seam allowance under there. 228586 is your item number. Now, while Sarah gets ready for then another demo, shall I go back to the one-day special? Yeah, there it is. Try to follow instructions, but I'm not very good at it. Right, the one-day special. Now, it is a phenomenal one-day special. Why? Because it's one of those ones that if you are a beginner and you want to have, something that gives you the confidence to quilt, gives you the confidence to sew, to piece two things together. June Taylor Quilt As You Go kits give you that. I know as a complete beginner last year I completed one. I think it was the London Labyrinth that I actually got one in one of Sarah's shows. And I never done it before, and I'm so proud. I did it with Liberty Fabrics as well. You can see the Liberty Fabrics uses it here. And then I created it. And the moment that you achieve it as a beginner is the proudest moment. Now, I love that you are getting also the zippers, the easy sewn zippers, that they are ready cut, they're pre-sewn. So you only have to sew them, attach them here with a straight stitch. You can do decorative stitches if you wanted to. You can then add more detail if you wanted to. But the fact that you are going to end up with two beautiful, beautiful cosmetic bags, and we call them cosmetic bags. It means it's kind of the shape, but you can do so much more. Now, we have got a question from one of our viewers, Sarah.
Yeah.
Is once that we have finished the bag, could we sell the finished bag?
I believe so. I will double check with June Taylor, but I believe so. I understand that once you've made them, you can sell them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Once it's made, because people, of course, once you create, you put your own fabrics into it.
As long as you don't use a licensed fabric, I think that's it. So as long as it's not a licensed fabric, then yes, I believe you can.
As long as you are able to sell the fabric, not to sell the fabric, sell products made with the fabric. Obviously, there are some licensed ones, and if there is here at Hochanda, we would let you know because they are very clearly licensed. But right, if you want yours, you know that you have got the options there of the zipper. Now, remember that you are going to get 2 zippers and the batting or wadding that allows you to create 2 bags, so 2 finished bags that you are going to have. Whatever color you go, you're going to get the 2 zippers you require for it, whether it's the tan, the red, the grey, the navy, the white, or the black. You're saving £6, £24.99. And how I see it, actually, is that imagine how much you would pay for 2 bags. This is actually... You could be making, like you could say, well, about one is £10 and the other one is £14.99.
Yeah,
that is really good, and you will have that sort of sense of achievement as well, and you learn when you do it. 030570 is your item number for the one-day special. Very popular as well, the wine tote. Now remember, the wine tote is actually, you are getting 3. Right, I believe you're ready for another demo for the one-day special, or no?
No, I was going to do the wine totes first, if that's okay. Do you want me to swap? No, we're going to do that.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
That's all right. So the wine totes actually work exactly the same way as any of the other June Taylors. You follow your 1, 2, 3s, and you end up with, once you've done it all and cut it out, a little strange piece that looks like this. Okay. Yeah. Before we actually join them, we're going to put some bias binding round these curves here, and obviously it needs to be biased because there's a curve. So I thought I'd show you like a cheats way of doing it. You may already know this, but it's I only learned this recently, and I've been sewing for years, so it was like a real oh, this is brilliant. So this is fat quarter of fabric. The first thing we're going to do is make a square, okay? Which I'm just going to trim up that edge and make a square like that. Okay. Oops, excuse me. I'll grab the shape cut actually. I'm going to fold that down again. I just need to trim up that edge because it was a little bit wonky.
Yeah, okay.
So we're going to just trim that edge up like that. There we go.
So see, this is the thing. It's not just to cut specific shapes, even to square off a piece of fabric. You can use your shape.
Because you know it's going to be straight. You know it's going to be square. Okay. So now I've got a square of fabric. Okay, like that. We're going to fold it to make a triangle. Okay. Now this has become your 45 degree here, which is what you need to cut your bias on. Okay, that's really long, so we're going to fold it again. We're going to go corner to corner, like that. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're going to trim off just the tiniest piece off that very edge. Okay. So I'm going to pop this down like this, and we're going to line up one of these little one of the little slots right along the very edge, like that. So I'm going to go along to there. It's not quite long enough, but that's really easy just to shift it up a little bit and take that edge off. It's me saying it's really easy and I'm making a hash of it. It's come down that way. There we go. Got it. Okay, like that.
Live TV, eh?
Yeah, it never goes smoothly, does it?
Absolutely never.
Okie doke. Right, I'm going to trim off this very edge bit here. Okay, so this is my 45 degree angle there again. I'm going to just go up that edge there and trim off that excess so it all fits onto the mat, just so you guys can see it. At home I wouldn't do that because I've got a larger mat and I can get it all in. You can now then cut whatever size bias from this raw edge. So this was the triangular edge, okay, that we folded. So I want for the wine totes it to be a 2.5 inch. So I'm going to line up my 0 line along that edge, go up the 2.5, go up the 5, 7.5 like that, just like we did the jelly rolls a moment ago. And then we have strips of bias binding ready done. Okay.
That's the thing.
like
I
that.
mean, it's bias binding, or even it's just so. Sometimes it takes so long to cut.
It really,
with the shape cutter, it's just like,
really quick. Yeah, absolutely really quick. So we're only going to need two of the pieces. You know, if I was sort of doing a large circular pillar or anything, I could then join those bias pieces, you know, to do a large circle. But because this is only a little wine tote, we just need 2 of them. It's not going to be a traditional bias where you don't need to do a traditional bias where you fold it into the centre. You can just do a double fold. Okay, so you've got a nice little stretch in that edge there. So we're going to just iron that. Oh, grab the iron. We're going to iron that over. And just fold it in half, give that a really good press. Again, I starched the fat quarter before I started. Again, I find that really helps with the sewing. It just helps everything stay nice and neat. Okay. You do that for both pieces. So I've now got a lovely stretch on that bias, which is going to go around the curves really nicely. Okay. So, just realised I managed to knock my machine off. Let's get that on. There we go. So on the right side of your wine tote, I'm going to start by just the raw edges there. Just going to put 1 pin in just at the beginning. Now I don't pin the rest of the binding on. I like to be able to gradually move it around myself, and I find the pins get in the way and you end up with puckers. But I do just pin the very beginning. And then we're going to stitch this down with 1/4 inch. You could make it slightly wider if you want a slightly wider binding on the front, but 1/4 inch works really well. Okay, so we're just going to... No, because my machine's just unthreaded itself. Oh, we're having it all go on today, aren't we?
I'll give the details. Don't you
Just going to very quickly rethread this.
Remember that you are getting here the pre-printed batting, so quilt as you go, and you're going to be able to make 3 of this wine, or it could be water bottles, it could be thread catcher, it could be something that you have behind the door to have got bits and bobs ready to go. It could be flowers, as Sarah was saying, or it could be a paint pot as well with brushes. £14.99 is the price. 411602 is your item number. Remember that over 50% of the stock has gone, and what you are getting, let me show you actually, because it's really, and also the other thing I'm kind of saying is the quality of these wording. Look at this. You have here the pre-printed elements. Each of them has a different, slightly different pattern, and of course you have got the bases in here. Also, I will say it's very generous, June Taylor, with the wording, because you have got extras. And I wanted to do a kind of a recycled little quilt, which it was just using the elements that you have got leftovers here, and zigzagging, so you just kind of felt that I was...
Oh yeah, you can Frankenstein the bits that are left over and just zigzag them together and use them for your placemats and all sorts. Yeah,
this is what I did. So I kind of, so there is plenty more in there to use them. I'm the worst folder upper, so but that one in my ear they're going like, yep, you are. Right, Sarah, have your needle?
Yeah, sorted the machine out. So you're just going to manually, I find this much easier, just to move this yourself. Line up the edge of the binding with the edge of the tote mat, and because it's on the bias, you can sort of, gently stretch it around the curve. Don't overstretch it, but you can just sort of gently manipulate it round. Okay, we're going to go all the way round like that, and down this nice long straight bit, which is nice and quick now, so you can whiz along there. I do tend to turn the machine down a little bit when I want to go round a curve. It's much easier. There we go, all the way round. And just then gently manipulate it again round that curve. But because it's biased, it's stretchy, and it works brilliantly. Okay. There we go. So that's one side done already. What we're going to do now is just going to gently press that out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm putting over the iron and just very gently press that out. Again, you don't want to over press it. Right. It's a real gentle, just to get that to sort of set in place, set the stitches and set it all in place. Like that. And then I'm going to turn this over to the back, and again, this is where I like my clips. I do prefer clips to pins, like that.
Yeah. Oh,
and
I
you get
see.
a perfect, yeah. So now you've got that folded edge is now on the back there. So you've got no raw edges, no fraying will happen, because all of that is tucked inside.
Yeah.
Like that. Just do this other side like this, and then you could hand stitch this if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But for a little project like this,
If you hand stitch it, is it a slip stitch?
yeah, I would do a little invisible slip stitch along this, so you hide that, in the fold of the fabric and just behind it, just like when you put a normal binding on with the quilts. Yeah, I would just do a little invisible slip stitch.
But in the handle, would it be better option like you are going to do with the sewing machine, because it kind of makes it a little bit stronger?
A little bit stronger, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think
so I'm just going to hold those down with the clips, and then we're going to put the needle right on. We're going to stitch in the ditch, basically. You're going to put the needle in there and go all the way around to finish that binding off. Okay, so I'm just going to move my needle over a little bit, make sure that's nice and down.
And by stitching the ditch, you mean right where they join together, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So the ditch of where the binding meets the body of the tote, yeah, it's literally right along the seam line. You could, if you wanted to, again, we've talked a lot about decorative stitches. You could put a decorative stitch here, I'm always looking for new ways of using my decorative stitches, because it's not something I do very often. And I bought this lovely new machine with all these fancy stitches on it. I never use them, so I'm always like, right, when can I use it? When can I use them?
Well, with one day special you can.
Absolutely, on the zips. But it would actually, I think, look quite nice. You could put a little bit of decorative stitching up here as well.
Yeah. And you could say, Sarah's water bottle, do not drink from here. And then it's actually... I'm not going to say whatever. Use your, your favourite.
Oh, it's definitely water in there. It's nothing else. Unfortunately, it's not a sneaky G&T.
Well, we wouldn't tell. But yeah, we definitely are not condoning. Yeah, we've done. Yeah.
There we go. So that wasn't very in the ditch in places, because I was giggling at the thought of a sneaky G&T in a water bottle then. Okay, but we stitched that down, which then catches that binding on the back. Yeah. You would repeat that on the other side. So you do exactly the same with your other piece of binding, fold it in half, stitch it onto the front. Okay, so just going to...
It looks so neat as well,
It does. It's such a nice, easy little method. And cutting it from like a fat quarter like that, just on using that triangular piece is really nice and easy. Okay, like that. And then you would fold them in half, stitch down your sides, and then you do get included in the packs. This is the base. Okay, and that actually is a circular base, and it gives you full instructions in the pack on how to then insert that into the base. So you would quilt it up and then pop it through into the base. And that's it. That would be your one finished.
Perfect. And of course we have got the finished sample here, and you can see how easy it is to put the vinyl. Even that, Sarah has made it so easy to show. And of course we have got all the kind of the important ingredient, which is the wine toad, the printed wording. 411602 is your item number. Remember that you are getting all three, well, all the wording for all three, and then you choose whichever fabric you want. £14.99 is your price. Right, if you want it, you can have it, and you can just need to check out your baskets. Right, and then we have, of course, the 5.5 meters of Mora fabrics. We have got two different options. I know this one is Dover, and this one is Nancy's needles. I knew that it was needles, but I didn't know that it was Nancy. I love the colorways. Now this is a very kind of, I'm going to say, very warming collection.
Yeah, it's sort of those autumnal colours, isn't it? Yeah, it's that idea that if you start sewing now, it'll be ready for autumn.
Oh, absolutely, that's truly good. And of course, you are getting here 5.5 meters pieces, so it's a 2.5 meters of beautiful Mora fabric, £26.99. I have to say that this is my favourite.
It's mine as well. That sea glass, the green colour, is beautiful.
It
really,
is absolutely,
really lovely.
and with the grey and kind of chalky colours in here, it's just so soft. And I love how there is a lot of pattern, but it's just so elegantly done. That kind of is almost like, I would even consider this as a blender, although it's not.
Yeah, it's not, but yeah, you could absolutely use it as a blender. Yeah, it's sort of like one of those white on white, cream on cream type blenders. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous, and I love how you are getting, of course, those beautiful flowers in here, the acorns in there as well, the greys, absolutely gorgeous. £26.99 is the price. You choose Nancy's needles or Dover. 067568 is your item number. Sorry, I stepped in too quickly. Right, we have also the by number pattern printed pillows here. Now you have enough to make 3 pillows, which are 16 inches. So you can see then you need, of course, your own fabric and your pad. But you look at it. I love the pattern here. It's a simple pattern, which means that you can maybe bring in whichever fabrics you have. Again, don't think that you have to use the strips in here. You could patchwork this or piece these together and use a strip. And then you have, of course, this other. I love every single one of those patterns in here. And then finally, we have got the other design. All 3 of them, I just think that they are absolutely, they are really striking. So this, of course, with this fabric, it looks very nautical, very seaside. But if you do them with solids, this could be very bold.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And we've got a couple more over here just behind me. Which were done with completely different fabrics again to, well, not the blue one is, but the one in the corner, those really beautiful sort of metallic paisleys and everything. Look completely different done when they're done in different fabrics.
Absolutely stunning. 000729 is the item number. Remember, you are getting the printed water and such quilt as you go. 3 cushion covers that you will be able to do for £19.99. And then we have the Fabi strips. Yeah. This kind of pronounced it correctly, Paula. Right, we have here the finished sample, so you can see it. So I don't know if you can see anything because I don't have. I'm trying to as high as I can. Shall I do the hiding and sing? Shall I do it? Did it work? Did it work? Right, so, right, I don't have far to go down, so I think Yanis would have more to travel, so he might not have more. Now, I love this project because, again, it's a simple one for somebody who's beginning, but also a quick one if somebody's an expert.
Absolutely, and if you've got those really lovely large focal fabrics, you know, if you've got something that's got a really big print to it, that really would showcase it because you've got those really nice big stripes. If you're more experienced quilters, we've saying on other shows, there's nothing stopping you, you know, piecing together some strips before you actually add to it. So you could do rows of flying geese, you could do some pinwheels or something like that, you know, anything you like, and really make those pieced elements before you add it to the wadding.
Absolutely. And what I was thinking is, I love the idea of using up scraps. I know that this, but sometimes that's what I really enjoy doing with patchwork and quilting. And I was thinking maybe what I would do is sew all those leftovers together and then just cut them into stripes. So then it kind of it's a kind of a random quilt.
Yeah. So like they call it mile a minute quilting, where you literally just grab any 2 strips, any 2 strips, get put my teeth back in, and sew and sew and sew, and you just use any shapes, any bits that are left in your scrap bucket, and make a piece of fabric and then cut out, so you get that lovely sort of crazy patchwork look.
Absolutely gorgeous. Right, if you want your Savvy Stripes quilt, you have the details on the screen. £21.99. 812167 is your item number. Now, I believe, Sarah, you have got one demo with the one-day special, right? Yeah,
I thought I'd take you through one last time with exactly how to make the cosmetic bags. Although they don't have to be for cosmetics, they could be for anything at all. You know, I'm making one of the large ones as a baby bag. You know, so you could get nappies and wipes and all sorts in there. So could use for lots and lots of uses. So we're going to start right at the very beginning. Some of you will have seen this before now, but hopefully we've got some new people watching as well. You're going to start by popping your lining fabric on the back, and what I mean by that is you're going to use your spray base, and you're going to spray your wadding just like that, just very gently. You need very little just to hold it in place. This is perfectly safe to sew through. It doesn't, like, you know, gam up your needle or anything, and it will wash away the first time you wash it as well. So that's all now attached to the back. You're then going to stitch along this outside blue line. You just stitch round that because you need that for cutting out later. It's how you're going to sort of transfer this shape through to the back so that you can see it. So just stitch through, just on like a tacking stitch, sort of a 3.5 to 4 stitch length all the way over. And then you get to start to play around with your fabrics. So I've cut all my little pieces out. It shows you quite easily on the pattern each time what each piece is. So pieces 1 to 6 are 2.5 inch squares. So that's what I've cut these out at. I've put my first one down over number 1, and it should go in exactly. Okay, it should fit within those blue lines. Number 2 is also a 2.5 inch square. That's going to go right sides together like that, and then you're going to stitch down 1/4 inch away from the edge. Okay, the blue lines are placement lines, they're not sewing lines. Okay, so you want to make sure that they are, you're 1/4 inch away from the edge, so that when you flip that one out, it should fit in perfectly. That raw edge there should hit this next blue line. Just finger press it. Don't iron it, because you don't want to put any heat onto the wadding. It can stretch and stuff. You keep just building up like that. So I'm going to add that one onto here, and I'll sew that one down for you just so you can see that. When you pin it, don't pin right the way through to the back. I mean, it doesn't matter if you do, but it actually it can warp it a little bit. So just gently pin, just catch the very bit of the wadding, okay, and then we're going to stitch down. Okay, so over to the sewing machine. And a little tip which we've hopefully told you guys before is if you put your needle in and bring your bobbin thread up and just grab hold of that bobbin thread, pull it through, tuck it back under the foot out of the way. Because this is actually going to be showing, this piece of the fabric is the lining of the bag. You don't want any knots or anything showing on there.
That's true.
If you bring that bobbin thread up, you also don't have to bury any ends in, because they're all like hidden away in the seams.
That's a very
again,
good point. Yeah, I
much
wish I had
quicker
known
to
that
do.
when I did mine. By the way, I needed to give you an update on the wine turtle, wadding. We are approaching limited stock. If you want yours, remember you need to check out your baskets, because once they are gone, they are gone. So make sure that to do that, to check out your baskets. £14.99 is your price. Right, and there it is.
Okay, so that one's number 3, and when I press that one out, that now sits like that. And you would just keep building up your squares. So number 4 would go on, 5, 6, etc., etc. Then get to this point where you've done all of your squares right along the centre. Now, it doesn't have to be squares. If you're a little bit more experienced and you can sort of look at that and work it out, you could cut a strip of fabric, which I think we did with the cork fabric. You could cut a whole strip of fabric, which would make these even quicker, but I quite like the little squares. I think it's quite nice. You're then going to add on number 7 and 8. So number 7 would go right sides together there. You'd stitch down 1/4 inch, and that will get pushed out. Number 8, like that, and then you've got one last little one, which is number 9 at the very bottom. You will end up then, when you've completed it all, give it a good press. Once all the wadding is actually sort of covered, it's fine to press it then. You're then going to cut it out. Now, this is really difficult to see. I'm really sorry, because I just realised I did it in a navy. But the line that you originally stitched, you're going to cut it out just on the outside of that line, so that you end up with something that looks like that. Okay? So, I don't know, you might be able to see it on the cream. That's the stitch line there, okay, from the outside. At this point, you could zigzag it if you wanted to. You could do a zigzag stitch all the way round, and that can just help sort of any fraying or anything. Or if your machine does it, you could overcast or use an overlocker all the way round as well. It just neatens it all up. You make 2 of them, so you're going to do both sides. Let me just move these ones out of the way a second. So you can end up with both sides of your bag. Okay, I've already attached my zip this side, so this one is going to go. I'm going to open this zip up. Okay, you can see that this is like a bias binding. So you just need to open it up halfway, like that. I'm going to slide that side in, like that. And you want to make sure, sort of shove it up a little bit and make sure it's right up against the edge of the zip. We're then going to pin that into place. And then you're going to top stitch all the way down. Okay, once you've top stitched all the way down, that zip is now in. Okay, so you can see I've just top stitched right along the edge, what's that, a couple of millimetres away from the edge, all the way down. You're going to do it both sides. And you end up with something that looks like this. Okay, so that's now attached. My zip's in, and all it took was just 2 lines of sewing. It's just so clever. I love these zips. I really do.
Yeah, it's just so, and of course it is a chance to explore those stitches, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So again, on this one, We've got some embroidery stitches down there off the machine. We've used our decorative stitches there, but you could, we've got examples there where you use rickrack and stuff like that on it, or some ribbon. You could even on your machine, if your machine does lettering and stuff, you could write somebody's name or what it's for. You know, it could, this is my makeup bag, or this is my, this is my English paper piecing, my EPP bag. You know, you could put some stitching and all on there as well.
Paper, scissors. Sewing scissors.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you could make a bag and have your paper rotary cutter and your paper scissors in one. You know, and you could write paper on the one, and then on the other one have your fabric one, so they don't get muddled up. And then put a padlock on the fabric one, so nobody uses it. Okay, you want to make sure after you've done any decorative stitch or anything that you sew backwards and forwards across the edge of the zip. And you just want to go backwards, forwards about 2 or 3 times, and that will just stop the zip from coming off the end. That's like your zip stopper then, okay? And I've done that on both sides, okay? Leave your zip open. Done this many, many times. If you don't leave your zip open, you can't turn the bag through.
Yeah,
so at least partially open, because you leave it closed, and then you've got to try and get your finger in there and pick away at it to get it to move. We're then going to put them right sides together, like that. Okay, and again, I like to use my clips at this point. You don't need many, just one either side, and then one on the bottom, like that. And you're going to stitch down the 2 sides and across the bottom. You want to start stitching, so if you kind of feel really carefully, obviously you can't feel on screen, but if you feel really carefully, you can feel that that's where the zip sort of starts there. Okay, so you're going to want to start stitching just underneath the zip. Okay, about 1/2 inch seam allowance. Back stitch well there, and you're going to come all the way down on both sides and across the bottom. Don't stitch into these squares here, okay? Leave those square bits there. And then we should have that one done. Okay, so we've gone down the sides and along the bottom, and then in order to do the boxed corners, we're going to open up those little square cut-out pieces, and you're going to line up that bottom seam with that side seam, and make sure that's nice and lined up so that you know everything's nice and square. Again, I like to use a clip on this one because it holds all nice and flat. And then we're just going to stitch across there again at 1/2 inch. So we'll take that over to the machine, and we're nearly done. It's nearly all finished.
Well, it was perfect timing because we still have got 7 minutes. So I just want to give an update on the wine tote bottle. Now, wine bottle tote. Now, technical sellout. What that means is that all the stock is allocated in people's baskets. If you check out your basket right now, you will get it. Otherwise, what happens is the baskets auto refresh every 10 minutes. So some might bounce back because they are watching, Sarah's demos. If any do bounce back, we will let you know. But please, if you have it in your baskets and you want it, check out your baskets now. Sorry about that, Sarah.
That's right. So I've stitched across that corner. That one was already done. And then you can turn the whole thing through, which is why you need the zip open. Otherwise, you can't do this bit. And pop your fingers right into those corner pieces. So push them right out into the corners like that. And there's your bag done. Okay, like that.
One of the things that I love about this is like how many of us are scared of putting a zipper on?
Oh, yeah, totally. Absolutely.
I mean, it's one of those things. This makes it so easy because it comes with the pre-sewn zippers already included. You are going to get 2 of them, which means that you can finish the two cosmetic bags. This is like we only need the bits of fabric because it's not that much that we need to complete it.
No, it's
and
very
also
little.
it's a perfect way of using bits and pieces. And then you need your sewing machine. That's it, you know.
I don't think you even really need a sewing machine. If you haven't got a machine, you could stitch these by hand. You could absolutely. If you could do the zip as well as this because it's only fabric. You could actually do just a little back stitch as you're putting everything together. You know, these little steps here. There's no reason why you couldn't draw a 1/4 inch line and back stitch it. So even if you're not, if you just want to have a little go at something, particularly in the current climate when we're all stuck indoors and everything, you want to have a little go. You don't even need a sewing machine. I mean, it's easier with a sewing machine, but you could absolutely do this by hand stitching if you wanted to.
Now that makes it even more reason to go for the one-day special. It could be your first project. It could be your 1001 project. It doesn't matter whether you are experienced or not, or beginner or intermediate, because June Taylor makes makes it easy to wield as you go. It makes it, and I have somebody who, the first project that I ever made of quilting was a June Taylor pre-printed wadding. It's just, I can't tell you, it really is so empowering.
Was that the bed runner you made?
Yeah, the bed runner,
yeah,
absolutely.
It was beautiful, really lovely.
I'm really
lovely.
pleased with it because, I actually now have it in my sofa because I want everybody to see it. Obviously, my bedroom, not many people get to see it, but just me. But the sofa, it would be, it's a nice display there. And also, the thing is that at no one point, like I took more time deciding which fabric was going to wear that actually to do it, and it's just like it's just phenomenal.
Yeah, it is really quick and easy. The actual sewing process, it is sometimes the design element can take you a lot longer because you can play around with your fabrics, and actually some of them you can create some really amazing effects. You know, if you sort of start with darks and work through to lights and stuff, particularly like the London Labyrinth one we did, or like the Square and Square one that we've got over here. You know, those fabrics those two quilts there are exactly the same, but look completely different. You know, completely different because of the fabrics we've used. So it can take more time to actually decide your fabrics than it can do to sew it.
Yeah. And the other thing is, with the sewing through this batting is just glorious. Is it a 80-20?
It is 80-20 wadding, yeah.
Sorry, I kind of go batting and wadding. Batting is the American word.
Batting, they say in America, we tend to say wadding.
Yeah. And of course, that's why June Taylor, based in America. No, that's very important as well, because we say that June Taylor is based in America. However, you dispatch these from the UK.
Yeah, they are already in my shop waiting to wing their way to you all.
So not extended delivery whatsoever, even though it's a USA-based company. It's ready in the country, so that will make it faster. So you will get to enjoy making these cosmetic bags. Also, that means that of course you could be making this in time for, when is Mother's Day?
Next Sunday.
Oh well, maybe maybe not, because it depends how fast you are.
You could fill them with mini eggs.
Oh yeah,
you know, or Easter eggs and give them as an Easter present.
They are a beautiful size as well. Like we say in the large one. I mean, this is the sort of thing that I could have. Well, not obviously cosmetics, but also crafting goodies. It could be so much. It could be glove compartment as well.
Yeah.
We were saying the smaller one yesterday for the hand sanitizer mask.
Yeah.
You know, the go-to, ready to go. Because that's a very good point that somebody made with you know, masks and face coverings that you can wash. You need to wash the bag as well. So can we wash them?
Oh yeah, it's wash and tumble dry. Yeah.
Fabulous. Imagine that. I mean, I think that for all the things that we are having to use every day nowadays, it makes a lot of sense. Right, if you want your one-day special, remember that saving of £6 will disappear in an hour's time. However, remember that you have a choice of the color of the pre-zone zippers. So whichever color you want, make sure that you select that one. You are going to get 2 of them. You're going to get the wadding that is printed for 2 bags, so you will have perfect amount to create all 2 bags. The choices are black, white, navy, grey, red and tan. Those are the colors. 030570 is your item number. Just a quick reminder to check out your baskets. We still have the shape cut ruler. We still have got the tote bags, but however the wine bottle and so many more of the items from June Taylor has now sold out and they are just gone. Sarah, a big, massive thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me.
You are a joy.
Oh, thank you. It's been very exciting to do our first one-day special. It's been lovely.
Well, I hope this is the first of many, because I always learn a lot, and I'm sure at home as well. But you also have got this passion for sewing and for sharing the knowledge, which I think everybody appreciates.
Oh,
very much.
Thank you very much. That's very kind.
Well, it's very true as well. Right, at home, I just want you to remind you to check out your baskets. This is the final live hour. Remember, on the website there's plenty more with all 5-star reviews. You can check them all out. Lots of sellouts. Some of those items will be gone. But for me, do check out your baskets. Make sure that you stay tuned, because after the break we have a double launch of John Next Door, a brand new one-day special, and it's all about the wings and flutterbys. So stay tuned for that. Scott will accompany John for the 2 hours, and I'll see you at 7 with Sukiniko. John Next Door, Deco Butterflies, double launch next, so 5 and 6, and then I'm back with Sukiniko in Pats at 7 o'clock.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp here in the UK. Teamwork makes the dream work, and at Clarity we are designers and manufacturers of, dare I say, beautiful, top quality and award-winning craft products. We are home to the very first, the original transparent art stamp. We hand make them here in Kent, and our talented illustrators are always coming up with new original concepts and wonderful artwork. In addition, we design and manufacture top quality stencils and masks. In fact, we also make precision cut reusable masks for our stamps. Since January 2017, we are also the new owners of Pergamano International, bringing together a wonderful blend of old and new parchment art. We are so fortunate to be able to showcase our newest and best products here on Hochanda, and to be able to demonstrate our art ideas to you, our Hochanda friends. So if you would like to learn more about Clarity stamping, stencil work, parchment art, both groovy and traditional, please join us, myself and the Clarity team, here on Hochanda for ideas and inspiration.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Whether it's stamping, mixed media, or art journaling, join us at Hochanda for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Flexi Order has arrived at Hochanda. What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments, so you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping baskets, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you the extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with Hochanda easier.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Normal day at Hochanda. Normal Saturday evening. What I love. Hello, everybody. It's Scott. I thought it was Yanis. There we go, there we go. Oh, I've not felt that on plumage on the top of my head for many a year. Hello, everybody. A very good evening. 5 o'clock, I think we can say evening. Very excited to bring to you two things, really. Firstly, a double launch, which is absolutely brilliant, and you'll see why it's double launch, because this is spectacular, what we have got for you. And some of the elements in here that are being used will be what you are going to be getting in this hour. So, and those got, honestly, you know when you get an idea, when you stand behind here as a presenter and you just see an ocean full, basically, of all of the samples to show you, and that is a good sign, which means that everyone that's put all this together has loved what is available for you. Second thing I want to say to you, by the way, on this one, is I'm very excited about this. I put it on my little Facebook page on for Hochanda the other day. It's my mate from next door. It's John, everybody.
Hello, hello.
I'm very excited when I looked and I saw that we were going to be on the show together, and with a double launch. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah,
John.
we were, because Sam actually said, he said, do you reckon Scott will wear that mask? We got the call sheet through and Sam went, you know, do you reckon he'll wear our Angel's mask?
Yes.
So we went, yes, that's why we're happy to get
For
Scott.
you, Sam, and for everybody else that doesn't want to see my face. Right, John, this is amazing, and I'm going to need you to explain about some of the elements in here, because they're really clever, and actually, I want to make sure that we get maximum out of this, because this is basically 3-in-1, and another one of your great, innovative, brilliant ideas that we've got here.
Thank you. Well, it is, and what I've tried to do is I've tried to move on, as we do in our crafting.
Yeah.
So people are aware that I do my flower stamp and dies, and I came up with the idea of doing one stamp that does you all the flowers. You've got the corners that stamp on it, and when you clip them out, I mean, you add the die on, it cuts out the flowers.
Yes,
and I thought, that's brilliant, but the stamp's such a waste. So I came up with this new concept. So what we've got is, you've got a background stamp.
Yeah.
That is an A6 collage background stamp.
Which, on its own, is beautiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, lovely.
So I drew that. The text on the back is Immortal Beloved, which is a love letter that I think it's Beethoven wrote to his beloved and never posted it. It was found when he died.
No way!
Yeah. So...
How do you find that? How do you...
My friend Mrs Duck told me, she said to me, it's beautiful.
I like it, I love it.
Ever since a friend of mine years ago put a card on her blog with a text stamp on it that had got words that shouldn't have been on it.
Oh, I see.
I've always been careful.
Yeah.
So you've got a beautiful background stamp. That's fair enough. We all buy those, don't we?
Love that.
But the idea I wanted was, what if I tie it together with my die idea? So you now have a die that fits over exactly and cuts you out individual elements from the die.
Clever.
So what we've got is, you can go like this, and you can see here...
That's brilliant.
We've actually got the background stamp, but then we've also got the individual butterflies.
I like this.
So you have a background stamp. You
Which on
have
its
a
own is
pretty,
great.
detailed butterfly die. But you then have the ability to make yourself individual, beautiful, stamped or foiled, because this is kaleidoed, butterflies with all the detail on. But I thought, well, I'll not stop there. How about if I do a flower as well?
Oh, brilliant.
So I've done a flower, and again, you've got a beautiful collage background stamp. But what happens is, when you put the die over, and I think this bit I love, when you put the die over, you see a flower petal that you don't see in there. Can you see that's all mergers?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
When you put the die over, can you see suddenly, oh, it's got an outside line with shading.
Right.
So it's different. So again, it's a 3-in-1. And that's the first two elements of the one-day special.
Oh, I think these are
that
brilliant.
is the one-day special. I wanted to do something new and different, and of course, if you did manage to get the Kaleido...
Yeah,
sorry.
If you did.
In what my friend is now calling the 1 hour wonder.
Well, I put out on my Facebook post earlier on today, I'm looking forward to doing... I'm going to be there, basically, for the weekend wow. I'm looking forward to doing that. That should have been there, the wow, but went within an hour. Gone.
Yes. But these stamps were designed and dies to work with your die-cutting machines, with your normal stamps, to work beautifully. But if you got the Kaleido, they were designed to work with the foil. So, again, you probably won't see this as well here. I'm really sorry, I just like to stretch it. But these have been foiled in the Kaleido.
Oh, you can, yes. Yeah,
but you see
yes.
how beautiful that works as well. So if you've got the Kaleido, these are going to really work in there.
I really love this. And just as John was saying, this is your one-day special itself. You do get both of those, by the way, with the kit. You're going to get the butterfly and you're going to get the floral, all of that together, which is really lovely. Now, that actually, for your one-day special, will come with that £5 saving on there as well. Now, we are looking at dispatch for you from the 26th, I think it is. The 26th, yeah, that's right. Now, that's because, obviously, behind the scenes, trying to get a lot of things through customs and all the bits and pieces with everything that's going on, it's better to make sure that you do get them on the date we said. So dispatch from the 26th for you. But that one-day special is 340919. Again, if you really want to take things forward in your crafting, this is the next step in that, which is absolutely brilliant. Now, we've also got, and this included some of the elements I was sharing with you, carrying on the theme as well from the one-day special, is that whole idea of butterflies, which in themselves are beautiful elements to work with for your crafting. They are gorgeous. And here, you're going to be getting, in total, 18 dies you're going to be looking at here, which is absolutely brilliant. We've got the Deco Butterfly Die Collection frame, we've got the butterflies, plus the large butterflies. All of this, again, is another element. Just talk to us about, we'll go through examples very soon, but just talk to us about the concept and about what we're going to be getting in these 18
what
dies.
I wanted to do was, we have butterflies, you know, and anyone who stands here and say, you know, we have butterflies. I wanted to do something different, so I started with the butterfly frame. I actually started by drawing the butterfly, the main one, so I'll bring that one in here so you can see this. And this is like an Art Deco, like a Rennie Mackintosh almost rose there.
Yeah, beautiful.
So it's an Art Deco butterfly. So I started with that, and I thought, love that as a large one. And what annoys me is most butterfly dies that I buy have the butterfly, and it's done to make the die cheaper.
Oh, right. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
OK, go on.
What normally happens is the outside line fits around the outside.
OK.
Yeah? This doesn't. So this wasn't made, this was made separately. And it means that you don't get that edge all around it on any of them. So all of them have a solid that fits exactly behind or on top. So you don't get that rim, which I personally don't like. It's a personal thing.
OK.
So I designed that
So
first.
it's almost like you get an oversized cut.
Normally,
yeah.
Well, normally you get an oversized cut.
This is absolute wing edge.
Exactly wing edge, exactly the same size. So I did the extra words because obviously I could squeeze those in and give you extra value.
Great.
So you've got with this Art Deco font, Dream.
Nice.
And Love. Yeah. But that's the wrong way round. I can't get it that way round. So you've got Dream and Love.
Yep.
Yeah. But then I thought, well, I want a frame, and this is 5 by 7. So it fits with my squares, with my rectangular scene box.
Oh, OK,
It fits with all of the press-cut rectangular dies that we've done. And it's the same butterfly, but a different size, so that I'm not repeating sizes.
Right.
Exactly the same, so you could cut it out. So that will cut in. It doesn't have an outside line, so you can cut it into any size piece of card.
OK.
But I've put you in as well a solid for that one.
Oh, right.
So you can put a solid colour behind that one as well.
Got you. Got you.
So that you can do alternate colours behind it. And when you combine them together, there's just so much, I can't even fit them all on, there's so much you can do with the whole combination. But what I have done as well is where there's extra metal, if you notice, you've got 4 patterned Art Deco butterflies, but the set has 12 dies. 4 pattern, 4 plain to match, and you've actually got 4, because I've got 1 missing.
I was doing my own maths then, thinking,
There's an extra one of those. I've even added in, because you're paying for the extra metal, I've added in extra butterflies, so you're getting 12, so you've got a full spray.
That is absolutely brilliant, honestly. Again, we'll show you some more elements later on, because the finishing elements of all this coming together are just breathtaking. This also has a £5 saving for this particular bundle here, looking at this. This is 616889, 2 payments if you wanted to, for £19.99 on each one of those, so £39.97 in total. Now, I want you to keep the maths in your head, OK? We've got a £5 saving so far, already in the one-day special, £5 saving on the bundle that we've received so far, but we've got even more we want to show to you. Now, I absolutely love this. Now, I love the papers that we see on the show. I think they are gorgeous. This, I've never seen the ombre, but in glitter. I've not seen this together, and this is this looks really pretty, just stood up on display.
It is just beautiful, and what you've got is, this is ombre glitter card. If I show you that goes from one colour to another.
That's beautiful.
So it goes from one colour to... If I go it this way, you'd probably see it better. But you see there, it goes from blue to pink. It goes from red to gold.
Oh, I love these.
Yeah, and this is non-shed, die-cuttable, soft as silk, ombre glitter card. I'm using the 12x12 pad because I'm just absolutely in love with it. But you've got the card, but you've got the card as well, which I've got here, which is 250 GSM. And in the card, the design, it's that little bit tighter. But beautiful, thick, again on virgin card, so it cuts beautifully. And this works on your crickets, your silhouettes.
Oh, does it? OK.
This works on all of your electronic die-cutting machines for intricate cuts. Sam's tested it.
That's brilliant, especially for the cricket, etc. You know, for those, when you want to sort of do those really fancy elements, they are absolutely beautiful. And they are really super smooth. They really are, you know, in that respect. So they are gorgeous, which is fabulous. Now, you're going to be getting 12 sheets in each pack. Now, you're going to be getting 2 packs for that price that you're looking at here. So 6 designs, 2 of each, and £13.99. But I love the way they play with the light. 675906. That's for your A4. Now, if you want to go for your 12x12s, you're going to really love these ones also, if you love those. But if you really want to go for this, these are gorgeous, these, actually, for your 12x12. You're going to be getting 24 sheets in total for those. And again, I just want to just literally, I'm going to just play with the light a little bit here so you can sort of see how they do really shimmer and shine. And you can see that beautiful, really soft way that it goes in from one colour to the next that we are looking at. I mean, they are, look at that. Spectacular, and they really are. They are non-shed, just as you heard, and great with your electronic cutting devices to work with. But just look at the way that they play with the light. 030 633 14.99. Now, if you are sitting there right now, which I know a lot of people are because it's really busy, you would have seen already there's been queue on the phone lines this has been through a couple of moments ago, and you're going, do I want to go for the one-day special? I love their innovation at its best with the designs for the floral and with the butterfly. Do you want to carry on that with those beautiful Art Deco also that you're going to see with those extra butterflies designs? Absolutely brilliant. And if you are already excited about the prospects of working with this non-shed, beautiful ombre glitter card that we've got for you, then how about going for you? I think I recommend the whole entire collection. There is so much in here which you're going to work beautifully for. And if you want to, then you'll be pleased to know we do have that option available. It's 782-730. Now, those savings I asked you to remember in your mind, the £5 off the one-day special, the £5 off of the Art Deco, that gets carried over. On top of that, there's an additional £12 saving as well. So actually, you're saving £22 for all that. Now, if you're a Freedom member, absolutely brilliant. You're actually saving £31.59 into all of that. That brings it down to just £86.34. That's delivered for that offer as well, which is brilliant. Now, the complete collection, I tell you what, he is the Midas touch, he has everything today, because the Weekend Wow went within 60 minutes. A quarter of this has now already gone, and we are 13 minutes into it, and we've got a lot of stock of this, and again, a quarter has already gone. Please don't hang around with this. If you're sitting there going, why didn't I get the Weekend Wow when it had a chance? Well, don't make the same mistake. Make sure you get this into your basket now to do it, because what's going to happen is, I know, because he is the maestro, he's the best neighbour to have in the world, because when he starts showing you what you can do with these, you're going to want to put it in your basket. Don't hang around for that. Go for it now. £95.93, or split that 3 ways. Your first payment's just £31.98, 782-730. To give you a taster of what you're going to achieve, because there is so much here, we put a little VT together for you. Have a little look at this. OK, everybody. Again, you'll see... I think you're going to get used to that banner at the bottom. It's been... yeah, whenever John's on... They're not complaints, are they?
I would hope not. I would hope not.
I know,
but
I know they're not.
We have private messaging, we have the group and everything. If you want to know something, please message and ask. You know, we're never backward at coming forward. We stand behind everything we do.
I can only say that because I know that now I'm not going to. I tell you what, it's really, really busy. We'll be with you as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you very much indeed for your patience on the line. Just don't forget, Dispatch, we're looking at a 26th of March. That's for things outside of control. We all know about those kind of things that are taking place. Honestly, I know that we just looked at the clips there with what you can achieve. There is so much in these. I think these are absolutely beautiful. Let's start straight away with the box that's been made. This is with the Art Deco that you can see here. But they are absolutely stunning. I just wanted to show this. But again, you know, we've got the phrases that you mentioned about dream and love that's used. But this is absolutely beautiful. And in here again, you got that use that you talked about of having the solid of the butterfly behind that you could do in different colours, as well as then obviously you've got the filigree cut on that.
Yeah, and you can cut it out and put it on separately as... I've forgotten who's done that one.
This one, Barbara.
So Barbara's done this, but you see how beautiful it is, and because the frame doesn't cut out, it's one of my biggest bugbears, is a die that actually cuts out rather than cuts in.
Oh,
She's been able to do it in a box lid. She's not had to jimmy that together.
No.
She's been able to cut it into the box lid, and that to me is really important. Because if I want it that size, I just cut a piece of card to 7 by 5 and slap the die on and cut it. Why do I need... You know, I as the designer shouldn't be deciding that for you.
No, of course.
So I love how she's done that. I'm going to steal this one and be really, really annoying if I can. But this is one that's been done again, another one. This one's been done by Rocky, by Rochelle.
I love that.
But she's used all of the butterflies together, but it looks like an old case.
It does look like in there.
We received this on the day that Ali Reeve was doing hers, and she'd done a little chest for sort of butterfly collection type thing, and I thought, this came through and I thought, oh my gosh, that looks just like what she's doing.
Is that the ombre glitter card in there behind? Or
It is, yes.
It is, yeah.
Yeah,
that's really pretty, isn't it?
But yeah, and again, this has been done as a box.
That's really lovely.
So again, you've got them pinned in, but you don't have to pin any... Please don't pin any real butterflies, guys. I've given you enough in this collection.
You really don't need to.
Please use the paper ones. Yeah. But you see how well that black outline works on exactly the same size, just cutting the ombre.
Yeah.
And it saves you so much work.
It's a great collection. It's really busy, really busy. Please make sure you do get this into your basket. If we've learnt anything when John's around right now, is it's really, really popular. People want this, and I think it's great. What are we going to be starting off with? Are we starting off with a one-day? We're
going to start off with a one-day special,
Okay.
so I want to show you how the concept works and genuinely how easy it is.
Great.
And I also think, I didn't say this to Emily, the producer, so hopefully she's not going to shout at me. I'm going to be a little bit naughty, because I'm going to do this in the Kaleido.
Okay.
Because I think that's really fair for everybody that got it.
I think that is
and
fair.
we have lost some shows, but this will be exactly the same. Tell you what, I'll do it with and without.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
So, I'm just going to stamp this normally in just normal black VersaFine ink, like I would do with a standard A6. This is a standard A6 stamp, and another reason for the actual delay is the die, obviously, as people know, are not made in this country.
No.
Yeah, but we've had these stamps made here in our UK manufacturers.
Right.
So we've had these made it's about 3 miles away from here.
Oh, okay, right,
Yeah,
yes.
so these are high-quality photopolymer stamps. So we've had these made in Britain, and so the poor guys at Crafts2 are having to pack these stamps into each one of those die packages. We've got them to leave them open because I wanted to do them. So it's a product of 2 countries, but to get this level of detail, I wanted the highest quality of stamp that we make. And I know that is the deep etched ones that we get here in the UK.
Well, it's paid off because you can see already.
You can actually read the words. You can actually read there, immortal beloved, be calm, love. Today, yesterday, what thoughtful... You can read the words, even though it's in cursive script.
Lovely.
And I wanted that level of detail in there. No point using a beautiful saying or poem or letter if you can't read it.
No, exactly. And there is something, I think we talked about this before, but there is something about the psychology that when we see print or the written word, our brain wants to become investigation sort of like process, and you read it, you do look at that detail, so that's really important.
You want to go into it, peer into
it.
But at the moment, if you look at that, to me, there is a collage that works with butterflies, but they're not too obvious on it. We put the die over, and again, there are no marks because it would spoil the stamp. Yeah?
Got you.
So there are no marks like there normally is on the corners, but look how easy this is to put on. I see through. I got the die design. Can you see that the actual cut line is right on the edge of the die?
Yeah.
There's none of that extra metal. And when I sent this through, can you see is it the, I want to say stamen and it's not.
Yeah,
the eerie bits.
The antenna
if you know, email in. Antenna.
Antennas there?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
I thought they would knock those off in the die manufacturer. They didn't. They're actually less than, just over 1 millimetre wide. But
wow.
They're in there as well. So all you do is pop that on. Can you see how easy it is? Don't look on the outside, look through. Tape it down to secure it in 2 places at least. Yeah, grab my plates. So all I do, put that through and I die cut it. Simple as. Run through. And that's the other reason I love an A5 machine, because that's so much quicker for smaller dies.
Yeah, that is quick,
than getting my, I've got my big electric one here, because I always use that, but I use 2.
Yeah, right, I see.
Yeah, on my videos for the last year, I've had to be hiding that every time I film, because it sits on my desk there. And I've had to take it off so no one could see it. But then, if we look, there are your individual butterflies. You see the antenna?
Yeah, it's still there, isn't it? It's perfect. That's detail, isn't it, in there?
Yeah. But you see that the stamp is all the way, including the antenna. So we've got all that detail. So would you believe that all of those
from that one through
came out from that one-size stamp?
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's great.
we've still got, obviously, we've got that as a background, and we simply take a piece, save the ombre card, don't waste it.
I was going to say,
Put
there's
that on.
huge amounts you've had to do with that one piece as well, isn't there?
That's no longer waste. We're not throwing that away.
No.
That's the start of something else.
No.
Or
I like
we could,
that.
you know, stamp an ombre onto the top or anything. And we've just got then, from one pass, and this is one A6 piece of card, all these. And to me, these look like they've come out of a book.
Yeah. Yes.
And to be fair, some of them have, I think, possibly. But you know what I mean, and some of them. But you've
I
got
love
all
the fact
those.
that they are all different designs.
Everyone
as
is a different design.
Yeah.
Everyone is, but they look like. I mean, that's like a Red Admiral.
Yes,
you could colour it in, but it is so simple to use. So that's the simple process of doing it.
I love it. Really, we get. And again, that would be exactly the same with the floral.
Well, yeah. So what I'll do is, shall I do the floral one?
Okay. Yeah.
But
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
do that, and I'll foil that one.
Oh,
just
okay,
for
cool.
everybody who got it. And it will be coming back. So it doesn't matter which way up your die goes, your stamp goes.
Okay.
There's no top and bottom. There's
Right.
nothing, you know, spectacular that you needs to be. And what I've done is, these are sized to A6. So if you cut a piece of card in 4,
okay,
you will get 4 of these on. So you'll get
right, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You'll get
28.
7, 14...
28
butterflies from one piece of A4 card.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
So again, I sized it to fit. So I'm going to use the Kaleido, so I'm just going to change ink. Use the Kaleido and stamp it. Yeah, okay. And then, there's a bit, I can see a bit of mist, but I'm used to doing this. So I'm just going to ink this like I would do. So this could be black ink as normal.
Right.
So if you didn't get the machine will be back end of April, early May, hopefully.
Okay, right, yeah. Good, good, good.
But there we go. So we've got that one.
I like this.
And again, you've got the wood. This is a wood texture.
I was going to say, the
I've
texture behind
used
it is very
the
unusual.
same wording, but I've changed it to be scratchier.
Right.
And more hand-drawn, so I've drawn some scratches and things over it.
Got you.
Yeah, so all we do with this one is same idea. So I've got that. I could just now colour it or cut it out. I'm going to use, obviously, a little bit of foil and use the Kaleido for those who got it.
And also give me a little taste of what I would have had earlier on.
Well, this is the other reason,
Thank you.
Scott, to be
I knew
fair.
you were thinking of me deep down.
I did think, you know, bless you, you missed it entirely.
I did. And I had to go re-edit my little Facebook post.
I bet you haven't actually even seen this.
No, I came into the studios earlier on this afternoon, and I went past. There was John's green room. There he was, and relaxing. And I said, "Oh, I'm with you later on for the weekend." Again.
So there we go.
No, that's gone. Look, look at that.
That's now foiled.
What a lovely effect. That looks really nice, actually, in that effect, doesn't it? That particular stamp.
So that's just foiled. But this is it. I designed these in collaboration.
Yeah.
Because this has been a year in development, and these have been about 7 or 8 months.
Oh, wow, yeah.
I'm able to develop things at the same time.
You're like a certain chocolate manufacturer. You're a little bit of a crafty Willy Wonka, aren't you, really?
Well, Christmas is done. There are Kaleido stamps and dies in this concept coming for Christmas.
Watch
I promise.
this space.
Right, so to show you on the flower, what you see is, if you look at this now, I'll bring it down, can you see it looks a little bit almost like a sort of daisy? All you're seeing is the white, yeah? When I put this on top, can you see there it's completely different?
So it cuts around it.
Because it cuts around it,
yes.
but I drew this flower separately and then added it on and sort of almost messed around with it. So when you cut it out, you've got these rims around it, which you don't see in the stamp. So I really wanted to give this sort of 3-in-1. And again, because of the way the stamp's done, if you don't line it up exactly right, don't worry.
Right, okay.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
It will
Got a bit of
still
flavour
work.
on it, yeah.
And all we do again is just cut it, so we just die cut it. And this time, I'm going to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 flower pieces out. And I made sure that there are 2 of that size, 2 of that size, 2 of that size, 2 of that size, 2 of that size,
oh, blimey.
2 of that size, and 2 of that size, so that you can put those together to make yourself a full, simple, easy flower without having to do it twice.
I get it.
Because nothing's more annoying than thinking, oh, and if I want a full flower, right, I've got to run that through twice and match the pieces. So I get 14 pieces, which gives me 7 of each one is a different size, each one is a little bit smaller. So I get 7 full flowers from one piece. And again, this is from 1/4 of A4 card.
So that 4 times over?
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
So I get 7, 14. I get 28 flowers.
You would?
28 butterflies, 28 flowers.
That is absolutely brilliant. Well, I would say, because there's so much to show you, which is why we're having a special double launch, because as you can see, there is so many options and so many things to do with what you've got here. We are a third of the stock of the complete collection. So if, again, we talked about the ombre glitter card, the non-shed, you're going to be getting that. You're going to be getting the beautiful deco butterfly complete collection. You're getting the 2, of course, of the one-day specials. You see the flowers that you've just seen there with John, also the ones that come with that, with the butterflies, and the complete collection for you. And a third of that stock has gone. We're 28 minutes into of a double special launch for you, but only our first hour. 782 730. I wanted to say, though, John, just in regards to what you were just talking about there, and I think this is why, again, or everything you bring to the show is so popular, because you are a crafter at heart, and the lovely thing is your experience and your knowledge transfers beautifully into your tools, because, like you say, I wanted to make sure that this is exactly that, could double up, it will save me time, it will get there. And so it's nice. People, I think everyone at home, and if you've got messages for John as well, then please, studio@hochanda.com, because I think what's lovely is that your knowledge, you see the relevance of that in your products that you bring.
You.
And I think that's clear for everyone to say, of course, it's a simple technique, it's time-saving, I want that from it, that's what it has to do, but I want it to do X, Y, Z as well. And I think that's one of the main reasons, again, the popularity of what you bring is, just like you say, I want to do that so I can double up.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I was talking to Paula earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm often talking to Paula about when I lived in Spain and things. But when I first got seriously more into crafting, and I did it actually, I mean, I've told this story quite a few times. My stepfather was terminally ill. Right. And so I had to work less hours and had to be in the house more. So I started crafting more, as a lot of people do. Yeah. And it helps with you, and it helps massively with you. You don't think when you craft.
No,
it's great.
It's a bit of time, yeah.
But what I ended up doing was I got myself a second job at night in a bar.
Okay.
And that was my crafting fund.
Really?
Because I'd reduced my hours to help out, so I wasn't earning. So I got myself 3 nights a week working in a bar. That was my crafting fund. So everything I bought had to do multiple jobs.
Of course, right.
Because I didn't have a lot of money to buy it. I couldn't go and buy everything.
No.
So everything had to make sense and everything had to do lots more.
Yeah.
And I would hope that when I was very, very lucky and got into the industry, and it was pure luck.
Right.
But when I got the chance to design my own stuff, I remember all the time that I was on a budget. And I need to make sure that that is earning its place.
Yeah.
That's earning that money, because I know that that cost me 4 hours work.
Yes.
And I know that how much it would cost me, and it's got to earn that work.
Yeah,
to
of
me.
course. No,
so
you're
that's
right.
how I design my craft products for everyone, and hopefully everyone thinks the same. But to me, everything I buy has got to earn its place in my kit, because I've paid for that.
No, you're right, and I think in these times as well, I think that's more relevant than ever before. You know, so again, know that I love the 3-in-1 concept that you were getting for this, on top of everything else, and the way that it will overlap. You're getting so much from each of these. I think is absolutely brilliant. Have we got time just to show a couple more?
Yeah,
I know
we've got 2 hours, haven't we?
Yeah, of course. That's the luxury of this, isn't it? Let's just carry on. And tell you what we'll do. I want to just show again with regards to. Working with the one-day special elements in here and bringing those out. And I think I've got a mixture in here of some of the... let's look at some of the florals that we've just been looking at there. So give it a little idea. But I love the fact that you can bring that stamp. That's, I mean, in itself, as we discussed, a beautiful background stamp that is really lovely. But then to be able to just lay your die over the top, and to add that on top of that, as well, as you can see, you really do bring that. It becomes more than just a background, as you can see. All those elements are absolutely beautiful. They really are stunning.
I mean, that's the waist. She's cut the flowers out from that.
Oh, I see, right,
yeah,
of course.
The waist is no longer waist.
No.
The waist is actually another background piece.
And that's exactly what you're talking about.
And that's what I'm talking about. So normally, and I love my flowers, I love the way they work, but I wanted to take it on a bit further. But the idea to me of going, the bit that you used to throw away is now the beginning of another card.
Right.
Just works so well. And I've got to say thank you to the girls. I'll try and remember everybody. I'm sure Sam will give Emily a list
right, yeah, okay.
of everyone.
We'll get the names.
You know, I've also got to thank particularly Jackie Trinder, who is a new lady to the team.
Oh, right,
who started out as one of our guests, and she's now moved permanently.
Oh, really?
Because, sorry, Jackie, I didn't get stickers done in time, so none of yours have got the stickers on the back. And I've got to thank Hazel Bainbridge, who was our guest this month.
Right.
And she's done some beautiful samples, and she actually scanned in. I will try and find them out. She scanned in some of the butterflies.
Right, oh, yeah.
And she made on the computer her own backing paper of them.
Ooh.
And I have asked her, and she's going to let me have the PDFs of that so that I can actually give them away on the group for anyone.
Oh, wow, lovely.
So we will be giving away the backing papers on that. I hope that's what we agreed, Hazel. But she's a very talented lady, Hazel, and she's done that for us, so we will be giving those away. But again, let's get this next 2 weeks over and done with, and then I'll sort that, guys.
I tell you what, they're all going to be very, very busy with a lot of this. Let me just show you some more of this, because they are absolutely beautiful. And again, look at this. You can see when and they're just again used. That's just that's the actual background stamp. So on its own, I mean, I think if that was just a stamp that was available on its own, that would be flying out. The fact that it's actually part of the whole process that you can do so much more with when you start cutting into it and you start using those elements. Again, we're not using that word waste. We're just using those marks. They create other elements that you're going to be working with. I mean, these are absolutely beautiful. I mean, they are simply stunning. I do take advantage because, honestly, I just think this is a breathtaking one-day special. The whole collection is absolutely brilliant. I love it. 782-730. We are on a double launch, of course, here. 2 hours with John, which is brilliant. And we're back again at 8. So we've got loads of time to share what you'll be able to do with all of these, which is absolutely phenomenal. Do get these into your collection. Right then, John, thank you for that. I'm going to share this out over the time. We've got time to
we have got
these,
time,
haven't we? We have.
Ooh, I like that. Every time I go through this, I go to a different page. So I thought I'm going to use some from the 12. I'm a 12 by 12 addict.
Right.
And I have, as Sam will testify, and if you've seen my Craft Cave lives, I have so many 12 by 12s. And yes, I did order a second one of this.
Yeah, there's no surprise there.
I do. And
it's become a habit now.
And I hasten to add to everyone, and I paid for it.
Okay.
You know,
okay, that's
I was
all right.
very lucky. I did get 2 to do my prep, but I did send one out to one of the girls, so so I got one for my prep, and I bought myself an extra one.
That's very good of you.
But this works so well with butterflies. But I'm going to do something really, really simple.
Just while you do that, could you just tell us again, anyone that missed the very beginning of the show when we talked about the ombre glitter card, again, this is great for pretty much all mechanical cutting machines to work with.
This will work with your die cutting machines. This will work with your Cricut, your Silhouette, your Portrait, your Cameo.
Okay.
This will work with all of your electronic machines with the blade in.
Right.
Yeah. Sam tested it. We now test all our card and paper with electronic machines.
Great, just to know, just to check.
Just because people ask us that all the time, and he's cut some intricate pieces. Now, I'm using the 12 by 12 pad, and one of the reasons I'm doing that, I want to show you this. So I'm just going to go to 6.
Details for the pad, by the way, for the 12 by 12 are on your screen now, 030633, if you want to do a John Lockwood and get yourself an extra pad. Just so you know. Now,
I'm not suggesting that to anybody, I'm not. I'm just saying what I do, please.
I know.
Yeah.
If you go with a complete collection, by the way, don't forget you can split that 3 times, of course, actually. So it's only an extra £5 if you put that on top of that, what you're going to go for. So maybe worth thinking about that. But yeah, details on the screen for yourself.
Right. So all I'm going to do, so that this fits nicely on, I've ripped the card down, into 4 squares.
Okay.
This is what I love about the 12 by 12. Now, the 12 by 12 is 190 GSM, so it is a paper pad technically, not a card pad we class it as. However, it will work just as well, and I actually find sometimes it's better to have the lighter, certainly, to actually work for backings and things like that.
Oh, okay.
You pay a lot more for the 250 GSM card. You will get 1 pack of the card in your complete collection anyway.
Yeah.
But don't waste that on backings.
No.
Use the 12 by 12 because you can cut it down into 4, effectively almost 6 by 6s.
Oh, I see.
So one sheet will do you 4 6 by 6 piece cards.
Right.
So that's why the 12 by 12 is such value for money. So it's 190 GSM, but it will work through your normal die cutting and everything. And all I'm going to do is I'm using the outlines of the butterflies. Okay, but this is why I wanted to give so many. So that's the 4 that we get that outline the others, yeah?
Yeah.
But I'm only going to use 3 because I've got 1 missing.
You will get the complete set, by the way.
You will get a complete set, but I can put that spray on, yeah? So I've gone red down to the gold. There we go. Now, sometimes the low-tack tape doesn't tape down well to the non-shed. So I just took a little bit over.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Onto the other side. Yeah?
Got you, yeah.
So the simplest card ever, quickest to make. So really, this is not what I wouldn't normally say, oh, because you could say, well, I could do this with any butterflies.
Yeah.
But what I've done with mine is, I've scaled them all. And what I mean is, it is exactly the same butterfly on everything.
Okay.
And the same shape, I've just scaled it down in size.
Okay.
Yeah, but where it's got smaller, I've actually scaled it. Rather than just made it smaller, I've actually made it so that it's still attractive. I've not just shrunk it.
No, I know.
I've actually scaled them down.
Got you.
So that they work perfectly, and they will work with other ones I've done before. So, see here, because it's a paper, and because it's the glitter, and it's got the coating, let's just get that off, all I have to do is
well, that
pop
very well, considering you said it wouldn't.
these out. Yeah.
Oh,
So simplest card going. Yeah. Just take those out like that. Okay, I've got those beautiful. I'm going to take the spare piece. This is why I love 12 by 12. I so rarely get to work with 12 by 12. Yeah. Same piece. I'm just going to rotate it that way around and stick that over the top.
Oh, nice. That's lovely, isn't it?
And that would go onto card front, sentiment or whatever.
You're going to get the perfect ombre, the perfect blend. Both ways.
You're blending the same colours
That's
across.
Great. Yeah,
and
nice.
of course, this is almost the waist. because obviously I've got these pieces. If there's something you can cover for a minute, I'll get ready and I'll show you then putting tops on them.
No problems at all. I've got loads I can show here. I'll tell you what. Where was I up to? Let's go through. Let's go through some of these again. Now, this again is working with the deco, basically with the butterflies. To give you a little idea, I showed you the box earlier on. This is Maxine. I'll try and do some name call-outs as well.
Thank you.
So that will I'll try and do our best because what lovely ladies have done this one. Maxine has produced here again. Do you know what the lovely thing about the butterflies again is that filigree about all of those. The detail, just as John was talking about, is absolutely beautiful. And they are cut through. They're absolutely gorgeous. They're lovely and bold. This is also from Maxine. I think you know that people have enjoyed working with these, John, don't you? Loving that again. That whole. Do you know what in that lovely sort of mirror card work? You know that look. That really does lend itself to the whole art deco
that's
sort of
in
feel,
the
isn't
crafts.
it?
That's the
Black and
crafts
gold.
too. Satin and gloss card that we've actually got on the show.
Oh, have we?
Yeah, so any of the mirror or the shine card that you see will be the Crafts 2 card that we've got on the show.
Thank you, John. We'll bring the details up there. There we go. The details on there right now. This is the mirror and satin. The A4 card collection. 13 colours you're going to get in the mirror and the satin. That gives you 130 sheets in total. A lovely saving on that as well, which is brilliant. 5 mirror you're going to be getting of those, and the rest are going to be in the satin for you. Also available on your flexi, just 2 payments of £29.99. But you can see, you know, it's about that wow factor, that effect that it has actually on the product that you're actually making there. It really is absolutely beautiful. It really is gorgeous. There are so many in here to sort of look at, and you know, I know we're using the same dye that we talked about on here, but everyone has a different feel. Take that, for example, the sort of the nice softness of the colours in there. But then you start looking at the work in that. I mean, that's a real dramatic piece there, isn't it?
Really
and this one
is.
hasn't got a name on the back of this one, so who did you think that might be?
I think that might be Jackie Trinder.
That might be Jackie.
If you recognise it, email in.
Let us know. Let us know.
Or text me. I'm not allowed my phone in the studio, so I won't have it down here for me to look at it or anything.
No, you wouldn't have that there,
No,
would you?
so text me.
No, text. You got his number. Everyone knows his number. Just drop him a message. But no false claims, David Woking. Don't go, just it was me. You know. It's not you, Dave. This is Helen. This is Helen has produced this one. Special person, absolutely. No, this is actually a card. This is not Helen.
That's not Helen.
No, it's not Helen.
She's sharp tonight.
She is. Our producer's on it. She's had her 3 shredded weeks. Other series are available.
That one's me.
This was you?
This one's one of mine.
OK, now talk us a little bit about this one then.
So this is actually using, and I've got this ready to demo.
Oh, really?
So do you want me to demo this one next?
I tell you what,
Shall
it's
I
a
move
perfect
on?
introduction to it. No, do you know what? We did 5.5 hours in rehearsal. and
To change
we didn't. We got off script already. Who knows? This is love. Looking forward to seeing how we've done that. I'm loving that. Is that part of the satin as well? On the
Yes.
Is it? That's a beautiful red, isn't it?
The red is gorgeous.
Oh, that's nice. That is really lovely. That's a lovely high-end feel about that. That is gorgeous.
It was Leslie, the stained glass one.
Was it?
Yeah, it's just come to me.
Oh,
honestly, not
via
through my phone.
SMS.
It's just come to me. Yeah, it was Leslie.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Thank
Leslie.
you, Leslie. Save your text there, David Woking. Lovely. That's brilliant. OK, so where do we start with this then,
Right,
John?
can I just... I need to
What do you
see that
need?
one again to remember off the top of my head. If you
Hang on a
can.
sec.
No, I do know what I'm doing.
I've literally just put it back.
Yeah, I know what I'm like. I am absolutely terrible.
Inspiration.
There
There's your
we go.
inspiration card.
Thank you kindly.
Oh, my props
Right.
there. Is that OK? You can
That's
see
it,
OK?
perfect. So
Right.
what
I'll
I've
look
done
after you,
is, to start with, I've trimmed a piece of the red satin card to the 5x7. So you remember how I said the die itself doesn't cut out, it cuts in.
Yes, yes. Which is why you said we could make that
for
box
this
easy.
one, I want it to be 5x7, so I've cut it to 5x7 just to show the aspect ratio. Yeah?
OK.
But if I put it into this bigger piece, then it will leave all of this on there. That was the idea. So, yeah, I didn't plan the first demo to be me showing you what I don't normally sort of go for in them. But I love this as a way it works. So I've just cut this to 5x7 myself. Really simple. It's the measurement we all know in Britain. It's our British rectangle.
Oh, is it? Right, OK.
Yeah, or to me, it's my British rectangle. Yeah. So I'm just going to cut this as it stands like this. So this is in the red satin, which I just think is beautiful.
It's
almost
gorgeous.
it's more like velvet than satin.
It's a very luxurious.
Yeah, it really is. So you see, it goes through. Now, what you may want to do, you check, and if you're not sure, you can run it through again.
Okay.
This one's gone through, I think, but I'm going to take it through just once more, because I'm going through, again, a coated card.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Always better to be on the safe side, but I find, there we go, it falls straight out, because I'm too lazy to prick them out, so I like to be able to flick them out.
A second pass saves a lot of time.
But it's okay, I've got my vacuum, so I can clean those bits off. So that gives me this piece, and I'll bring in a black card. There we go. Can you see now?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
There we go. So I will get the extra bits out. So you've got choices, the little dots you can leave in or take out. But each one of these, because it was based on a stamp that I did, and the stamp was originally drawn by a friend of mine for me. When I came to the die, I thought, right, I'm going to do that, and I actually had to redraw it entirely. So it's not exactly the same as the original stamp, but it's got the inspiration from there.
Okay.
So it will tie in with that collection if you got that stamp.
Right,
Yeah,
okay, nice.
and it's the same aspect of the outside butterfly. So again, it's designed to work with what I've done before, and you've bought of mine to extend it.
Got you.
So of course I've got that, yeah. But what I need is now, I need to have an aperture in the black in the middle, don't I?
I can't remember looking at the original again.
So
yes,
if you look at the original, I need
just
to have
checked.
an aperture in the middle. So I could take this and spray glue it onto this piece of black, and then take a knife and trace all around all of that. But life's too short.
I was going to say, I could see
So,
here, you could do that, but then you could
what
just...
I've done is, I designed this in the standard Crafts 2 ratio, 7x5. So this is a plain rectangle die from the Crafts 2 press cut range.
Okay.
And because they're done mathematically correct in every 1/4 inch, there is one that fits exactly into that frame, because I drew those.
See, I told you...
So if you've already got those, there is one that will fit it. There's one that will actually fit this border here.
Oh, okay.
There's one that will fit here. There's mats and layers for it.
When
so,
were these out?
About a year ago,
Oh,
I
right,
think.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're still available or will come back, but the idea was, you know, I didn't design this as another way to, let's sell those again.
No.
This was so that
They'll work with.
Yeah. Yeah. So it works with what you've already bought.
It goes back to what you were saying earlier on.
Yeah,
you know, getting
let's
the
get
most
more
out of
value
everything.
out of what we've already got, instead of me, because if we put a rectangle or a couple of rectangles in this set, for the amount of metal we have to take it from, it would make that another £10 more expensive.
Yeah, exactly.
And nobody wants to pay that. So that's my piece cut. Here's my frame. But can you see there? That fits exactly. Put a piece of white in the middle, you'll see far better.
Yes. Yeah, there we are. Perfect.
Yeah, exactly right. But of course, I can see white where those butterflies are. Well, I don't want that, do I? Because that would spoil it. So I'm now going to take a piece of the gloss black card.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, which I love this.
Nice with that red.
Yeah,
as well,
this is the one I ordered lots more of. Now, it's a simple outside die that's in this set.
Right.
So I've got 2 pieces of the black card, because I need 2 butterflies, don't I?
Yeah.
And life's too short to cut things twice. So I'm going to put both pieces on. The reason I'm not taping this down, guys, is that I'm using the Kaleido, and it has a magnetised base.
Oh, okay.
So the base of the machine is magnetised.
See, if you'd saved some of that stock and I could have done that show with you, I'd have known that.
Okay, you see?
Look at that.
I don't know if you can see that. There we go. It's hang.
It's on. It's on.
It's a magnetised base. So I don't have to worry as much.
Yeah.
I didn't even get a chance to mention that on the show.
No,
there's so much I didn't get a chance to mention.
Everyone that's got that now is going, thanks for that, John. They're going to... That's brilliant. Even more reasons why it's good that you got it.
I didn't get a chance to say everything it can do.
Did you talk about it at all, or did it just go that quick?
Yeah.
Was it how many minutes? It sold out on the weekend. Wow, it sold out in 14 minutes.
I think the larger bundle did, yeah. We had to pull reserve stock that they'd got just in case.
Wow.
After that. So can you see here now, it's cut 2.
Oh,
there
beautiful.
You go.
Yeah.
Cut 2 really easily. Yeah, no problems at all, because it's a simple shape. So again, if I'd have included 2 butterflies in this, yeah, it would be more expensive.
Of course.
Because
Yeah,
you're paying for every bit of metal you use.
Yeah.
So we give it a light spray into no man's land. Because the
Nice.
screen's over your side
Yes.
this time. They've boxed you in more than me.
They have. I think that's a hint.
So I just... But see,
The
these...
padlocks as well around the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like I've been padlocked in here at the moment.
Yeah.
But you see, these then fit exactly behind. So now I've got
Perfect.
a black gloss
yeah,
butterfly on a red satin. So I just line that up, put it over the aperture, and there we go. So now you can see.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And you can, if you want to, use your guillotine, your paper trimmer, or one of the press cut dies. So if you've got that rectangular set out,
right,
you could use one of those to pop it over or give yourself a border around it. I'm just going to trim it because it's a lot easier on air to do that than
I'm
start
liking that.
messing about.
We are about 5 minutes remaining.
Right,
to,
excellent. So really
quick. I tell you what, I'm enjoying this hour so much.
Should we do it again?
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's do that straight after this.
Clever.
Yeah. Is that okay, Miss Producer? Yeah, we're allowed
Now,
to do that, everybody.
I wanted, so what I've done is, actually this is a little bit of a sneak peek. This is using one of my new 3D embossing folders.
Is it out yet?
It was, and it's sold out.
Why did that not surprise me?
It sold out on launch, all 3 of them did.
When was that?
However, that was last month.
Was
A
it?
few weeks ago. However... we found another box of each.
Have you?
So they are back on tomorrow morning in the Best Of show at 11.
11 o'clock?
11 o'clock. We've got a limited stock of them,
you know what
and when it's gone, it's gone.
You know what you've just done?
What?
Ruined everyone's Sunday morning lying.
Sorry. Yeah, I didn't know. I got a text. It was 10 o'clock.
10
sorry.
o'clock.
But I
That's
literally...
really ruined your lying.
Yeah. I mean, I literally got a text through from Peter, and who owns Crafts 2, and I didn't actually see it until sort of about an hour ago.
Oh,
My
okay.
phone had gone a bit funny for some reason. So
Right.
they're going on tomorrow's show. So I've done this in the same gloss card.
When you go back and find it.
Say that again.
When you go back and find your phone,
Yeah.
where it's not in the studio.
When it's not, because it's not in the studio, no, it's out there.
But it's not next to
But
you.
I would foam mount that onto there. But if you notice, this is the satin card that I wanted as a matte and layer. I've used the same die and taken the middle out, because what a waste of
Yes.
covering that,
Yeah,
because I'm going to cover it with that. So I'd put that on there. I would foam mount that onto there.
I love that embossing.
And I'm trying to do this so quickly and can't remember where I put my foam tape or anything.
So tomorrow, John's up again. We've got another hour straight after the double launch. Then John and I are back together again at 8. Have we set a date yet? Because honestly, we're together more than me and Fee at the moment. And then you're back again tomorrow then at 10. At 10 o'clock. What's that show called? Is it just the Best of John, get him while he's awake kind of show?
It could be something like that, to be fair.
Yeah.
No, it's Best of Crafts 2.
And of course, all the other one-day special shows as well.
Yeah,
And you can also
there's
watch
no
it
way
when
they
we
were going
want.
to let me go home early or get off with it, so... But, again, so there is, so
I love
far...
That is brilliant. Do you know, I hope you don't take offence the way I say this, so simply put together, simply created, but really effective and wow factor kind of finish that you've got.
It's just, yeah, and it is, and it's all it's using is the one-day special. Yes, I've used another die from another set, but I'm hoping that it's a set that people have got.
Yes.
You know, I'm not saying, and if not, check the rectangles you've got.
Yeah, no, it fits.
If they're in the normal proper aspect ratio, I call it proper, that's terrible. I apologise to our European and American friends. If it's in the normal British one, then there will be one, and they're mathematically right, there should be one that will fit it, because it's in that normal thing. So I've just cut Dream. Really simple, cut straight out, so we've got the Dream.
Perfect.
Okay. And then I could spray glue that or glue that with a glue glaze onto a piece of black and cut it out and add that on. But you see, why we called it deco. It really does look like an Art Deco, Art Nouveau.
It's beautiful.
Font
My favourite period.
and butterflies and everything. It's my favourite.
Yeah,
I studied it at college quite a lot.
Oh,
and
did you?
Yeah. I still can't remember what the actual technical terms or anything are, but it was my favourite period.
My time in working with gemstones and jewellery from that was a whole Art Deco period, and I absolutely love it. It really is gorgeous. Look, the bad news, we've got good news and bad news. The bad news is we're coming to the end of our first hour. The second, the best news is it is only the end of the first hour. We have a second hour coming up after this as well. So really excited about that. Use the time, because we will be back with you in a few minutes' time. Use this time to get this checked in and then checked out of your basket. It has proven so popular, that complete bundle with everything you get in, the shed-free, beautiful glitter, ombre card and papers that are there for you. You've got the beautiful Art Deco, and of course you've got the one-day special. Really clever, innovative ideas as well. So, John, thank you for this hour.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, we'll meet back up again in about
we'll see you in a couple of minutes, about 5 minutes,
which will be lovely. And thank you so much for your company. Get yourself for a brew if you need to, but please come back and join John and myself after this. We'll see you very, very soon. Take care. Thank you. So next we've got, John next door coming up next. Looking forward to that one. I'm not even going to try and pronounce again the second after that. Then John's back with myself. Oh, see you back here in a moment.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, Hochanda has been awarded the top accolade of Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we're honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence, based on the reviews from over 60,000 Hochanda customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us. Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select Setup Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Charmaine from Dolly Dimples and I've been crafting since I was a little girl and I have a massive passion for anything crafty related. Dolly Dimples is a fictional character in Dolly Dimples town. There's whimsical characters, fantasy characters, mythical characters. There's so much going on, so much happening in Dolly Town, and it's a fun place to be in. Our products are all hand-drawn. That makes them quite unique because you've got that quirkiness about them. We have decoupage, backing papers, we have templates for 3D objects, stencils in the mix, we have dies and lots of other things coming to you soon. Make sure you tune in for the Dolly Dimple shows on Hochanda and have some fun.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
OK, everybody, I'm going to give you two introductions. Firstly, either if you're with me for the last hour, then welcome back. Lovely to have your company. If you're watching now and thinking it's the launch of another one-day special, because that's at 6 o'clock, welcome. You've missed an hour, but welcome, because actually, I tell you why, it's a double launch from what we've got for you, which is a brilliant one-day special. It is fantastic, and it is really, really busy for a complete collection, which, honestly, if you are just joining us, there is so much in this complete package, and with the one-day special, that it's a great hour, again, to learn more ways of getting the most that you possibly can from the actual equipment you've got here with your dies. It's brilliant. Now, well, it's basically, it's the neighbour. It's the noisy neighbour. It's our friend John. John next door.
Hello.
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 Officially, welcome to this hour, or good to be back again after the first hour we had.
It is. It's good to be back again. It feels like ages.
It does, doesn't it? I tell you what we do. I like it so much. We do this again at 8.
I think that's an even better idea.
I love it, honestly. Everyone's like that. They can't wait to have people back in their house again, just so they don't have the new Anton Deck for Saturday night back on your screens. It's lovely. Or, as I've just heard, more like the two Ronnies. Either way, we'll take him as a compliment. John, we were talking about this in the last hour, but for those that are joining us, we'll go back over the basics of what we're going to get, because when we come to innovation, and if you do get a chance to watch back on the first hour, if you did miss it, one thing we were talking about is, and John's very passionate about this, and it comes from his background, about really maximising all the tools, whatever tools they are, is really maximising the most out of those. And so they don't just do one thing, they do a lot more. And this, in what you're going to see in the one-day special, takes what you might think about a lovely background stamp in itself, but you've taken it on another stage. Just tell us a little bit more.
That's exactly what I wanted to do. So you can see here with these two samples, you've got a beautiful, to me, I mean, I would say that, and I rarely say it about mine, you've got a beautiful collage stamp there with butterflies intertwined with the immortal beloved.
Yes.
Which is that beautiful...
And just talk to us a bit about that, because you mentioned that in the last hour, because I think that's a fascinating... what you've used.
Yeah, it's immortal beloved, which I believe is... I'm going to get this wrong, so don't come on to me. It is Beethoven.
Yeah.
Yes. Every time I get it wrong. It's my friend Mrs. Duck's favourite, and she gave it me years ago, and it's Immortal Beloved.
Right.
Which is a letter that Beethoven wrote to his beloved, or, you know, whoever it was, and it was never sent, and it was found when he died.
Wow.
And it was an absolutely beautiful letter.
Wow.
And the wording in it is just so nice. So I've used that in here. I've actually used it in the past, but this is the clearest sort of ever one I've used it in the butterfly.
Right,
so
right.
if you look carefully, and that's why we've had the stamps themselves made in the UK,
Yeah.
and we are marrying them together with the dies in the warehouse,
Right.
to get it together for you. But you'll actually see in there, you've got the Immortal Beloved, you've got all of the words that he used, the whole thing. But the idea was, yes, lovely, nice collage stamp. But people know I've done my stamp and die combinations before.
Right. Yeah.
And what you do is you stamp one stamp, gives you lots of flowers, lay the die over with the corners, and that will give you the clipped idea, or the clipped look from it. Yeah.
Love it.
But what I've done this time is, I've given you a background stamp. So here we've got a nice background stamp with the text, with the sort of cross hatching over it, the little circles. I've arranged it all out. But you see butterflies in there and they're all floating. They're not that obvious in your face.
No.
But the die has been designed exactly to fit over and pick out those bits. So can you see now you've got all those individual butterflies that will cut out. So
I love the fact that they are all individual and different.
They're all individual, each one is different.
Yeah.
But I bring this one in, you can see now how I've been able, there we go, to cut these out individually and mounted them on.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, so it's a 3-in-1. A background stamp.
Yeah.
A die that cuts your butterflies, but use them together and you've got beautiful stamped butterflies as well. I think it shows on your board. So if I bring this one in, this is a better way to show it. You get all of these, which actually look like you've bought them.
Yeah, they do.
To me.
Yeah, freshly dyed.
These look like you've bought them, certainly when you've got them in the foil, but if you do them in your embossing powders or your paints and your colours, you've got all of those 7 within there. That's the butterfly.
Love that.
But then I thought, I'll do it again with a flower.
Perfect.
So again, this is a different one. You've got the same sort of text, but it's a different font, and it's scratchier through it. Shall I put this the right way up for
Go on, go on.
Yeah, Paul Marcus, I'll make him change everything. It's got the centre, but this time it's got wood grain in it, it's got scratching, and it's got the flowers on. But those flowers cut out to make you these 3D flowers that are used on here.
Right, yes.
So you've got, within that bundle, you've got the 2 stamps and the 2 dies, but they're 3-in-1. So to me, I've got 6 products in there.
Yeah.
And endless possibilities.
Which is when we talked about, you know, getting most for your money out of all of that, which is phenomenal. Can I just very quickly just show a couple of examples that we're looking at here with what we're going to get for the one-day special. We'll come on to the bundle in a second. By the way, anything you do get, by the way, when you go for the one-day special, the complete bundle, we are in extended delivery. 26th, if I remember rightly, of March is where we're looking at. Obviously, we're all aware of things have to be, you know, imported in, etc., and the trickiness that comes with that. So we are looking at the 26th of March for you for extended delivery for those. I just want to show you a couple of those, just to sort of the butterflies and the florals, how they can be worked in different ways. And I just think this is brilliant because it really does to show, you know, that even whether they be the butterflies cut out on their own, whether it's actually the backgrounds, again, as a background stamp being used, lose them individually. I mean, they're beautiful butterflies, as you can see. It's a lovely piece there. Absolutely gorgeous, that. I'm really, really loving that. The butterflies individually. Just look how different, though, that background stamp works as well. Done in that different colour, but that really puts it, again, so as a background it works. I really love that again, John.
As a background stamp, it works on its own.
Yeah,
it's something that I feel, and I feel I would buy that.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I feel I would buy that background stamp because I just think it's so pretty. But you wouldn't think there's a die to go with that. It's just a nice background stamp. And what Mrs. Duck's done is just stamped it in 2 colours of green ink. But if you can see, you know, she's repeated it because it's designed so that you can join it together. It doesn't have to just be A6.
But then to think that those butterflies have come from that exact...
From that stamp.
Which is, again, if you're looking for continuity in the whole of your project as well to work with, but equally, when they're on their own, if you were to work with just thinking, oh, I just need some butterfly stamps and to be die cut, this works beautifully just taking it from there as well.
It does, yeah. So you've cut them out and just mounted them up. But, you know, I don't know, I've never seen dies that cut such fine butterflies as those. I could be wrong, but that's, you know, I was really shocked when that worked.
You did mention that as well from the again, just to show you again a little more examples of how this will work. So absolutely phenomenal. This is the one-day special. It has a £5 saving on this. Item code 3409193898. Now, we also have a second bundle. Now, it will take, and you'll see how this connects, because it takes everything we talked about with the butterflies, and now we're working with the butterflies with the Art Deco period. So you're looking at your framing on here itself, which is absolutely stunning. Plus, then you've got all those the smaller butterflies to work with that. Plus, you've also got the large butterfly dies. Now, they all work really nicely together as well, which is phenomenal. 18 dies in total that you're looking at there as well. 616889 for this. It's again on Flexi at £19.99 if you would like to go for those. Should we just quickly chat around about this complete collection?
So again, what you've got in here is you've got the large deco butterfly, and for every butterfly in this set where you have a fancy, as I would call it, you have a backer for it that is exactly the same size. So it isn't just using the metal around it and making it bigger.
No.
You don't get that rim. It is exactly the same size so that it goes all the way over, because I just don't like it when that's beautifully coloured. I'm going to show this in the first demo.
Right, okay.
But it's beautifully coloured, but then you see an edge of it all the way round.
Yeah.
So you've got the large deco butterfly with the Dream and Love Art Deco words. You've got the frame, and the frame comes with these. I should take that die off. Your frame comes with the 2 deco butterflies in each corner, then 1 plain, which is exactly the same size, as those, so that you can put a different colour behind.
I see.
Or you could put the ombre glitter card behind each of those and have a plain frame.
Right.
Or when you paper piece, you might want to paper piece the frame, but not paper piece those. I wouldn't want to paper piece those. It's too complex.
That's a lot.
You can put that in separately.
Got you.
There's so much more you can do. And then the individual butterflies, you get 4 Art Deco, again, scaled. They're not... It's not just shrunk, they've been scaled down so that they work as individual butterflies, rather than just take it down by 10%.
Got you.
I've not done that, I've done it manually. You've got a solid for each of those, but then, because there's extra metal, you get 4 spares. 1 that size, 1 that size, and 2 that size, but I've lost it. Already.
I mean, he's very honest. He's very honest.
I'm not going to lie, I've lost it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's been said before.
That's why I do things on plates usually, but these it wouldn't work that way, and I thought, I'm not going to miss out those extra butterflies that we could use the metal for.
No.
You might as well have it, you're paying for it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
You're paying for all the metal it comes out of, so I'd rather the customer have it than it just go down the drain.
Yeah, well, yeah, we don't want that. We don't want that. So, 18 dies in total, as explained from John that you just seen there. There's also a £5 saving on that complete collection where you're looking at those on the sweets that are there for the 18 dies. 616889. Again, also available on your Flexi. Now, you may have heard mentioned there the ombre of the non-shed glitter cards, and it is absolutely beautiful. Now, we've got 2 options that we're looking at here. Let's start off then with the A4 collection for you going to see. You can see here, and these are absolutely beautiful, and they are so wonderfully smooth, but that ombre, those lovely different blend of those colours going through is absolutely gorgeous. It really is. Now, you're actually going to be getting 2 packs of the A4. Now, these are 250 GSM, or these ones. So, again, these are your card stock that you're working with. 6 designs. You're going to get 2 of each. So, in total, 24 sheets is what you're going to be getting. £13.99, 675906. And then, before we give John a chance to talk about these, we've also got the option, which is of your 12 by 12. We know John's a big fan of the 12 by 12s, but I can tell you what, this has been a lot of interest on the 12. If you love your 12 by 12 papers, honestly, you're not going to see it as sparklier or more beautiful with the ombre collection anywhere else. Over 20% of the stock has already gone. Now, if you are going to go for the complete collection, what's the complete collection, Scott? I'll tell you in a second. But if you want to get already another, and I'm just talking to myself, if you want to get another 12 by 12 to go with it, because you know you like one to look at, you know you do, £14.99, 030 633. John, the A4 and the 12 by 12s, these are, I've not seen a more pretty and beautiful paper.
I genuinely haven't. I mean, who would think that you could go from an aqua blue into a pink? Who would think you would go like aqua blue into a pink? It's because it's actually all done on a silver base. It's so clever how they make this. I mean, I could spend, you know me, I'm so dull, I could spend hours explaining how it's done.
You're
but I'm not
dull,
going
but
to.
yes,
But it's
you
a
could.
beautiful foil, and it's just the colours. I mean, again, that green to almost a mint, but that red to a gold going through an orange, it looks like flames. It's so beautiful. It's non-shed, it cuts easily. 190 GSM on the paper, 250 on the card. So 190 GSM on the 12 by 12. But again, this will cut through your Cricut, your Silhouette. Presume you scan and cut, whatever electric machine is. We've tested it on the Cricut and the Silhouette.
Right.
And we'll get intricate cuts. Sam's actually cut, and I should have brought them. He did a birthday banner with it to go on a cake. And even though it's 190, it was a little bit wobbly, it still looked amazing. And because this is non-shed, it's not what we'd say certified food safe, but it is.
Okay.
You can stick this in your cupcakes, you know, pepper in a penny, because it's not going to shed anything off.
Right, I see.
Just,
Okay.
I could spend a whole hour just talking about
Well,
this,
look,
to be honest.
let's cut to the chase very quickly, just to show how this looks when you've actually made some of your pieces for you as well. Because as you can see, that ombre, those lovely different tones coming through, when you start to layer them up and work with them, I mean, they really do give you a fantastic effect. I mean, you can see how
that screams Art Deco to me.
That
really does.
Really does.
The colour mix of the green into the blue, but that was actually all made with less than one sheet of the 12 by 12.
Really?
That entire card is less than one full sheet of the 12 by 12.
And look at the effects you get. Look, if you love your making, look at this. This is so pretty and so beautiful. I mean, I look for that winter feel if you were working on that.
Wait for Christmas, it's going to be beautiful for Christmas.
Look at that when you
really
start thinking of that with the warmer colours that come through. 14.99 030 633. Now, Scott, you shouted out a second ago, what is the complete collection? I told you it's all going to become very, very clear. We talked about the one-day special. That's got a £5 saving. We've got the Art Deco Butterfly collection. That's a £5 saving. What we've done is we've put everything together, including the ombre, the card that you're going to be getting there, and the Art Deco, and the one-day special. Carry those savings over, but there's an additional saving on top of that at £12. So actually, if you're a Freedom member, £31. £31.59. Is it a bit more than that? £31.59 pence saving on there if you're a Freedom member. Absolutely brilliant. Actually, it's going to be just around about £22 saving if you are looking at this as your regular price. Usual from over £100 down to under. It is now 3 payments if you want to go on your flexi of £31.98, 782 730. I've just had an update. What was the update? Oh, wow, 40%. Wow, 40% of the entire collection has now already been allocated on these ones. So 40% of the stock has gone. 40%, John.
Yeah, and it was one of the deepest stocks that we've ever put on, because we had such success and people really loved the Mandala limited edition, because the Mayfield dice sold out completely, and I'm please it has gone. Please stop asking me. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, really?
Because once they've sold out, 90% of John Next Door collections are not reordered. We like to do it, let everybody get it who wants it and move on.
Got you.
Yeah?
Okay.
So for the big collection, we put, I think, the largest stock that we've ever committed to Hochanda.
Well, all I'll
this.
say is, John, I don't think it was enough, because it's flying out. But this is the man that brought you the Weekend Wow that lasted 14 minutes. 782 730 9593. I will say, and let's be honest about this, you might be thinking, well, it is a purchase. It's a considerable purchase when we think about, but when you hear again of how much you're going to use these in lots of different ways, I think you'll agree you're getting a lot of bang for your buck. Go for that one. Do go for the entire collection. It's very, very busy. And get the extra paper pad as well. Oh, my favourite. I love these. The Craft Artist Dawn Pigment Petal Ink Pad, large and small blending brushes. £23.97. Now, 959298. Now, these, with regards to the petal ink pad, John, just give me a little bit of voiceover on this a second, because these are on earlier on.
Yes,
and they flew out.
The petal ink pad launched today. This is brand new pearl petal ink pad. So this isn't one of the first 5 that we launched last year. This is the first colour range that we've launched this year and launched this morning. Absolutely beautiful. And the brushes, this is the first time we've had the brushes back since you last rubbed your head with it.
Oh, really?
We sold out then. That was 7 months ago, and it's taken us 7 months to bring them back.
I love them.
Because obviously we want to bring them back at the same price and everything else. And I know, as soon as I said, Scott's doing the show, Sam went, you're going to have to get... you're going to have to get one of the brushes for Scott to just rub on his head.
I love it. I could go to sleep just doing that.
They're just beautiful. They're so soft. Thousands of bristles.
I'm going to bring out a DVD of that image you've got right there, because I reckon people enjoy watching me.
Do you think people, yeah, it would make people fall asleep.
Exactly. That's not the first time people have said that about me and me on TV. Now then, if you want to go for this one, do take advantage. We've got all the different bundles available for you as well. So here in this bundle, you're going to be getting 5 brushes.
Hey!
5 brushes, plus you're also going to be getting your beautiful inks to go with that as well. That's bundle number 1, £23.97. That's 959298. Bundle number 2 is 10 brushes, and the roll. My assistant, John's got it.
I've got mine.
Oh,
so
have
it's
you?
that. And mine have sat in here for 7 months. So that's how I love the roll. But
So
yeah,
there's
you only get
is
the
it
roll,
10
you don't get all my brushes.
No, you don't.
You
No,
get
you don't
10
want that.
brushes and the roll. Oh, it will take more.
It will take more, won't it?
It will
so
take
you're going to
more.
get 10. You're going to get a couple of
'Cause
spaces
I've got
clear
a
as
couple
well
of
to go with
extra
that.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12. I've got 13 in here because I got an extra set of the larger ones because I use those more.
Oh, okay.
I bought myself an extra set of that size, so that's what you would get, and then I added 2 more in.
So
but they've stayed in here for 7 months and not damaged. And you know how I throw my case about.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
It's vicious.
They've just been like that. But that's the great thing. Look, that rolls over, but the rest of it rolls over, so none of them are touching each other or pressing anything. Look, you see how well I treat my case. Look how mucky it is.
Muck, muck, muck.
But that's how long they've been in there. They've been washed in between.
I've got one that's got a bit of glitter on it. But
Yeah, because that's one of mine as well. They only came back into stock on Friday.
Oh, did they?
I've had to bring mine from home because we promised people we'd get them out, we'd get them back on as soon as we could. They only came in on Friday,
Right.
and so I had to go home. No way could we get them from the warehouse and bring my 2, so you've got one show.
Right. 701 544. That's 27.95. It's got a £5 saving. You're going to get 10 brushes, plus you're going to get the actual roll. Is there any other options for that? Oh, there is one. Oh, yeah, but you can also get the inks as well. Get the we'll put the details up for that. And if you want to go just for the inks, you can do as well. That's the 8 colours you see there, the pigment pearl ink pads. Lots of P's. 12.98, 732 999. Everybody. Right then, John. I'm going to have a long lie down in a dark room.
OK, over to me.
Over to you.
Right,
Over to you. I'll just put these down before I drop
So
them.
what I'm going to do is, on the last show, I actually cut the plain butterfly from the ombre glitter paper from the 12 by 12. And so this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut from black the actual detail butterfly to go over the top. Now, I would always say it's genuinely worth cutting them like this in a row. Yeah?
OK.
Don't do them in... Don't sort of just try and get as many, you know, as few in this piece of card as you can.
Right.
Or as many in. Because, again, what I love is not wasting.
No.
Yeah?
No.
So, what I'm going to do is we're going to run this through. I'm going to run it through my Kaleido. Now, I'm actually cutting here 320 GSM card because that's what I got in plain black.
We're getting a lot of questions about the Kaleido.
Right. There is a post on the Crafting with John Next Door and Crafts 2 group. Sam has put a post out that says, please put in comments your Kaleido questions.
Yeah.
And he's going through and I'm going through and we're answering them personally and individually, each question as they're placed. So
Right.
that's a far more efficient way
That's
to
good.
do it and pop them on there. And that way it also means that all that knowledge is shared with everybody else because everyone can read what everyone's
Yeah, of course.
asked.
Where can I find that again?
So
sorry?
that's on Crafting with John Next Door and Crafts 2, which is our Facebook group.
Right.
It's on there. You have to be a member.
OK.
And all that we ask is you just apply, you just say you wish to join, and you have to agree to the group rules. If you don't agree to the group rules and say, I agree,
Yeah.
Sam will not let you in because we call it a safe space.
That's fair.
We have post approval and we don't actually allow people in if they don't agree to the rules because we don't allow any negative comments, any trolling, anything else.
No.
It is a safe crafting space.
Great.
You know, it's only about crafting. We don't,
Perfect.
you know, it's not we went shopping yesterday or anything like that.
No.
But that's in there and you can always have the option to private message me or Sam and we will always try and answer the questions for you.
I've
and
got
videos.
a Facebook page if people want to go well, and tell me what they had for shopping. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's amazingly
Scott
fun. I
Worsfold
love that.
On Hochanda, let me know, and,
do you-
and pictures are welcome.
I don't know if you've seen it, but I know on my phone, I think that's on everyone's, if you flick to one side, the screen actually says to you what suggested apps to open based on your time and location.
Oh, OK.
And mine always says, when I get up in the morning and I sit downstairs, Facebook.
Oh.
It actually says Facebook and BBC News. Because I sit downstairs 20 minutes on my own, look through Facebook, see what everyone's been up to the night before.
Yeah, OK.
And then I read the news.
By the way, just when you flick that then, this turned into the screen that we had between us.
Yeah.
So a protected barrier then, because one of those, I could see it coming towards me, I blinked, and it actually...
Oh, right, and it just hit the
it just hit the
screen.
plastic, yeah.
Sorry. So I just wanted to show, there's a lot of detail in here, but I used 350 card just to show the quality as well, and I never make things easy for myself. but you can see everything's cut through with one pass.
Yeah, all right, lovely. Yeah.
So I don't have to worry, even in the smaller ones. So I'm just going to pop these bits out. I'm really sorry, because this is not the most interesting. I should have had this already done.
Okay,
so
don't forget, you're with the master of boring, so
I will stop at this one.
I'll take you through it.
Cool. Have you got any interesting facts?
Oh, that's the question.
Because I have been told by Sam that I've got to stop saying. I got to about interesting fact number 300, and he went, "Look, please stop."
Oh well,
you know,
I'll tell you what we do.
Why cornflakes were invented and all sorts of
I'll
weird
tell you what we'll do
things.
is because our lovely viewers, where we've got a lot of viewers, by the way, from the States that are with us as well. A very good morning. Depends where you're. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you're working with us. We've got the best viewers, John. You know that.
We
And
have.
obviously for your
I know
shows,
we
always.
have.
We do
from
have.
the feedback we get.
So, if you could just email in, John, right now, your #1 most interesting fact. You know, if you've ever done a speed
I'd love to know that.
Whether it's the speed date, sometimes I go, do you know what, let me tell you this. Or when you've got, like, you know, lift, elevator, pitch kind of thing as well, and you go, that one interesting fact that you go, this was is a wower, they love this. It could be about anything, but, you know, that's, you know...
You see,
I'm trying to put my director on.
Marcus, our director, is very much like me, so he will have as many interesting facts as I have. We both need to know
We're
how
opening
and
up
why
a can of
something
worms
works.
here. OK, we'll ask our director for one in a second. He says he's got a great one. I tell you what, give us a straight. Go on, then. Go on. Yep, here we go. And then we're going to come back to John. One of the people that was asked to do a screen test for the part of James Bond in the 1960s, when they thought it was going to be Sean Connery, was Lord Lucan.
I like that.
Lord
That is an
Lucan.
interesting fact.
That is. Oh, hang on. He used to play poker with the producers for the James Bond film back there, and they thought he'd make an excellent James Bond, but he didn't. So, listen, if you can beat that, you know you can. If you can beat that amazing fact, it would help John, it would help Sam, and it would help my director, in which case, help us all. studio@hochanda.com. Just most amazing, interesting fact, and we'll keep going. And if you've got questions also about anything else that you see on the show here, of course, do those as well. John?
Yeah.
OK,
I
filled in lots of time there while you were doing that.
But I want to show... So we did, sorry. You've
No,
covered a load
I
for
hope
me.
I've done you proud.
But I've just done 3 of the sizes, but there are 4.
Right.
But this is what I absolutely love. So I cut these out of the ombre glitter card. I've cut these out of black, but watch, they just fit exactly.
Perfect.
No rim, no edge. I can shape that, and it fits absolutely perfectly.
That black outline with the ombre behind
That,
really
to me,
looks great.
really genuinely works, and I absolutely love that. And again, everyone is different, and I don't diss anyone that likes to have that different size, but to me, having that and it fitting absolutely perfectly is what I want. If you glue them on perfectly, obviously, which, you know, I'm messing up slightly. But they are designed to fit like that, because that's what I like.
Yeah.
But even down to that smallest one with all that
that's
detail, you've
perfect.
still got the right scale and that Renee Mackintosh look. But I did say cut them in a row.
Yes.
And the reason is, this is the piece of waste or scrap,
Okay.
that I've used. But what you do then is, I've trimmed it down, and that is the start of your next card.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, or... these colour intensity is not coming over on screen. These are a lot brighter than they look. But again, look, that ombre there going down, that's the colour. Can you see there?
Yeah.
Don't waste that. Use that.
Nice.
So I would just put that on about there, stick it on, and there's the start of a bookmark or a tag or another
Oh, yeah,
card.
great idea, yeah.
Yeah, so don't waste it. And when you've got 12 by 12, you've got so much more.
Yeah.
I'm just a lover of 12 by 12.
Yeah, well, I know, it's lovely.
I know.
But they are beautiful. And I agree with John, actually. I mean, when I was trying to show the card at an angle to try and give you that intensity of colour, I know what you're talking about there, John. They may feel quite soft, or look quite soft on the image that you get on the screen. I'm just trying to find some... But the actual colours, I don't know if you can sort of see again from that, but that is... it really is... Just trying to give a glimpse of the amount of colour that does come through. They are absolutely beautiful. So if you do want to go for these, honestly, if you think they look great on screen, which they do, They're going to look even more amazing when you see these, actually. If you want to go for an extra pad to go with it, details at the bottom of your screen, 030633, just $14.99. We're getting 24 sheets here. That's 4 of each of your 6 designs. They are really beautiful. They are gorgeous. By the way, individually, if you want to go for these, a third of the stock of the 12x12s has already been allocated. So a lot of people are adding it on to an order, of course, and extending your flexi as well. If you want to, just make it out. I think it works out about an extra £5. Extra £5 on your 3 payments on that one if you want to go for an extra pad with the complete collection. Right, John.
Crazy. Right, so what I'm going to do, I thought I'd use the stamp and butterfly die now.
OK, yes.
I'm going to do really simple background, so I'm taking my blending brushes, just as an excuse, really, so that Scott gets to pick one up and rub it on his head again, because I know how much he loves doing it.
I love it. It's Saturday night, why not? If you can't do it on a Saturday night, when can you?
No, I'm just going on, and this is the sort of purpley colour. But these are pearlized, so these are pigments, so they blend and blend beautifully. But what I'm trying to achieve here is a cloudy look. What I don't want is a perfect, smooth, you know, that beautiful soft blend. I want it to look that little bit bitty.
Oh, OK.
Yeah? So I'm going straight down.
While you're talking us through that, John,
yeah,
I remember when we first brought these brushes on, and you explained there was something about the bristle and the way they are, because as I'm running my finger down them, it's almost like they just sort of stop exactly. You get this, but I can't remember what the fact was you were telling
There's only
about.
so far. There's that many in there. There's only so far the ink will actually go and travel.
Right,
Because
right.
I think that may be it. There's so much intensity in there. You can actually push your thumb on it, and it won't go to the bottom.
No, you can't.
You can't
and that
push
is me
it.
pushing right down.
You
can sort of see it.
can't push right in like you can with a lot of tools. No. You can with a point. But even then, you're not getting to the bottom because there's that many bristles packed in.
Like you say, if you can see an angle there, but that's as far as I can push that down. So is it because they are so compact in there that allows you to get that?
It's because they're so compact and so fine, and that's what you need for the effective sort of soft blending. But I love this look. So this has got the pearlised. I seem to be into a pearlised ombre look at the minute. But I'm making pretty much, you know, a bit of a mess. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Well,
not intending to blend it, not doing it smoothly. But we see there, but look, can you see the pearl finish?
Yeah, yes, that's nice. That's lovely, that sheen.
Just to show you, it's plain flat white card.
Yep.
I've not cheated with, like, the mica card or anything.
No.
So that's it, really simple. Don't spend time trying to do this. Don't spend time trying to blend it exactly. You've got to think what, say, like a butterfly is, how light and sort of airy it is. So I'm going to take the butterfly stamp from the One Day Special on there. I'm going to grab my smoke grey ink because I don't want an intense black against this.
Right.
To be honest, if the Kaleido had have still been around, I would have been doing this with the opalescent, the pearl foil.
Oh, OK.
But again, it works perfectly well with the grey ink. So I'm just going to go over. Just like that, giving it a good press down. But can you see there?
That's nice.
How that looks?
Yeah. Do you know what? That completely has changed the look to the colours you had in the background before the image went over the top of that.
Yeah.
It seems like that's blended it almost.
It does, and basically, what it's done is it's actually. It's made it look intentional, as if you've been very clever.
Yeah.
And you saw that I wasn't. I was literally just making a mess. I was just using 3 colours of the pearl ink to do that. But what works even better on this, if I then cut this out, so I can leave that as it is, beautiful background, little bow on it, perhaps just take, and what I could actually do is take one of the butterflies or 2 of them that I cut earlier, and just colour over the top, using whatever's left on. So can you see now I've got...
There, do you?
There's a pearl butterfly. No, it's flat white card. This is what I love about the pearl inks.
Yes.
Genuinely, you know, to have this, and I've 8 colours.
Yeah.
And my basics: black, white, silver, gold. But again, just a little bit on the edges.
The white. When you use the white from it, is there any special way in using that for the? Because I would have thought just
stamp it like you would do white. If you go on Rewind, this morning's show at Emily
11?
at 11 o'clock, then you'll actually see. I spent a good sort of half an hour going through everything like that.
Right.
Stamped it in white and things. But again, how fine these butterflies are, you can really simply, I'm going to take a paintbrush, just bend the wings, but how realistic you would do. And what I would do is, if you noticed, I used one brush for the blue and the purple.
Okay.
And then I used one brush for the green.
Right, oh,
So I tend to do, ideally, and at home, I tend to have one brush for each colour.
Right, okay.
To within a certain extent, sort of family almost.
Right, I see.
But I would say just try and keep one brush for each colour family.
Right.
Rather than for each individual.
Oh, okay. Well, if you haven't got
piece.
any, then you might want to go for this. I think we do them in a pack of 10 that you can go for as well. That also comes with a roll to keep them in, so that might be a good one. If you've got none of these and you want to follow John's advice on that, then this is probably the one you want to go for. That's £27.95, but that gives you the 10 brushes, the large and the small brushes, but you're also going to get the storage case there. As it rolls, it keeps each one of those within their own little individual area. Doesn't touch any other brushes. 701-544. John, very quick, I'm going to let you know this because Irene's been in touch, so Sam will be interested in this as well. Irene, thank you for getting in touch. Irene says that her husband, John, makes the best chips and egg. So
Right.
that is a fact.
Right, my father
Hashtag.
would be very happy with that.
Yeah.
That is his absolute... I've got to be honest...
No?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't know whether my dad... It's the only thing my dad could cook.
And you don't notice?
No.
That's lasted, is it?
Yeah, and it's not me.
Maybe you should pop round to... if you go round to Irene's...
Yeah.
If she asks night, John might, might be able to change
You might be able to change my mind, John.
Yeah,
We'll have a think about
dippy
that.
egg with a chip, you can't go wrong.
Oh, no,
Thank you,
no.
Irene. And do you know what? Just that one fact has beat the James Bond one from my director.
It has, yes.
Already,
Yeah.
the bar has been risen.
I'm really shocked that the Ginger Prince has not sent any in.
Well, not yet, but the night is still young.
It is, to be fair.
Don't forget, we've got 20 minutes left here, and we're back at 8 o'clock.
And it's the same team, so we can carry it on.
Oh, we can carry it on.
So again,
Carry
I've
it
just blend this. What I could do as well, with these inks, just to highlight it, because I don't like this. We're always talking about, extra products.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I like products that do something that means I don't have to buy an extra product. So I've coloured that with a little bit of blue and a little bit of green. But I've got that beautiful pearlescent finish because of the ink, yeah? And again, just plain white card, but you saw me make those. Take one of the smaller brushes and the gold ink, and I'm just going to add a little bit of gold on the edge, like it was a gilding wax.
Oh, I see,
Because I use silver and gold pigment ink, like gilding wax.
Oh,
You can
that's a
dry
nice
brush it
idea.
on with the brush, but you see there now, in the right place, there we go.
Yes, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've added gold onto that. So all I've done is put it through.
Jenny's been in touch as well regarding the brushes. Could we wash the brushes?
You can, not a problem. Well, what you do is, people say to me, how do you clean the brushes? What I do is, I personally walk into the kitchen and I put them in the sink.
Okay.
And then, usually magically, about an hour and a half, 2 hours later, they come back clean.
Do they? That's a magic sink.
Everybody needs a Sam. No, what you do is I have cleaned them myself. Basically, under the tap, when they get saturated, if you want to take a colour off and change colour in the middle of crafting, get a cheap microfiber cloth. These are 3 for 99p plus a penny from the 99p plus a penny shop.
Oh, I know the one.
Yeah, you know the one.
Yeah, yeah.
Rub it on there. The microfiber really helps to clean it.
Oh, okay.
Or get yourself, use one of the Crafts 2 stamp cleaning mats.
Right.
And have one just for your brushes, because that's got thousands of microfiber fibres that will help take it out. So that will work for cleaning in between colours, yeah?
Right.
So I'll show you by going onto the white. Look. The white's not mucky.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Okay?
Oh, okay.
But when you get too saturated they want cleaning, sink, tap, little drop of, I nearly said very liquid then, of washing up liquid.
Good job you didn't.
It's a good job I didn't say that. Warm water, rub it through, with your thumb.
Yes.
Then rinse it, get all of that out and leave it to dry naturally.
Right.
And that's all you need to do.
I can see why if you do, give a certain brush a designated colour, in the long term, I suppose it is easier for time and all of those as well. But if you do need to, you can do that with these brushes. If they give them, maybe it's a birthday once a year, they need to be able to do it. Thank you, Jenny, for your question. Really useful. Thank you.
That's been done in no time.
I love it.
And I've not stuck the butterflies on where they were. I've just put them in different places.
Random places, yeah.
But again, I think, to me, that looks as if I've spent a good hour or so working on that.
That's really nice.
And I haven't, and life's too short, to be honest.
Well, I think a lot of things have come together in that demonstration itself, because we talked about just the colours themselves that you're going to get from the inks, which is absolutely beautiful. But again, just look at the detail you've got there from that back. I say a background stamp. I feel like it's doing it a disservice just calling it that. Although in itself as a background stamp, it's beautiful. But working collectively then with everything else you can cut from it that comes part of that one-day special, really, really, really fantastic. Look, there's so much inspiration that you can see here. We're going to show you some of the footage now again. This is going to give you an idea of what you can achieve. Just look closely on each of the images there to sort of find out. And now we know a bit more detail about how we can work with the Art Deco butterflies and the one-day special. Just look at how cleverly these could be used in some lovely finished pieces. Have a little look at this. It's so lovely when you know that, almost like the secrets that John has shared with us then about how we can do that, because a lot of those, if you'd seen those before knowing how to work with these tools, you look at it and go, wow, how do you do that? The wow factor that they have, the beauty that they get. And that's what people are, if you're making this to send to somebody, if you're making this to sell, whatever it is that you're working, you know, with regards to these, that wow factor is what people are going to see and they're going to get that. But what you're teaching us here, John, which is lovely, is that we can get that wow factor from actually just allowing the tools to do what they've been designed to do. It's they do the work.
They do the work. Yeah. That's the idea. They do the work for you, and I think that's the important thing.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, let them do that work. That's what I try and design the tools for. You know, at the end of the day, we're terrible as crafters for being... They say a bad workman blames his tools.
What do they say?
Crafters, we don't, for some reason. We blame ourselves.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
You know, so it shows that we're not bad workmen. But sometimes we need to look at it. If we've got the right tools, then it will work.
Right.
You know, nothing I do is ever difficult. I am lazy. But I class myself, I always say, and I know this is not very woke, so I probably get shouted at, but I always say there's a difference between a male crafter and a female crafter with my friends, in that I want to get the same results, but I want it in 10% of the time. Whereas Ange will spend 3 days on one card, that beautiful card with the frame.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want that in 10 minutes, so I design products to try and give me those, make me look good in 10 minutes.
That's because you want to sit on your phone and look at apps and then the BBC News one.
Yeah, basically.
Of course it is. Of course it is. By the way, we are getting lots and lots of facts, which is great. We are back at 8 o'clock, so we'll share these as they go through. Suzanne's been in touch with one of them and said, do you know, it's a fact that a son is always taller than his mum.
I didn't know that, but I am taller than my mum, and that is saying something, because I'm 5 foot and a fag butt. As my friend always says.
Wow, I love it. Can we answer a question from Sandy? She was asking about the brushes. Can we use the brushes with Mica Magic?
You can, yes, no problem. Be a little bit gentle, Sandy. What you'll find is the best ones to use, it's why we put these in this, there's no fillers in this. If you look at the original product that these were, I was going to say nicked from, and I don't mean that, but developed from. You know, I'm not going to stand here, I always say this, and pretend I've reinvented the wheel.
No, I know.
These were something else before. We've changed the plastic, we've made them into our colour, we've made sure they work, but we picked the 5 sizes that we felt were the most useful.
Right.
Yeah? And so we took out what Hayley said earlier this morning show. She said you took out the filler ones that make it look better value that people throw in, you know, weird shapes and tiny ones.
Right.
That's what these two are perfect for. These 2 small ones are perfect. That one is spot on for doing your highlights with your Mica Magic, and that's perfect for using your big areas with your Mica Magic. Don't go using your big brushes. You'll take half of it out of your palette.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Yeah, before you even lay it down.
Use that one for your head.
So use that one for your head, as Scott does. Use the 2 smaller ones. They're perfect for your Mica Magic. So just use those ones, and be a little bit gentle. because you know how much is there. It'll really suck up the ink.
Good question. Thank you very much there. That's really, really useful as well. It gave me a chance to hold the brush.
You like any excuse to hold the brush,
exactly.
don't you?
I don't need many excuses, but that's perfect. John, we've got around about 10 minutes.
Right, okay, so what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to use the abstract flower, yeah?
Okay.
So, and I'm going to first find black. Now, what I'm using this is a piece of paper that I made using the eyes ink sprays, and I made this piece on my first Loftus Crafts 2 show.
Oh, okay.
Which will be on Rewind still.
Right.
But I think we've actually put them, Sam's had them put onto our YouTube channel for people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Great.
so it's a show I did, I think, Sunday 2 weeks ago,
Right.
which was all about techniques. So watch that on Rewind, you'll see exactly how to make this paper.
Perfect. Lovely.
And again, I do it for a reason. I actually thought if I do that, then, you know, basically, if I do that, then I can use it on this show, and
right.
it, you know, saves
Always
me work.
thinking ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately too far ahead. I'm now sort of thinking about November, December.
Well, you
and
said
Christmas
that there's
is
stuff
done.
to come, you've already got Christmas sorted.
Yeah, so.
When do we get it? When? Give us a teaser. When?
End of June, I think.
Okay,
Beginning of
so summertime, we're
July.
thinking, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's Christmas, beginning of July, something like
Christmas
that.
in July, that sounds like an idea.
It does, doesn't it?
We've got some little facts for you, everybody, just while that is being stamped on. These are from who? Kaz. Oh, hi, Kaz. Very good evening. Butterflies. Butterflies have 2 hearts. Butterflies don't eat anything.
I did know that one.
Did you?
Because they only usually live for a day to 3 days.
Do they?
So the caterpillars do all the eating, then they pupate, go into the chrysalis.
I see.
The butterfly comes out, and the butterfly's job then is basically to mate and lay the caterpillars, and then it dies, and it
Tell you
starts
what.
again.
What a Saturday that would be. And we've got one more. Butterfly wings are transparent.
Ah.
Yeah, well, wow.
So stamp this and cut them on vellum.
Perfect.
There you go.
Oh, I love the way you linked
Then it would
to
look
that.
even more real.
That is good. Kaz, thank you very
Thank you
much
for those,
indeed.
Kaz.
I'm loving that.
Right,
Loving
so
that.
I've just stamped this in black VersaFine onto the card. Yeah.
I like
But
that
again,
stamp.
can you see there? That looks like a sort of daisy almost.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
When I put this over, and there is only one way it fits, and you'll know if it's
okay.
right. Look, that fits. That doesn't fit. Can you see?
Yep.
Yeah. That way fits.
Right. It's like
So
a
you
puzzle
can't
it solves,
get it
isn't
wrong.
it?
Yeah, it is. It's a bit like that.
Yeah.
What was it? The Genius Square.
Yes.
We had so much fun on Christmas Eve, Sam and I playing that.
Oh, I'm
We
championing
really
our
did.
house at the moment. I'm loving it.
So, all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut that. Now, normally, I think I've been told I got something wrong in my ear, aren't I? But that's the entire life cycle of a butterfly.
What, a day?
Is 11 months.
Is it?
Yeah, from being
The
born.
I think the oldest, longest living
Yeah.
butterfly was 11
But
months.
they don't live very long. That's
No.
what I always believe.
No,
But-
no, it's not going to hang around. You
So-
say most of the time as a caterpillar.
Yeah. Could you imagine that? It'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? You spend sort of, 6 months just not doing nothing but sitting on the sofa and eating ice cream.
Yeah.
Then you sleep for 6 months, and then when you wake up, you're beautiful.
Oh, I'd love it. I've done two.
I've been
I've done
trying,
2 out of
and
3.
it's not worked so far, to be honest.
In the words of Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad for
Yeah.
me. I've just got to wake up beautiful one day.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
It.
I can manage the first 2.
I've done my lockdown and I've done the eating.
So I've got but I've got all of these flowers out, which are really, really beautiful to me. But can you see how different they look? I need to give my glue a little bit of a shake.
Well, what's lovely is you mentioned in our first hour, we talked about this, is because what John has done is he designed them in such a way that you can double up, just as he's done there now, double those over as well. So you're going to get either a lot more singular individual ones, but then that work is done for you. If you want to double them up like you can see, that's all part of it. That's the clever thing. That's the time saving that John talked about, that he wants his tools to be able to achieve for you, and this is great that you can do that with ease.
Yeah, that's what I wanted, was that you could, you don't have to, when something says cut it twice, you cut things twice. It's boring. If a recipe says take 2 pieces of card, cut this twice, I've got to be really in the mood to do that, and I do it. I do it myself, but most of the time I like to try and arrange things that you can get away with just doing one. So 1 stamp, 1 cut will give us 7 flowers,
which is brilliant.
So,
just while you're going through that, I'll just fill a bit of time. this is the equivalent of Muzak in a lift while you're travelling up. A beagle can actually discover where chocolate was stashed in a craft cave months after it was eaten. I mean,
basically, yeah. Where I work is called the Craft Cave.
Oh, I see.
And Paul and Elaine, the Ginger Prince, and his wife brought their beagles up, came to see us,
yeah.
and they came into the Craft Cave. And Dexter, I think it was Dexter, one of their the boy, was literally sniffing around and managed to find the wrappers from like Reese's that I'd been eating months and months before. Bless him.
I see. Now that makes sense. Now we've added a bit more detail onto that message.
That makes sense to people.
Me
yeah.
now. Thank you.
So,
that's good. Or another fact as well. He now needs more storage due to all of his John Next Door products that he's now got.
Sorry.
But his wife said, apparently, would not have it any other way. So
bless.
There's a marriage baby.
I never know what to say. That matches.
Yeah,
that's really good, actually, with Paul and Elaine. Paul does all the die cutting, Elaine makes the cards up.
That sounds like a good deal.
So, yeah, I thought that was really good. So
like
he
that
does all the die
production
cutting and things for her. So all I've done here is I've taken another piece of that card.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
But I've just stamped and I get... Look, that as a background.
That's great.
That's what I mean. It's not wasted. It's not useful. So, saving card, I've used one piece, I've cut the middle out, made a frame. Yeah?
Yep.
That's the middle piece from the frame. Yeah?
Got you.
So... all I'm going to do now is just glue this together. But it's just using one piece of card. But you could do exactly the same as this using the ombre glitter card, one piece. Cut out.
Okay.
Now, if you're using the ombre glitter card, because it has a coating, if you're stamping on it, you want to use a stays in place or a stays on ink.
Right.
Because it has got a coating, it's got a foil coating on it. So please don't stamp with a normal VersaFine, and you'll be waiting for it to dry for quite a while. But I did a show with the Couture Creation Stays in Place, I think, on Wednesday, and I know that Paola's got a show at 7 o'clock tonight with, I think she might have the stays on or similar.
Right.
So, you know, ask the expert on that one, but that's what you want to use. Paola might, if I smile at her nicely, she might actually try stamping on with on some of the glitter paper, because in her show, and show you that. So
but that's at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, so I could do this exactly the same. So there I've got that back. I love that background.
I really like that.
As a stamp, to think I've got that with all of this is just...
I just want to add on to that, because I know we spent a lot of time talking about the butterflies that are part of that's only one half of the one-day special. This is part of the background stamp, plus, again, the same idea as if you can cut out the butterflies, you do that exactly with the floral. And do you know what? I know we're just seeing that we're working a bit more there with the flowers, but I'm now torn, because I really love the text and the butterfly one, but this one I'm really like, again, as a background one, it's absolutely beautiful, but when you bring the flowers out, it's a really lovely piece, this.
To me, it is one of those that when I came up with it and it worked, I didn't say it in terms of like selling or anything. I said, oh, to me this is a game changer, but in terms of, to me, oh, this is going to make my life so much easier.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, I absolutely love that. So that is actually made with one